In Shakespeare, Lady Macbeth, example is supposed by Tyke, Lassen, p. 331, to be a loving spouse with a soft heart, although she not only finds room for the thought of murder, but also carries it out by her husband's hand. But Shakespeare excels, precisely owing to the decisiveness and tautness of his characters, even in the purely formal greatness and firmness of evil. Hamlet indeed is indecisive in himself, yet he was not doubtful about what he was to do, but only H.F.L. Yet nowadays they make even Shakespeare's characters ghostly, and suppose that we must find interesting, precisely on their own account, nullity and indecision in changing and hesitating, and trash of this sort. But the ideal consists in this, that the idea is actual, and to this actuality man belongs as subject and therefore as a firm unity in himself. At this point this may suffice in relation to the individual's fullness of character in art. The important thing is an inherently specific essential pathos in a rich and full breast whose inner individual world is penetrated by the pathos in such a way that this penetration, and not the pathos alone as such, is represented. But all the same the pathos in the human breast must not so destroy itself in itself as thereby to exhibit itself as unsubstantial and null. 3. The external determinacy of the ideal. In connection with the determinacy of the ideal, we treated it first in general terms, namely how and why the ideal as such has to clothe itself with the form of the particular. Secondly, we found that the ideal must be moved in itself and advance therefore to that difference in itself, the totality of which is displayed as action. Yet through action the ideal goes out into the external world, and the question arises, thirdly, how this final aspect of concrete reality is to be configurated in a way compatible with art. For the ideal is the idea identified with its reality. Hitherto we have pursued this reality only so far as human individuality and its character. But man has also a concrete external existence, out of which indeed, as subject, he withdraws himself and becomes self-enclosed, yet in this subjective unity with himself he still remains related to externality all the same. To man's actual existence there belongs a surrounding world, just as the statues of a god have a temple. This is the reason why we must now mention the 245 manifold threads which link the ideal to externality and are drawn through it. Thus we now enter upon an almost unreviewable breadth of circumstances and entanglement in external and relative matters. For, in the first place, nature presses on us at once from outside, in locality, time, climate, and in this respect, at our every step, wherever we go, a new and always specific picture already confronts us. Further, man avails himself of external nature for his needs and purposes, and there come into consideration the manner and way that he uses it, his skill in inventing and equipping himself with tools and housing, with weapons, seats, carriages, his way of preparing food and eating it, the whole wide sphere of the comfort and luxury of life, etc. And, besides, man lives also in a concrete actual world of spiritual relations, which all equally are given an external existence, so that there also belong to the surrounding actual world of human life the different modes of command and obedience, of family, relatives, possession, country and town life, religious worship, the waging of war, civil and political conditions, sociability, in short the whole variety of customs and usages in all situations and actions. In all these respects, the ideal immediately encroaches on ordinary external reality, on the daily life of the actual world, and therefore on the common prose of life. For this reason, if one keeps in view the modern nebulous idea of the ideal, it may look as if art must cut off all connection with this world of relative things, since the aspect of externality is supposed to be something purely indifferent, and even, in comparison with the spirit and its inwardness, vulgar and worthless. From this point of view, art is regarded as a spiritual power which is to lift us above the whole sphere of needs, distress, and dependence, and to free us from the intelligence and wit which people are accustomed to squander on this field. Furthermore, this is supposed to be a field, mostly purely conventional, a field of mere accidents, because it is tied down in time, place, and custom, and these, it is thought, art must disdain to harbor. Yet this semblance of ideality is partly only a superior abstraction made by that modern subjective outlook which lacks courage to commit itself to externality, and partly a sort of power which the subject assumes in order by his own effort to put himself outside and beyond this sphere, if he has not already been absolutely raised above it by birth, class, and situation. As a means. 246 For this putting oneself outside and beyond, there remains nothing over in that case except withdrawal into the inner world of feelings which the individual does not leave, and now in this unreality regards himself as a sapient being who just looks longingly to heaven and therefore thinks he may disdain everything on earth. But the genuine ideal does not stop at the indeterminate and the purely inward, on the contrary, it must also go out in its totality into a specific contemplation of the external world in all its aspects. For the human being, this entire center of the ideal, lives, he is essentially now and here, he is the present, he is individual infinity, and to life there belongs the opposition of an environment of external nature in general, and therefore a connection with it and an activity in it. Now since this activity is to be apprehended, not only as such, but in its determinate appearance, by art, it has to enter existence on and in material of this mundane kind. But, just as a man is in himself a subjective totality and therefore separates himself from what is external to him, so the external world too is a whole, rounded and logically interconnected in itself. Yet in this exclusion from one another both worlds stand in essential relationship and constitute concrete reality only in virtue of this interconnection, and the representation of this reality affords the content of the ideal. Hence arises the question mentioned above, in what form shape can externality be represented by art in an ideal way within such a totality? In this connection too we have once more to distinguish three aspects in the work of art. First, it is the whole of abstract externality as such space, time, shape, color which needs a form compatible with art. Secondly, the external comes on the scene in its concrete reality, as we have just sketched it, and it demands in the work of art and harmonization with the subjectivity of man's inner being which has been placed in such an environment. Thirdly, the work of art exists for contemplation's delight for a public which has a claim to find itself again in the objet d'art in accordance with its genuine belief, feeling, imagination, and to be able to come into concord with the represented objects. I abstract externality as such. When the ideal is drawn out of its bare essentiality into external existence, it at once acquires a double sort of reality. For one thing. 247. The work of art gives to the content of the ideal in general the concrete shape of reality, since it displays that content as a specific state of affairs, a particular situation, as character, event, action, and indeed in the form of what is at the same time external fact. For another thing, this appearance, already total in itself, art transfers into a specific sensuous material, and thereby creates a new world of art, visible to the eye and audible to the ear. In both these respects art reveals the most remote corners of externality, in which the inherently total unity of the ideal cannot, in its concrete spirituality, come into appearance any more. In this connection the work of art has also a double external aspect, i.e. a. It remains an external object as such and therefore, b. In its configuration as such can also assume only an external unity. Here there returns again the same relation which we already had an opportunity to discuss in connection with the beauty of nature, and so too the same characteristics come into prominence once again, and here in relation to art. In other words, the mode of configuration of the external is, on the one hand, regularity, symmetry, and conformity to law, and, on the other hand, unity as the simplicity and purity of the sensuous material which art employs as the external element for the existence of its productions. First, as regards regularity and symmetry, these, as a mere lifeless geometrical unity, cannot possibly exhaust the nature of a work of art, even on its external side. They have their place only in what is inherently lifeless, in time, spatial forms, etc. In this sphere they therefore appear as a sign of mastery and deliberation even in the most external things. We see them, therefore, asserting themselves in works of art in two ways. Retained in their abstraction, they destroy the quality of life. The ideal work of art must therefore, even on its external side, rise above the purely symmetrical. Yet, in this matter, as in musical tunes, for example, regularity is not wholly superseded at all. It is only reduced to being simply a foundation. But, conversely, this restraint and regulation of the unruly and unrestrained is again the sole fundamental characteristic which certain arts can adopt in line with the material for their representation. In that event, regularity is the sole ideal in the art. LTS one principal application, from this point of view, is in architecture, because the aim of an architectonic work of art is to give, i.e. the application of both regularity and symmetry. 248 artistic shape to the external, inherently inorganic, environment of spirit. What therefore dominates in architecture is the straight line, the right angle, the circle, similarity in pillars, windows, arches, columns, and vaults. For the architectural work of art is not just an end in itself, it is something external for something else to which it serves as an adornment, dwelling place, etc. A building awaits the sculptural figure of a god or else the group of people who take up their horn there. Consequently, such a work of art should not essentially draw attention to itself. In this connection, regularity and symmetry are preeminently appropriate as the decisive law for the external shape, since the intellect takes in a thoroughly regular shape at a glance and is not required to preoccupy itself with it for long. Naturally, there is no question here of the symbolic relation which architectural forms also assume in relation to the spiritual content for which they provide surroundings or an external locality. The same thing is valid too for that strict kind of gardening which can count as a modified application of architectural forms to actual nature. In gardens, as in buildings, man is the chief thing. Now of course there is another kind of gardening which makes variety and its lack of regularity into a rule, but regularity is to be preferred. For if we look at the variously complex mazes and shrubberies continually diversified in their twistings and windings, the bridges over stagnant water, the surprise of Gothic chapels, temples, Chinese pagodas, hermitages, urns, pyres, mounds, statues, despite all their claims to independence, we have soon had more than enough, and if we look a second time, we at once feel disgust. It is quite different with natural regions and their beauty. They are not there for the purpose of use and gratification, and may come before us on their own account as an object of consideration and enjoyment. On the other hand, regularity in gardens ought not to surprise us but to enable man, as is to be demanded, to appear as the chief person in the external environment of nature. Even in painting there is a place for regularity and symmetry in the arrangement of the whole, in the grouping of figures, their placing, movement, drapery, etc. Yet since, in painting, the spiritual quality of life can penetrate external appearance in a far profounder way than it can in architecture, only a narrower scope Z49 is left for the abstract unity of the symmetrical, and we find rigid uniformity and its rule for the most part only in the beginnings of art, while later the freer lines, one which approach the form of the organic, serve as the fundamental type. On the other hand, in music and poetry, regularity and symmetry are once again important determinants. In the duration of their sounds, these arts have an element of pure externality as such which is incapable of any other more concrete kind of configuration. Things together in space can comfortably be seen at a glance, but in time one moment has gone already when the next is there, and in this disappearance and reappearance the moments of time go on into infinity. This indeterminacy has to be given shape by the regularity of the musical beat which produces a determinateness and continuously recurring pattern and thereby checks the march to infinity. The beat of music has a magical power to which we are so susceptible that often, in hearing music, we beat time to it without being aware of the fact. This recurrence of equal time intervals is not something belonging objectively to the notes and their duration. To the note as such, and to time, to be divided and repeated in this regular way is a matter of indifference. The beat therefore appears as something purely created by the subject, the composer, so that now in listening we acquire the immediate certainty of having in this regularization of time something purely subjective and indeed the basis of the pure self-identity which the subject inherently possesses as his self-identity and unity and their recurrence in all the difference and most varied many-sidedness of experience. Therefore the beat resounds in the depths of our soul and takes hold of us in virtue of this inner subjectivity, a subjectivity at first abstractly self-identical. From this point of view it is not the spiritual content, not the concrete soul of feeling, which speaks to us in the musical notes, neither is it the note as note that moves us in our inmost being, on the contrary, it is this abstract unity, introduced into time by the subject, which echoes the like unity of the subject. The same is true of the meter and rhyme of poetry. Here too, regularity and symmetry are the systematic rule, and throughout are necessary to this external side of poetry. The sensuous element is thereby at once drawn out of its sensuous sphere and shows in itself already that here what is at issue is something other than the pronouncements of the z, i.e. as distinct from the rigidity of geometrical shapes. Joy ordinary consciousness which treats the duration of the notes arbitrarily and with indifference. A similar, even if not so strictly determined, regularity now arises still further and is mingled, although in a quite external way, with the properly living content. In an epic and a drama, example which has its specific divisions, cantos, acts, etc., it is important to give these separate parts an approximate equality of length. The same equality is important in individual groupings in paintings, although in this case there should be no appearance of a compulsion in respect of the essential subject matter or of a conspicuous domination by mere regularity. Regularity and symmetry as the abstract unity and determinacy of what is inherently external, alike in space and time, govern principally only the quantitative, the determinacy of size. What no longer belongs to this externality as its proper element therefore discards the domination of purely quantitative relations and is determined by deeper relations and their unity. Thus the more that art fights its way out of externality as such, the less is its mode of configuration ruled by regularity, to which it ascribes only a restricted and subordinate sphere. Having mentioned symmetry, we must at this point mention harmony once more. It is no longer related to the purely quantitative but to essentially qualitative differences which do not persist as mere opposites over against one another but are to be brought into concord. In music, example the relation of the tonic to the mediant and dominant is not purely quantitative. On the contrary, these are essentially different notes which at the same time coalesce into a unity without letting their specific character cry out as a sharp opposition and contradiction. Discords, on the other hand, need resolution. The case is similar with the harmony of colors. Here likewise what art demands is that in a painting the colors shall neither appear as a varied and arbitrary confusion nor so that their oppositions are simply dissolved, but that they are harmonized into the concord of a total and unitary impression. Thus, looked at more closely, harmony requires a totality of differences which in the nature of the case belong to a determinate sphere. Color, example has a determinate range of colors as the so-called fundamental colors which are derived from the basic nature of color as such and are not accidental mixtures. Such a totality in its concord constitutes harmony. In a painting, example the totality of 251. The fundamental colors, yellow, blue, green, and red must be present as well as their harmony, and the old masters, even unconsciously, have attended to this completeness and observed its law. Now since harmony begins to disengage itself from the pure externality of determinate existence, it is thereby also enabled to adopt and express in itself a wider and more spiritual content. The old masters gave the fundamental colors in their purity to the dress of important people, while mixed colors were given to their retinue. Mary, example generally wears a blue mantle, because the gentle piece of blue corresponds to inner serenity and gentleness, more seldom she has a conspicuous red gown. B. The second feature of externality, as we saw, affects the sensuous material as such, which art uses for its representations. Here unity consists in the simple determinacy and uniformity of the material in itself, which may not deviate into indefinite variety and mere mixture, or, in general, into unclarity. This requirement too is related only to space, to the clarity of outlines, for example, to the precision of straight lines, circles, etc., and to the fixed determinacy of time, e.g. the strict maintenance of the beat, and, further, to the purity of determinate notes and colors. In painting, example, the colors ought not to be blurred or grayish, but clear, definite, and inherently simple. Their pure simplicity on this sensuous side constitutes the beauty of color, and the simplest colors in this connection are the most effective: pure yellow, example, which does not pass over into green; red, which has not a dash of blue or yellow, etc. Of course it is difficult in that case to maintain these colors in harmony at the same time in their fixed simplicity. But these inherently simple colors are the foundation which should not be entirely shaded down, and, even if mixtures cannot be dispensed with, still the colors must not appear as a murky confusion, but as clear and simple in themselves, or otherwise instead of the luminous clarity of color there is nothing but a smudge. The like demand is to be raised too in connection with the sound of notes. In the case of strings, example, whether of metal or catgut, it is the vibration of this material which produces the sound, and specifically the vibration of a string of definite tension and length. If the tension is slackened, or if the string struck is not of the right length, the note no longer possesses this simple determinateness and rings false, since it passes over into other notes. ZSZI. The same thing happens if, instead of that pure vibrating and quivering, we hear as well the mechanical grating and scraping as a noise intermixed with the sound of the note as such. Similarly, the note produced by the human voice must develop pure and free out of the throat and the chest, without allowing any humming interference, or, as is the case with hoarseness, without allowing some hindrance, not overcome, to disturb our listening. This freedom from any foreign admixture, this clarity and purity in their fixed unwavering determinateness, is in this purely sensuous connection the beauty of the note, which distinguishes it from rustling, screeching, etc. The same sort of thing can be said about speech too, especially about the vowels. A language which has a, e, I, o, u, definite and pure is, like Italian, melodious and syngible. Diphthongs, on the other hand, have always a mixed note. In writing, the sounds of speech are reduced to a few regularly similar signs and appear in their simple determinate character, but, in speaking, this determinate character is all too often blurred, so that now especially dialects like the South German, Swabian, Swiss, have sounds that are so blurred that they cannot possibly be written down. But this is not, as may be supposed, a deficiency in the written language, but arises rather from the dullness of the people. For the present this is enough about this external side of the work of art, the side which, as mere externality, is only capable of an external and abstract unity. But the next point is that it is the spiritual concrete individuality of the ideal which enters externality in order to display itself there, so that the external must be penetrated by this inwardness and totality which it has the function of expressing. For this purpose mere regularity, symmetry, and harmony, or the simple determinacy of the sensuous material, are found to be inadequate. This leads us on to the second aspect of the external determinacy of the ideal. Two correspondence of the concrete ideal with its external reality. The general law which in this connection we can assert consists in this, that man in his worldly environment must be domesticated and at home, that the individual must appear as having his abode, and therefore as being free, in nature and all external relations, so that both sides, the subjective inner totality of character and the 253. Character's circumstances and activity and, 2. The objective totality of external existence, do not fall apart as disparate and indifferent to one another, but show that they harmonize and belong together. For external objectivity, in so far as it is the actuality of the ideal, must give up its purely objective independence and inflexibility in order to evince itself as identical with that subjectivity of which it is the external existence. In this matter we have to state three different ways of looking at such harmony. First, the unity of the two may remain purely implicit and appear only as a secret inner bond linking man with his external environment. Secondly, however, since concrete spirituality and its individuality serves as the starting point and essential content of the ideal, the harmony with external existence has also to be displayed as originating from human activity and as produced thereby. Thirdly, and lastly, this world produced by the human spirit is itself again a totality. In its existence this totality forms an objective whole with which individuals, moving on this ground, must stand in essential connection. Now in relation to the first point we may start from the fact that since the environment of the ideal does not yet appear here as established by human activity, it is still in the first place what is in general external to man, i.e. the external world of nature. Its representation in the ideal work of art is therefore the first thing to talk about. Here too we can emphasize three aspects. In the first place, as soon as external nature is presented in its external formation, it is in every direction a reality formed in a specific way. Now if it is actually to be given the due which it has to claim in respect of the representation, then the representation must be drawn up in complete fidelity to nature, although we have seen earlier what differences must be respected even here between immediate nature and art. But on the whole it is precisely characteristic of the great masters to be truly, genuinely, and completely tied down in regard to the external natural environment. For nature is not merely earth and sky in general, and man does not hover in the air, he feels and acts in a specific locality of brooks, rivers, sea, hills, mountains, plains, woods, gorges, etc. Although Homer, example, may not give us modern portrayals of nature, he is so. 254i. True in his descriptions and lists, and gives us such an accurate picture of the Scamander, the Simius, the coasts and bays of the sea, that even now the same country has been found by geographers to correspond with his description. On the other hand, the crudely sensational poems of fairground entertainers, both in characters and descriptions, are poor, empty, and wholly nebulous. The mastersingers one also, when they put old Bible stories into verse and locate them in Jerusalem, example provide nothing but names. The same is true in the Heldenbuch, 2 Ortnat rides in the pine forest, fights with the dragon, without any human surroundings, specific locality, etc., so that in this respect we get as good as nothing for our vision. Even in the Nibelungenlied there is nothing different. We hear indeed of worms, the Rhine, the Danube, but here too we get no further than what is poor and vague. But it is perfect determinacy which constitutes the aspect of individuality and reality which, without it, is just an abstraction, and that contradicts the very conception of external reality. Fj. Now with this requirement of determinacy and fidelity to nature there is immediately linked a certain fullness of detail whereby we acquire a picture, a vision even, of this external aspect of nature. It is true that there is an essential distinction between the different arts according to the medium in which they are expressed. The fullness and detailing of external fact lies further away from sculpture because of the peace and universality of its figures, and it has externals, not as environment and locality, but only as drapery, coiffure, weapons, seat, and the like. Yet many figures of ancient sculpture are specifically distinguishable only by conventions of drapery, the dressing of the hair, and further similar marks. But this is not the place for discussing this conventionality, because it is not to be attributed to the natural as such. It cancels precisely the aspect of accident in such matters and is the way and means of their becoming permanent and more universal. Opposed here to sculpture, the lyric displays predominantly the inner heart only, and therefore when it takes up the external world does not need to pursue it to such definite perceptibleness. Epic, on the other hand, says what is there, WMRE, and how deeds have been done, and therefore, of all kinds of poetry, needs the greatest breadth and definiteness of the external locality. So too painting by its nature enters especially in this respect upon detail more than any other art does. but in no art should this definiteness go astray into the prose of actual nature and its direct imitation, nor should it overtower in partiality and importance the fullness of detail devoted to the presentation of the spiritual side of individuals and events. In general, it should not make itself exclusively independent, because here the external should achieve appearance only in connection with the inner. Why, this is the point of importance here. Namely, for an individual to come on the scene as actual, two things, as we saw in the preamble, are required: he himself in his subjective character, and 2. his external environment. Now for this externality to appear as his, it is essential that between these two things there shall prevail an essential harmony which may be more or less inward and into which of course a great deal of contingency enters too, yet without the loss of the fundamental identity. In the whole spiritual disposition of epic heroes, example in their mode of life, mentality, feeling, and accomplishment, there must be made perceptible a secret harmony, a note of concord between the two which closes them into a whole. The Arab, example, is one with his natural surroundings and is only to be understood along with his sky, his stars, his hot deserts, his tents, and his horses. For he is at home only in such a climate, zone, and locality. Similarly, Ossian's heroes, according to Macpherson's invention or his modern revision, are extremely subjective and turned inward, but in their gloom and melancholy they appear throughout tied to their moors where the wind whispers through the thistles, to their clouds, mists, hills, and dark glens. The face of this whole locality alone makes us really completely clear about the inner life of the figures living and moving on this ground with their sadness, grief, sorrows, battles, and misty apparitions, for they are entirely involved in this environment and only there are they at home. From this point of view we can now for the first time observe that historical material has the great advantage of containing, immediately developed, even indeed into detail, such a harmony of the subjective and objective sides. A priori this harmony can be drawn from the imagination only with difficulty, and yet we I should always have an inkling of it, however little it can be developed conceptually in most parts of a subject matter. Of course we are accustomed to rate a free production of the imagination higher than the manipulation of material already available, but the imagination cannot go so far as to provide the required harmony so firmly and definitely as it already lies before us in actual reality where national traits themselves proceed from this harmony. This is the general principle for the purely implicit unity of subjectivity with its external natural environment. A second kind of harmony does not stop at this purely implicit unity but is expressly produced by human activity and skillfulness, in that man converts external things to his own use and puts himself in correspondence with them as a result of the satisfaction which he has thus acquired. In contrast to that first concord, which only concerned more general matters, this aspect is related to the particular, to special needs and their satisfaction through the special use of natural objects. This sphere of need and satisfaction is one of absolutely infinite variety, but natural things are still infinitely more many-sided and acquire a greater simplicity only because man introduces into them his spiritual characteristics and impregnates the external world with his will. Thereby he humanizes his environment, by showing how it is capable of satisfying him and how it cannot preserve any power of independence against him. Only by means of this effectual activity is he no longer merely in general, but also in particular and in detail, actually aware of himself and at home in his environment. Now the fundamental conception to be stressed in relation to art for this whole sphere lies briefly in the following: man, on the particular and finite side of his needs, wishes, and aims, stands primarily not only in a general relation to external nature, but more precisely in a relation of dependence. This relativity and lack of freedom is repugnant to the ideal, and man can become an object for art only if he is first freed from this labor and distress, and has cast off this dependence. The act of conciliating the two sides, furthermore, may take a double starting point, in that, first, nature for its part supplies man in a friendly way with what he needs, and instead of putting an obstacle in the way of his interests and aims, rather presents them to him itself and welcomes them in every way. But, secondly, Man has needs and wishes which nature is in no position to satisfy directly. In these cases he must work out. 257. His necessary satisfaction by his own activity. He must take possession of things in nature, arrange them, form them, strip off every hindrance by his own self-won skillfulness, and in such a way that the external world is changed into a means whereby he can realize himself in accordance with all his aims. Now the purest relationship is to be found where both these aspects come together, when spiritual skillfulness is so far linked with the friendliness of nature that the fully accomplished harmony has come throughout into appearance instead of the harshness and dependence of struggle. From the ideal ground of art the distress of life must be banished. In so far as possession and affluence afford a situation in which poverty and labor vanish, not merely momentarily but entirely, they are therefore not only not unesthetic, but they rather coincide with the ideal, although it would only betray an untrue abstraction to set aside altogether, in modes of representation which are compelled to take notice of concrete reality, the relation of man to those needs. This sphere of needs belongs of course to finitude, but art cannot dispense with the finite. It must not treat it as something purely bad, it has to reconcile and link it with what is genuine and true, for even the best actions and dispositions, taken in their determinate character and regarded in their abstract content, are restricted and therefore finite. The fact that I must keep myself alive, eat and drink, have a house and clothing, need a bed, a chair, and so many appurtenances of other kinds, is of course a necessity for the externals of life, but the inner life is so greatly involved with these things that man gives clothing and weapons even to his gods, and envisages them in manifold needs and their satisfaction. Still, as we have said, this satisfaction must in that case appear as assured. In the case of knights errant, example, the removal of external distress in the chance of their adventures occurs only as reliance on chance, just as savages rely on nature simply as it is. Both are unsatisfactory for art. For the genuine ideal consists not only in man's being in general lifted above the grim seriousness of dependence on these external circumstances, but in his standing in the midst of a superfluity which permits him to play freely and cheerfully with the means put at his disposal by nature. Within these general considerations the following 2 points may now be more precisely distinguished from one another. X. The first concerns the use of natural things for purely contemplative satisfaction. Under this head comes every adornment and decoration which man bestows on himself, in general all the splendor with which he surrounds himself. By so bedecking himself and his environment he shows that the costliest things supplied by nature and the most beautiful things that catch the eye, gold, jewels, pearls, ivory, expensive robes, these rarest and most resplendent things, have no interest for him in themselves and should not count as merely natural, but have to show themselves on him or as belonging to his environment, to what he loves and venerates, to his monarchs, his temples, his gods. To this end he chooses especially what in itself as external already appears as beautiful, pure bright colors, the luster of metals, fragrant woods, marble, etc. Poets, especially Oriental ones, do not fail to use such wealth. It plays its part too in the Nihilungenlied, and art in general does not stop at mere descriptions of this magnificence but equips its actual works with the same wealth, where this is possible and in place. There was no sparing of gold and ivory on the statue of Pallas Athene at Athens and the statue of Zeus at Olympia, the temples of the gods, churches, images of the saints, royal palaces, afford amongst nearly all peoples an example of splendor and magnificence. From time immemorial nations have delighted to have their own wealth before their eyes on their divinities, just as in the case of the splendor of their monarchs, they were delighted that such things were there and drawn from amongst themselves. It is true that such delight can be disturbed by so-called moral conceptions when one reflects how many poor Athenians could have been fed from the mantle of Pallas Athene and how many slaves could have been ransomed, and in times of great national distress, even in antiquity, such wealth has been devoted to useful ends, and the same thing has happened now amongst us with the treasures of monasteries and churches. Further, such miserable considerations may be applied not only to single works of art, but to the whole of art itself. What sums, it may be asked, has a state not expended on an academy of arts, or for the purchase of old and modern works of art, and the establishment of galleries, theaters, museums? But however many moral and touching emotions may be excited in this connection, this is possible only by calling to mind again the distress and poverty which art precisely demands shall be set aside, so that it can but redound to the fame and supreme honor of every people to devote its treasures to. 259. A sphere which, within reality itself, rises luxuriously above all the distress of reality. /J. But man has not merely to bedeck himself and the environment in which he lives, he must also use external things practically, for his practical needs and ends. In this area there only now begin all man's work and trouble, and his dependence on the prose of life, and the chief question here, therefore, is how far even this sphere can be represented compatibly with the demands of art. CXCX, the first way in which art has tried to dismiss this whole sphere is the idea of a so-called golden age or even of an idyllic life. Under such conditions, on the one hand, nature satisfies without trouble to man every need that may stir within him, while on the other hand in his innocence he is content with what meadows, woods, flocks, a little garden and a hut can afford him by way of nourishment, housing, and other amenities, because all the passions of ambition or avarice, impulses which appear contrary to the higher nobility of human nature, are still altogether quiescent. Of course, at a first glance such a state of affairs has a touch of the ideal, and certain restricted spheres of art may be content with this kind of presentation. But if we probe it more deeply, such a life will soon bore us. Gessner's writings, example, are little read nowadays, and if we do read them we cannot be at home in them. For a restricted mode of life of this kind presupposes an insufficient development of spirit also. A full and entire human life requires higher urgings, and this closest association with nature and its immediate products cannot satisfy it any longer. Man may not pass his life in such an idyllic poverty of spirit, he must work what he has an urge for, he must struggle to obtain by his own activity. In this sense even physical needs stir up a broad and variegated range of activities and give to man a feeling of inner power, and, out of this feeling, deeper interests and powers can then also be developed. But at the same time even here the harmony of inner and outer must still remain the fundamental thing, and nothing is more offensive in art than when physical distress is displayed exaggerated to an extreme. Dante, example, by only a few strokes of the pen touchingly presents to us Ugolino's death from starvation hell, Canto XXXIII. When Gerstenberg, on the other hand, in his tragedy of the same name one gives a prolix description of every degree of horror, of how first his 3 sons, and finally Ugolino himself perish from hunger, this is material entirely at variance, from this point of view, with artistic representation. 3.3.1 Yet the situation opposed to the idyllic, namely that of universal culture, all the same provides, in an opposite way, many hindrances to art. In this situation the long and complicated connection between needs and work, interests and their satisfaction, is completely developed in all its ramifications, and every individual, losing his independence, is tied down in an endless series of dependences on others. His own requirements are either not at all, or only to a very small extent, his own work, and, apart from this, every one of his activities proceeds not in an individual living way but more and more purely mechanically according to universal norms. Therefore there now enters into the midst of this industrial civilization, with its mutual exploitation and with people elbowing other people aside, the harshest cruelty of poverty on the one hand, on the other hand, if distress is to be removed, i.e. if the standard of living is to be raised, this can only happen by the wealth of individuals who are freed from working to satisfy their needs and can now devote themselves to higher interests. In that event, of course, in this superfluity, the constant reflection of endless dependence is removed, and man is all the more withdrawn from all the accidents of business as he is no longer stuck in the sordidness of gain. But for this reason the individual is not at home even in his immediate environment, because it does not appear as his own work. What he surrounds himself with here has not been brought about by himself, it has been taken from the supply of what was already available, produced by others, and indeed in a most mechanical and therefore formal way, and acquired by him only through a long chain of efforts and needs foreign to himself. Why, therefore what is most fitted for ideal art proves to be a third situation which stands midway between the idyllic and golden ages and the perfectly developed universal mediations of civil society. This is a state of society which we have already learned to recognize as the heroic or, preferably, the ideal age. The heroic ages are no longer restricted to that idyllic poverty in spiritual interests, they go beyond it to deeper passions and aims, but the nearest environment of individuals, the satisfaction of their immediate needs, is still their own doing. Their food is still simple and therefore more ideal, as for instance honey, milk, wine, while coffee, brandy, etc., at once call to our mind the thousand intermediaries which their preparation requires. So too the heroes kill and roast their own food, they break in the horse they wish to ride, the utensils they need they more or less make for themselves, plough, weapons for defense, shield, helmet, breastplate, sword, spear, are their own work, or they are familiar with their fabrication. In such a mode of life man has the feeling, everything he uses and everything he surrounds himself with, that he has produced it from his own resources, and therefore in external things has to do with what is his own and not with alienated objects lying outside his own sphere wherein he is master. In that event of course the activity of collecting and forming his material must not appear as painful drudgery but as easy, satisfying work which puts no hindrance and no failure in his way. Such a form of life we find, example in Homer. Agamemnon's scepter is a family staff, hewn by his ancestor himself, and inherited by his descendants Iliad, 2. Odysseus carpentered himself his huge marriage bed Odyssey, XXIII, and even if the famous armor of Achilles was not his own work, still here too the manifold complexity of activities is cut short because it is Hephaestus who made it at the request of Thetis Iliad, 18. In brief, everywhere there peeps out a new joy in fresh discoveries, the exuberance of possession, the capture of delight, everything is domestic, in everything the man has present before his eyes the power of his arm, the skill of his hand, the cleverness of his own spirit, or a result of his courage and bravery. In this way alone have the means of satisfaction not been degraded to a purely external matter, we see their living origin itself and the living consciousness of the value which man puts on them because in them he has things not dead or killed by custom, but his own closest productions. Thus here everything is idyllic, but not in that limited mode where earth, rivers, sea, trees, cattle, etc., provide man with his sustenance, and where consequently he is visible, in the main, only in his restriction to this environment and its enjoyment. On the contrary, within this original mode of life deeper interests arise in relation to which the whole external world is there only as an accessory, as the ground and means for higher ends, yet as a ground. A 6ai and an environment over which that harmony and independence is diffused and comes into appearance only because each and everything produced and used by human hands is at the same time prepared and enjoyed by the very man who needs it. But to apply such a mode of representation to materials drawn from later completely civilized times always involves great difficulty and danger. Yet Goethe, in this Connectiven, has given us a complete masterpiece in Hermann und Dorothea. I will cite only a few small points by way of comparison. Voss, 1 in his well-known Louise, sketches, in an idyllic way, life and activity in a quiet and restricted, though independent, circle. The village parson, the tobacco pipe, the dressing gown, the easy chair, and then the coffee pot play a great part. Now coffee and sugar are products which could not have originated in such a circle, and they point at once to a totally different context, to a strange world with its manifold interconnections of trade and factories, in short to the world of modern industry. That circle of country life is therefore not wholly self-enclosed. On the other hand, in the beautiful picture of Hermann and Dorothea we did not need to require such a self-containment, for, as has already been indicated on another occasion, in this poem, which indeed maintains an idyllic tone throughout, an extremely dignified and important part is played by the great interests of the age, the battles of the French Revolution, the defense of our country. The narrower circle of family life in a country village therefore does not keep itself at all so self-enclosed that the world deeply involved in most powerful affairs is just ignored, as it is by the village pastor in Voss's Louise. On the contrary, owing to the association with those greater world commotions within which the idle, I.C. characters and events are portrayed, we see the scene transferred into the broader scope of a fuller and richer life, and the apothecary who lives only in the context of local affairs, restricting and conditioning him everywhere, is represented as a narrow-minded Philistine, as good-natured but peevish. Still, in respect of the nearest environment of the characters, the note that we required above is struck throughout. So, example, to recall just this one thing, the host does not drink coffee, as you might expect, with his guests, the parson and the apothecary. With care the gammer brought clear, excellent wine in a cut glass flask on a shining pewter plate, along with greenish rummers, the proper goblets for Rhine wine. In the cool of the day they drink a local growth, 1783, in the local glasses which alone are suitable for Rhine wine. The flow of the Rhine and its lovely bank one is thus equally brought before our imagination, and soon we are led into the vineyard behind the owner's house, so that here nothing takes us out of the proper sphere of a mode of life agreeable in itself and productive of its needs within itself. See, apart from these first two sorts of external environment, there is still a third mode in concrete connection with which every individual has to live. This consists of the general spiritual relationships of religion, law, morality, the sort and kind of political organization, the constitution, law courts, family, public and private life, sociability, etc. For the ideal character must come on the scene satisfied not only in his physical needs but in his spiritual interests also. It is true that the substantial, divine, and inherently necessary element in these relationships is, in its essential nature, simply one and the same, but in the objective world it assumes manifold shapes of different kinds and enters the sphere of the contingency of the particular, the conventional, and what is valid only for specific times and peoples. In this form all the interests of spiritual life come to have an external reality which confronts the individual as custom, usage, and habit, and, at the same time, by being a self-enclosed subject, he enters into connection not only with external nature but also with this totality which is related to him and belongs to him still more nearly. On the whole, we can claim for this sphere the same living harmony, with the indication of which we were concerned just now, and here we will therefore pass over its more detailed consideration, the chief points of which will be cited immediately in another context. 3. The externality of the ideal work of art in relation to the public art by being the representation of the ideal must introduce it in all the previously mentioned relations to external reality, and associate the inner subjectivity of character closely with the external world. But however far the work of art may form a world inherently harmonious and complete, still, as an actual single object, it exists not for itself, but for us, for a public which sees and enjoys the work of art. The actors, for example, in the performance of a drama do not speak merely to one another, but to us, and they should be intelligible in both these respects. And so every work of art is a dialogue with everyone who confronts it. Now the truly ideal work of art is indeed intelligible to everyone in the universal interests and passions of its gods and men, yet since it brings its individuals before our eyes within a specific external world of customs, usages, and other particular details, there arises the new demand that this external world shall come into correspondence not only with the characters represented but equally with us too. Just as the characters in the work of art are at home in their external surroundings, we require also for ourselves the same harmony with them and their environment. Now to whatever age a work of art belongs, it always carries details in itself which separate it from the characteristics proper to other peoples and other centuries. Poets, painters, sculptors, composers choose materials above all from past times whose civilization, morals, usages, constitution, and religion are different from the whole civilization contemporary with themselves. Such a step backward into the past has, as has already been remarked in the section on the heroic age, the great advantage that this departure from the present and its immediacy brings about automatically, owing to our memory, that generalization of material with which art cannot dispense. Yet the artist belongs to his own time, lives in its customs, outlooks, and ideas. The Homeric poems, example whether Homer actually lived as the single author of the Iliad and the Odyssey or not, are yet separated by 4 centuries at least from the time of the Trojan War, and a twice greater period separated the great Grecian tragedians from the days of the ancient heroes from which they transferred the content of their poetry into their own time. The same is true about the Nibelungenlied and the poet who could put together into one organic whole the different sagas which this poem contains. Now of course the artist is quite at home with the universal pathos, human and divine, but the variously conditioning external form of the ancient period itself, the characters and actions of which he presents, has changed essentially and become foreign to him. Further, the poet creates for a public, and primarily for his own people and age, which may demand ability to understand. 265. And be at home in the work of art. True, the genuine, immortal works of art remain enjoyable by all ages and nations, but even so for their thorough understanding by foreign peoples and in other centuries there is involved a wide apparatus of geographical, historical, and even philosophical, notes, facts, and knowledge. Now, given this clash between different ages, the question arises of how a work of art has to be framed in respect of the external aspects of locality, customs, usages, religious, political, social, moral conditions, namely whether the artist should forget his own time and keep his eye orderly on the past and its actual existence, so that his work is a true picture of what has gone, or whether he is not only entitled but in duty bound to take account solely of his own nation and contemporaries, and fashion his work according to ideas which coincide with the particular circumstances of his own time. These opposite requirements may be put in this way: the material should be handled either objectively, appropriately to its content and its period, or subjectively, i.e. assimilated entirely to the custom and culture of the present. To cling to either of these in their opposition leads to an equally false extreme which we will touch upon briefly so that thereby we can ascertain the genuine mode of representation. Therefore in this connection we have 3 points to study: I. The subjective stress on the contemporary civilization, 2. Purely objective fidelity in relation to the past, 3. True objectivity in the representation and adoption of foreign materials distant in time and nationality. A. The purely subjective interpretation in its extreme one-sidedness goes so far as to cancel the objective form of the past altogether and put in its place simply the way that the present appears. OC. On the one hand this may arise from ignorance of the past, or also from the naivete of not feeling, or not becoming conscious of, the contradiction between the topic and such a way of making it the artist's own. Thus the basis of such a manner of representation is lack of culture. We find this sort of naivete most strongly marked in Hans Sachs, one who with fresh perceptibility, it is true, and joyful heart, has made into N. Ehrenberger's, in the strictest sense of the word, our Lord God, God the Father, Adam, Eve, and the patriarchs. God the Father, for example, once has a kindergarten and school for Abel and Cain and Adam's other children in manner and tone just like a schoolmaster in Sachs's day. He catechises them on the 10 Commandments and the Lord's Prayer. Abel learns everything really piously and well, but Cain behaves and answers like a bad and impious boy. When he is to repeat the 10 Commandments, he turns them all upside down: thou shalt steal, thou shalt not honor thy father and mother, and so on. So too in southern Germany they have represented the story of the Passion in a similar way. This was banned, but it has been renewed again. One Pilate appears as an official, boorish, coarse, arrogant. The soldiers, entirely in keeping with the vulgarity of our time, offer to Christ in extremis a pinch of tobacco. He disdains it and they force snuff into his nose, and the whole audience have their joke at this, while being perfectly pious and devout at the same time. Indeed, the more devout they are in this exhibition, the more does the inwardness of religious ideas become livelier for them in this immediate presence, in their own world, of this external portrayal of the Passion. Of course, in this sort of transformation and perversion of the past into our own views and the shape of our world, there is some justification, and there may seem something great in Hans Sachs's audacity in being so familiar with God and these ancient ideas and, with all piety, assimilating them to the ideas of a narrow-minded bourgeoisie. But nevertheless it is an outrage on the heart, and a cultural and spiritual deprivation, not merely to deny to the subject material in any connection the right to its own objectivity, but even to bring it into a form wholly opposed thereto, with the result that nothing then appears but a burlesque contradiction. 3. On the other hand, the same subjective outlook of the artist may proceed from pride in his own culture, because he treats the views of his own age and its own moral and social conventions as the only ones valid and acceptable, and therefore his audience cannot be expected to bear any subject matter until it has assumed the form of that same culture. This sort of thing was exemplified in the so-called classical good taste of the French. What was to please had to be Frenchified, what had a different nationality and especially a medieval form was called tasteless and barbaric, and was rejected with complete contempt. Therefore Voltaire was wrong to say that the French had improved on the works of antiquity, they have only nationalized them, and in this transformation they treated everything foreign and distinctive with infinite disgust, all the more so as their taste demanded a completely courtly social culture, a regularity and conventional universality of sentiment and its representation. The like abstraction involved in cultural delicacy they carry over too into the language used in their poetry. No poet might use the word cochon or speak of spoons and forks and 1,000 other things. Hence the prolix definitions and circumlocutions, e.g. instead of spoon or fork, an instrument wherewith liquid or solid food is brought to the mouth, and more of the same kind. But just because of this their taste remained extremely narrow, for art, instead of smoothing and flattening its content out into such polished generalities, particularizes it rather into living individuality. This is why the French have been least able to come to terms with Shakespeare, and when they put him on the stage cut out every time precisely those passages that are our favorites. Similarly, Voltaire makes fun of Pindar because he could say ri.pw to p.fij8wp. Z, and so, after all, in French dramatic works, Chinese, Americans, or Greek and Roman heroes must speak and behave exactly like French courtiers. Achilles, example in L'Iphigénie en Lij is through and through a French prince, and if his name were not there no one would discover an Achilles in him. On the stage indeed his clothing was Greek, and he was equipped with helmet and breastplate, but at the same time his hair was curled and powdered, his hips were broadened by pockets, and he had red spurs fastened to his shoes with colored ribbons. In Louis XIV's time Racine's Esther 1689 was popular chiefly because, when Ahasuerus came on the scene, he looked like Louis XIV himself entering the great hall of audience. True, Ahasuerus had oriental trappings, but he was powdered from head to foot and had an ermine royal robe, and behind him a great crowd of curled and powdered chamberlains, en habit franfais, with wigs, feathered bonnets on their arm, vests and hose of drap d'or, silk stockings and red heels on their shoes. What only the court and specially privileged persons could get, was seen on the stage by the other classes, the entry of the king, brought into verse. On the like principle, historiography in France has been pursued not for its own sake or on account of its subject matter, but to serve the interest of the time, in order, we may suppose, to give good lessons to the government or to make it detested. Similarly, many dramas contain allusions to contemporary events, either expressly in their whole content or only incidentally, or, if similar allusive passages occur in older pieces, they are deliberately emphasized and received with the greatest enthusiasm. Why, as a third mode of this subjective outlook we may cite abstraction from all proper and genuine artistic content drawn from the past and the present, so that what is put before the public is merely its own casual subjectivity, i.e. the man in the street in his ordinary present activity and concerns. Thus this subjectivity then means nothing else but the characteristic mode of everyday consciousness in our prosaic life. In that, of course, everyone is at once at home, and only someone who approaches such a work with the demands of art cannot be at home in it, since art should precisely free us from this sort of subjectivity. Kotzebue, one example, has only had such a great effect in his day by such representations because our misery and distress, the pocketing of silver spoons, the risk of the pillory and, further, parsons, trade councillors, lieutenants, secretaries, or majors of hussars too were brought before the eyes and ears of the public, and now everyone was confronted with his own domesticity or with that of an acquaintance or relative, etc., or, in general, experienced where the shoe pinched in his own particular circumstances and special ends. Such subjectivity inherently fails to rise to the feeling and imagination of what constitutes the genuine content of the work of art, even if it can reduce interest in its subject matters to the ordinary demands of the heart and to so-called moral commonplaces and reflections. In all these three aspects, the representation of external circumstances in a one-sided way is subjective and cannot do justice at all to their actual objective form. b. The second mode of interpretation, on the other hand, is the opposite of the first, in that it tries to reproduce the characters and events of the past so far as possible in their actual locality and in the particular characteristics of their customs and other external details. In this matter it is we Germans especially who have led the way. For, unlike the French, we are in general the most careful recorders of all that is peculiar to other nations, and therefore require in art also faithfulness to time, place, usages, clothes, weapons, etc. Neither have we any lack of patience in putting ourselves to the painful trouble of engaging in the scholarly study of the modes of thought and perception of foreign countries and of centuries long past, in order to be at home with their particular characters. And this interpretation and understanding of the spirit of other nations from each and every point of view makes us in art too not only tolerant of foreign oddities but even all too scrupulous in our demand for the most exact accuracy in such trivial external matters. True, the French appear likewise versatile and active, but, however supremely cultivated and practical they may be, they have all the less patience for calm and knowledgeable interpretation. With them the first thing is always to judge. We, on the other hand, especially in foreign works of art, allow the value of every faithful picture, exotic plants, products of nature, no matter from what realm, utensils of every kind and shape, dogs and cats, even disgusting objects, all are acceptable to us, and so we can make friends with the most foreign ways of looking at things, with sacrifices, legends of the saints and their numerous absurdities, as well as with other anomalous ideas. Thus what may seem to us to be the most important thing in the representation of characters in action is to make them come on the scene in their speech, costume, etc., for their own sake, and as they actually lived, in their mutual relation or opposition, in accordance with the character of their period or nation. In recent times, especially since Friedrich von Schlegel's work, the idea has arisen that the objectivity of a work of art should be established by this sort of fidelity. It followed that objectivity had to be the chief consideration and that even our subjective interest had to be confined mainly to delight in this fidelity and its vivacity. When such a demand is raised, what is expressed in it is that we should not bring with us any interest of a higher sort in regard to the essential basis of the represented material or any closer interest involved in our contemporary culture and purposes. It is very much in this way after all that in Germany, as a result of Herder's one instigation, attention began to be paid to folk song again in a more general way, and all sorts and kinds of songs in the national style of peoples and tribes at a primitive stage of culture, Iroquois, modern Greek, Lappish, Turkish, Tartar, Mongolian, etc. have been composed, and it was taken to be great genius to think oneself into foreign customs and the insights of foreign peoples, and make poetry entirely out of them. But even if the poet himself works his way completely into such foreign oddities and sympathizes with them, they can yet be only something outside the ken of the public which is supposed to enjoy them. But, in general, if this view is maintained one-sidedly, it rests in the purely formal characteristic of historical exactitude and fidelity, because it abstracts from the subject matter and its substantial importance, as well as from modern culture and the content of our present-day outlook and contemporary sentiment. Yet there should be no abstraction from either of these. Both sides demand their equal satisfaction, and they have to bring into harmony with them the third demand, i.e. that for historical fidelity, in a totally different way from what we have seen hitherto. This brings us to a consideration of the true objectivity and subjectivity to which the work of art has to do justice. See, what can be said in general on this point consists primarily in this, that neither of the aspects considered just now may be emphasized one-sidedly at the expense and to the detriment of the other, but that purely historical exactitude in external matters, locality, morals, usages, institutions, constitute that subordinate part of the work of art, which must give way to the interest of a genuine content that even the culture of the present day regards as imperishable. In this matter we may likewise contrast in the true sort of representation the following relatively defective modes of treatment. X. First, the representation of the special features of a period may be entirely faithful, correct, vivid and intelligible throughout even to the modum public, yet without escaping from the ordinary language of prose and becoming poetic in itself. Goethe's Gott's F. John Berlichingen example provides us here with striking samples. We only need to open the beginning which brings us into an inn at Schwarzenberg in Franconia. Metzler and Sievers, two Swabian peasants, leaders in the peasants' rebellion at table, two grooms from Bamberg at the fire, innkeeper, Sievers, Hansel, another glass of brandy, and good Christian measure. Innkeeper, thou never gettest thy fill. Metzler, Sotto F. Jos to Sievers, tell that once again about Berlichingen. The Bambergers there are so angry that they are nearly black in the face. The same sort of thing is in the third act. Enter George with a roe in a gutter taking rain from the roof. There is lead for thee. If thou hittest with only half of it, no one will be able to tell his majesty, Lord, we have come off badly. Lurs, cuts off a fine bit. George, the rain may look for another way. I am not frightened for it. A brave knight and a proper rein never lack a path. Lurs powers the lead, hold the gunner's ladle. He goes to the window. There's an imperial chap prowling around with a musket. They think we have shot our bolt. He shall have a taste of the bullet, warm from the pen. He loads. George puts the ladle down, let me see. Lurs shoots, there lies the game. All this is sketched most vividly and intelligibly in the character of the situation and the grooms, but nevertheless these scenes are extremely trivial and inherently prosaic since they take for content and form purely ordinary objective occurrences and their mode of appearance, which of course is familiar to everybody. The same thing is found too in many of Goethe's other youthful productions, which were directed especially against everything that previously counted as a rule, and they created their chief effect through the nearness into which they brought everything home to us owing to the maximum comprehensibility of the vision and feeling expressed. But the nearness was too great and the inner content of the material in part so slight that, just for this reason, they were trivial. This triviality we really notice above all in the case of dramatic works, only during the play's performance, because, so soon as we enter the theater, numerous arrangements, the lights, elegantly dressed people put us in the mood to want to find something other than two peasants, two grooms, and yet another glass of schnapps. Gott's, after all, has had its special attraction for a reader. On the stage it has not been able to have a long run. 3. On the other hand, the history of an earlier mythology, foreign historical political conditions and customs, may become familiar to us and assimilated, because, owing to the general culture of our time, we have acquired a varied acquaintance with the past too. For example, acquaintance with the art and mythology, the literature, the religion, the customs, of antiquity is the starting point of our education today. From his school days every boy knows about Greek gods, heroes, and historical characters. Therefore, because the figures and interests of the Greek world have become ours in imagination, we can take pleasure in them too on the ground of imagination, and there is no saying why we should not be able to get so far with Indian or Egyptian or Scandinavian mythology too. Besides, in the religious ideas of these peoples the universal element, God, is present too. But the specific element, the particular Greek or Indian divinities have no longer any truth for us, we no longer believe in them and they give us pleasure only for our imagination. But therefore they always remain foreign to our real deeper consciousness, and nothing is so empty and cold as when in opera we hear, example 0 Ye gods or 0 Jupiter or even 0 Isis and Osiris, one not to speak of the addition of wretched oracular utterances, and seldom does an opera get along without an oracle nowadays replaced in tragedy by insanity and clairvoyance. It is just the same with other historical material customs, laws, etc. True, this historical material is, but it has been, and if it has no longer any connection with our contemporary life, it is not ours, no matter how well and how precisely we know it, but our interest in what is over and done with does not arise from the pure and simple reason that it did once exist as present. History is only ours when it belongs to the nation to which we belong, or when we can look on the present in general as a consequence of a chain of events in which the characters or deeds represented form an essential link. After all, the mere connection with the same land and people as ours does not suffice in the last resort. The past even of one's own people must stand in closer connection with our present situation, life, and existence. In the Nihilungenlied, for example, we are geographically on our own soil, but the Burgundians and King Itzigji are so cut off from all the features of our present culture and its national interests that, even without erudition, we can find ourselves far more at home with the Homeric poems. So Klopstock has been induced by a patriotic urge to substitute Scandinavian gods for Greek mythology, but Wotan, Valhalla, and Freya have remained mere names which belong less to our imagination than Jupiter and Olympus, and they speak less to our heart. In this connection we must make clear that works of art are not to be composed for study or for the learned, but must be immediately intelligible and enjoyable in themselves without this circuitous route of far-fetched and far-off facts. For art does not exist for a small enclosed circle of a few eminent savants but for the nation at large and as a whole. But what is valid for the work of art as such is equally applicable to the external aspect of the historical reality there represented. We too belong to our time and our people, and this reality must be clear and apprehensible for us without wide learning, so that we can become at home in it and are not compelled to remain confronted by it as by a foreign and unintelligible world. Why? Now in this way we have approached the true artistic mode of portraying objectivity and assimilating materials drawn from past epochs. The first point that we may adduce here affects the genuine national poetry which, amongst all peoples, has, from time immemorial, been of such a kind that its external, historical, side has of itself belonged already to the nation and not remained foreign to it. This is the case with the Indian epics, the Homeric poems, and the dramatic poetry of the Greeks. Sophocles did not allow Philoctetes, Antigone, Ajax, Orestes, Oedipus, and his Choeregi and choruses to speak as they would have done in their own day. The same sort of thing is true of the Spanish in their romances of the Cid. Tasso in his Jerusalem Delivered chanted the universal cause of Catholic Christianity. Camões, the Portuguese poet, depicted i.e. Attila, king of the Huns, resident in Vienna at the time of the poem. The discovery of the sea route to the East Indies round the Cape of Good Hope and the infinitely important deeds of the heroic seaman, and these deeds were those of his nation. Shakespeare dramatized the tragic history of his country, and Voltaire himself wrote his Henriade. Even we Germans have at last got away from the attempt to work up into national epic poems remote stories which no longer have any national interest for us. Bodmer's Noachide 1 and Klopstock's Messiah are out of fashion, just as, after all, there is no longer any validity in the view that the honor of a nation requires it to have its Homer, and, into the bargain, its Pindar, Sophocles, and Anacreon. Those Bible stories do come nearer to our imagination because of our familiarity with the Old and New Testaments, but the historical element in these obsolete modes of life still always remains for us an alien affair of erudition. Actually it confronts us as merely the familiar element in the prosaic threads of events and characters which, in the process of composition, are only thrust into a new phraseology, so that in this respect we get nothing but the feeling of something purely artificial. FLJ, but art cannot restrict itself to native material alone. In fact, the more that particular peoples have come into contact with one another, by so much the more has art continually drawn its subject matter from all nations and centuries. Nevertheless, it is not to be regarded as a mark of great genius, as may be supposed, when the poet wholly familiarizes himself with periods not his own. On the contrary, the historical aspect must be so put on one side in the representation that it becomes only an insignificant accessory to what is human and universal. In such a way, the Middle Ages, example, did borrow material from antiquity, but they introduced into it the contents of their own epoch, and it is true that they went to the opposite extreme and left nothing over from the past but the mere names of Alexander, or Aeneas, or Octavian, the Emperor Augustus. The most fundamental thing is and remains immediate intelligibility, and actually all nations have insisted on what was to please them in a work of art, for they wanted to be at home in it, living and present in it. Calderon dramatized his Zenobia and Semiramis within this independent nationality, and Shakespeare understood how to imprint an English national character on the J.J. Bodmer, 1698 I 783. His biblical epic, Noah, appeared in 1750. i.e. in Bodmer and Klopstock. 275. Most variegated materials, although, far more deeply than the Spaniards, he could preserve in its essential basic traits the historical character of foreign nations, e.g. the Romans. Even the Greek tragedians had their eye on the contemporary character of their time and the city to which they belonged. Oedipus at Colonus, example, has not only a closer relation to Athens because Colonus is near Athens but also for the reason that, dying at Colonus, Oedipus was to be a safeguard for Athens. In other connections the Eumenides of Aeschylus too has a closer domestic interest for the Athenians owing to the judgment of the Areopagus. On the other hand, despite the numerous ways in which it has been used, and always anew since the Renaissance of arts and sciences, Greek mythology will not be perfectly at home amongst modern peoples, and it has remained cold more or less even in the visual arts, and still more in poetry, despite poetry's wide scope. For example, it would not now occur to anyone to make a poem to Venus or Jupiter or Athene. Sculpture indeed cannot yet ever subsist without the Greek gods, but its productions are therefore for the most part accessible and intelligible only to connoisseurs, scholars, and the narrow circle of the most cultivated people. In a similar sense, Goethe has given himself a great deal of trouble to explain to painters, and to bring closer to their warm consideration and imitation, the icons of Philostratus, but he had little success. Ancient subjects of that kind in their ancient present and actuality remain always something foreign to the modern public, as to the painters too. On the other hand, in a far deeper spirit Goethe has succeeded, in the later years of his free inner inspiration, in bringing the East into our contemporary poetry by his Westos-like Divan 1819 and assimilating it to our contemporary vision. In this assimilation he has known perfectly well that he is a Westerner and a German, and so, while striking throughout the Eastern keynote in respect of the Oriental character of situations and affairs, at the same time he has given its fullest due to our contemporary consciousness and its own individuality. In this way the artist is of course allowed to borrow his materials from distant climes, past ages, and foreign peoples, and even by and large to preserve the historical form of their mythology, customs, and institutions, but at the same time he must use these forms only as frames for his pictures, while on the other hand their inner meaning he must adapt to the essential deeper consciousness of his contemporary world in a way in which the most marvelous example hitherto is always there before us in Goethe's Iphigenie. In relation to such a transformation the individual arts once again have a different position. Lyric, example, requires in love songs the minimum of external, historical surroundings sketched with precision, since for it the chief thing is feeling, the movement of the heart. Of Laura herself, example in Petrarch's sonnets, we have in this respect only very little information, hardly more than the name, which could equally well be another, of the locality, etc. We are told only in the most general terms the fountain of Vaucluse, and the like. Epic, on the other hand, demands the maximum of detail, which, if only it is clear and intelligible, most readily gives us pleasure, after all, in the matter of those external historical facts. But these externalities are the most dangerous reef for dramatic art, especially in theatrical performances where everything is spoken to us directly or comes in a lively way before our perception and vision, so that we are ready at once to find ourselves acquainted and familiar with what is there. Therefore here the representation of historical external actuality must remain as subordinate as possible, and a mere frame, there must, as it were, be retained the same relation which we find in love poems where, even though we can completely sympathize with the feelings expressed and the manner of their expression, the name of the beloved is not that of our own beloved. Here it does not matter at all if pedants deplore the inaccuracy of manners, feelings, level of culture. In Shakespeare's historical pieces, example, there is plenty which remains strange to us and can be of little interest. In reading them we are satisfied indeed, but not in the theatre. Critics and connoisseurs think of course that such historical splendors should be represented on their own account, and then they vituperate about the bad and corrupt taste of the public if it makes known its boredom with such things, but the work of art and its immediate enjoyment is not for connoisseurs and pedants but for the public, and the critics need not ride the high horse. After all, they too belong to the same public and they themselves can take no serious interest in the exactitude of historical details. Knowing. 277. This, the English, example nowadays produce on the stage only those scenes from Shakespeare which are absolutely excellent and self-explanatory, for they have not got the pedantry of our aesthetic experts who insist that all these now strange external circumstances in which the public can no longer take any part should nevertheless be brought before its eyes. Therefore, if foreign dramatic works are staged, every people has the right to ask for remodelings. Even the most excellent piece requires remodeling from this point of view. It could of course be said that what is really excellent must be excellent for all time, but the work of art has also a temporal, perishable side, and this it is which requires alteration. For the beautiful appears for others, and those for whom it has been brought into appearance must be able to be at home in this external side of its appearance. Now in this assimilation of historical material we find the basis and exculpation of everything which has customarily been called anachronism in art, and has generally been reckoned a great defect in artists. Anachronisms occur primarily in merely external things. If Falstaff, example, talks of pistols, this is a matter of indifference. It is worse when Orpheus stands there as with a violin in his hand, because the contradiction appears all too sharply between mythical days and such a modern instrument, which everyone knows had not been invented at so early a period. Therefore nowadays astonishing care is taken in the theatre with such things, and the producers have kept carefully to historical truth in costume and scenery, as e.g. a great deal of trouble has been taken in this matter with the procession in the Maid of Orleans 3, a trouble in most cases just wasted, because it concerns only what is relative and unimportant. The more important kind of anachronism does not consist in dress and other similar externals, but in the fact that in a work of art the characters, in their manner of speech, the expression of their feelings and ideas, the reflections they advance, their accomplishments, could not possibly be in conformity with the period, level of civilization, religion, and view of the world which they are representing. To this kind of anachronism the category of naturalness is usually applied, and the view is that it is unnatural if the characters represented do not speak and act as they would have acted and spoken in the period they are representing. But the demand for such naturalness, if it be maintained one-sidedly, leads at once to perversities. For when the artist sketches the human heart with its emotions and its inherently substantial passions, he should still, while always preserving individuality, not so sketch them as they occur in the ordinary daily life of today, for he ought to bring every pathos to light in an appearance which absolutely corresponds with it. He is alone an artist because he knows what is true and brings it in its true form before our contemplation and feeling. Therefore, to express this, he has to take into account in each case the culture of his time, its speech, etc. At the time of the Trojan War, the kind of expression and the whole mode of life had a level of development quite different from what we find in the Iliad. Similarly, the mass of the people and the preeminent figures in the Greek royal families did not have that polished sort of outlook and speech which we have to marvel at in Aeschylus or in the perfect beauty of Sophocles. Such a transgression of so-called naturalness is, for art, a necessary anachronism. The inner substance of what is represented remains the same, but the development of culture makes necessary a metamorphosis in its expression and form. True, it is a quite different matter if insights and ideas of a later development of the religious and moral consciousness are carried over into a period or nation whose whole earlier outlook contradicts such newer ideas. Thus the Christian religion brought in its train moral categories which were foreign throughout to the Greeks. For example, the inner reflection of conscience in deciding what is good or bad, remorse and penitence belong only to the moral development of modern times. The heroic character knows nothing of the illogicality of penitence. What he has done, he has done. Orestes has no penitence for his mother's murder, the Furies arising from his deed do pursue him, but the Eumenides are at the same time represented as universal powers and not as the gnawing of his purely subjective conscience. This essential kernel of a period and a people must be within the poet's ken, and only if he inserts into this innermost central core something opposite and contradictory is he guilty of an anachronism of a higher kind. In this respect, that is, the artist must be required to familiarize himself with the spirit of past ages and foreign peoples, for this substantial element, if it is of a genuine sort, remains clear to all ages, but to propose to reproduce with complete accuracy of detail the purely external appearance of the rust of antiquity is only a puerile pedantry undertaken for what is itself only an external end. Of course, even in this matter, a general exactitude is to be desired, but it must not be robbed of its right to hover between dictum and warit. 1. Why, all this said, we have now penetrated to the true mode of appropriating what is strange and external in a past period, and to the true objectivity of the work of art. The work of art must disclose to us the higher interests of our spirit and will, what is in itself human and powerful, the true depths of the heart. The chief thing essentially at issue is that these things shall gleam through all external appearances and that their keynote shall resound through all other things in our restless life. Thus true objectivity unveils for us the pathos, the substantive content of a situation, and the rich, powerful individuality in which the fundamental factors of the spirit are alive and brought to reality and expression. In that case, for such material there can in general be required only a determinate reality, something appropriately and intelligibly circumscribed. When such material is found and unfolded in conformity with the principle of the ideal, a work of art is absolutely objective, whether the external details are historically accurate or not. In that event the work of art speaks to our true self and becomes our own property. For even if the material with its superficial form is taken from ages past long ago, its abiding basis is that human element of the spirit which as such is oleat truly abides and is powerful, and its effect can never fail, since this objective basis constitutes the content and fulfillment of our own inner life. On the other hand, the purely historical external material is the transient side, and to this, in the case of works of art lying far away from us, we must try to reconcile ourselves, and we must be able to disregard it even in works of art of our own time. So the Psalms of David with their brilliant celebration of the Lord in the goodness and wrath of his omnipotence, like the deep grief of the prophets, is appropriate and still present to us today, in spite of Babylon and Zion, and even a moral theme like what Sarastro sings in the Magic Flute will give pleasure to everyone, Egyptians included, because of the inner kernel and spirit of its melodies. Confronted with such objectivity in a work of art, the individual must therefore give up the false demand of wishing to have himself before him in it with his purely subjective characteristics and idiosyncrasies. When Wilhelm Tell I was first produced in Weimar, not a single Swiss was satisfied with it. Similarly, many a man seeks in vain in the most beautiful love songs for his own feelings and therefore declares that the description is false, just as others, whose knowledge of love is drawn from romances alone, do not now suppose themselves to be actually in love until they encounter in and around themselves the very same feelings and situations as those described in the romances. See the artist. In this first part we have treated first the general idea of the beautiful, secondly its inadequate existence in nature, in order to press on, thirdly, to the ideal as the adequate actuality of the beautiful. The ideal we developed first, once again in accordance with its general nature, which led us, secondly, to the specific mode of representing it. But since the work of art springs from the spirit, it needs a subjective productive activity as its cause, and as a product thereof it is there for others, i.e. for the contemplation and feeling of the public. This activity is the imagination of the artist. Therefore we have now still, in conclusion, to deal with the third aspect of the ideal, i.e. to discuss how the work of art belongs to the subjective inner consciousness, though as its product it is not yet born into actuality, but is shaped only by creative subjectivity, by the genius and talent of the artist. Yet strictly we need to mention this aspect only to say of it that it is to be excluded from the area of scientific discussion, or at least that it permits of a few generalities only, although a question often raised is, whence does the artist derive his gift and his ability to conceive and execute his work? How does he create a work of art? We might just as well ask for a recipe or prescription for managing this, or for the circumstances and situations in which a man must place himself in order to produce the like. Thus Ippolito Cardinal d'Este asked Ariosto about his Orlando Furioso, Master Ludovico, where have you got Schiller's play, R804. Z8 are all this damned stuff from? Raphael, asked a similar question, answered in a well-known letter that he was striving after a certain idea. The finer details we can treat under three heads, since first, we establish the concept of artistic genius and inspiration, secondly, we discuss the objectivity of this creative activity, and thirdly, we try to discover the character of true originality. 1. Imagination, fantasy, genius, and inspiration. When a question is asked about genius, more precise definition is at once required, because genius is an entirely general expression used not only of artists but of great kings and military commanders, as well as of the heroes of science. Here once again we may distinguish three aspects for the sake of greater precision. A. First, when we come to the general capacity for artistic production, then, as soon as there is talk of capacity, fancy, fantasy, is said to be the most prominent artistic ability. Yet in that case we must immediately take care not to confuse fancy with the purely passive imagination, Einbildungskraft. Fancy is creative. 2. Now in the first place this creative activity involves the gift and the sense for grasping reality and its configurations which, attentively heard or seen, impress on the spirit the greatest multiplicity of pictures of what is there. This activity also presupposes a retentive memory of the variegated world of these manifold pictures. In this respect, therefore, the artist is not relegated to what he has manufactured by his own imagination but has to abandon the superficial ideal, so-called, and enter reality itself. To embark on art and poetry with an ideal is always very suspect, for the artist has to create out of the abundance of life and not out of the abundance of abstract generalities, since, while the medium of philosophy's production is thought, art's is actual external configurations. Therefore the artist must live and become at home in this medium. He must have seen much, heard much, and retained much, just as in general great individuals are almost always signalized by a great memory. For what interests a man he engraves on his memory, and a most profound spirit spreads the field of his interests over countless topics. Goethe, example, began like this and throughout his life has widened more and more the scope of his observations. This gift and this interest in a specific grasp of the actual world in its real shape, together with a firm retention of what has been seen, is thus the first requirement of an artist. On the other hand, bound up with precise knowledge of the external form, there must be equal familiarity with man's inner life, with the passions of his heart, and all the aims of the human soul. To this double knowledge there must be added an acquaintance with the way in which the inner life of the spirit expresses itself in the real world and shines through the externality thereof. But secondly, imagination does not stop at this mere assimilation of external and internal reality, because what the ideal work of art properly provides is not only the appearance of the inner spirit in the reality of external forms, on the contrary, it is the absolute truth and rationality of the actual world which should attain external appearance. This rationality of the specific topic he has chosen must not only be present in the artist's consciousness and move him, on the contrary, he must have pondered its essentiality and truth in its whole range and whole depth. For without reflection a man does not bring home to his mind what is in him, and so we notice in every great work of art that its material in all its aspects has been long and deeply weighed and thought over. From the facile readiness of fancy no solid work proceeds. Yet this is not to say that the artist must grasp in a philosophical form the true essence of all things, which is the general foundation in religion, as well as in philosophy and art. For him philosophy is not necessary, and if he thinks in a philosophical manner he is working at an enterprise which, so far as the form of knowing is concerned, is the precise opposite of art. For the task of imagination consists solely in giving us a consciousness of that inner rationality, not in the form of general propositions and ideas, but in concrete configuration and individual reality. What therefore lives and ferments in him the artist must portray to himself in the forms and appearances whose likeness and shape he has adopted, since he can so subdue them to his purpose that they now on their side too become capable of adopting what is inherently true and expressing it completely. In order to achieve the interpenetration of the rational content Z83 and the external shape, the artist has to call in aid, I, the watchful circumspection of the intellect, and, 2, the depth of the heart and its animating feelings. It is therefore an absurdity to suppose that poems like the Homeric came to the poet in sleep. Without circumspection, discrimination, and criticism the artist cannot master any subject matter which he is to configurate, and it is silly to believe that the genuine artist does not know what he is doing. Equally necessary for him is a concentration of his emotional life. Why, through this feeling, I mean, which penetrates and animates the whole, the artist has his material and its configuration as his very own self, as the inmost property of himself as a subjective being. For the pictorial illustration estranges every subject matter by giving it an external form, and feeling alone brings it into subjective unity with the inner self. In accord with this point of view, the artist must not only have looked around at much in the world and made himself acquainted with its outer and inner manifestations, but he must have drawn much, and much that is great, into his own soul. His heart must have been deeply gripped and moved thereby, he must have done and lived through much before he can develop the true depths of life into concrete manifestations. Consequently genius does burst forth in youth, as was the case with Goethe and Schiller, but only middle or old age can bring to perfection the genuine maturity of the work of art. 1b. Now this productive activity of imagination whereby the artist takes what is absolutely rational in itself and works it out, as his very own creation, by giving it an external form, is what is called genius, talent, etc. The elements of genius we have therefore already considered just now. Genius is the general ability for the true production of a work of art, as well as the energy to elaborate and complete it. But, even so, this capacity and energy exists only as subjective, since spiritual production is possible only for a self-conscious subject who makes such creation his aim. However, it has been common for people to go into more detail and make a specific difference between genius and talent. And in fact the two are not immediately identical, although their identity is necessary for perfect artistic creation. Art, I mean, insofar as in general it individualizes and has to issue in the objective appearance of its productions, now demands also for the particular kinds of this accomplishment different particular capacities. One such may be described as talent, as, example when one man may have a talent for perfect violin playing and another for singing, and so on. But a mere talent can only attain to excellence in one such entirely separate side of art, and, if it is to be perfect in itself, it still requires always over again the capacity for art in general, and the inspiration, which genius alone confers. Talent without genius therefore does not get far beyond an external skill. Now further, it is commonly said, talent and genius must be innate. Here too this is right enough in a way, although in another it is equally false. For man as man is also born to religion, example to thinking, to science, i.e. as man he has the capacity to acquire a consciousness of God and to come to intellectual reflection. Nothing is needed for this but birth as such and education, training, and industry. With art the thing is different, it requires a specific aptitude, in which a natural element plays an essential part too. Just as beauty itself is the idea made real in the sensuous and actual world, and the work of art takes what is spiritual and sets it out into the immediacy of existence for apprehension by eye and ear, so too the artist must fashion his work not in the exclusively spiritual form of thought but within the sphere of intuition and feeling and, more precisely, in connection with sensuous material and in a sensuous medium. Therefore this artistic creation, like art throughout, includes in itself the aspect of immediacy and naturalness, and this aspect it is which the subject cannot generate in himself but must find in himself as immediately given. This alone is the sense in which we may say that genius and talent must be inborn. Similarly the different arts too are more or less national, connected with the natural side of a people. The Italians, example, have song and melody almost by nature, while although the cultivation of music and opera has been urgently pursued with great success amongst northern peoples, they have no more been completely at home there than orange trees. What the Greeks have as their own is the most beautiful elaboration of epic poetry and, above all, the perfection of sculpture, whereas the Romans had no really independent art but had to transplant it from Greece onto their own soil. Therefore the art most universally spread is poetry because in it the sensuous material and its formation makes the fewest demands. Yet, within poetry, folk song is in the highest degree national and tied up with the natural side of a people's life, and on this account folk song belongs to periods of lesser spiritual development and preserves to the maximum the simplicity of a natural existence. Goethe has produced works of art in all forms and sorts of poetry, but it is his earliest songs which are the most intimate and unpremeditated. In them there is the minimum of cultural elaboration. Modern Greeks, example, are even now a people of poetry and songs. Bravery of today or yesterday, a death and its particular circumstances, a burial, every adventure, every single oppression by the Turks, each and every episode they bring at once into song, and there are plenty of examples that often, on the day of the battle, songs are sung at once about the newly won victory. Friel has published a collection of modern Greek songs, one taken partly from the lips of women, nurses, and schoolgirls, who could not be more surprised that he was astonished by their songs. In this way art and its specific mode of production hangs together with the specific nationality of peoples. Thus improvisers are especially at home in Italy, and their talent is marvelous. Even today an Italian improvises dramas in 5 acts, and nothing there is memorized, everything springs from his knowledge of human passions and situations and from deep immediate inspiration. An impecunious improviser, after poetizing for a long time, at last went round with a miserable hat to collect from the audience, but he was still so full of enthusiasm and fever that he could not stop declaiming, and he gesticulated so long, waving his arms and hands, that at the end all his beggings were scattered. Why, now the third characteristic of genius, for all that genius does include a natural gift as one of its elements, is facility in producing ideas from within and in the external technical dexterity required in the several arts. In this connection a lot is talked, for example in the case of a poet, about the fetters of meter and rhyme. Or, in the case of a painter, about the manifold difficulties which draftsmanship, knowledge of colors, light, and shade, put in the way of invention and execution. Of course all the arts require lengthy study, constant industry, a skill developed in many ways, but the greater and more abundant the talent and genius, the less it knows of laboriousness in the acquisition of the skills necessary for production. For the genuine artist has a natural impulse and an immediate need to give form at once to everything that he feels and imagines. This process of formation is his way of feeling and seeing, and he finds it in himself without labor as the instrument proper and suited to him. A composer, example, can declare only in melodies what moves and stirs him most deeply. What he feels, immediately becomes melody, just as to a painter it becomes form and color, or to a poet the poetry of the imagination, clothing its structure in euphonious words. And this gift for formation the artist does not possess merely as theoretical idea, imagination, and feeling, but also immediately as practical feeling, i.e., as a gift for actual execution. Both are bound together in the genuine artist. What lives in his imagination comes to him, therefore, as it were to his fingertips, just as it comes to our lips to speak out our thoughts, or as our inmost thoughts, ideas, and feelings appear directly on ourselves in our posture and gestures. From time immemorial the true genius has easily mastered the external side of technical execution, and has also so far mastered the poorest and apparently most intractable material that it has been compelled to assimilate and display the inner shapes devised by imagination. What in this way lies in him immediately, the artist must indeed work over until his proficiency with it is complete, but yet the possibility of immediate execution must all the same be there in him as a natural gift, otherwise a purely learned proficiency never produces a living work of art. Both sides, the inner production and its external realization, go hand in accordance with the essential nature of art. See, now the activity of imagination and technical execution, considered in itself as the fundamental condition of the artist, is what is generally called, in the third place, inspiration. In this matter the first question raised is about the manner of its origin, in regard to which the most varied ideas are in circulation, cxa, since genius in general involves the closest connection. 287. Between the spiritual and the natural, it has been believed that inspiration can be produced primarily through sensuous stimulus. But the heat of the blood achieves nothing by itself. Champagne produces no poetry, as Marmontel, example, tells how in a cellar in Champagne he had 6,000 bottles confronting him and yet nothing poetic flowed out of them for him. One so too the finest genius may often enough lie on the grass morning and evening, enjoying a fresh breeze and gazing up into the sky, but of tender inspiration not a breath reaches him. JJ, on the other hand, neither can inspiration be summoned by a spiritual intention to produce. A man who simply resolves to be inspired in order to write a poem, paint a picture, or compose a tune, without already carrying in himself some theme as a living stimulus and must just hunt around here and there for some material, then, no matter what his talent, cannot, on the strength of this mere intention, form a beautiful conception or produce a solid work of art. Neither a purely sensuous stimulus nor mere will and decision procures genuine inspiration, and to make use of such means proves only that the heart and the imagination have not yet fastened on any true interest. But if the artistic urge is of the right kind, this interest has already in advance been concentrated on a specific object and theme and kept firmly to it. Why, thus true inspiration takes fire on some specific material which the imagination seizes with a view to expressing it artistically. Moreover, inspiration is the state of the artist in his active process of forming both his subjective inner conception and his objective execution of the work of art, because for this double activity inspiration is necessary. Thus the question is raised again. In what way must such a material come to the artist? In this connection too there are all sorts of views. How often have we not heard the demand that the artist shall create his material solely out of his own self? Of course this can be the case when, example, the poet sings like the bird that dwells in the bough. His own joy is then the incentive which from within can offer itself at the same time as material and theme for external expression, since it drives him on to the artistic enjoyment of his own cheerfulness. In that case, 2 is the song which comes straight from the heart, a reward which rewards richly. Yet, on the other side, the greatest works of art have often owed their creation to some quite external stimulus. Pindar's odes, example, were frequently commissioned. Similarly, the aim of buildings and the subject of paintings has countless times been prescribed to artists, who yet have been able to acquire the necessary inspiration for executing their commission. Indeed, there is even frequently noticeable a complaint of artists that they lack topics on which they could work. Such external material and the impulse it gives to production is here the factor of the natural and the immediate, which belongs to the essence of talent, and which therefore has likewise to raise its head in connection with the beginning of inspiration. From this point of view, the sort of position that the artist is in is that he enters, with a natural talent, into relation with an available given material. He finds himself solicited by an external incentive, by an event, or, as in Shakespeare's case for example, by sagas, old ballads, tales, chronicles, to give form to this material and to express himself in general on that. Thus the occasion for production may come entirely from without, and the one important requirement is just that the artist shall lay hold of an essential interest and make the subject matter become alive in itself. In that event the inspiration of genius arises automatically. And a genuinely living artist finds precisely through this aliveness 1,000 occasions for his activity and inspiration, occasions which others pass by without being touched by them. 3. If we ask further wherein artistic inspiration consists, it is nothing but being completely filled with the theme, being entirely present in the theme, and not resting until the theme has been stamped and polished into artistic shape. Why, but if the artist has made the subject matter into something entirely his own, he must on the other hand be able to forget his own personality and its accidental particular characteristics and immerse himself, for his part, entirely in his material, so that, as subject, he is only as it were the form for the formation of the theme which has taken hold of him. An inspiration in which the subject gives himself airs and emphasizes himself as subject, instead of being the instrument and the living activation of the theme itself, is a poor inspiration. This point brings us on to the so-called objectivity of artistic productions. 289. 2. Objectivity of the representation. A. In the ordinary sense of the word, objectivity is taken to mean that in the work of art every subject matter must assume the form of an otherwise already existent reality and confront us in this familiar external shape. If we wanted to be content with objectivity of that kind, then we could call even Kotzebue an objective poet. In his case it is commonplace reality that we find over and over again throughout. But the aim of art is precisely to strip off the matter of everyday life and its mode of appearance, and by spiritual activity from within bring out only what is absolutely rational and give to it its true external configuration. Therefore the artist should not make straight for purely external reality if the full substance of the subject matter is not there. For although the treatment of what is otherwise already there may indeed rise to be in itself of supreme vitality, and, as we saw earlier in some examples from Goethe's youthful works, may exercise great attraction on the strength of its inner animation, nevertheless if it lacks genuine substance, then it cannot reach the true beauty of art. B. Therefore a second type of art does not aim at the external as such. On the contrary, the artist has seized his theme with the deep inwardness of his heart. But this inwardness remains so very reserved and concentrated that it cannot struggle out to conscious clarity and reach true deployment. The eloquence of the pathos is restricted to indicating and alluding to the pathos through external phenomena with which it is in harmony, without having the strength and cultivation to develop the full nature of what the pathos contains. Folk songs in particular belong to this manner of representation. Externally simple, they point to a wider deep feeling which lies at their roots, but which cannot be clearly expressed, for at this stage art itself has not developed so far as to bring its content to light openly and transparently, and must be satisfied by means of externals to make the content guessable by the mind's foreboding. The heart is driven and pressed in upon itself, and, in order to be intelligible to itself, is mirrored only in purely finite external circumstances and phenomena, which of course are expressive, even if their echo in mind and feeling is only quite slight. Even Goethe has produced extremely excellent songs in this manner. The Shepherd's Lament, example, is one of the most beautiful of this kind, the heart broken with grief and longing. 290 is dumb and reserved, making itself known in plain external traits, and yet the most concentrated depth of feeling resounds throughout, though unexpressed. In the Earl King and in so many others the same tone prevails. Nevertheless, this tone may sink to the barbarism of an obtuseness which does not bring the essence of the thing and the situation into consciousness, and which simply stops at externals, partly crude, partly tasteless. As, example, praise has been given, on the ground that they are extremely touching, to the words of the drummer in The Boy's Magic Horn, 10 Gallows, Thou noble house, or Adieu, Corporal. When, on the other hand, Goethe sings, The nosegay I have plucked, may it greet thee many thousand times, I have often bowed before it, ach, 1,000 times, and I have pressed it to my heart how many thousands of times. Here the depth of feeling is indicated in a quite different way, which brings before our eyes nothing trivial or in itself repugnant. But what in general this whole sort of objectivity lacks is the actual clear manifestation of feeling and passion, which in genuine art should not remain in that reserved profundity which only resounds weakly through the external. On the contrary, feeling must completely either disclose itself on its own account or shine clearly and thoroughly through the external material in which it has enshrined itself. Schiller, example, is present with his whole soul in his pathos, but with a great soul which familiarizes itself with the essence of the thing in hand, the depths of which it can at the same time express most freely and brilliantly in the fullness of the wealth and harmony of his verse. See, in this connection, keeping to the essential nature of the ideal, we may affirm as follows what true objectivity is, even here as regards subjective expression. From the genuine subject matter which inspires the artist, nothing is to be held back in his subjective inner heart, everything must be completely unfolded, and indeed in a way in which the universal soul and substance of the chosen subject matter appears emphasized just as much as its individual configuration appears completely polished in itself and permeated by that soul and substance in accord with the whole representation. For what is supreme and most excellent is not, as may be supposed, the inexpressible one, for if so the poet would be still far deeper than his work discloses. On the contrary, his works are the best part and the truth of the artist, what he is in his works, that he is, but what remains buried in his heart, that is he not. 3. Manner, style, and originality. But however far an objectivity in the sense indicated just now must be demanded of the artist, his production is nevertheless the work of his inspiration. For, as subject, he has entirely identified himself with his topic, and fashioned its embodiment in art out of the inner life of his heart and his imagination. This identity of the artist subjectively with the true objectivity of his production is the third chief point which we still have to consider briefly, because in this identity we see united what hitherto we have separated as genius and objectivity. We can describe this unity as the essence of genuine originality. Yet before we push on to give body to this conception, we have still to keep in view 2 points, and their one-sidedness is to be superseded if true originality is to be able to appear. These are, a. subjective manner, and b. style. A. mere manner, i.e. mannerism, must be essentially distinguished from originality. For manner concerns the particular and therefore accidental idiosyncrasies of the artist, and these, instead of the topic itself and its ideal representation, come out and assert themselves in the production of the work of art. A. manner, then, in this sense of mannerism, does not concern the general kinds of art which in and for themselves require different modes of representation, as, example, the landscape painter has to view his subjects in a way different from that of the historical painter, the epic poet differently from the lyric or dramatic one. On the contrary, manner is a conception appropriate only to this personality and the accidental idiosyncrasy of his accomplishment, and this may go so far as to be in direct contradiction with the true nature of the ideal. Looked at in this way, manner is the worst thing to which the artist can submit, because in it he indulges simply in his own restricted and personal whims. But art as such cancels the mere accidentality of the topic as well as of its external appearance, and therefore demands of the artist that he shall extinguish in himself the accidental particular characteristics of his own subjective idiosyncrasy. Therefore, secondly, manner after all may perhaps not be directly opposed to the true artistic representation, but its sphere is confined rather to the external aspects of the work of art. In the main it has its place in painting and music, because these arts provide for treatment and execution the widest scope for external matters. A special mode of representation belonging to a particular artist and his disciples and school, and developed by frequent repetition into a habit, constitutes manner here, and this provides us with an opportunity to consider it in two aspects. Books. The first aspect concerns treatment. In painting, example the atmospheric tone, the foliage, the distribution of light and shade, the whole tone of color as a whole, permit of an infinite variety. Especially in the sort of color and illumination we therefore find the greatest difference between painters, and their most individual modes of treatment. For example, there may even be a tone of color which in general we do not perceive in nature, because, although it occurs, we have not noticed it. But it has struck this or that artist, he has made it his own and has now become accustomed to see and reproduce everything in this kind of coloring and illumination. As with coloring, his procedure may be equally individual with the objects themselves, their grouping, position, and movement. Especially in the Netherlands painters we commonly meet with this aspect of manner. Van der Enier's 1003-77 night pieces, example, and his treatment of moonlight, Van Goyen's 1596-1656 sandhills in so many of his landscapes, the continually recurring sheen of satin and other silken materials in so many pictures by other masters belong to this category. FLFJ, secondly, manner extends to the execution of the work of art, the handling of the brush, the laying on of the paint, the blending of colors, etc. Why? But since such a specific kind of treatment and representation, owing to its constantly returning anew, is generalized into a habit and becomes second nature to the artist, there is a serious risk that, the more specialized the manner is, the more easily does it degenerate into a soulless and therefore cold repetition and fabrication, in which the artist is no longer present with full sensibility and entire inspiration. In that event art sinks to mere 293. Manual skill and professional dexterity, and the manner, not in itself objectionable, may become something jejune and lifeless. Why? Thus the more genuine manner must rid itself of this restricted idiosyncrasy, and so broaden itself within that these specialized modes of treatment cannot mortify into a pure matter of habit, for the genuine artist clings in a more general way to the nature of the things in hand and can make his own this more general mode of treatment in the way that its essence implies. In this sense we can speak of manner in Goethe, example because of his knack in rounding off not only his convivial poems, but also other more serious elements, with a happy turn of phrase in order to supersede or remove the seriousness of the reflection or situation. Horace too in his epistles adopts this manner. This is a turning of the conversation and social conviviality in general which, in order not to go into the matter more deeply, stops, breaks off, and adroitly changes the deeper topic into something cheerful. This way of treating the thing is indeed manner too, and it belongs to the subject's handling of his topic, but to a subjective procedure which is of a more general kind and so within the intended kind of representation works all the time in a necessary way. From this final level of manner we can pass on to the consideration of style. Le style c'est le même is a familiar French saying. Here style as such means the idiosyncrasy of the artist, completely ascertainable in his mode of expression, the way he turns his phrases, etc. On the other hand, von Rumohr, OPCIT, p. 87, tries to explain the word style as a self-accommodation, developed into a habit, into the inner demands of the material in which the sculptor actually shapes his forms and the painter makes them appear, and in this connection he provides us with extremely important remarks about the mode of representation which the specific sensuous material, e.g. of sculpture, permits or forbids. Yet we need not restrict the word style simply to this aspect of the sensuous element, we can extend it to characteristics and rules of artistic representation arising from the nature of a species of art within which a work is executed. Thus in music we distinguish the style of church music from that of opera, and, in painting, the historical style from that of genre. Style, so interpreted, is applicable to a mode of representation which complies with the conditions of its material as well as corresponding throughout with the demands of definite species of art and the laws originating in their essence. In this wider meaning of the word, consequently, defectiveness of style is either the artist's inability to make his own such an inherently necessary mode of representation, or else his subjective caprice which gives free play to his own whims instead of to conformity with rules, and sets up in their place a bad mannerism of his own. It follows that, as von Rumohr has already noticed, it is inadmissible to carry over the stylistic rules of one species of art into those of the others, as Mang's example did in his well-known group of the Muses in the Villa Albani, where he treated and executed the colored forms of his Apollo on the principle of sculpture. One similarly we see in many of Dürer's pictures that he has made the style of the woodcut entirely his own and has had it in mind in his painting too, especially in the drapery. See, now, lastly, originality does not consist in merely following the rules of style, but in the subjective inspiration which, instead of succumbing to a mere mannerism, grasps an absolutely rational material, and from within, by the subjective activity of the artist, gives it external form both in the essence and conception of a definite species of art and also appropriately to the general nature of the ideal. Thus originality is identical with true objectivity and links together the subjective and factual sides of the representation in such a way that the two sides are no longer opposed or strangers to one another. Therefore, in one respect, it is the most personal inner life of the artist, yet on the other hand it reveals nothing but the nature of the object, so that the special character of the artist's work appears only as the special character of the thing itself and proceeds therefrom, just as the thing does from his productive subjective activity. Therefore originality is above all to be entirely distinguished from the caprice of mere fancies. For people are commonly accustomed to understand by originality only the production of peculiarities, proper precisely only to the individual, which would never enter anyone else's head. But in that case this is only a bad idiosyncrasy. No one, example in this meaning of the word is more original than the English, i.e. every one of them resorts to some specific folly, which no reasonable man will imitate, and in the consciousness of his folly calls himself original. Connected with this, after all, is what is especially famous today, namely, originality of wit and humor. Here the artist starts from his own subjective life and continually comes back to it, so that the proper topic of his production is treated only as an external occasion for giving free play to witticisms, jokes, fancies, and the extravagances of his most subjective mood. But, since this is so, the topic and this subjective side fall apart from one another, and the material is treated capriciously throughout, so that the idiosyncrasy, yes the idiosyncrasy, of the artist may be conspicuous as the chief thing. Such a humor may be full of spirit and deep feeling and commonly appears as extremely impressive, but on the whole it is easier than is supposed. For steadily to interrupt the rational course of the thing, to begin, proceed, and end capriciously, and to throw into mutual confusion a series of witticisms and feelings, and thereby to produce fantastic caricatures, is easier than to develop from oneself and round off an inherently solid whole, stamped with the true ideal. But the present-day humor likes to present the unpleasantness of an ill-bred talent, and all the same wobbles after all from true humor into banality and drivel. True humor we have seldom had, but nowadays the flattest trivialities with only a pretense of humor and its external color are supposed to be ingenious and deep. Shakespeare, on the contrary, had great and deep humor, and yet, even in him, trivialities are not lacking. Similarly, Jean-Paul's one humor often surprises us by its depth of wit and beauty of feeling, but equally often, in an opposite way, by its grotesquely combining things which have no real connection with one another, and the relations into which his humor brings them together are almost indecipherable. Even the greatest humorist has not relations of this kind present in his memory, and so after all we often observe that even Jean-Paul's interconnections are not the product of the power of genius but are brought together externally. Thus, in order always to have new material, Jean-Paul looked into books of the most varied kind, botanical, legal, philosophical, descriptive of travel, noted at once what struck him and wrote down the passing fancies it suggested. When it was a matter of actual composition, he brought together the most heterogeneous material, Brazilian plants and the old supreme court of the empire. This is then given special praise as originality or as humor by which anything and everything is excused. But such caprice is precisely what true originality excludes. This gives us an opportunity after all to allude once more to the irony which likes to pass itself off as the highest originality, especially when it treats nothing seriously and carries on the business of joking merely for the sake of joking. In another aspect it brings together in its representations a mass of external details, the inmost meaning of which the poet keeps to himself. Then the cunning and loftiness of this procedure is supposed to consist in enlarging the imagination on the ground that precisely in these collocations and external details there lie concealed the poetry of poetry and everything most profound and excellent, which, purely and simply because of its depth, cannot be expressed. So, example in F. von Schlegel's poems at the time when he imagined himself a poet, what is unsaid is given out as the best thing of all, yet this poetry of poetry proved itself to be precisely the flattest prose. Why, the true work of art must be freed from this perverse originality, for it evinces its genuine originality only by appearing as the one personal creation of one spirit which gathers and compiles nothing from without, but produces the whole topic from its own resources by a single cast, in one tone, with strict interconnection of its parts, just as the thing itself has united them in itself. If on the other hand we find scenes and motives brought together not by themselves but purely from outside, then the inner necessity of their unification is not there, and they appear as linked accidentally by a third and alien subjective activity, i.e. that of the artist. So we marvel at Goethe's Götz, especially for its great originality, and of course, as we have said above already, in this work Goethe, greatly daring, has given the lie to, and trodden underfoot, whatever at that time was firmly held in aesthetic theories as a law of art. Yet the execution of the play is not of true originality. For in this early work we still see the poverty of Goethe's own material, because many traits and whole scenes, instead of being worked out from the great topic itself, appear here and there to have been scraped up out of the interests of the time in which the play was written, and inserted into it in an external way. For example, the scene Act 1, Scene 2 of Götz with Brother Martin, which hints at Luther, contains only ideas drawn by one at Wetzlar. See Hegel's Political Writings, Oxford, 1964, p. 170. 297. Goethe. From the things which in his own period in Germany began to make people pity the monks again, Martin bewails his lot and theirs. They might not drink any wine, must sleep off their meals, and therefore are subject to all sorts of desires, and must above all have taken the three intolerable vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. On the other hand, Brother Martin is enthusiastic for Götz's life as a knight. Let Götz recall how, when he was laden with the booty of his enemies, I struck him from his horse before he could shoot, and then I ran him down, horse and all, and then how Götz goes to his castle and finds his wife. Martin drinks Elizabeth's health and wipes his eyes, but with these mundane thoughts Luther did not begin. As a pious monk he drew from Augustine a totally different depth of religious insight and conviction. Similarly there follow in the next scene pedagogical notions contemporary with Goethe which Besto I in particular had instigated. For example, it was said in his time that children learned a lot of unintelligible stuff, while the right method was to teach them facts by sight and experience. Now Karl speaks to his father entirely from memory, just as was customary in Goethe's youth. Jaxthausen is a village and a castle on the Jaxt, belonging to the lords of Berlichingen for 2 centuries by inheritance, yet when Götz asks him, "Knowest thou the lord of Berlichingen?" the boy stares him in the face and, not having been explicitly taught, does not know who his own father is. Gotz asserts that he was acquainted with every path, road, and ford before he knew the names of any river, village, and town. These are alien appendages not affecting the matter itself, while when the thing at issue could have been treated in its proper depth, e.g. in the conversation of Gotz and Wislingen, nothing appears except cold and prosaic reflections on the times. A similar collection of individual traits which do not arise from the subject matter we find over again even in Goethe's Wahlverwandtschaften elective affinities, 1809, the parks, the tableaux vivants, and the swingings of the pendulum, the feel of metals, the headaches, the whole picture, derived from chemistry, of chemical affinities are of this kind. In a novel, set in a specific prosaic time, it is true that this sort of thing is more permissible, especially when, as in Goethe's case, it is used so skillfully and gracefully, and, besides, a work of art cannot entirely free itself. RJB Bastow, I 723-90. 298 I from the culture of its time, but it is one thing to mirror this culture itself, and another to search outside and collect materials together independent of the proper subject of the representation. The genuine originality of the artist, as of the work of art, lies solely in his being animated by the rationality of the inherently true content of the subject matter. If the artist has made the subjective rationality entirely his own, without mixing it and corrupting it either from within or without with particular details foreign to it, then alone in the topic to which he has given form does he give himself in his truest subjective character, a character that will be but the living corridor for a work of art perfect in itself. For in all true poetry, in thinking and action, genuine freedom makes what is substantial prevail as an inherent power, and this power at the same time is so completely the very own power of subjective thinking and willing itself that, in the perfect reconciliation of both, no separation between them can remain over any longer. So the originality of art does indeed consume that accidental idiosyncrasy of the artist, but it absorbs it only so that the artist can wholly follow the pull and impetus of his inspired genius, filled as it is with his subject alone, and can display his own self, instead of fantasy and empty caprice, in the work he has completed in accordance with its truth. To have no manner has from time immemorial been the one grand manner, and in this sense alone are Homer, Sophocles, Raphael, Shakespeare, to be called original. Part 2. Development of the ideal into the particular forms of art. What up to this point we have dealt with, in Part I, concerned the actuality of the idea of the beautiful as the ideal of art, but no matter under how many aspects we also developed the concept of the ideal work of art, still all our distinctions bore only on the ideal work of art in general. But, like the idea of the beautiful is a totality of essential differences which must issue as such and be actualized. Their actualization we may call on the whole the particular forms of art, as the development of what is implicit in the concept of the ideal and comes into existence through art. Yet if we speak of these art forms as different species of the ideal, we may not take species in the ordinary sense of the word, as if here the particular forms came from without to the idea as their universal genus and had become modifications of it. On the contrary, species should mean nothing here but the distinctive and therefore more concrete determinations of the idea of the beautiful and the ideal of art itself. The general character of artistic representation, i.e., is here made determinate not from without but in itself through its own concept, so that it is this concept which is spread out into a totality of particular modes of artistic formation. Now, in more detail, the forms of art, as the actualizing and unfolding of the beautiful, find their origin in the idea itself, in the sense that through them the idea presses on to representation and reality, and whenever it is explicit to itself either only in its abstract determinacy or else in its concrete totality, it also brings itself into appearance in another real formation. This is because the idea as such is only truly idea as developing itself explicitly by its own activity, and since as ideal it is immediate appearance, and indeed with its appearance is the identical idea of the beautiful, so also at 824-3716 L. 302. Every particular stage on which the ideal treads the road of its unfolding there is immediately linked with every inner determinacy and other real configuration. It is therefore all one whether we regard the advance in this development as an inner advance of the idea in itself or of the shape in which it gives itself existence. Each of these two sides is immediately bound up with the other. The consummation of the idea as content appears therefore simultaneously as also the consummation of form, and conversely the deficiencies of the artistic shape correspondingly prove to be a deficiency of the idea which constitutes the inner meaning of the external appearance and in that appearance becomes real to itself. Thus if in this part we encounter art forms at first which are still inadequate in comparison with the true ideal, this is not the sort of case in which people ordinarily speak of unsuccessful works of art which either express nothing or lack the capacity to achieve what they are supposed to represent. On the contrary, the specific shape which every content of the idea gives to itself in the particular forms of art is always adequate to that content, and the deficiency or consummation lies only in the relatively untrue or true determinateness in which and as which the idea is explicit to itself. This is because the content must be true and concrete in itself before it can find its truly beautiful shape. In this connection, as we saw already in the general division of the subject on pages 76 to 81, we have three chief art forms to consider. I. The symbolic. In this the idea still seeks its genuine expression in art, because in itself it is still abstract and indeterminate and therefore does not have its adequate manifestation on and in itself, but finds itself confronted by what is external to itself, external things in nature and human affairs. Now since it has only an immediate inkling of its own abstractions in this objective world or drives itself with its undetermined universals into a concrete existence, it corrupts and falsifies the shapes that it finds confronting it. This is because it can grasp them only arbitrarily, and therefore, instead of coming to a complete identification, it comes only to an accord, and even to a still abstract harmony, between meaning and shape. In this neither completed nor to be completed mutual formation, meaning and shape present, equally with their affinity, their mutual externality, foreignness and incompatibility. 2. But, secondly, the idea, in accordance with its essential nature, does not stop at the abstraction and indeterminacy of universal thoughts but is in itself free infinite subjectivity and apprehends this in its actuality as spirit. Now spirit, as free subject, is determined through and by itself, and in this self-determination, and also in its own nature, has that external shape, adequate to itself, with which it can close as with its absolutely due reality. On this entirely harmonious unity of content and form, the second art form, the classical, is based. Yet if the consummation of this unity is to become actual, spirit, in so far as it is made a topic for art, must not yet be the purely absolute spirit which finds its adequate existence only in spirituality and inwardness, but the spirit which is still particular and therefore burdened with an abstraction. That is to say, the free subject, which classical art configurates outwardly, appears indeed as essentially universal and therefore freed from all the accident and mere particularity of the inner life and the outer world, but at the same time as filled solely with a universality particularized within itself. This is because the external shape is, as such, an external determinate particular shape, and for complete fusion with the content it can only present again in itself a specific and therefore restricted content, while to it is only the inwardly particular spirit which can appear perfectly in an external manifestation and be bound up with that in an inseparable unity. Here art has reached its own essential nature by bringing the idea, as spiritual individuality, directly into harmony with its bodily reality in such a perfect way that external existence now for the first time no longer preserves any independence in contrast with the meaning which it is to express, while conversely the inner meaning, in its shape worked out for our vision, shows there only itself and in it is related to itself affirmatively. 1. 3. But, thirdly, when the idea of the beautiful is comprehended as absolute spirit, and therefore as the spirit which is free in its own eyes, it is no longer completely realized in the external world, since its true determinate being it has only in itself as spirit. It therefore dissolves that classical unification of inwardness and external manifestation and takes flight out of externality back into itself. This provides the fundamental typification of the Romantic art form. The content of this form, on account of its free spirituality, demands more than what representation in the external world and the bodily can supply. In Romantic art the shape is externally more or less indifferent, and thus that art reintroduces, in an opposite way from the symbolic, the separation of content and form. In this way, symbolic art seeks that perfect unity of inner meaning and external shape which classical art finds in the presentation of substantial individuality to sensuous contemplation, and which Romantic art transcends in its superior spirituality. Section I. Introduction. The symbol in general. The symbol, in the meaning of the word used here, constitutes the beginning of art, alike in its essential nature and its historical appearance, and is therefore to be considered only, as it were, as the threshold of art. It belongs especially to the East, and only after all sorts of transitions, metamorphoses, and intermediaries does it carry us over into the genuine actuality of the ideal as the classical form of art. Therefore from the very start we must at once distinguish the symbol in its own independent characteristic form, in which it serves as the decisive type for artistic vision and representation, from that sort of symbolism which is just reduced to a mere external form, explicitly not independent. In this latter mode we do find the symbol recurring in the classical and Romantic art forms, in just the same way as single aspects even in the symbolic may assume the shape of the classical ideal or present the beginning of Romantic art. But, in that event, this interplay of characteristics always affects only subsidiary productions and individual traits, without constituting the proper soul and determining nature of entire works of art. On the other hand, when the symbol is developed independently in its own proper form, it has in general the character of sublimity, because at first, on the whole, it is only the idea which is still measureless, and not freely determined in itself, that is to be given shape, and therefore it cannot find in concrete appearance any specific form corresponding completely with this abstraction and universality. But in this non-correspondence the idea transcends its external existence instead of having blossomed or been perfectly enclosed in it. This flight beyond the determinateness of appearance constitutes the general character of the sublime. As for what, to begin with, concerns the formal side of our subject, we have now to explain in purely general terms what is understood by symbol. Symbol as such is an external existent given or immediately. 304-2. I present to contemplation, which yet is to be understood not simply as it confronts us immediately on its own account, but in a wider and more universal sense. Thus at once there are two distinctions to make in the symbol, I, the meaning, and, 2, the expression thereof. The first is an idea or topic, no matter what its content, the second is a sensuous existent or a picture of some kind or other. I now the symbol is prima facie a sign. But in a mere sign the connection which meaning and its expression have with one another is only a purely arbitrary linkage. In that case this expression, this sensuous thing or picture, so far from presenting itself, brings before our minds a content foreign to it, one with which it does not need to stand in any proper affinity whatever. So in languages, for example, the sounds are a sign of some idea, feeling, etc. But the predominant part of the sounds in a language is linked purely by chance with the ideas expressed thereby, so far as their content is concerned, even if it can be shown, by an historical development, that the original connection was of another character, and the difference between languages consists chiefly in the fact that the same idea is expressed by a difference in sounds. Another example of such signs is afforded by the colors, les couleurs, which are used in cockades and flags to express the nationality to which an individual or a ship belongs. Such colors likewise have in themselves no quality in common with their meaning, i.e. with the nation which is represented by them. Therefore, when symbol is taken in this sense as a mere sign with such an indifference between meaning and its expression, we may not take account of it in reference to art, since art as such consists precisely in the kinship, relation, and concrete interpenetration of meaning and shape. 2. Therefore it is a different thing when a sign is to be a symbol. The lion, for example, is taken as a symbol of magnanimity, the fox of cunning, the circle of eternity, the triangle of the Trinity. But the lion and the fox do possess in themselves the very qualities whose significance they are supposed to express. Similarly, the circle does not exhibit the endlessness or the capricious limitation of a straight or other line which does not return into itself, a limitation likewise appropriate enough for some limited space of time, and the triangle as a whole has the same number of sides and angles as that appearing in the idea of God, when the determinations which religion apprehends in God are liable to numeration. Therefore in these sorts of symbol the sensuously present things have already in their own existence that meaning, for the representation and expression of which they are used, and, taken in this wider sense, the symbol is no purely arbitrary sign, but a sign which in its externality comprises in itself at the same time the content of the idea which it brings into appearance. Yet nevertheless it is not to bring itself before our minds as this concrete individual thing, but in itself only that universal quality of meaning which it signifies. 3. Further, thirdly, we must notice that, although the symbol, unlike the purely external and formal sign, should not be wholly inadequate to its meaning, still conversely in order to remain a symbol it must not be made entirely adequate to that meaning. This is because even if, on the one hand, the content, which is the meaning, and the shape, which is used for the signalization thereof, harmonize in one property, still, on the other hand, the symbolic shape contains yet other characteristics of its own utterly independent of that common quality which the symbolic shape signified once, just as, similarly, the content does not need to be an abstract one like strength or cunning, but may be a more concrete one which now for its part may contain qualities, again peculiar to itself, different from the first property which constitutes the meaning of its symbol, and, in the same way, still more different from the other peculiar characteristics of this symbolic shape. So, for example, the lion is not only strong, the fox not only cunning, but God especially has quite different properties from those which can be comprised in number, a mathematical figure, or an animal shape. Therefore the content remains also indifferent to the shape which portrays it, and the abstract determinacy which it constitutes can equally well be present in infinitely many other existents and configurations. Likewise a concrete content has in it many characteristics which other configurations containing the same characteristic may serve to express. Exactly the same holds good for the external existent in which some meaning or other is expressed symbolically. It too, as a concrete thing, similarly has in it numerous characteristics for which it may serve as a symbol. So, for example, the obviously best symbol for strength is of course the lion, but nevertheless the bull or a horn can serve too, and, conversely, the 306 too. I bull over again has a mass of other symbolical meanings. But altogether endless is the mass of figures and pictures used as symbols to represent God. Now it follows from all this that the symbol by its very nature remains essentially ambiguous. In the first place, the look of a symbol as such raises at once the doubt whether a shape is to be taken as a symbol or not, even if we set aside the further ambiguity in respect of the specific meaning which a shape is supposed to signify amongst the several meanings for which it can often be used as a symbol through associations of a more remote kind. What we have before us at first sight is, in general, a shape, a picture which gives us only the idea of an immediate existent. A lion, for example, an eagle, the colors, present themselves and can count as satisfying in themselves. Hence the question arises whether a lion, whose picture is brought before us, is to express and mean only itself, or whether besides it is supposed to portray and signify something still further, the more abstract meaning of mere strength or the more concrete meaning of a hero or a season or agriculture, whether such a picture, as we say, is to be taken literally or at the same time metaphorically, or even perhaps only metaphorically. The latter is the case, example with symbolical expressions in speech, with words like begriffen, schließen, one and so forth. When these signify spiritual activities, i.e. comprehending or concluding, we have immediately before our minds only their meaning of a spiritual activity without recalling at all at the same time the visible actions of touching or closing. But in the picture of a lion there confronts us not only the meaning which it may have as a symbol, but also this visible shape and existent. Such dubiety disappears only when each of the two sides, the meaning and its shape, are expressly named and thereby their relation is enunciated at once. But in that case the concrete existence set out before us is no longer a symbol in the strict sense of the word but just an image, and the relation between image and meaning acquires the familiar form of comparison, i.e. simile. In the simile, that is to say, there must float before our minds both, first, the general idea and then its concrete image. Whereas if reflection has not yet advanced far enough to take good note of universal ideas independently and so to set them out by themselves, then the related sensuous shape in which a more general meaning is supposed to find its expression is not yet thought to be separate from that meaning, both are still immediately at one. As we shall see later on in chapter 3, this constitutes the difference between symbol and comparison. So, for example, Karl Moore cries out one at the sight of the setting sun, "Thus dies a hero." Here the meaning is expressly separated from what is presented to our eyes and at the same time the meaning is annexed to what is seen. In other cases, indeed, this separation and relation is not so clearly emphasized in similes, on the contrary, the connection remains more immediate, but in that event it must already be clear from the further connection of the narrative, from the context and other circumstances, that the image is not supposed to suffice on its own account but that there is meant by it this or that specific significance which cannot remain uncertain. When, for example, Luther says in his hymn "A safe stronghold our God is still," or when it is said that youth sails the ocean with 1,000 masts, quietly on the boat that has been saved old age drives into harbor too, there is no doubt about the meaning protection in the case of stronghold, a world of hopes and plans in the case of the picture of the ocean and the 1,000 masts, the restricted aim and possession, the small safe piece of ground in the case of the picture of the boat and the harbor. Similarly, when we read in the Old Testament PS 58:6 break their teeth, 0 God, in their mouth, break out the great teeth of the young lions, we recognize at once that the teeth, the mouth, the great teeth of the young lions, are not meant literally, they are only pictures and sensuous images, to be understood metaphorically, and in their case it is only a matter of what their meaning is. But this dubiety enters in the case of the symbol as such all the more as a picture with a meaning is in the main called a symbol only when this meaning is not, as in comparison, explicitly expressed or is otherwise clear already. No doubt its ambiguity is removed from the symbol, strictly so called, if, on account of this very uncertainty, the linkage of the sensuous picture with the meaning is made customary, and becomes more or less conventional as is indispensably requisite in a mere sign, whereas the simile announces itself as something invented for only a momentary purpose, something individual, clear in itself, because it carries its meaning along with itself. Still, even if to those living in such a conventional range of ideas, the specific symbol is clear because they are accustomed to it, it is on the other hand a totally different matter with all others who do not move in the same circle or for whom that range of ideas is something past and gone. To them what is given at first is only the immediate sensuous representation, and for them it remains every time doubtful whether they have to content themselves with what confronts them or whether thereby they are referred to still other ideas and thoughts. If, for example, in Christian churches we see the triangle in a prominent place on the wall, we recognize at once from this that here it is not the sensuous perception of this figure as a mere triangle that is meant, but that we have to do with a meaning of it. In a different place, however, it is equally clear to us that the same figure is not to be taken as a symbol or sign of the Trinity. But other, non-Christian peoples, who lack the same habit and knowledge, may swither in doubt on this matter, and even we ourselves may not in all circumstances determine with the same assurance whether a triangle is to be considered as a triangle proper or as a symbol. b. Now it is not at all a matter of encountering this uncertainty in restricted cases, on the contrary, it is a matter of encountering it in quite extended realms of art, in the content of a prodigious material confronting us, the content of almost the whole of Eastern art. Thus when we first enter the world of the old Persian, Indian, Egyptian shapes and productions, our footing is not really secure. We feel that we are wandering amongst problems. In themselves alone these productions say nothing to us, they do not please us or satisfy us by their immediate appearance, but by themselves they encourage us to advance beyond them to their meaning, which is something wider and deeper than they are. In the case of other productions, on the contrary, we see at first glance that, like nursery tales, for example, they are meant to be a mere play with images and casual far-fetched connections. This is because children are content with the superficiality of such pictures and with their unintellectual and idle play and staggering juxtapositions. But nations, even in their childhood, demanded more substantial material, and 309. This in fact we do find even in the art forms of the Indians and Egyptians, although in these enigmatic productions of theirs, the elucidation is only hinted at, and great difficulty is put in the way of a solution. But in such incongruity between meaning and the immediate artistic expression, how much is to be ascribed to the deficiency of art, the turbidity of imagination itself and its lack of ideas? Or how much of it has the character it has because the clearer and more accurate configuration was incapable by itself of expressing the deeper meaning, and because the fantastic and grotesque is just used instead on behalf of a more far-reaching idea? All this is precisely what at first sight may to a very great extent admit of doubt. Even in the field of classical art a similar uncertainty enters here and there, although the classical element in art consists in its not being symbolical by nature but in its being, in itself and throughout, distinct and clear. In fact the classical ideal is clear because it compasses the true content of art, i.e. substantial subjectivity, and precisely thereby it finds too the true form, which in itself expresses nothing but that genuine content. That is to say, the significance, the meaning, is no other than that which actually lies in the external shape, since both sides correspond perfectly, whereas in the symbol, simile, etc., the image always still presents something other than the meaning alone for which it furnishes the image. But even classical art has an aspect of ambiguity, since in the case of the mythological productions of antiquity it may seem doubtful whether we are to stick to the external shapes as such and marvel at them as merely a charming play of a happy fancy because mythology is indeed in general only an idle invention of fables, or whether we still have to search for a further and deeper meaning. This latter demand may make things specially difficult when the content of these fables affects the life and works of the divine itself, since the stories reported to us would have to be regarded both as wholly beneath the dignity of the absolute and as purely inadequate and tasteless inventions. When, for example, we read of the 12 labors of Hercules, or even hear that Zeus has hurled Hephaestus down from Olympus onto the island of Lemnos so that as a result Hephaestus has a limp, we believe that this is to be understood as nothing but a fabulous picture drawn by imagination. Similarly it may appear to us that Jupiter's numerous love affairs are invented purely arbitrarily. But, conversely, because such stories are told precisely of the supreme divinity, it may all the same be credible that still another, wider meaning, than what the myth provides on the surface, lies concealed under them. In this matter there are therefore especially two opposed ideas which have come into prominence. The first takes mythology as purely external stories, beneath God's dignity, even though, when considered in themselves, they may be graceful, delightful, interesting, nay even of great beauty, yet cannot afford any inducement for the further elucidation of deeper meanings. Mythology is therefore on this view to be considered purely historically according to the form in which it is present to us, for the reason that, on the one hand, looked at on its artistic side, it is sufficient in itself in its configurations, pictures, gods, and their actions and adventures, and indeed in itself affords the elucidation by making the meanings conspicuous, while, on the other hand, from the point of view of its historical origin, it has developed out of historical events, foreign tales and traditions, out of local origins, out of the caprice of priests, artists, and poets. But the second point of view will not be content with the purely external side of mythological shapes and tales, but insists that a general deeper sense dwells in them, and that to know this sense nevertheless, by unveiling it, is the proper business of mythology as the scientific treatment of myths. On this view, mythology must therefore be interpreted symbolically. For symbolically means here only that the myths, as a product of spirit, no matter how bizarre, jocular, grotesque they may look, no matter how much too of the casual external caprices of fancy is intermingled with them, still comprise meanings, i.e. general thoughts about the nature of God, i.e. philosophical theories. On these lines in recent times Kreutzer one especially has begun again in his Symbolic to study the mythological ideas of the ancients not, in the usual manner, externally and prosaically, nor according to their artistic value, on the contrary, he has sought in them inner rational meanings. In this enterprise he is guided by the presupposition that the myths and legendary tales took their origin in the human spirit. This spirit may indeed make play with its ideas of the gods, but, when the interest of religion enters, it treads on a higher sphere in which reason is the inventor of shapes, even if it too remains saddled with the defect of being unable yet, at this first stage, to unfold their inner core adequately. This hypothesis is absolutely true. Religion has its source in the spirit, which seeks its own truth, has an inkling of it, and brings the same before our minds in some shape or other more closely or more distantly related to this truthful content. But when reason invents the shapes, there arises also the need to know their rationality. This knowledge alone is truly worthy of man. Whoever leaves this aside acquires nothing but a mass of external facts. If on the other hand we dig down for the inner truth of mythological ideas, without in the process rejecting their other side, namely the fortuitousness and caprice of imagination, the locality, etc., we may then justify even the different mythologies. But to justify man in his spiritual images and shapes is a noble preoccupation, nobler than the mere collection of historical external details. Now it is true that Kreutzer has been pounced upon with the reproof that, following the example of the Neoplatonists, he just first reads these wider meanings into the myths and looks in the myths for thoughts whose presence there is a supposition without any historical basis. Indeed, it can even be proved historically that in order to find these meanings there the investigator must first have dragged them there. For, it is argued, the people, the poets and priests, although on the other side much is said again about the great secret wisdom of the priests, knew nothing of such thoughts which were incompatible with the whole culture of their age. This latter point is of course entirely correct. The peoples, poets, priests did not in fact have before their minds in this form of universality the universal thoughts lying at the root of their mythological ideas, and only if they had had them in this way could they have then intentionally veiled them in a symbolic form. But that they had such an intention was not maintained even by Kreutzer. Yet if the Greeks did not think in their mythology the thoughts that we now see there, it does not follow in the least that their ideas are not implicitly symbols and so of necessity to be taken as such, on the ground that the peoples at the time when they composed their myths lived in purely poetical conditions and so brought their inmost and deepest convictions before their minds not in the form of thought but in shapes devised by imagination without separating the universal abstract ideas from the concrete pictures. That this is actually the case is something which here we have essentially to maintain and assume, even if it be granted as possible that, in such a symbolic mode of explanation, purely droll and ingenious deductions may often slip in, as happens with the quest for etymologies. But however firmly we may assent to the view that mythology with its tales of the gods and its vast productions of a persistent poetic imagination contains in itself a rational content and deep religious ideas, yet the question arises in relation to the symbolic form of art whether in that event all mythology and art is to be understood symbolically, as Friedrich von Schlegel maintained one that in every artistic representation an allegory was to be sought. In that case the symbolical or allegorical is so understood that for every work of art and every mythological shape there serves as a basis a universal thought which, then explicitly emphasized in its universality, is supposed to provide the explanation of what such a work, such an idea, really means. This method of treatment has likewise become very common in recent times. So, for example, in the more recent editions of Dante, where of course manifold allegories occur, attempts have been made to explain every stanza allegorically throughout, and in his editions of the classical poets, Heine also tries in his notes to explain in terms of abstract categories of the understanding the universal sense of every metaphor. This is because the understanding especially runs quickly to symbol and allegory, since it separates picture and meaning and therefore destroys the form of art, a form with which the symbolical explanation, aimed only at extricating the universal as such, has nothing to do. This extension of symbolism to airy sphere of mythology and art is by no means what we have in view here in considering the symbolic form of art. For our endeavor does not rise to finding out how far artistic shapes could be interpreted symbolically or allegorically in the sense of the word symbol. Instead, we have to ask, conversely, how far the symbolical itself is to be reckoned an art form. We want to establish the artistic relation between meaning and its shape, insofar as that relation is symbolical in distinction from other modes of representation, especially the classical and the romantic. Our task must therefore consist, not in accepting that diffusion of the symbolic over the entire field of art, but conversely expressly limiting the range of what in itself is presented to us as a symbol proper and therefore is to be treated as symbolical. In this sense there has already been advanced on pages 7 crh the division of the ideal of art into the forms of the symbolic, the classical, and the romantic. The symbolic, that is to say, in our meaning of the word at once stops short of the point where, instead of indefinite, general, abstract ideas, it is free individuality which constitutes the content and form of the representation. For the person is what is significant for himself and is his own self-explanation. What he feels, reflects, does, accomplishes, his qualities, his actions, his character, are himself, and the whole range of his spiritual and visible appearance has no other meaning but the person who, in this development and unfolding of himself, brings before our contemplation only himself as master over his entire objective world. Meaning and sensuous representation, inner and outer, matter and form, are in that event no longer distinct from one another, they do not announce themselves, as they do in the strictly symbolic sphere, as merely related but as one whole in which the appearance has no other essence, the essence no other appearance, outside or alongside itself. What is to be manifested and what is manifested are lifted into a concrete unity. In this sense the Greek gods, in so far as Greek art represents them as free, inherently and independently self-sufficient individuals, are not to be taken symbolically, they content us in and by themselves. For art the actions of Zeus, Apollo, Athene, belong precisely to these individuals alone, and are meant to display nothing but their power and passion. Now if from such inherently free personalities a general concept is abstracted as their meaning and set beside their particular aspect as an explanation of the entire individual appearance, then what in these figures is in conformity with art is left unnoticed and destroyed. For this reason artists too cannot reconcile themselves to such a mode of interpreting all works of art and their mythological figures. For what we may think is left as an actually symbolic indication or allegory in the classical and romantic sort of artistic representation affects incidentals and is in that case expressly degraded to a mere attribute and sign, as e.g. the eagle stands beside Zeus, and Luke the evangelist is accompanied by an ox, but the Egyptians had in Apis the bull a vision of God himself. But the difficult point in this artistically adequate appearance of free subjectivity lies in distinguishing whether what is represented as person has also actual individuality and subjectivity or whether it carries in itself only the empty semblance of the same as mere personification. In this latter case, that is to say, the personality is nothing but a superficial form which both in particular actions and in the bodily shape does not express its own inner being and thereby permeate the entire externality of its appearance as its own. On the contrary, it has for the meaning of the external reality still another inner being, which is not this personality and subjectivity itself. This is the chief consideration in relation to the delimitation of symbolic art. Now, to sum up, our interest in considering symbolism consists in recognizing the inner process of the origin of art, insofar as this can be derived from the concept of the ideal in its development up to true art, and so of recognizing the sequence of stages in the symbolic as stages on the way to genuine art. Now, however close the connection between religion and art may be, we still have not to go over the symbols themselves, or religion as comprising ideas which in the wider sense of the word are symbolic or allegorical. We have only to consider that element in them in accordance with which they belong to art as such. The religious element we must hand over to the history of mythology. Division of the subject. For the more detailed division of the symbolic form of art, the first thing is to settle the boundaries within which the development proceeds. In general, as has been said already, this whole sphere is on the whole only the threshold of art, since at first we have before us only abstract meanings, not yet in themselves essentially individualized, and the configuration immediately linked with them is just as adequate as inadequate. The first boundary line is therefore the disengaging of the artistic vision and representation in general, while the opposite boundary is provided by art proper, to which the symbolic lifts itself as to its truth. In proposing to discuss the subjective aspect of the first origin of symbolic art, we may recall the saying that the artistic intuition as such, like the religious or rather both together and even science, 315. Scientific research, have begun in wonder. 1. The man who does not yet wonder at anything still lives in obtuseness and stupidity. Nothing interests him and nothing confronts him because he has not yet separated himself on his own account, and cut himself free, from objects and their immediate individual existence. But on the other hand, whoever wonders no longer regards the whole of the external world as something which he has become clear about, whether in the abstract intellectual mode of a universally human enlightenment, or in the noble and deeper consciousness of absolute spiritual freedom and universality, and thus he has changed the objects and their existence into a spiritual and self-conscious insight into them. Whereas wonder only occurs when man, torn free from his most immediate first connection with nature and from his most elementary, purely practical, relation to it, that of desire, stands back spiritually from nature and his own singularity and now seeks and sees in things a universal, implicit, and permanent element. In that case, for the first time natural objects strike him, they are an other which yet is meant to be for his apprehension and in which he strives to find himself over again as well as thoughts and reason. Here the inkling of something higher and the consciousness of externality are still unseparated, and yet at the same time there is present a contradiction between natural things and the spirit, a contradiction in which objects prove themselves to be just as attractive as repulsive, and the sense of this contradiction along with the urge to remove it is precisely what generates wonder. Now the first product of this situation consists in the fact that man sets nature and objectivity in general over against himself on the one hand as cause, and he reverences it as power, but even so on the other hand he satisfies his need to make external to himself the subjective feeling of something higher, essential, and universal, and to contemplate it as objective. In this unification there is immediately present the fact that the single natural objects and above all the elemental ones, like the sea, rivers, mountains, stars are not accepted just as they are in their separation, but, lifted into the realm of our ideas, acquire for our ideas the form of universal and absolute existence. Now these ideas in their universality and essential implicit character art concentrates again into a picture for contemplation by P.G. Aristotle, Metaphysics, 982 BIIFF. Direct consciousness and sets them out for the spirit in the objective form of a picture. This is the beginning of art. The immediate reverence for natural objects, nature worship and fetish worship is therefore not yet art. On its objective side the beginning of art stands in the closest connection with religion. The earliest works of art are of a mythological kind. In religion it is the absolute as such, even if in its most abstract and poorest definition, which is brought to men's minds. Now the first self-revelation available for the absolute is natural phenomena. In their existence man divines the absolute and therefore makes it perceptible to himself in the form of natural objects. In this endeavor art finds its basic origin. Yet, even in this respect, it has not come on the scene when man merely descries the absolute directly in the objects actually present, and is satisfied with that mode of divine reality, but only when the mind produces from its own resources both the apprehension of its absolute in the form of what is external in itself and also the objectivity of this more or less adequate connection of spirit with nature. For art appropriates a substantial content grasped through the spirit, a content that does not appear externally, but in an externality which is not only present immediately but is first produced by the spirit as an existent comprising that content in itself and expressing it. But the first interpreter of religious ideas, one which brings them nearer to us by giving them shape, is art alone, because the prosaic treatment of the objective world only prevails when man, as spiritual self-consciousness, has battled himself free from nature as immediacy and now confronts it with the intellectual freedom which envisages objectivity as a pure externality. Yet this cleavage between subject and object is always only a later stage. The first knowledge of truth, on the other hand, proves to be a middle position between the purely spiritless immersion in nature and the spirituality altogether freed therefrom. This middle position in which spirit sets its ideas before our eyes in the shape of natural things just because it has still won no higher form, though in this linkage of ideas and things it struggles to make both sides adequate to one another, is, in general, the standpoint of poetry and art in distinction from that of the prosaic intellect. It is for this reason, after all, that the completely prosaic consciousness only arises when the principle of subjective spiritual freedom, first in its abstract and later in its genuinely concrete form, succeeds in 317. Attaining actuality, i.e. in the Roman and then later in the modern Christian world. The goal, secondly, which the symbolic art form strives to reach is classical art, and the attainment of this goal marks the dissolution of the symbolic form as such. Classical art, however, though it achieves the true manifestation of art, cannot be the first form of art. It has the multiple intermediate and transitional stages of the symbolic as its presupposition. This is because its appropriate content is spiritual individuality which, by being the content and form of what is absolutely true, can appear in consciousness only after complex mediations and transitions. The beginning is always constituted by what is abstract and indeterminate in its meaning. But spiritual individuality must be absolutely concrete, essentially and inherently, it is the self-determining concept in its adequate actualization, and this concept can be grasped only after it has sent ahead, in their one-sided development, the abstract aspects which it reconciles and harmonizes. Once it has done so, the concept makes an end of these abstractions by its own appearance as a totality at the same time. This is the case in classical art. The classical form puts a stop to the purely symbolizing and sublime preliminary experiments of art, because spiritual individuality now has its shape, its adequate shape, in itself, just as the self-determining concept generates out of itself the particular existence adequate to it. When this true content and therefore the true form is found for art, then the seeking and striving after both of these, wherein the deficiency of symbolic art precisely consists, ceases immediately. If we ask, within these boundaries which have been indicated, for a narrower principle of division for symbolic art, then, in so far as symbolic art just struggles towards true meanings and their corresponding mode of configuration, it is in general a battle between the content which still resists true art and the form which is not homogeneous with that content either. For both sides content and form, meaning and shape, although bound into an identity, still coincide neither with one another nor with the true nature of art, and therefore they struggle none the less to escape from this defective unification. In this respect the whole of symbolic art may be understood as a continuing struggle for compatibility of meaning and shape, and the different levels of this struggle are not so much different kinds of symbolic art as stages and modes of one and the same contradiction of incompatibility between meaning and shape. At first, however, this battle is present only implicitly, i.e. the incompatibility between the two sides, set and forced into a unity, has not yet become something confronting the artistic consciousness itself, because this consciousness cannot understand the universal nature of the meaning which it grasps, nor can it interpret the real shape independently in its separate existence. For this reason, instead of setting before its eyes the difference between the two, it starts from their immediate identity. Therefore what forms the beginning is the unity of the artistic content and its attempted symbolical expression, an enigmatic unity still undivided and fermenting in this contradictory linkage. This is the proper unconscious original symbolism, the configurations of which are not yet made into symbols. The end, on the other hand, is the disappearance and dissolution of the symbolic, since the hitherto implicit battle has now come into the artistic consciousness, and symbolizing therefore becomes a conscious severance of the explicitly clear meaning from its sensuous associated picture, yet in this separation there remains at the same time an express relation, but one which instead of appearing as an immediate identity, asserts itself only as a mere comparison of the two, in which the difference, previously unconscious, comes to the fore just as clearly. This is the sphere of the symbol known as a symbol, the meaning known and envisaged on its own account in its universality, the concrete appearance of which is expressly reduced to a mere picture and is compared with the meaning for the purpose of its illustration by art. In the middle between the beginning and the end just mentioned, there stands sublime art. Here the meaning, as spiritual explicit universality, is separated for the first time from the concrete existent, and makes that existent known as its negative, external to it, and its servant. In order to express itself therein, the meaning cannot allow this existent to subsist independently, but must posit it as the inherently deficient, something to be superseded, although it has for its expression nothing other than precisely this existent which is external to it and null. The splendor of this sublimity of meaning naturally precedes comparison strictly so called, because the concrete singleness of natural and other phenomena must first be treated negatively, and applied only as decoration and ornament. 319. For the unattainable might of the absolute meaning, one before there can be set forth that express severance and selective comparison of phenomena which are allied to and yet distinct from the meaning whose picture they are to provide. These three chief stages which have been indicated are inwardly articulated in more detail in the following way. A. The first stage is itself neither to be called symbolic proper nor properly to be ranked as art. It only builds the road to both. This is the immediate substantial unity of the absolute as spiritual meaning with its unseparated sensuous existence in a natural shape. J. The second stage forms the transition to symbol proper, in that this first unity begins to be dissolved and now, on the one hand, the universal meanings lift themselves explicitly above the single natural phenomena, yet, on the other hand, thus envisaged in their universality they are all the same to come into consciousness again in the form of concrete natural objects. Next in this double struggle to spiritualize the natural and to make the spiritual perceptible, there is revealed at this stage of the difference between spirit and nature the whole fantastic character and confusion, all the fermentation and wild medley, staggering hither and thither, of symbolic art. This art has indeed an inkling of the inadequacy of its pictures and shapes and yet can call in aid nothing but the distortion of shapes to the point of the boundlessness of a purely quantitative sublimity. At this stage, therefore, we live in a world full of blatant contrivances, incredibilities, and miracles, yet without meeting works of art of genuine beauty. Why, by this battle between meanings and their sensuous representation we reach, thirdly, the standpoint of the symbol proper, at which the symbolical work of art is first developed in its complete character. Here the forms and shapes are no longer those sensuously present which as at the first stage coincide immediately with the absolute as its existence, without having been produced by art, or as at the second stage which can annul their difference from the universality of meanings only through imagination's sprawling extension of particular natural objects and events. On the contrary, what is now brought before our vision as a symbolic shape is a production generated by art. This production is on the one hand to present itself in its own special character, but on the other hand is to manifest not only this isolated object but a wider universal meaning, to be linked therewith and recognized therein. Thus these shapes stand before us as problems, making the demand that we shall conjecture the inner meaning lying in them. On these more specific forms of the still original symbol we may in general premise that they proceed from the religious world outlooks of entire peoples, and therefore in this connection we will call history too to mind. Yet the lines of division between them cannot be drawn in full strictness, because the individual ways of treatment and configuration, like the art forms in general, are mixed, so that we find over again in earlier or later ages, even if subordinated and isolated, the form which we regard as the fundamental type for the world outlook of a single people. But in essence we have to look for the more concrete outlooks and examples for, A in the ancient Parsi religion, 4/3, in the Indian, and 4, in the Egyptian. B through the course indicated above, the meaning which hitherto has been more or less obscured owing to its particular sensuous shape has at last wrung its way to freedom and so comes explicitly into consciousness in its clarity. Thereby the strictly symbolic situation is dissolved, and, since the absolute meaning is grasped as the universal all-pervading substance of the entire phenomenal world, there now enters the art of substantiality as the symbolism of sublimity in the place of purely symbolical and fantastic illusions, disfigurations, and riddles. In this regard there are especially to be distinguished two points of view which have their basis in the varying relation of substance, as the absolute and the divine, to the finitude of appearance. This relation, that is to say, can be double, positive, and negative, although in both forms because it is always the universal substance which has to emerge. What is to come before our vision in things is not their particular shape and meaning but their universal soul and their position relatively to the substance. A. At the first stage this relation is so conceived that substance, as the all and one liberated from every particularity, is immanent in the specific appearances as the soul that produces and animates them, and now in this immanence is viewed as affirmatively present, and is grasped and presented by the individual. 321. Who is abandoning owing to his ecstatic immersion in this essence that dwells in all these things. This affords the art of sublime pantheism, as we see it already in its beginnings in India, and then developed in the most brilliant way in Mohammedanism and its mystical art, and finally as we find it again in a more profound and subjective way in some phenomena of Christian mysticism. FL, the negative relation, on the other hand, of sublimity strictly so called, we must seek in Hebrew poetry. This poetry of sublimity can celebrate and exalt the imageless Lord of heaven and earth only by using his whole creation as merely an accident of his power, as the messenger of his sovereignty, as the praise and ornament of his greatness, and in this service by positing even the greatest earthly splendor as negative. This is because it cannot find an adequate and affirmatively sufficient expression for the power and dominion of the Supreme Being, and can acquire a positive satisfaction only through the servitude of the creature, who is only adequate to himself and his significance in the feeling and establishment of his own unworthiness. See through this process whereby the meaning, explicitly known in its simplicity, gains independence, its severance from the appearance which at the same time is established as inadequate to it, is already implicitly accomplished. Now if, within this actual cleavage, shape and meaning are to be brought into a relation of inner affinity, as symbolic art requires, then this relation lies directly neither in the meaning nor in the shape, but in a subjective third thing, the spectator's, or artist's, consciousness which, in its subjective vision, finds aspects of similarity in both, and in reliance thereon illustrates and explains the independently clear meaning through the cognate individual picture. But in that case the picture, instead of being as before the sole expression of the meaning, is only a mere ornament, and therefore there arises a relation not in correspondence with the nature of the beautiful, since picture and meaning are contrasted with one another instead of being molded into one another as was the case, even if in a less complete way, in symbolic art strictly so called. Works of art which make this form their foundation remain therefore of a subordinate kind, and their content cannot be the absolute itself but some different and restricted situation or occurrence. On this account the forms belonging here are used in the main only occasionally as accessories. Yet, in more detail, we have to distinguish in this section three principal stages. A. To the first there belongs the mode of representation used in fables, parables, and apologues. In these the separation of shape from meaning, characteristic of this whole sphere, is not yet expressly established, and the subjective activity of comparing is not yet emphasized. Consequently, the presentation of the single concrete appearance, which is to illumine the universal meaning, remains the predominant thing. J. At the second stage, on the other hand, the universal meaning comes explicitly into dominion over the explanatory shape, which can still only appear as a mere tribute or capriciously chosen picture. To this class there belong allegory, metaphor, simile. Y. The third stage, finally, completely reveals the utter sundering of the two sides which hitherto in symbolic art were either united immediately despite their relative hostility, or, in their independently established cleavage, were yet still related. To the content explicitly known in its prosaic universality, the art form appears thoroughly external, as in didactic poetry, while on the other side the explicitly external is treated and represented in its mere externality in so-called descriptive poetry. But in this way the symbolic linkage of shape and meaning and their relation has vanished, and we have to look for a further unification of form and content which truly corresponds to the real nature of art. Chapter I. Unconscious symbolism. If, to consider the matter in more detail, we now proceed to the stages of development of the symbolic, we have to make a beginning with the beginning of art as it proceeds from the idea of art itself. This beginning, as we saw in the introduction to this section, is the symbolic form of art in its still immediate shape, a shape not yet known and made a mere image and simile, unconscious symbolism. But before this can acquire its strictly symbolical character in itself and for our consideration, there must be taken up still more presuppositions determined by the nature of the symbolic itself. The nearer point of departure may be established in the following way. The symbol on the one hand has its basis in the immediate unification of the universal and therefore spiritual meaning with the sensuous shape, which is just as adequate as inadequate, but as yet there is no consciousness of their incongruity. But, on the other hand, the linkage must already be shaped by imagination and art and not merely apprehended as a purely immediately present actuality of the divine. This is because the symbolic only arises for art with the detachment of a universal meaning from what is immediately present in nature, although in the existence of the latter the absolute is envisaged, but now envisaged by imagination as actually present. Thus the first presupposition of the symbolical's coming into being is precisely that immediate unity of the absolute with its existence in the phenomenal world, a unity not produced by art but found, without art, in actual natural objects and human activities. A. Immediate unity of meaning and shape. In this intuited immediate identity of the divine which is brought before consciousness as one with its existence in nature and man, neither is nature as such accepted as it is, nor is the 324 I absolute explicitly torn free from it and given independence, so that in consequence there is strictly no question of a difference between inner and outer, meaning and shape, because the inner has not yet been explicitly separated as meaning from its immediate actuality in what is present. If therefore we speak here of meaning, this is out reflection which proceeds for us from the need to regard the external form, which affords to others a mere direct intuition of the spiritual and the inward, as in general something external, and, to be in a position to understand it, we want to look into its heart, its soul, and its meaning. But, therefore, in the case of such general intuitions of the divine, we must make the essential distinction between whether the inner itself was envisaged as inner and meaning by those peoples who originally apprehended these intuitions, or whether it is only we who recognize in them a meaning which receives its external expression in what is intuited. Now, in other words, in this first unity there is no such difference between soul and body, concept and reality. The bodily and the sensuous, the natural and the human, is not merely an expression of a meaning to be distinguished therefrom. On the contrary, what appears is itself apprehended as the immediate actuality and presence of the Absolute. The Absolute does not acquire for itself still another independent existence, but has only as its existence the immediate presence of an object which is God or the divine. In Lamaism, for instance, this individual actual man is immediately known and reverenced as God, just as in other nature religions the sun, mountains, rivers, the moon, single animals, the bull, the monkey, etc., are regarded as immediate divine existence and reverenced as sacred. A similar thing, even if in a deeper way, still appears in many respects even in the Christian outlook. In Catholic doctrine, for example, the consecrated bread is the actual flesh, the wine the actual blood of God, and Christ is immediately present in them, and even in the Lutheran faith bread and wine are transformed by the believer's enjoyment into actual flesh and blood. In this mystical identity there is nothing purely symbolical, the latter only arises in the Reformed i.e. Calvinist doctrine, because here the spiritual is explicitly severed from the sensuous, and the external object is taken in that case as a mere pointing to a meaning differentiated therefrom. In the miracle-working images of the Madonna to the unconscious symbolism 325 power of the divine operates by immediate presence in them and is not, as might be thought, only hinted at symbolically through the images. But in the most thoroughgoing and widespread way we find the intuition of this wholly immediate unity in the life and religion of the ancient Zend people whose ideas and institutions are preserved for us in the Zendavesta. I. The religion of Zoroaster 1. The religion of Zoroaster, namely, takes light as it exists in nature, the sun, the stars, fire in its luminosity and flames to be the absolute, without explicitly separating this divinity from light as if light were a mere expression and image or symbol. The divine, the meaning, is not severed from its existence, from the lights. This is because, even if light is taken all the same in the sense of the good, the just, and therefore of what is rich in blessing, upholding and propagating life, then it still is not thought at all to be a mere image of the good. On the contrary, the good is itself light. The same is the case with the opposite of light, the somber and the dark, as the impure, the harmful, the bad, the destructive, and the deadly. In more detail this view is particularized and articulated in the following way. A. In the first place, the divine as inherently pure light and as its opposite, darkness and impurity, is personified and is then called Ormuzd and Ahriman, but this personification remains entirely superficial. Ormuzd is no inherently free imperceptible subject, like the God of the Jews, or truly spiritual and personal, like the God of the Christians who is made known to us as actually personal and self-conscious spirit. On the contrary, Ormuzd, however much he is also called King, Great Spirit, Judge, etc., still remains unseparated from his sensuous existence as light and lights. He is only the universal in all particular existence in which the light, and therefore the divine and the pure, is actual. He is in them without abstractly withdrawing, out of everything present, into himself as the universal spirit independent of these existence. He remains in the existing particulars and individuals just as the genus remains in the species and individuals. As this universal he indeed acquires precedence over everything particular, and is the first, the supreme, the gold-shining King of kings, the purest and best, but he has his existence solely in everything light and pure, just as Ahriman has his in everything dark, evil, pernicious, and sick. B. Therefore this view expands at once into the further idea of a realm of light and darkness and the battle between them. In the realm of Ormuzd it is the Amshaspans as the seven chief lights in heaven who enjoy divine worship first, because they are the essential particular existences of light and therefore, as a pure and great heavenly people, constitute the determinate being of the divine itself. Each Amshaspand, Ormuzd too is of their company in this, has its days of presiding, blessing, and beneficence. In further specification, the Lzeds and fervors one are subordinate to them. Like Ormuzd himself they are personified indeed but without more detailed human configuration for contemplation, so that what remains the essential thing for contemplation is neither spiritual nor bodily subjectivity but determinate being as light, brightness, splendor, illumination, radiation, etc. Similarly there are also treated as an existence of Ormuzd individual natural things which do not themselves exist externally as lights and luminous bodies, animals, plants, the phenomena of the human world whether spiritual or corporeal, individual actions and situations, the entire life of the state, the king, surrounded by seven great men, the division of classes, the cities, the provinces with their governors who as the best and purest people have to serve as a model and protection, in short, the whole of reality. For everything which carries in itself and propagates growth, life, maintenance, is a mode in which light and purity and therefore ormuzd really exist. Every single truth, goodness, love, justice, mercy, spirit, bliss, every single living thing, everything beneficent and protective, etc., is regarded by Zoroaster as inherently light and divine. The realm of ormuzd is what is actually present as pure and luminous, and in this realm there is no difference between the phenomena of nature and those of spirit, just as in ormuzd himself light and goodness, spiritual and sensuous qualities, immediately coincide. The splendor of a creature is therefore for Zoroaster the sum of spirit, power, and every kind of stirring of life, in so far as, that is to say, they promote the maintenance of everything positive and the banishment of everything in itself evil and harmful. What in animals, men, and plants, is real and good is light, and by the measure and condition of this luminosity the higher or lower splendor of all objects is determined. The like articulation and gradation occurs also in the realm of Ahriman, except that in this province the spiritually bad and the naturally evil, in short what is destructive and actively negative, acquires actuality and dominion. But the might of Ahriman is not to be extended, and the aim of the whole world is therefore put in annihilating and smashing the realm of Ahriman, so that ormuzd alone shall be living, present, and dominant in everything. See, to this one and only end the whole of human life is consecrated. The task of every individual consists in nothing but his own spiritual and bodily purification, and in the spreading of this blessing and the struggle against Ahriman throughout human and natural situations and activities. Thus, the supreme, most sacred duty is to glorify ormuzd in his creation, to love and venerate everything which has proceeded from this light and is pure in itself, and to make oneself pleasing to it. Ormuzd is the beginning and end of all veneration. Before everything else the Parsi has therefore to call on ormuzd in thoughts and words, and to pray to him. After praising him from whom the whole world of the pure emanates, the Parsi must next turn in prayer to particular things according to their level of majesty, dignity, and perfection, for, says the Parsi, so far as they are good and unalloyed, ormuzd is in them and loves them as his pure sons in whom he takes pleasure as at the beginning of creation, since everything proceeded by his agency new and pure. So prayer is directed first to the Amshaspans as the nearest antitypes of ormuzd, as the first and most brilliant beings who surround his throne and further his dominion. Prayer to these heavenly spirits is precisely related to their properties and functions, and, if they are stars, to the time of their uprising. The sun is called upon by day, and always in a different way according to whether it is rising, standing at midday, or setting thereafter. From dawn to midday the Parsi asks especially that ormuzd may be pleased to heighten his splendor, and in the evening he prays that the sun may complete its career through the protection of ormuzd and all the Lzeds. But Mitras is especially venerated, as the fructifier of the earth and the deserts he pours forth nourishment over the whole of nature, and as the mighty struggler against all the devas one of contention, war, disorder, and wreck, he is the author of peace. Further, the Parsi in his on the whole monotonous prayers of praise emphasizes as it were the ideals, the purest and truest in man, the fervors as pure spirits of men, no matter where on earth they live or have lived. Especially is prayer made to the pure spirit of Zoroaster, but after him to the governors of classes, cities, and provinces, and the spirits of all men are now already considered to be exactly bound together as members in the living society of light, which one day is to be still more of a unity in Garotman. 2. Finally, even animals, hills, trees are not forgotten, but they are called on with eyes fixed on ormuzd. Their goodness, the service they afford to man, is praised, and especially the first and most excellent of its kind is venerated as a determinate being of ormuzd. Over and above this praying, the Zendavesta insists on the actual practice of goodness and of purity in thought, word, and deed. The Parsi in the whole conduct of his inner and outer man should be as the light, as ormuzd, the Amshaspans, Zeds, Zoroaster, and all good men live and work. This is because these live and have lived in the light, and all their deeds are light, therefore every man must have their pattern in view and follow their example. The more a man expresses in his life and accomplishment goodness and the purity of light, the nearer the heavenly spirits come to him. Just as the Zeds with beneficence bless everything, vivify it, make it fruitful and friendly, so the Parsi too seeks to purify nature, to exalt it, above all to spread the light of life and its cheerful fruitfulness. In this spirit he feeds the hungry, cares for the sick, to the thirsty he gives the refreshment of drink, to the traveler shelter and lodging, to the earth he gives pure seeds, he digs tidy canals, plants the deserts with trees and promotes growth wherever he can, he provides for the nourishment and fructifying of what lives, for the pure splendor of fire, he banishes dead and impure animals, arranges marriages, and the holy Sapandomadje herself, the eyes of the earth, delights therein and stops the harm which the Devas and Darwans are actively preparing. What we called the symbolic is still not present at all in these fundamental views. On the one hand, it is true that light is existent naturally, and on the other hand it means the good, the upholder, full of blessing, so that we might say that the actual existence of light is a purely cognate image for this universal meaning which permeates nature and the human world. But, looked at from the point of view of the Parsis themselves, the separation between existence and its meaning is false, because for them the light, precisely as light, is goodness and is so interpreted that, as light, it is present and effective in all particular goods, in all living and positive things. The universal and the divine does pervade the differences of particular mundane reality, but in this its particularized and separated existence there still remains subsistent the substantial and undivided unity of meaning and shape, and the differentiation of this unity has nothing to do with the difference between meaning as meaning and its manifestation, but only with the differentiation of existent objects, as, example the stars, organic life, human dispositions and actions, in which the divine, as light, or darkness, is intuited as present. In further Persian ideas there is of course an advance to some beginnings of symbolism, but these do not afford the proper type of this whole manner of viewing things, they can count only as isolated achievements. So Ormuzd says once, for example, of his darling, Iamshid, the holy fervor of Iamshid, the son of Vivengam, one was great before me. His hand took from me a dagger, the edge of which was gold and its point was gold. Therewith Iamshid marked out 300 parts of the earth. He split up the kingdom of the earth with his gold plate, with his dagger, and spake, let Sapandomad rejoice. With prayer he spake the holy word to the tame cattle, to wild animals, and to men. So his passage was good fortune and blessing for these countries, and in great masses there thronged together men, domestic animals, and beasts of the field. Now here the dagger and the splitting of the earth is an image whose meaning may be taken to be agriculture. Agriculture is still no explicitly spiritual activity, but neither is it something purely natural, instead it is a universal work of man, proceeding from deliberation, intelligence, and experience, and 332. I spreading through all relations of his life. The fact that this splitting of the earth with the dagger may be supposed to hint at agriculture is certainly not expressly said at all in the idea of Jamshid's progress, and nothing is said in connection with this splitting about any fertilizing or about any crops, yet since in this single action there seems at the same time to lie more than this single upturning and loosening of the soil, something symbolically indicated is to be looked for in it. It is similar with later ideas as they occur especially in the subsequent development of Mitras worship, where Mitras is portrayed e.g. on Roman reliefs as a stripling in the twilight of the grotto raising the head of the bull on high and plunging a dagger into its neck, while a snake licks its blood and a scorpion gnaws at its genitals. This symbolic representation has been explained, now astronomically and now otherwise. Yet in a more general and deeper way the bull can be taken as the natural principle in general over which man, the spiritual being, carries off the victory, although astronomical associations too may have their part to play here. But that such a revolution, like this victory of spirit over nature, is therein contained, is hinted at too by the name of Mitras, the mediator, especially in a later time when elevation above nature became a need of the peoples. But symbols like these, as was said above, occur in the views of the ancient Persians only incidentally and do not constitute the all-pervading principle of their total manner of looking at things. Still less is the cult prescribed by the Zend-Avesta of a symbolic kind. Here we do not find any symbolic dances which are supposed to celebrate or imitate the interlaced course of the stars, or other sorts of activities counting only as an elusive image for universal ideas. On the contrary, all actions made into religious duties for the Parsis are activities which concern the actual propagation of purity internally and externally, and they appear as a purposeful accomplishment of the universal end, namely the actualization of Ormuzd's dominion in all men and in all natural objects, an end, therefore, not just alluded to in this business itself, but wholly and completely attained. 3. Non-artistic interpretation and presentation of Zoroastrianism. Now, since what is typical of the symbolic is absent from this whole outlook, the character of what is strictly artistic is also missing. In general, this way of visualizing things may be called poetic, since in it neither the individual objects in nature nor individual human attitudes, situations, deeds, actions, are to be construed in their immediate and therefore accidental and prosaic lack of significance. On the contrary, they are seen in accordance with their essential nature, in the light of the Absolute, which is light, and, conversely, the universal essence too of concrete natural and human reality is not grasped in its universality, devoid of existence and shape, but, on the contrary, this universal and that individuality are visualized and expressed as immediately one. Such a view may be counted as beautiful, broad, and great, and, compared with bad and senseless idols, light as this inherently pure and universal element is of course an adequate image for the good and the true. But the poetry in this does not get beyond the universal at all, and it never reaches art and works of art. For neither are the good and the divine inwardly determinate, nor are the shape and form of this content generated by the Spirit. On the contrary, as we have seen already, what is really present, the sun, the stars, actual plants, animals, men, existent fire, is apprehended as the Absolute's shape, which is already in its immediacy adequate thereto. The sensuous representation is not, as art demands, formed, shaped, and invented by the Spirit. On the contrary, the adequate expression of the divine is found and enunciated directly in the external existent. True, the individual, on the other hand, is fixed, independently of its reality, by imagination, as, example in the Lzeds and fervors, the genii of individual men. But in this start of separation between meaning and shape, poetic invention is of the weakest kind, because the difference remains entirely formal, so that the genius, fervor, Lzed, does not and is not meant to acquire any special configuration of its own, but has, for one thing, only just the same content as any individual, and, for another thing, only the mere explicitly empty form of subjectivity which the existent individual already possesses. On this account, imagination produces neither another deeper meaning nor the independent form of an inherently richer individuality. And even if, moreover, we see particular existence grouped together into general ideas and genera to which a real existence, conformably to the genus, is given by imagination, still this elevation of multiplicity to a comprehensive essential unity, as germ and basis for individuals of the same species and genus, is only in a rather vague sense an activity of imagination and no proper work of poetry and art. So, example, the holy fire of Bahram is the essential fire, and amongst the waters, equally, one water precedes all others. One Ham, the drink of immortality, counts as the first, purest, and most powerful amongst all trees, the original tree in which the sap of life flows full of immortality. Amongst hills, Alborsk, too, the holy hill is visualized. American Samoa, the original germ of the whole earth, he stands in radiance, from him proceed the human benefactors who had knowledge of the light, and on him rest the sun, moon, and stars. But on the whole the universal is intuited in immediate unity with the present reality of particular things, and only here and there are universal ideas illustrated by particular images. Still more prosaically, the cult has as its aim the actual accomplishment and dominion of Ormuzd in all things, and it demands only this appropriateness and purity of every object, without even merely making of it a work of art existing as it were in immediate life, as in Greece the warriors and wrestlers, etc., could present such a work in their trained bodies. In all these respects and relations the first unity of spiritual universality with sensuous reality constitutes only the groundwork of the symbolic in art, yet without being itself already strictly symbolical and bringing works of art into existence. In order to attain this next objective there must be an advance from our subject hitherto, i.e. from this first unity to difference and the battle between meaning and shape. b. Fantastic symbolism. If consciousness does advance out of the immediately intuited identity between the absolute and its externally perceived existence, then what confronts us as the essential point is the cleavage between the hitherto united aspects, i.e. the battle between meaning and shape, which immediately provokes the attempt to heal the breach again by building the separated parts together in a fanciful way. It is with this attempt alone that there arises the proper need for art. For if the content of ideas is established independently, freed now from its existence and no longer only intuited directly in present reality, then thereby the task is set before spirit of giving for contemplation and perception in a renewed mode produced by spirit a richly fanciful shape to universal ideas and in this activity creating artistic productions. Now since in the first sphere, where still we are at present, this task can be discharged symbolically only, it may seem as if we are already standing on the ground of the strictly symbolic. But this is not the case. The first thing that we encounter is configurations produced by a fermenting imagination which in the unrest of its fantasticalness only indicates the way which can lead to the genuine center of symbolic art. That is to say that, at the first appearance of the difference and the relation between meaning and the form of representation, both the separation and the linkage are still of a confused kind. This confusion is necessitated by the fact that neither of the different sides has yet become a totality carrying in itself the feature constituting the fundamental character of the other side, whereby alone the really adequate unity and reconciliation can be established. Spirit in its totality, determines, example its external appearance out of its own resources, just as the inherently total and adequate appearance is explicitly only the external existence of the spirit. But, in this first separation of meanings, apprehended by the spirit, from the existing world of appearances, the meanings are not those of the concrete spirit but abstractions, and their expression is likewise unspiritualized and therefore, in its abstraction, only external and sensuous. The pressure for distinction and unification is therefore a frenzy which from sensuous individual details ranges over directly, indefinitely, and wildly to the most general meanings, and for what is inwardly grasped in consciousness can find only the precisely opposite form of sensuous configurations. It is this contradiction which is supposed to produce a genuine unification of the elements which struggle against one another, yet from one side at one is driven into the opposite one, and out of this is pushed back again into the first, without rest it is just thrown hither and thither, and in the oscillation and fermentation of this striving for a solution thinks it has already found appeasement. As a result, instead of genuine satisfaction it is precisely only the contradiction itself which passes for the true unification, and thus the most imperfect unity passes for what properly corresponds to art. True beauty, therefore, we may not seek in this field of murky confusion. For in the restless sudden leap from one extreme to the other, on the one hand we find the breadth and might of universal meanings linked to the sensuous taken both in its individuality and in its elementary appearance, linked therefore in a wholly inadequate way. On the other hand, what is most universal, if a start is made from that, is shamelessly shifted, in the converse manner, into the heart of the most sensuous present, and moreover if the sense of this incompatibility comes to mind. Imagination here can have no recourse but to distortions, since it drives particular shapes beyond their firmly limited particular character, stretches them, alters them into indefiniteness, and intensifies them beyond all bounds. It tears them apart from one another and therefore in this struggle towards accord brings to light only the very opposite in its lack of reconciliation. These first, still wildest, attempts of fancy and art we find especially amongst the ancient Indians. Their chief defect, compatibly with the general nature of this stage, consists in this, that they cannot grasp either the meanings themselves in their clarity, or existing reality in its own proper shape and significance. Therefore the Indians have proved themselves incapable of an historical interpretation of persons and events, because an historical treatment requires sang-froid in taking up and understanding the past on its own account in its actual shape with its empirical links, grounds, aims, and causes. This prosaic circumspection is at variance with the Indian pressure to refer each and everything back to the sheerly absolute and divine, and to contemplate in the commonest and most sensuous things a fancifully created presence and actuality of the gods. In their confused intermixture of finite and absolute, therefore, since the order, intelligibility, and fixity of everyday life and prose remains totally disregarded, they fall, despite all their exuberance and magnificent boldness of conception, into a monstrous extravagance of the fantastic which runs over from what is inmost and deepest into the most commonplace present in order to turn one extreme directly into the other and confuse them. For the more determinate traits of this continuing intoxication, this crazing and crazedness, we have here to go through not the religious ideas as such, but only the chief features in accordance with which this way of looking at things belongs to art. These chief points are the following. 1. The Indian conception of Brahma. One extreme in the Indian mind is the consciousness of the Absolute as what in itself is purely universal, undifferentiated, and therefore completely indeterminate. Since this extreme abstraction has no particular content and is not visualized as a concrete personality, it affords in no respect a material which intuition could shape in some way or other. For Brahma, as this supreme divinity, is entirely withdrawn from sense and observation, indeed he is not even properly an object for thought. For thinking requires self-consciousness which sets an object before itself in order to find itself therein. All understanding is already an identification of self and object, a reconciliation between two terms which, outside this understanding, are separated. What I do not understand or know remains something foreign to me, different from me. But the Indian way of unifying the human self with Brahma is nothing but the steadily enhanced screwing oneself up to this extreme abstraction itself, wherein not only the entire concrete content but even self-consciousness must perish before man can attain to this abstraction. Therefore the Indian knows no reconciliation and identity with Brahma in the sense of the human spirit's reaching knowledge of this unity. On the contrary, the unity consists for the Indian precisely in the fact that consciousness and self-consciousness and therefore all the content of the world and the inner worth of the man's own personality totally disappear. This emptying and annihilation. 336-2. I reaching absolute pointlessness, counts as the highest condition which makes man into the supreme God himself, into Brahma. This abstraction, which is amongst the harshest things that man can lay on himself, on the one hand as Brahma and, on the other, as the purely theoretical inner cult of dullness and mortification, is no object for imagination and art. Art, we may suppose, acquires here an opportunity of indulging in manifold productions only in the course of sketching the way to this end of self-annihilation. To sensuousness, boundlessness, and the activity of presumptifying but, conversely, the Indian outlook nevertheless springs directly out of the supersensuousness into the wildest sensuousness. Yet since the immediate and therefore peaceful identity of the two sides is superseded and, instead of it, difference within the identity has become the fundamental model, this contradiction pushes us, with no mediation, out of the most finite things into the divine and then back again, and we live amongst configurations arising out of this mutual perverse transposition of one side into the other as in a witch's world where no determinacy of form, when we hope to fix our attention on it, stays firm but suddenly is changed into its opposite or swells and spreads into extravagance. Now the general ways in which Indian art comes before us are the following. 1. A. In the first place, imagination places the most tremendous content of the absolute into what is immediately sensuous and individual so that this individual thing, just as it is supposed to represent such a content perfectly in itself and to exist for contemplation as so representing it. In the Ramayana, for instance, the friend of Rama, Hanuman, the prince of apes, is a chief figure and he accomplishes the boldest deeds. To speak generally, in India the ape is revered as divine, and there is a whole city of apes. In the ape as this individual ape the infinite content of the Absolute is gazed at with wonder and is deified. Similarly the cow Sabala appears likewise in the Ramayana, in the episode of Vishvamitra's penances, clothed with boundless might. Furthermore there are families in India in which the Absolute itself vegetates in the form of this actual man, even if an entirely dull and simple one, who in his immediate life and presence is venerated as God. The same thing we find in Lamaism too, where also a single individual man enjoys supreme adoration as a present God. But in India this veneration is not paid exclusively to one man only, on the contrary, every Brahman counts from the beginning, by his birth in his caste, as Brahma already, he has achieved in a natural way, through his physical birth, the spiritual rebirth which identifies the man with God, so that thus the pinnacle of the supremely divine itself falls back immediately into the purely commonplace physical reality of existence. For although Brahmans are under the most sacred obligation to read the Vedas and thereby acquire an insight into the depths of the divine, this duty can be discharged adequately all the same with the greatest lack of spirituality without depriving the Brahman of his divinity. In a similar way one of the most general matters which the Indians portray is procreation and the beginning of life, just as the Greeks specify Eros as the oldest god. Now this procreation, the divine activity, is again taken entirely sensuously in numerous portrayals, and the male and female sexual organs are regarded as supremely holy. So too, even if the divine enters reality explicitly in its divinity, it is drawn into the midst of everyday life in an entirely trivial way. For example, in the beginning of the Ramayana there is a story of how Brahma came to Valmikis, the mythical singer of the poem Ramayana. Valmikis welcomes him entirely in the ordinary Indian way, compliments him, places a chair for him, brings him water and fruit. Brahma actually sits down and compels his host to sit likewise. They sit for a long time until at last Brahma commands Valmikis to compose the Ramayana. This likewise is still not a properly symbolic conception, for although here, as symbol requires, the figures are drawn from the contemporary world and applied to universal meanings, still Thoreau is missing here the other aspect of symbols, i.e. the fact that the particular existents are not supposed actually to be the absolute meaning for our vision, but only to indicate it. For Indian imagination the ape, the cow, the individual Brahman, etc., are not a cognate symbol of the divine, they are treated and represented as the divine itself, as an existent adequate thereto. But herein lies the contradiction which drives Indian art onto a second mode of conception. For, on the one hand, the purely invisible, the absolute as such, the bare meaning, is grasped as the truly divine, while, on the other hand, individual things in concrete reality are also, in their sensuous existence, directly regarded by imagination as divine manifestations. In part, indeed, they are supposed to express only particular aspects of the absolute, yet even then the immediate individual thing, represented as an adequate existence of this specific universality, is plainly simply inadequate to this its content. The individual is in contradiction with the content all the more sharply as the meaning is here already seized in its universality and yet, expressly in this universality, is posited immediately by imagination as identical with what is most sensuous and most individual. b. The first resolution of this disunion is sought by Indian art, as was already indicated above, in the extravagance of its productions. In order, as sensuous figures themselves, to reach universality, the individual figures are wildly tugged apart from one another into the colossal and grotesque. For the individual figure which is to express not itself and the meaning appropriate to it as a particular phenomenon but a universal meaning lying outside its own, does not satisfy contemplation until it is torn out of itself into monstrosity without aim and measure. For here above all there is the most extravagant exaggeration of size, alike in the spatial figure and in temporal immeasurability, as well as the multiplication of one and the same characteristic, the many heads, the mass of arms, etc., whereby attainment of the breadth and universality of meanings is pursued. The egg, for example, includes the bird. This individual existent is expanded to the immeasurable idea of a world egg as enveloping the universal life of all things, in which life Brahma, the procreating God, without action of his own, spends a year in creation until by his mere thought the halves of the egg fall apart. Now besides natural objects, human individuals and events are also equally elevated to having the meaning of an actual divine act in such a way that neither the divine by itself nor the human can be retained apart, but both appear continually entangled hither and thither with one another. To this category there belong particularly the incarnations of the gods, especially of Vishnu, the conserving god, whose deeds provide a main subject matter of the great epic poems. In these materializations divinity passes over immediately into mundane manifestation. So, for example, Rama is himself the seventh incarnation of Vishnu, Ramchandra. In individual needs, actions, situations, forms and modes of behavior, the contents of these poems are clearly drawn in part from actual events, from the deeds of ancient kings who were strong enough to found new conditions of order and legality, and we are therefore in the midst of humanity on the firm ground of reality. But then conversely everything is expanded again, stretched into nebulosity, played over into the universal once more, so that we lose again the ground that had scarcely been won and we know not where we are. The same thing meets us in the Shakuntala. At the start we have before us the tenderest, most fragrant world of love where everything goes on its appropriate way in a human fashion, but then we are suddenly snatched away from this entirely concrete reality and carried up into the clouds of Indra's heaven where everything is changed and broadened out of its limited sphere into universal meanings of the life of nature in relation to Brahmans and that power over the gods of nature which is granted to man on the strength of his severe penances. Even this mode of representation cannot be strictly called symbolical. For the determinate shape which the symbolic mode uses is allowed, in symbolism proper, to persist just as it is, because symbolism does not seek to see in the shape the immediate existence of the meaning in its universality, but merely hints at the meaning by reference to the properties of the object that are cognate to the meaning. But Indian art, although severing universality from individual existence, nevertheless demands the immediate unity of both as well, a unity produced by imagination. It must therefore deprive the determinate existent of its limitedness and, in a purely sensuous way, enlarge it into indefiniteness and, in general, transform and disfigure it. In this dissolution of determinacy and in the confusion arising from the fact that the loftiest content is always introduced into things, phenomena, incidents, and deeds which in their limitedness are incapable either of actually having the might of such a content in themselves or of expressing it, we may therefore look for a touch of sublimity rather than what is properly symbolical. In the sublime, that is to say, as we shall learn later on in chapter 2, the finite appearance expresses the absolute, which it is supposed to bring before our vision, but only in such a way that the absolute withdraws from the appearance and the appearance falls short of the content. This is the case with eternity, for example. The idea of eternity becomes sublime if it is to be expressed in temporal terms, since every greatest number is always not yet sufficient and must be increased on and on without end, as it is said of God, 8,000 years are in thy sight one day. 1. In this way and the like, Indian art contains many things which begin to strike this note of sublimity. Yet the great difference from sublimity, properly so called, consists in this, that the Indian imagination in such wild configurations does not succeed in positing negatively the phenomena that it presents, but precisely by that immeasurability and unlimitedness thinks that the difference and contradiction between the absolute and its configuration has been obliterated and made to vanish. However little we can allow Indian art in its excess to count as strictly symbolical or sublime, neither is it, strictly speaking, beautiful. For we may concede that, especially in sketching human life as such, it affords us much that is delightful and gentle, many friendly images and delicate feelings, the most brilliant descriptions of nature and the most charming and most childlike traits of love and naive innocence, as well as much that is grand and noble, but, so far as the universal fundamental meanings are concerned, the spiritual, on the other hand, still always remains entirely sensuous again, the most commonplace is set on a level with the supreme, determinacy is destroyed, the sublime is just boundlessness, and what belongs to myth gets involved for the most part only in the fantasticalness of a restless inquisitive imagination and an unintelligent talent for configuration. See, finally, the purest manner of portraying universal meanings which we find at this stage is personifying them by using the human form in general. Nevertheless, since the meaning here is not yet conceived as free spiritual subjectivity and what is meant instead is either some abstract characteristic taken in its universality, or else mere nature, e.g. the life of rivers, hills, stars, and the sun, it is properly below the dignity of the human form to be used as an expression for this sort of subject matter. For in accordance with their true specific character, the human body, as well as the form of human activities and events, express only the concrete spirit and its inner content, and the spirit therefore remains with its whole self in this its real embodiment, which thus is no mere symbol or external sign. It follows that personification here is unsatisfactory in two ways, for, if the meaning, which the personification is summoned to portray, is to belong to the spiritual sphere as much as to the natural one, then, owing to the abstractness of the meaning at this stage, the personification is still superficial and for its clearer elucidation requires manifold figures in addition, and with these it is confused and thereby is itself vitiated. 2. It is not subjectivity and its shape which is the indicative thing here, but its expressions, deeds, etc., for it is in doing and acting alone that there lies the more determinate particularization which can be brought into relation with the determinate content of the universal meanings. But in that case there enters again the defect that not the subject but only his expression is the significant thing, and there is also the confusion that events and deeds, instead of being the reality and self-actualizing determinate being of the subject, derive their content and their meaning from elsewhere, i.e. from being personified. A series of such actions may therefore in itself have a sequence and a logicality derived from the content which such a series serves to express, but by personification and humanization this logicality is nevertheless interrupted again and partly superseded, because the imposition of a subject on them, i.e. by personifying them, leads conversely to the caprice of actions and expressions, so that thus the meaningful and the meaningless are turned topsy-turvy in a varied and irregular way, all the more so the less is imagination capable of bringing its meanings and their shapes into a fundamental and fixed interconnection. But if the purely natural is adopted as the sole subject matter, the natural for its part does not deserve to be clothed with the human form, and this latter, appropriate only to the expression of spirit, is for its part incapable of portraying the merely natural. In all these respects this personification cannot be true, because truth in art, like truth in general, requires the harmony of inner and outer, of concept and reality. Greek mythology does personify even the Black Sea and the Scamander, it has its river gods, nymphs, dryads, and, in general, it makes nature in many ways the content of its anthropomorphic gods. Yet it does not leave personification purely formal and superficial, but shapes out of it individuals whence the purely natural meaning retires, and the human element, which has adopted such natural content into itself, becomes the predominant thing. But Indian art does not get beyond the grotesque intermixture of the natural and the human, so that neither side gets its right, and both are reciprocally vitiated. To speak generally, these personifications too are not yet properly symbolical, because, on account of their superficiality of form, they do not stand in any essential relation and close affinity with the specific content which they were supposed to express symbolically. But at the same time, in respect of the particular further figures and attributes with which such personifications appear intermingled and which are supposed to express the more specific qualities ascribed to the gods, there begins a striving after symbolical representations, for which personification in that event remains rather only the universal and comprehensive form. As for the more important views belonging to this context, in the first place mention must be made of Trimurti, the triform divinity. This divinity is composed, first, of Brahma, the productive generating activity, the creator of the world, lord of the gods, etc. On the one hand, Trimurti is distinct from Brahma, in the neuter, from the Supreme Being, and is its firstborn, but, on the other hand, he coincides again with this abstract divinity, since in general, in the case of the Indians, differences cannot be retained within fixed limits but are partly confused and partly pass over into one another. Now his shape in detail has much that is symbolical. He is portrayed with 4 heads and 4 hands, with scepter, ring, etc. In color he is red, which hints at the sun, because these gods always at the same time bear universal natural significances which they personify. The second god in Trimurti is Vishnu, the god who preserves, and the third is Shiva, who destroys. The symbols for these gods are innumerable. For along with the universality of their meanings they comprise infinitely many single effects, partly in connection with particular phenomena in nature, especially elemental ones, as e.g. Vishnu has the quality of fire. Wilson's Lexicon, 1 SV2, but partly also with spiritual ones. This material then ferments confusedly in various ways and frequently brings the most repulsive shapes into appearance for contemplation. In this triform God it appears at once most clearly that here the spiritual shape cannot yet emerge in its truth, because here the spiritual does not constitute the proper and decisive meaning. This trinity of gods would be spirit if the third God were a concrete unity and a return into itself out of difference and duality. For, according to the true conception, God is spirit as this active, absolute difference and unity which, in general terms, constitutes the essence of spirit. But in Trimurti the third God is not a concrete totality at all, on the contrary, it is itself only one, side by side with the 2 others, and therefore is likewise an abstraction. There is no return into itself, but only a transition into something else, a change, procreation, and destruction. Therefore we must take great care not to try to recover the supreme truth in such first inklings of reason or to recognize the Christian Trinity already in this hint, which in its rhythm does of course contain threefoldness, a fundamental idea in Christianity. Starting from Brahma and Trimurti, Indian imagination proceeds still further fantastically to an infinite number of most multitudinously shaped gods. For those universal meanings, viewed as what is essentially divine, are met again in thousands and thousands of phenomena which now themselves are personified and symbolized as gods, and they put the greatest hindrances in the way of a clear understanding because of the indeterminacy and confusing restlessness of imagination which in its inventions deals with nothing in accordance with its proper nature and overturns each and everything. For these subordinate gods, with Indra, air, and sky, at their head, the more detailed content is provided above all by the universal forces of nature, by the stars, streams, mountains, in the different features of their efficacy, their alteration, their influence whether beneficent or harmful, preservative or destructive. But one of the chief topics of Indian fancy and art is the origin of the gods and of all things, i.e. theogony and cosmology. For Indian imagination is in general caught in the steady process of introducing into the midst of external appearance whatever is most nonsensuous and, at the same time, conversely, of obliterating again the most natural and sensuous realm by the most extreme abstraction. In a similar way the origin of the gods out of the supreme divinity and the operation and determinate existence of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are represented in particular things, in hills, waters, and human affairs. The same content may then, on the one hand, acquire on its own account a particular shape of the gods, but, on the other hand, these gods pass over again into the universal meanings of the highest gods. Of such theogonies and cosmogonies there is a great number and endless variety. If therefore it is said that thus have the Indians represented to themselves the creation of the world, the origin of all things, this can be valid always for one sect only or one specific book, for elsewhere you can always find the same thing stated differently. The fancy of this people in its images and shapes is inexhaustible. A principal idea running through the stories of origins is the continually recurring description of natural generation instead of the idea of a spiritual creation. Once we are acquainted with these modes of looking at things, we have the key to many representations which entirely confound our sense of shame, for shamelessness is pushed to an extreme and in its sensuousness proceeds to the incredible. A brilliant example of this manner and mode of treatment is afforded by the famous and familiar episode in the Ramayana, the descent of Ganga. The tale is told of the occasion when Rama comes accidentally to the Ganges. The wintry ice-covered Himavan, prince of mountains, had two daughters by the slender Meena, namely Ganga, the elder, and the beautiful Uma, the younger. The gods, especially Indra, had begged the father to send Ganga to them in order that they might celebrate the sacred rites, and, since Himavan showed himself ready to accede to their petition, Ganga rose on high to the blessed gods. Now follows the further history of Uma who, after accomplishing many wonderful deeds of humility and penitence, is married to Rudra, i.e. Shiva. From this marriage rugged and barren mountains are engendered. For a century long, without intermission, Shiva lay with Uma in a conjugal embrace, with the result that the gods, alarmed by Shiva's progenitive powers and full of alarm about the child to be born, begged him to turn his seed to the earth. This passage the English translator Sir Charles Wilkins had no mind to translate word for word because it is all too wanting in decency and shame. Shiva after all heeds the request of the gods, he gives up further procreative activity in order not to destroy the universe, and casts his seed on the earth. From it, fecundated by fire, there comes to birth the white mountain which separates India from Tartary. But Uma falls into anger and fury at this and curses all wedlock. These are in a way horrible and grotesque compositions at variance with our imagination and any intelligence, so that, instead of actually presenting what is to be taken as their real meaning, they only hint at it. A.W. Schlegel has not translated this part of the episode. He only recounts how Ganga descended to earth again. This happened in the following way. An ancestor of Rama, Sagara, had a bad son, but from a second wife had 60,000 sons who came to the world in a pumpkin, but, in jars with clarified butter, grew up to be strong men. One day Sagara wished to sacrifice a steed, but it was snatched from him by Vishnu in the form of a snake. Thereupon Sagara sends out the 60,000. Vishnu's breath, as they approached him after great hardships and much searching, burnt them to ashes. At last after a protracted wait a grandson of Sagara, Ansuman, the resplendent one, son of Asamanja, set forth to rediscover his 60,000 uncles and the sacrificial horse. He did indeed actually come across the horse, Shiva, and the heap of ashes, but the bird king Garudas told him that his relatives would never return to life again unless the river of the holy Ganga flowed down from heaven over the heap of ashes. Then the stalwart Ansuman undergoes the strictest penances throughout 32,000 years on the peak of Himavan. In vain. Neither his own mortifications nor those of his son Dwilapa for 30,000 years help in the slightest. Only in the son of Dwilapa, the excellent Bhagirata, is the great work successful after a further 1,000 years of penance. Now Ganga rushes down, but, to prevent her from ruining the earth, Shiva holds his head underneath so that the water flows away into the locks of his hair. Thus then again new penances are required from Bhagirata in order to free Ganga from these locks so that she can stream on. Finally, she pours forth into 6 streams, the 7th stream Bhagirata, after enormous difficulties, diverts to the 60,000 who mount to heaven, while Bhagirata himself rules over his people for yet a long time in peace. Other theogonies, e.g. the Scandinavian and the Greek, are similar to the Indian. In all of them the chief category is generation and being generated, but none of them lets itself go so wildly as the Indian and, in the main, with such caprice and inappropriateness of invention in its configurations. The theogony of Hesiod especially is far more perspicuous and definite, so that every time we know where we are and we clearly recognize the meaning, because it is more brightly prominent and shows that the external shape is only its external manifestation. The theogony begins one with Chaos, Erebus, Eros, and Gaia. Gaia produces Uranus by herself alone, and then, mated with him, brings forth the mountains, the Black Sea, etc., as well as Cronus, the Cyclopes, and the 100-handed giants whom, soon after their birth, Uranus shut up in Tartarus. Gaia induces Cronus to unman Uranus, This happens, the blood is caught by the earth and hence grew the Furies and the giants, while the castrated member is caught by the sea and the Cytherean, i.e. Aphrodite springs from its foam. All this is clearer and brought more firmly together, and also it does not stop at the circle of gods of mere nature. 3. View of purification and penance. If we look now for a transitional point to symbol proper, we may already find its first beginnings in Indian imagination also. For however preoccupied Indian fancy may be with the task of screwing sensuous appearance up into a polytheism which no other people has to exhibit in the like boundlessness and mutability, still on the other hand in all sorts of insights and narratives it is always mindful again of that spiritual abstraction of the Supreme God, compared with whom the individual, the sensuous, and the phenomenal spheres are apprehended as non-divine, inappropriate, and therefore as something which must be negatived and superseded. For, as was said at the outset, it is just this conversion of one side into the other which constitutes the peculiar type, and the unappeased lack of reconciliation, of the Indian outlook. Indian art therefore, has never been tired of giving shape in the most varied ways to the self-sacrifice of the sensuous and to the force of spiritual abstraction and immersion in one's inner being. To this category there belong the portrayals of protracted penances and profound meditations, of which not only the oldest epic poems, the Ramayana and Mahabharata, but also many other poetic works of art provide the most important samples. Such penances were indeed often undertaken from ambition or at least for specific ends which are not supposed to lead to the supreme and final unification with Brahma and to the destruction of the mundane and the finities, example the end of acquiring the power of a Brahman, etc. Yet, at the same time, there is always implicit the view that penance, and the continued meditation which turns away more and more from everything specific and finite, far surpass birth in a specific caste as well as the dominion of mere nature and the gods of nature. Wherefore Indra in particular, the prince of gods, opposes strict penitence and tries to lure them away, or, if no allurement is any, unconscious symbolism 347 use, calls on the higher gods to aid him, because otherwise the whole heaven would get into confusion. In the portrayal of such penances and their different kinds, stages, and grades Indian art is almost as inventive as it is in its polytheism, and it pursues the business of such invention with great seriousness. This is the point from which we can extend our inquiry further. See symbolism proper. For symbolic art, as well as for fine art also, it is essential that the meaning to which it undertakes to give shape shall not only, as happens in Indian art, emerge from the first immediate unity with its external existence, a unity still basic there prior to all division and differentiation, but shall also become explicitly free from the immediate sensuous shape. This liberation can only take place in so far as the sensuous and natural is apprehended and envisaged in itself as negative, as what is to be, and has been, superseded. Yet further it is necessary that the negative, coming into appearance as the passing and self-transcendence of the natural, shall be accepted and shaped as the absolute meaning of things in general, as a factor in the divine. Yet thereby we have already forsaken Indian art. Indian imagination, it is true, does not lack a vision of the negative. Shiva is the destroyer, and Indra, the procreator, dies, indeed even time, the annihilator, personified as Kala, the fearsome giant, destroys the whole universe and all the gods, even Trimurti who likewise passes away into Brahma, just as the individual, in his identification with the Supreme God, lets himself and his whole knowing and willing dwindle away. But in these views the negative is partly only a changing and altering, partly only the abstraction which sheds the determinate in order to press on to the undetermined and therefore empty universality utterly devoid of all content. Against this, the substance of the divine remains unaltered, one and the same in changes of form, in transition, advance to polytheism, and elevation from many gods to a single supreme God once more. This is not the one God who in himself, as this one, has the negative as his own determinate character necessarily belonging to his essential nature. One in a way similar to the Indian, In the Parsi outlook, the bringer of corruption and harmfulness lies outside Ormuzd in Ahriman, and therefore produces only an opposition and a battle which does not belong to the one God, Ormuzd, as an allotted factor in him. The further step we now have to take consists in this, that, a. the negative is fixed independently by consciousness as the absolute, but, b. is regarded as only one factor in the divine, yet as a factor which does not merely fall outside the true absolute into another God like Ahriman, but is so ascribed to the absolute that the true God appears as the negativing of himself and therefore has the negative as his own immanent determinate character. In virtue of this further idea, the absolute becomes for the first time inherently concrete, by having its determinateness within itself and therefore by being a unity in itself, and the factors of this unity reveal themselves to contemplation as the different determinations of one and the same God. This is because what is principally at issue here is the first satisfaction of the need for the determinateness of the absolute meaning in itself. The meanings previously considered remained, on account of their abstraction, purely indeterminate and therefore shapeless, or, if alternatively they advanced to determinacy, either coincided immediately with natural existence or fell into a battle between shapes, a battle which never came to either peace or reconciliation. This double defect is now to be remedied in the following way: by the inner process of thought and by the external progress of national convictions. A closer bond is forged between inner and outer by the fact that every determining of the absolute is inherently already a beginning of an outward passage into expression. For every determining is inherent differentiation, but the external as such is always determinate and differentiated, and therefore an aspect is present in which the external is more in correspondence with the meaning than was the case at the stages hitherto considered. But the first determinateness and negation of the absolute in itself cannot be the free self-determination of the spirit as spirit, but is itself only the immediate negation. The immediate and therefore natural negation in its most comprehensive mode is death. Thus the absolute now is interpreted as having to enter this negation as a determination accruing to its own essence and to tread the path of extinction and deed. 1. Therefore we see the glorification of death and grief arising in the consciousness of peoples as primarily the death of the expiring sensuous sphere. The death of what is natural becomes known as a necessary constituent in the life of the absolute. Yet the absolute, on the one hand, in order to experience this factor, i.e. death, must come into being and have a determinate existence, while on the other hand it does not stop at annihilation in death but out of it is restored to a positive unity in itself in an exalted way. Here, therefore, dying is not taken at all as the whole meaning, but only as one aspect of it. The absolute is indeed apprehended as a transcendence of its immediate existence, as a passing and a passing away of that existence, but also, conversely, through this process of the negative, as a return into itself, as a resurrection to a life inherently eternal and divine. This is because death has a double meaning: a. it is precisely the immediate passing away of the natural; b. it is the death of the purely natural and therefore the birth of something higher, namely the spiritual realm, to which the merely natural dies in the sense that the spirit has this element of death in itself as belonging to its essence. 2. But therefore the natural shape in its immediacy and sensuous existence can no longer be interpreted as coinciding with the meaning glimpsed in it, because the meaning of the external itself just consists in its dying in its real existence and transcending itself. 3. In the like manner the mere battle between meaning and shape dies away along with that ferment of imagination which produced the fantastic in India. True, the meaning is even now not yet known in that pure unity with itself which is liberated from present reality, not yet so known as meaning in its perfectly purified clarity that it could be contrasted with the shape illustrative of it. But, conversely, the individual shape, as this individual animal, or this human personification, or event, or action, cannot bring before contemplation an immediate adequate existence of the absolute. This inadequate identity is already surpassed just to the same extent that that perfect liberation is not yet attained. In place of both there is set that kind of representation which we have already described above as the strictly symbolic. On the one hand, the symbol can come to the fore now, because what is inward, and comprehended as meaning, no longer, as in Indian conceptions, merely comes and goes, now sinking here and there directly into externality, now withdrawing therefrom into the solitude of 352. I abstraction, on the contrary, it begins to establish itself explicitly in face of purely natural reality. On the other hand, the symbol must now attain configuration. For although the meaning completely pertinent up to this point has for its content the element of the negation of the natural, still the truly inward only now begins to wrest its way out of the natural and is therefore still intertwined with the external mode of appearance, with the result that it cannot without an external shape enter our minds on its own account in its clear universality. To the essential nature of what in general constitutes the fundamental meaning in symbolic art there now corresponds the manner of configuration, in the sense that the specific natural forms and human actions in the individualized features proper to them are neither to portray and mean themselves alone nor to bring the divine before the spectator's mind as immediately present and perceptible in them. Their specific determinate being in its particular shape is to have only qualities hinting at a more comprehensive meaning cognate with them. On this account, it is precisely that universal dialectic of life, birth, growth, passing away, and rebirth out of death which constitutes in this matter too the adequate content for the strictly symbolic form. This is so because in almost all departments of natural and spiritual life there are phenomena which have this process as the basis of their existence and therefore can be used for illustrating such meanings and for pointing to them. For between the two sides meaning and expression there occurs in fact a real affinity. For example, plants spring from their seed, they germinate, grow, blossom, produce fruit, and then the fruit decays and brings forth new seeds. The sun, similarly, stands low in winter, rises high in spring, until in summer it reaches its zenith and now bestows its greatest blessings or ekes its destructiveness, but then it sinks down again. The different ages in life, childhood, youth, manhood, and old age also display the same universal process. But above all, to particularize further, specific localities too enter this list of illustrations, for instance the Nile Valley. Since the purely fantastic is displaced solely by these more fundamental traits of affinity and by the closer correspondence between meaning and its expression, there enters a circumspect choice between symbolizing shapes in respect of their adequacy or inadequacy, and that restless frenzy is quickened into a more intelligent sobriety. We see therefore coming forward again a more reconciled unity, as we found it at the first stage, but with the difference that the identity of the meaning with its real existence is no longer an immediate unification but one re-established out of difference and therefore not just met with but produced by spirit. The inner life in general begins here to grow towards independence and self-knowledge. It seeks its counterpart in the natural which, on its side, has a like counterpart in the life and fate of the spiritual. The tremendous impulse towards symbolic art proceeds here from this urge which seeks to recognize the one side in the other, which seeks to present to our contemplation and imagination the inner meaning through the outward shape and the significance of the outward shapes through the inner meaning, the two being linked. Only when the inner becomes free and yet preserves the impulse to picture to itself, in a real shape, what it is in its essence, and to have this very picture before itself as also an external work, only then does there begin the proper impulse towards art, especially the visual arts. In other words, hereby alone is there present the necessity of giving to the inner by spiritual activity an appearance not merely met with in advance in nature but no less devised by spirit. One imagination in that event makes a second shape which does not count by itself as an end but is used only to illustrate a meaning allied to it and therefore is dependent on it. Now this situation could be so conceived that it might be thought that the meaning is what consciousness starts from and that only then does it look around, in the next place, for an expression of its ideas in analogous shapes. But this is not the way of strictly symbolical art. For its special character consists in the fact that it does not yet penetrate to the comprehension of meanings in and by themselves, independently of every external shape. On the contrary, it takes its departure from the present and the present's concrete existence in nature and spirit, and then and only then expands it to enshrine universal meanings whose significance is contained likewise in such a real existent for its part, even if only in a rather restricted manner and in a purely approximate way. but at the same time symbolic art seizes on these objects only to create out of them by imagination a shape which makes the universality in them something that the mind can contemplate and picture in this particular reality. Therefore, as symbolic, artistic productions have not yet gained a form truly adequate to the spirit, because the spirit here is itself not yet inwardly clear to itself, as it would be if it were the free spirit. Nevertheless, at least there are configurations which reveal in themselves at once that they are not merely chosen to display themselves alone, but that they are meant to hint at meanings that lie deeper and are more comprehensive. The purely natural and sensuous object presents itself, whereas while the symbolic work of art may bring before our eyes natural phenomena or human forms, it hints at once outside and beyond itself at something else which yet must have an inwardly grounded affinity with the shapes presented and have an essential relationship with them. The connection between the concrete shape and its universal meaning may be of many kinds, now more external and therefore less clear, but now also more fundamental, if, that is to say, the universality to be symbolized constitutes in fact the essential element in the concrete appearance. In that case the comprehensibility of the symbol is made much more easy. In this connection the most abstract sort of expression is number, which yet is only to be used as a clearer illusion when the meaning itself contains a numerical determination. The numbers 7 and 12, for example, occur frequently in Egyptian architecture, because 7 is the number of the planets, 12 the number of the months or of the feet by which the waters of the Nile must rise in order to fructify the land. Such a number is in that case regarded as sacred, because it is a numerical determination in the great relations of the elements which are reverenced as the powers governing the whole life of nature. 12 steps, 7 columns, are to this extent symbolical. The like symbolism of numbers extends indeed to still more advanced mythologies. The 12 labors of Hercules, for example, seem also to originate from the 12 months of the year, since Hercules on the one hand comes on the scene as the entirely humanly individualized hero, but on the other hand he still carries in himself a meaning symbolical of nature, and he is a personification of the sun's course. Then further on there are spatial configurations which are more concrete. Paths in labyrinth. Are a symbol for the revolution of the planets, just as dances too in their intricacies have the more secret sense of imitating symbolically the movement of the great elemental bodies. Then, still further on, animal shapes afford symbols, but in the most perfect way the form of the human body is a symbol, a form which appears elaborated in a higher and more appropriate way because the spirit at this stage already begins in general to give shape to itself, disengaging itself from the purely natural and rising to its own more independent existence. This constitutes the general nature of symbol proper and the necessity of art for its presentation. Now in order to review the more concrete conceptions underlying this stage, we must, in connection with this first descent of spirit into itself, leave the east and turn rather to the west. As a general symbol indicative of this standpoint we may put at the top the picture of the phoenix which sets fire to itself but rises again rejuvenated out of ashes and death in the flames. Herodotus 273 tells us that he had never seen this bird in Egypt except in pictures, and in fact it is the Egyptians who provide the focus for the symbolical art form. Yet before we go forward to a more detailed consideration of this, we may mention some other myths which form the transition to that symbolism which is completely worked out in all its aspects. These are the myths of Adonis, his death, Aphrodite's lament for him, the funeral ceremonies, etc., insights with their horn on the coast of Syria. Cyb worship in Phrygia has the same meaning, and this reverberates too in the myths of Castor and Pollux, Ceres, and Proserpine. As a meaning, what is here principally emphasized and made explicitly perceptible is the already mentioned factor of the negative, the death of what is natural, as a factor absolutely grounded in the divine. Hence the funeral ceremonies in connection with the death of the god, the extravagant laments over the loss which, however, is then compensated by rediscovery, resurrection, renewal, so that now ceremonial festivities can follow. This universal meaning has over again in this case its more specific natural sense. In winter the sun loses its force, but in spring it, and nature along with it, is rejuvenated again, and then it dies and is reborn. Here, in other words, the divine, personified in a human occurrence, has its meaning in the life of nature, which then, on the other hand, is once more a symbol for the essential character of the negative in general alike in spirit and in nature. 354-2. But the complete example of the thorough elaboration of symbolic art, both in its special content and in its form, we have to seek in Egypt. Egypt is the country of symbols, the country which sets itself the spiritual task of the self-deciphering of the spirit, without actually attaining to the decipherment. The problems remain unsolved, and the solution which we can provide consists therefore only in interpreting the riddles of Egyptian art and its symbolic works as a problem remaining undeciphered by the Egyptians themselves. In this way spirit here still looks for itself in externality, out of which it then struggles again, and it now labors in tireless activity to exhibit for perception, not thought, a, its own essence by its own effort in the phenomena of nature, and b, nature in its being a shape of spirit. For this reason the Egyptians, amongst the peoples hitherto mentioned, are the properly artistic people. But their works remain mysterious and dumb, mute and motionless, because here spirit itself has still not really found its own inner life and still cannot speak the clear and distinct language of spirit. Spirit's unsatisfied urge and pressure to bring this wrestling with itself before perception by means of art in so mute a way, to give shape to the inner life, and to attain knowledge of its own inner life, as of inner life in general, only through external cognate shapes, is characteristic of Egypt. The people of this wonderful country were not only agriculturalists, they were builders, they dug the ground everywhere, excavated canals and lakes. In this instinct for art they not only produced the most prodigious edifices above ground but also with great vigor constructed equally immense buildings, of the most enormous dimensions, in the bowels of the earth. The erection of such monuments, as Herodotus relates, one was a principal occupation of the people and a chief accomplishment of its rulers. The buildings of the Indians too were colossal indeed, but we cannot find this endless variety anywhere else but in Egypt. The inward indeed as the negative of life, as death not as the abstract negation which the evil and perishable is, like Ahriman in opposition to Ormuzd, but in even a concrete shape. A. The Indian rises only to the emptiest abstraction and therefore the abstraction which is likewise negative in contrast to everything concrete. Such an Indian process of becoming Brahma does not occur in Egypt, on the contrary, the invisible has a deeper meaning for the Egyptians, the dead acquires the content of the living itself. Deprived of immediate existence, the dead still preserves in its separation from life its relation to the living, and in this concrete shape it is made independent and maintained. It is well known that the Egyptians embalmed and worshipped cats, dogs, hawks, ichneumons, bears, wolves, but especially men who had died. Herodotus, 267, 86 c. O. The honor paid to the dead by the Egyptians is not burial, but their perennial preservation as corpses. b. Moreover, the Egyptians go beyond this immediate and even still natural duration of the dead. What is preserved naturally is also interpreted in their ideas as enduring. Herodotus says to 123 of the Egyptians that they were the first to teach the immortality of the human soul. With them, that is, there first emerges in this higher way too the separation between nature and spirit, since it is not merely the natural which acquires independence for itself. The immortality of the soul lies very close to the freedom of the spirit, because the conception of immortality implies that the self comprehends itself as withdrawn from the naturalness of existence and as resting on itself, but this self-knowledge is the principle of freedom. Now of course this is not to say that the Egyptians had completely reached the conception of the free spirit, and in examining this faith of theirs we must not think of our manner of conceiving the immortality of the soul, but still they did already have the insight to take good account, both externally and in their ideas, of the body in its existence separated from life. Therefore they have made the transition of mind to its liberation. Although they have only reached the threshold of the realm of freedom, this insight of theirs is broadened into the conception of an independent realm of the dead in contrast to the presence of what is immediately real. In this kingdom of the invisible, a judgment of the dead is held, and Osiris as Amenthus I presides over it. The same tribunal is then also present in immediate reality, since among men too the dead are judged, and after the decease of a king, for example, anyone could bring his grievances to that court of judgment. See, if we ask further for a symbolical art form to express this idea, we have to look for it in the chief structures built by the Egyptians. Here we have before us a double architecture, one above ground, the other subterranean, labyrinths under the soil, magnificent vast excavations, passages half a mile long, chambers adorned with hieroglyphics, everything worked out with the maximum of care. Then above ground there are built in addition those amazing constructions amongst which the pyramids are to be counted the chief. On the purpose and meaning of the pyramids all sorts of hypotheses have been tried for centuries, yet it now seems beyond doubt that they are enclosures for the graves of kings or of sacred animals, apis for example, or cats, the ibis, etc. In this way the pyramids put before our eyes the simple prototype of symbolical art itself. They are prodigious crystals which conceal in themselves an inner meaning and, as external shapes produced by art, they so envelop that meaning that it is obvious that they are there for this inner meaning separated from pure nature and only in relation to this meaning. But this realm of death and the invisible, which here constitutes the meaning, possesses only one side, and that a formal one, of the true content of art, namely that of being removed from immediate existence, and so this realm is primarily only Hades, not yet a life which, even if liberated from the sensuous as such, is still nevertheless at the same time self-existent and therefore in itself free and living spirit. On this account the shape for such an inner meaning still remains just an external form and veil for the definite content of that meaning. The pyramids are such an external environment in which an inner meaning rests concealed. Now while in general the inner life should be presented to our vision as something present externally, the Egyptians have fallen into the opposite extreme by worshipping an actual existence of the divine in living animals like the bull, cats, and many others. The living thing stands higher than inorganic externality, for the living organism has something inner at which its external shape hints, but which yet remains inner and therefore rich in mystery. So here animal worship must be understood as an intuition of a secret inner being which, as life, is a higher power over the purely external. Of course it always remains repugnant to us to see animals, dogs, and cats, instead of what is truly spiritual, regarded as sacred. This worship, taken by itself, has in it nothing symbolic, because in it the actual living animal, Apis for example, was itself worshipped as an existence of God. But the Egyptians have used the animal form symbolically too. In that event this form is no longer valued on its own account but is debased to the expression of something more general. In its most naive form this is the case with animal masks which occur especially in portrayals of embalming. In this occupation the persons who dissect the corpse and take out the entrails are painted wearing animal masks. Here it is clear at once that such an animal head is supposed not to mean itself but to have a different and more general significance. Moreover, the animal form is used intermingled with the human. We find human figures with lions' heads, and these are taken for shapes of Minerva, hawks' heads occur too, and horns are left on the heads of Ammon. Symbolic connections cannot be missed here. Similarly the hieroglyphic script of the Egyptians is also largely symbolic, since either it tries to make us acquainted with the meanings by sketching actual objects which display not themselves but a universal related to them, or, more commonly still, in its so-called phonetic element the script indicates the individual letters by illustrating an object the initial letter of which has in speech the same sound as that which is to be expressed. 3. Complete symbolism. Memnons, Isis, and Osiris, the Sphinx in Egypt. On the whole, almost every shape is a symbol and hieroglyph not signifying itself but hinting at another thing with 358 2. I which it has affinity and therefore relationship. Yet symbols proper are only really complete when this relation is of a more fundamental and deeper kind. In this connection I will mention briefly only the following frequently recurring ideas. A. Just as on one side the Egyptian superstition has an inkling, in the animal form, of a secret inwardness, so on the other side we find the human form so represented that it still has the inner element of subjectivity outside itself and therefore cannot unfold itself into free beauty. Especially remarkable are those colossal statues of Memnon which, resting in themselves, motionless, the arms glued to the body, the feet firmly fixed together, numb, stiff, and lifeless, are set up facing the sun in order to await its ray to touch them and give them soul and sound. Herodotus at least relates one that statues of Memnon gave a sound automatically at sunrise. Of course higher criticism has cast doubt on this, yet the fact of the sound has lately been established again by Frenchmen and Englishmen, and if the sound is not produced by contrivances of some sort, it may still be explained by assuming that, just as there are minerals which rustle in water, the voice of these stone monuments proceeds from the dew and the cool of the morning and then from the falling of the sun's rays on them, if small rifts arise consequentially and vanish again. But taken as symbols, the meaning to be ascribed to these colossi is that they do not have the spiritual soul freely in themselves and therefore, instead of being able to draw animation from within, from what bears proportion and beauty in itself, they require for it light from without which alone liberates the note of the soul from them. The human voice, on the other hand, resounds out of one's own feeling and one's own spirit without any external impulse, just as the height of art in general consists in making the inner give shape to itself out of its own being. But the inner life of the human form is still dumb in Egypt and in its animation it is only a natural factor that is kept in view. b. A further type of symbolical presentation is Isis and Osiris. Osiris is begotten, born, and then done to death by Typhon. But Isis looks for the scattered limbs, finds, collects, and buries them. Now this story of the god has, prima facie, purely natural significances for its content. On the one hand Osiris is the sun and his story is a symbol for the sun's yearly course, on the other hand, he means the rising and falling of the Nile which has to bring fertility to the whole of Egypt. For in Egypt there are often years without rain and it is the Nile alone which waters the country by its floods. In winter it flows shallowly within its bed, but then, Herodotus, 2:19, from the summer solstice onwards it begins to rise for 100 days together, bursts its banks, and streams far over the country. Finally the water dries up again owing to the heat and hot winds from the desert, and it returns again into its river bed. Thereafter the ground is cultivated with little effort, the luscious vegetation burgeons, everything germinates and ripens. Sun and Nile, their weakening and strengthening, are the natural powers over the Egyptian soil, and the Egyptian illustrates them to himself symbolically in the humanly shaped story of Isis and Osiris. After all there belongs to this context too the symbolism of the signs of the zodiac which is connected with the year's course, just as the number of the 12 gods is with the months. But conversely Osiris means humanity itself, he is held sacred as the founder of agriculture, of the demarcation of fields, of property, of laws, and his worship is therefore no less related to human spiritual activities which have the closest affinity with morality and law. So too he is the judge of the dead and wins thereby a meaning entirely detached from the pure life of nature. In this meaning the symbolical begins to disappear, because here the inner and the spiritual becomes itself the content of the human form which thereby begins to portray its own inner being. But this spiritual process adopts the external life of nature again all the same as its inner content and makes that content perceptible in an external way, in temples, example in the number of steps, floors, pillars, in labyrinths in their variety of passages, windings, and chambers. In this way Osiris is just as much natural as spiritual life in the different features of his process and transformations, and the symbolic shapes become symbols for the natural elements, while the natural situations are themselves over again only symbols of spiritual activities and their variation. Therefore it turns out that the human form remains here no mere personification, because here what is natural, although appearing on the one hand as the proper meaning, becomes on the other hand itself only a symbol of spirit, and in general it has to be subordinate in the sphere, where the inward is extricating itself from the vision of nature. Nevertheless, the human bodily form acquires a quite different formation and therefore already reveals the struggle to rise upward to the inner and spiritual life, but this effort here attains its proper aim, the freedom of spirit in itself, in only a defective way. The shapes remain colossal, serious, petrified, legs without freedom and serene distinctness, arms and head closely and firmly affixed to the rest of the body, without grace and living movement. The art of cutting the arms and the feet free and giving movement to the body is ascribed to Daedalus I first of all. Now, owing to this alternating symbolism, the symbol in Egypt is at the same time an ensemble of symbols, so that what at one time appears as meaning is also used again as a symbol of a related sphere. In a symbolism which confusedly intertwines meaning and shape, presages a variety of things in fact or alludes to them, and therefore already comes close to that inner subjectivity which alone can develop itself in many directions, the associations are ambiguous, and this is the virtue of these productions, although their explanation is of course made difficult owing to this ambiguity. In deciphering such a meaning we often, to be sure, go too far today because in fact almost all the shapes present themselves directly as symbols. In the same way in which we try to explain this meaning to ourselves, it might have been clear and intelligible as a meaning to the insight of the Egyptians themselves. But the Egyptian symbols, as we saw at the very beginning, contain implicitly much, explicitly nothing. There are works undertaken with the attempt to make them clear to themselves, yet they do not get beyond the struggle after what is absolutely evident. In this sense we regard the Egyptian works of art as containing riddles, the right solution of which is in part unattained not only by us, but generally by those who posed these riddles to themselves. See, the works of Egyptian art in their mysterious symbolism are therefore riddles, the objective riddle par excellence. As a symbol for this proper meaning of the Egyptian spirit we may mention the Sphinx. It is, as it were, the symbol of the symbolic itself. In innumerable quantities, set up in rows in hundreds, there are Sphinx shapes in Egypt, constructed out of the hardest stone, polished, covered with hieroglyphics, and one near Cairo is of such colossal size that the lion's claws alone amount to a man's height. Some of them are recumbent animal bodies out of which as an upper part, the human body struggles, here and there again there is a ram's head, but elsewhere most commonly a female head. Out of the dull strength and power of the animal the human spirit tries to push itself forward, without coming to a perfect portrayal of its own freedom and animated shape, because it must still remain confused and associated with what is other than itself. This pressure for self-conscious spirituality which does not apprehend itself from its own resources in the one reality adequate to itself but only contemplates itself in what is related to it and brings itself into consciousness in precisely what is strange to it, is the symbolic as such which at this peak becomes a riddle. It is in this sense that the Sphinx in the Greek myth, which we ourselves may interpret again symbolically, appears as a monster asking a riddle. The Sphinx propounded the well-known conundrum, what is it that in the morning goes on 4 legs, at midday on 2, and in the evening on 3? Oedipus found the simple answer, a man, and he tumbled the Sphinx from the rock. 1. The explanation of the symbol lies in the absolute meaning, in the spirit, just as the famous Greek inscription calls to man, know thyself. The light of consciousness is the clarity which makes its concrete content shine clearly through the shape belonging and appropriate to itself, and in its objective existence reveals itself alone. The unenigmatic clarity of the spirit which shapes itself out of its own resources in a way adequate to itself is the aim of symbolic art, but it can only be reached if in the first place the meaning comes into consciousness on its own account, separated from the entire world of appearance. For in the immediately intuited unity of the two meaning and shape lay the absence of art in the case of the ancient Parsis, the contradiction between the separation of the two and what was nevertheless demanded, i.e. their immediate linkage, produced the fantastic symbolism of the Indians, while even in Egypt knowledge of the inner life and the absolute meaning was still not free, still not released from the world of appearance, and this provided the reason for the riddles and the obscurity of Egyptian symbolism. Now the first decisive purification of the absolute meaning and its express separation from the sensuous present, i.e. from the empirical individuality of external things, is to be sought in the sublime. Sublimity lifts the absolute above every immediate existent and therefore brings about the liberation which, though abstract at first, is at least the foundation of the spirit. For although the meaning thus elevated is not yet apprehended as concrete spirit, it is nevertheless regarded as the inner life, self-existent and reposing on itself, which by its very nature is incapable of finding its true expression in finite phenomena. Kant has distinguished the sublime from the beautiful in a very interesting way, and his detailed discussion of this in the first part of the Critique of Judgment from 20 onwards one still always retains its interest despite all prolixity and the premised reduction of all categories to something subjective, to the powers of mind, imagination, reason, etc. In its general principle, this reduction must be recognized as correct to this extent, that sublimity as Kant says himself is not contained in anything in nature but only in our minds, in so far as we become conscious of our superiority to the nature within us and therefore to nature without. In this sense Kant's view is that the sublime, in the strict sense of the word, cannot be contained in any sensuous form but concerns only ideas of reason which, although no adequate representation of them is possible, may be aroused and called to our mind precisely by this inadequacy which does admit of sensuous representation. Critique of Judgment, 1799, p. 7723. The sublime in general is the attempt to express the infinite, without finding in the sphere of phenomena an object which proves adequate for this representation. Precisely because the infinite is set apart from the entire complex of objectivity as explicitly an invisible meaning devoid of shape and is made inner, it remains, in accordance with its infinity, unutterable and sublime above any expression through the finite. Now the first content which the meaning gains here is this, that in contrast to the totality of appearance it is the inherently substantial unity which itself, as a pure thought, can be apprehended only by pure thought. Therefore this substance is now no longer able to have its configuration in something external, and thus far the strictly symbolical character vanishes. But if this inherent unity is to be brought before our vision, this is only possible if, as substance, it is also grasped as the creative power of all things, in which it therefore has its revelation and appearance and to which it thus has a positive relation. But at the same time this essentially expresses the fact of substance's elevation above individual phenomena as such, and above their totality, with the logical result that the positive relation is transposed into the negative one in which the substance is purified from everything apparent and particular and therefore from what fades away in it and is inadequate to it. This outward shaping which is itself annihilated in turn by what it reveals, so that the revelation of the content is at the same time a supersession of the revelation, is the sublime. This, therefore, differing from Kant, we need not place in the pure subjectivity of the mind and its ideas of reason, on the contrary, we must grasp it as grounded in the one absolute substance qua the content which is to be represented. The classification of the art form of the sublime is likewise derived from the above indicated double relationship of substance, as meaning, to the phenomenal world. The character common to the two sides of this relation i.e. the positive and the negative lies in this, that the substance is raised above the single phenomenon in which it is to acquire representation, although it can be expressed only in relation to the phenomenal in general, because as substance and essentiality it is in itself without shape and inaccessible to concrete vision. As the first mode of apprehension, the affirmative one, we may cite pantheistic art as it occurs partly in India and partly in the later freedom and mysticism of the Mohammedan Persian poets, and as we find it again also in the deeper inwardness of thought and sentiment in the Christian West. In its general character at this stage substance is envisaged as immanent in all its created accidents, which thus are not yet degraded to serving, and merely adorning, the glorification of the Absolute, but are preserved affirmatively through the substance dwelling in them, although in every single thing it is only the one and the divine which is to be imaged and exalted. Wherefore the poet, who in everything descries and marvels at this one and immerses himself, as well as things, in this contemplation, can preserve a positive relation to the substance to which he links everything. The second mode of apprehension, namely the negative praise of the power and glory of the one God, we encounter as sublimity in the strict sense in Hebrew poetry. It cancels the positive immanence of the Absolute in its created phenomena and puts the one substance explicitly apart as the Lord of the world, in contrast to whom there stands the entirety of his creatures, and these, in comparison with God, are posited as the inherently powerless and perishable. Now when the power and wisdom of the one is to be represented through the finitude of natural things and human fates, we no longer find here any Indian distortion into the shapelessness of the boundless. On the contrary, the sublimity of God is brought nearer to contemplation by reason of the fact that what exists in the world, with all its splendor, magnificence, and glory, is represented as only a serving accident and a transient show in comparison with God's being and stability. A. The pantheism of art. Nowadays the word pantheism is at once liable to the crassest misunderstandings. This is because in one way everything means symbolism of the sublime in our modern sense, all and everything in its purely empirical individuality, e.g. this mole with all its own qualities, with this color, size so and so, shape, weight, etc., or that house, book, animal, table, chair, oven, cirrus clouds, etc. Now many contemporary theologians accuse philosophy of turning everything into God, but when everything is taken precisely in the sense just mentioned, what they allege about philosophy is as a matter of fact entirely false, and their complaint against it is thus quite unjustified. Such an idea of pantheism can only arise in crazy heads and is not found in any religion, not even amongst the Iroquois and the Eskimos, let alone in any philosophy. The everything in what has been called pantheism is therefore not this or that individual thing, but rather is everything in the sense of the all, i.e. of the one substance, which indeed is immanent in individuals, but is abstracted from individuality and its empirical reality, so that what is emphasized and meant is not the individual as such but the universal soul, or, in more popular terms, truth and excellence, which also have their presence in this individual being. This constitutes the proper meaning of pantheism, and under this meaning alone have we to talk of pantheism here. It belongs primarily to the East, which grasps the thought of an absolute unity of the divine and the thought of all things as comprised in this unity. Now, as unity and all, the divine can come into consciousness only through the vanishing of the particular individuals in which the divine is expressed as present. On the one hand, that is to say, the divine is envisaged here as immanent in the most various objects, and indeed, more particularly, as the most excellent and most preeminent thing amongst and in the different existence. But, on the other hand, since the one is this thing and another again and rolls through all things, the individuals and particulars for this very reason appear as superseded and vanishing, for it is not any and every individual thing which is this one. On the contrary, the one is this totality of individuals which for contemplation coalesce into the totality. For if the one is life, for example, it is also death, and therefore precisely not only life, so that thus life or the sun or the sea do not, as life, sea, or sun, constitute the divine and the one. Yet at the same time the accidental is not here posited expressly as negative and as a servant, as it is in sublimity proper, but, on the contrary, since the substance in everything particular is this one, the substance becomes implicitly something particular and accidental, yet, conversely, this individual thing changes all the same, and imagination does not restrict the substance to a specific existent but advances over each determinacy, abandoning it in order to proceed to another, and thus the individual existent becomes for its part something accidental, away and above which the one substance rises and therefore is sublime. Such a way of looking at things can, on this account, be expressed artistically only in poetry, not in the visual arts, which bring to our vision only as existent and static the determinate and individual thing which is to disappear in face of the substance present in such existence. Where pantheism is pure, there is no visual art for its representation. Indian poetry. As the first example of such pantheistic poetry we may once again cite the Indian, which alongside its fantasticalness has brilliantly developed this aspect also. The Indians, as we saw, have as their supreme divinity the most abstract universality and unity, which does thereupon become specified in particular gods, Trimurti, Indra, etc. But there is no holding fast to the specific, the subordinate gods revert all the same into the higher ones, and these into Brahma. Thus it is already clear that this universal constitutes the one permanent and self-identical foundation of everything. The Indians of course display in their poetry the double struggle, a. So to magnify the individual existent that in its sensuousness it may already appear adequate to the universal meaning, and, b. Conversely, in face of the abstraction of the one, to waive all determinacy in a purely negative way. On the other hand, there appears even in the Indians the purer mode of representation of the above-mentioned pantheism which emphasizes the immanence of the divine in the individual who for the eye of contemplation is present and vanishing. In this mode of looking at things we could propose to find once more something of a resemblance to that immediate unity of pure thought and sense which we encountered in the Parsis, but in their case the one and the excellent, considered on its own account, is itself something natural, i.e. light, whereas in the case of the Indians the one, Brahma, is merely the formless one which, only when transformed into the infinite multiplicity of terrestrial phenomena, provides an opportunity for the pantheistic mode of representation. So it is said, example of Krishna, Bhagavad Gita, 1-4 earth, water and wind, air and fire, spirit, understanding and selfhood are the 8 syllables of my essential power, yet recognize thou in me another and a higher being who vivifies the earth and carries the world, in him all beings have their origin, so know thou, I am the origin of this entire world and also its destruction, beyond me there is nothing higher, to me this all is linked as a chaplet of pearls on a thread, I am the taste in flowing water, the splendor in the sun and the moon, the mystical word in the holy scriptures, in man his manliness, the pure fragrance in the earth, the splendor in flames, in all beings the life, contemplation in the penitent, in living things the force of life, in the wise their wisdom, in the splendid their splendor, whatever natures are genuine, are shining or dark, they are from me, I am not in them, they are in me. Through the illusion of these 3 properties the whole world is bewitched and mistakes me the unalterable, but even the divine illusion, Maya, is my illusion, hard to transcend, but those who follow me go forth beyond illusion. One here such a substantial unity is expressed in the most striking way, in respect both of immanence in what is present and also transcendence over everything individual. In a similar way, Krishna says of himself that amongst all different existence he is always the most excellent, 10xx among the stars I am the shining sun, amongst the lunary signs the moon, amongst the sacred books the book of hymns, amongst the senses the inward, Meru amongst the tops of the hills, amongst animals the lion, amongst letters I am the vowel A, amongst seasons of the year the blossoming spring, etc. But this recitation of the height of excellence, like the mere change of shapes in which what is to be brought before our eyes is always one and the same thing over again, despite the wealth of fancy which seems at first sight to be deployed there, still remains, precisely on account of the similarity of content, extremely monotonous and, on the whole, empty and wearisome. To Mohammedan poetry secondly, in a higher and more subjectively free way, Oriental pantheism has been developed in Mohammedanism, especially by the Persians. Now here a characteristic relation appears, especially on the part of the individual poet, a. Since the poet longs to descry the divine in everything and does actually descry it, in face of it he now sacrifices his own personality, but he all the same apprehends the immanence of the divine in his inner being thus enlarged and freed, and therefore there grows in him that serene inwardness, that free good fortune, that riotous bliss characteristic of the Oriental who, in renouncing his own particularity, immerses himself entirely in the eternal and the absolute, and feels and recognizes in everything the picture and presence of the divine. Such a self-penetration by the divine and a blissful intoxicated life in God borders on mysticism. In this connection Jalal-ed-Din Rumi 1207-73 is to be praised above all. Ruckert 1 has given us most beautiful examples of his work, Ruckert's marvelous power of expression enables him to play in the most ingenious and free way with words and rhymes, just as the Persians do. The love of God with whom man identifies his personality by the most boundless surrender, and whom, the one, he now glimpses in all spaces of the universe, to whom he relates each and everything, and to whom he brings everything back, constitutes here the center which radiates in the widest way in every direction and region. b. Furthermore, in sublimity, strictly so called, as will be shown directly, the best objects and most splendid configurations are used only as a mere adornment of God and serve as a proclamation of the magnificence and glorification of the One, since they are set before our eyes only to celebrate Him as the Lord of all creation. In pantheism, on the other hand, the immanence of the divine in objects exalts mundane, natural, and human existence itself into a more independent glory of its own. The personal life of 1 F. Ruckert, poet and Orientalist, 1788 J. 866. Symbolism of the sublime. The spirit in natural phenomena and human affairs animates and spiritualizes them in themselves and founds anew a special relation between the subjective feeling, and soul, of the poet and the objects of his song. Filled by this soulful glory, the heart in itself is peaceful, independent, free, self-subsistent, wide, and great, and in this affirmative identity with itself the heart imagines and now makes its own the soul of things until it attains a like peaceful unity with it. It grows into the most blissful and cheerful intimacy with objects in nature and their splendor, with the beloved and the tavern, in short with everything worth praise and love. The Western romantic deep feeling of the heart does display a similar absorption in nature's life, but on the whole, especially in the North, it is rather unhappy, unfree, and wistful, or it still remains subjective, shut in upon itself, and therefore becomes self-seeking and sentimental. Such oppressed and troubled deep feeling is expressed especially in the folk songs of barbarian peoples. On the other hand, a free, happy, depth of feeling is characteristic of Orientals, especially the Mohammedan Persians, who openly and cheerfully sacrifice their entire selves to God and to everything praiseworthy, yet in this sacrifice they do precisely retain the free substantiality which they can preserve even in relation to the surrounding world. So we see in the glow of passion the most widespread bliss and parousia of feeling, through which, in the inexhaustible wealth of brilliant and splendid images, there resounds the steady note of joy, beauty, and good fortune. If the Oriental suffers and is unhappy, he accepts this as the unalterable verdict of fate, and he therefore remains secure in himself, without oppression, sentimentality, or discontented dejection. In the poems of Hafiz I we find complaints and outcries enough about the beloved, filling the glass, etc., but even in grief he remains just as carefree as he is in good fortune. So, example, he says once, out of thanks that the presence of thy friend enlightens thee, in woe burn like the candle and be satisfied. The candle teaches us to laugh and cry, through the flame it laughs in cheerful splendor, while at the same time it melts away in hot tears, in its burning it spreads cheerful splendor. This is the general character of this whole poetry. Just to mention a few more detailed pictures, the Persians have 1 Shamsuddin Mohammed, c. 1320-89. 372. I much to do with flowers and jewels, but above all with the rose and the nightingale. Especially common with them is the representation of the nightingale as the bridegroom of the rose. This gift of soul to the rose and the love of the nightingale is common, example in Hafiz. Out of thanks, 0 Rose, that thou art the queen of beauty, he says, beware that thou disdain not the nightingale's love. He himself speaks of the nightingale of his own heart. Whereas if rose speak in our poems of roses, nightingales, wine, this occurs in a quite different and more prosaic sense. The rose serves us as an adornment, garlanded with roses, etc., or we hear the nightingale and it just arouses our corresponding emotions, we drink wine and call it the banisher of care. But with the Persians the rose is no image or mere adornment, no symbol, on the contrary, it appears to the poet as ensouled, as an affianced beloved, and with his spirit he is engrossed in the soul of the rose. The same character of brilliant pantheism is still displayed in the most recent Persian poetry too. Von Hammer, one example, has informed us of a poem sent by the Shah with other gifts to the Emperor Francis in 1819. In 33,000 distHs it recounts the deeds of the Shah, who has conferred his own name on the court poet. See, Goethe too, in contrast to his troubled youthful poems and their concentrated feeling, was gripped in his later years by this broad and carefree serenity, and, as an old man, inspired by the breath of the East, and with his soul filled with boundless bliss, turns in the poetic fervor of his heart to this freedom of feeling, a freedom that even in polemics keeps the most beautiful tranquility. The songs in his Westos-like divans are neither jeu d'esprit nor insignificant social gallantries, but are the products of such a free feeling and abandon. He calls them himself in a song to Sulika, poetic pearls, which the mighty surge of your passion cast up on my life's deserted shore, tenderly gathered with careful fingers, they are ranged on a necklace of jewels and gold. Take, he calls to his beloved, take them on thy neck, to thy bosom raindrops of Allah, ripened in a modest shell. For such poems there needed a sense self-confident in all storms and of the widest range, a depth and childlikeness of heart and 1 Joseph, Freiherr von Hammer-Purgstall, Orientalist, 1774 I8s6. Z. Goethe, who lived to be 83, was 64 when he published this in 1813. 3. The idea is that the pearl is a raindrop that fell into the sea and was ripened in an oyster shell. A world of living buds which in their thrusting abundance presaged the nightingale's love and her soul-stirring song. 3. Christian mysticism, now the pantheistic unity, emphasized in relation to the subject who feels himself in this unity with God and senses God as this presence in subjective consciousness, is afforded in general by mysticism, developed as it has been in this more subjective way within Christianity too. As an example I will only cite Angela Sile-Suze, who, with the greatest audacity and depth of intuition and feeling, has expressed in a wonderfully mystical power of representation the substantial existence of God in things and the unification of the self with God and of God with human subjectivity. 1. The strictly Eastern pantheism, on the other hand, emphasizes rather the contemplation of the one substance in all phenomena and their sacrifice by the subject, who thereby acquires the supreme enlargement of consciousness as well as, through entire liberation from the finite, the bliss of absorption into everything that is best and most splendid. But the one substance, grasped as the proper meaning of the entire universe, is in truth only established as substance when it is brought back into itself, as pure inwardness and substantial might, out of its presence and actuality in the vicissitudes of phenomena, and thereby is made independent itself over against finitude. Only through this intuition of the being of God as the purely spiritual and imageless, contrasted with the mundane and the natural, is spirit completely wrested from nature and sense and released from existence in the finite. Yet conversely the absolute substance remains in a relation to the phenomenal world, out of which it is reflected back into itself. This relation now acquires the above-mentioned negative aspect, namely that the entire mundane sphere, despite the fullness, force, and splendor of its phenomena, is expressly established, in relation to the substance, as only the inherently negative, created by God, subjected to his power, and his servant. The world is therefore indeed regarded as a revelation of God, and he himself is the goodness which, although the created world has in itself no right to subsist and to relate itself to itself, yet permits it to thrive and gives it stability. Still, the stability of the finite is without substance, and the creature, held over against God, is what is perishing and powerless, so that in the Creator's goodness his justice has to be manifested at the same time, and this justice brings into actual appearance also, in the inherently negative, the powerlessness thereof and therefore the substance as that alone which has power. This relation, when art asserts it as the fundamental one for both its content and its form, affords the art form of sublimity, strictly so called. Beauty of the ideal must of course be distinguished from sublimity. For in the ideal the inner life pervades external reality, whose inner being the inner life is, in the sense that both sides appear as adequate to one another and therefore precisely as pervading one another. In sublimity, on the contrary, external existence, in which the substance is brought before contemplation, is degraded in comparison with the substance, since this degradation and servitude is the one and only way whereby the one God can be illustrated in art. This is because the one God is explicitly without shape and is incapable of expression in his positive essence in anything finite and mundane. Sublimity presupposes the meaning in an independence in comparison with which the external must appear as merely subordinate, because the inner does not appear in it but so transcends it that nothing comes into the representation except as this transcendence and superiority. In the symbol the shape was the chief thing. The shape was supposed to have a meaning, yet without being able to express it perfectly. In contrast to the symbol and its obscure content there is now the meaning as such and its clear intelligibility, and the work of art thus becomes the outpouring of the pure being as the meaning of all things but of the being which establishes the incongruity of shape and meaning, implicitly present in the symbol, as the meaning of God himself, a meaning present in the mundane and yet transcending everything mundane, and this is incongruous, and therefore the being becomes sublime in the work of art which is to express nothing but this absolutely clear meaning. If therefore symbolic art in general may already be called sacred art because it adopts the divine as the content of its productions. Symbolism of the Sublime 373. The art of sublimity is the sacred art as such which can be called exclusively sacred because it gives honor to God alone. Here on the whole the content, in its fundamental meaning, is still more restricted than it is in the symbol proper which does not get beyond striving after the spiritual, and in its reciprocal relations between spirit and nature affords a wide extension of spirit's transformation in natural productions and nature's transformation in echoes of the spirit. This sort of sublimity in its first original character we find especially in the outlook of the Jews and in their sacred poetry. For visual art cannot appear here, where it is impossible to sketch any adequate picture of God, only the poetry of ideas, expressed in words, can. In handling this stage in more detail we may set out the following general points. For its most general content this poetry has God, as Lord of the world that serves him, as not incarnate in the external world but withdrawn out of mundane existence into a solitary unity. What in symbolism proper was still bound into one, thus falls apart here into the two sides, the abstract independence of God and the concrete existence of the world. A. God himself, as this pure independence of the one substance, is necessarily without shape and, taken in this abstraction, cannot be brought nearer to our vision. What therefore imagination can grip at this stage is not what God is in his pure essentiality, since that inhibits representation by art in an appropriate shape. The sole divine topic which is left is therefore the relation of God to the world created by him. B. God is the creator of the universe. This is the purest expression of the sublime itself. For the first time, that is to say, ideas of procreation and the mere natural generation of things by God vanish and give place to the thought of creation by spiritual might and activity. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. This long Enus one quoted long ago as in every way a striking example of the sublime. The Lord, the one substance, does proceed to manifestation, but the manner of creation is the purest, even bodiless, ethereal manifestation. It is the Word, the manifestation of thought as the ideal power, and with its command that 374-2. The existent shall be, the existent is immediately and actually brought into being in silent obedience. C. Yet God does not pass over, as may be supposed, into the created world as into his reality, he remains, on the contrary, withdrawn into himself, though with this opposition no fixed dualism is created. For what is brought forth is his work, which has no independence in contrast with him, on the contrary it is there only as the proof of his wisdom, goodness, and justice as such. The one is Lord over all, and natural things are not the presence of God but only powerless accidents which in themselves can only show him, not make him appear. This constitutes the sublime so far as God is concerned. 2. The finite world bereft of God. Since the one God is separated in this way on the one hand from the concrete phenomena of the world and settled in his independence, while the externality of the existent is determined and disdained as the finite on the other hand, it follows that existence both natural and human now acquires the new position of being a representation of the divine only because its finitude appears on its own surface. For the first time, therefore, nature and the human form confront us as prosaic and bereft of God. The Greeks tell us that when the heroes of the voyage of the Argonauts made ship through the narrows of the Hellespont, the rocks, which hitherto had clanged shut and then opened again like shears, suddenly stood there forever rooted to the ground. This is similar to what we find in the sacred poetry of sublimity. In contrast with the infinite being, the finite becomes fixed in its intelligible determinacy, whereas in the symbolic outlook nothing keeps its right place, since the finite collapses into the divine, just as the divine proceeds out of itself into finite existence. If we come from, e.g. the ancient Indian poems, to the Old Testament, we find ourselves at once on a totally different ground on which we can feel at home, no matter how strange and different from ours the situations, events, actions, and characters displayed there may be. Instead of a world of riot and confusion we come into situations and have figures before us which appear perfectly natural, and their firm patriarchal characters in their determinateness and truth are closely connected with us by being perfectly intelligible. For this outlook which can grasp the natural course of events and assert the laws of nature, miracle gets its place for the first time. In India everything is miracle and therefore no longer miraculous. On a ground where an intelligible connection is continually interrupted, where everything is torn from its place and deranged, no miracle can tread. For the miraculous presupposes intelligible consequences and also the ordinary clear consciousness which alone calls a miracle that interruption of this accustomed connection which is wrought by a higher power. Yet miracles in this sense are not a strictly specific expression of sublimity because the normal course of natural phenomena, as well as this interruption, is produced by the will of God and the obedience of nature. The sublime in the strict sense we must look for, on the contrary, when the whole created world appears entirely as finite, restricted, not bearing or carrying itself, and for this reason can only be regarded as a glorifying accessory for the praise of God. The human individual. At this stage the human individual seeks his own honor, consolation, and satisfaction in this recognition of the nullity of things and in the exaltation and praise of God. In this connection the Psalms supply us with classic examples of genuine sublimity set forth for all time as a pattern in which what man has before himself in his religious idea of God is expressed brilliantly with the most powerful elevation of soul. Nothing in the world may lay claim to independence, for everything is and subsists only by God's might and is only there in order, in praise of this might, to serve him and to express its own unsubstantial nullity. While therefore we found in the imagination of substantiality and its pantheism an infinite enlargement, here we have to marvel at the force of the elevation of the mind which abandons everything in order to declare the exclusive power of God. In this connection Psalm 104:2 is of magnificent power. Who coverest thyself with light as with a garment, who stretchest out the heavens like a curtain, and so on. Light, heavens, clouds. 376-2. The wings of the wind are here nothing in and by themselves but only an external vesture, the chariot, or the messenger for the service of God. Then, further on, God's wisdom is extolled, which has put everything in order, the springs which burst forth in the depths, the waters that flow between the mountains, and the birds of heaven sitting by the waters and singing under the boughs, grass, wine which delights the heart of man, and the cedars of Lebanon which the Lord hath planted, the sea where creatures swarm, and there are whales which God hath made to play therein. And what God has created, he also maintains, but v29 Thou hidest thy face and they are troubled, thou takest away their breath, they die and return to their dust. The nullity of man is spoken of more expressly in Psalm 90, a prayer of Moses, the man of God, when it says verses 5-7, Thou carriest men away as with a flood, they are as asleep, even as grass which in the morning flourisheth and in the evening is cut down and withereth. This is thy wrath for our transgressions, and thine anger that we must so suddenly be carried away. b. Therefore, so far as man is concerned, there are bound up with sublimity at the same time the sense of man's finitude and the insurmountable aloofness of God. A. Therefore the idea of immortality does not arise originally in this sphere, for this idea involves the presupposition that the individual self, the soul, the human spirit, is something absolute. In sublimity, only the one is imperishable, and in contrast with him everything else is regarded as arising and perishing, but not as free and infinite in itself. Therefore, further, man views himself in his unworthiness before God, his exaltation consists in fear of the Lord, in trembling before his wrath, and we find depicted in a penetrating and affecting way grief over nullity, and the cry of the soul to God in complaint, suffering, and lament from the depths of the heart. Why? Whereas if the individual in his finitude holds to himself firmly over against God, then this willed and intended finitude becomes wickedness, which, as evil and sin, belongs only to the natural and human, but, like grief and the negative in general, can find no sort of place in the one inherently undifferentiated substance. Yet, thirdly, within this nullity man nevertheless gains a freer and more independent position. For on the one hand, along with the substantial peace and constancy of God in respect of his will and its commands for men, there arises the law. On the other hand, in man's exaltation there lies at the same time the complete and clear distinction between the human and the divine, the finite and the absolute, and thereby the judgment of good and evil, and the decision for one or the other, is transferred to the subject himself. Relationship to the absolute and the adequacy or inadequacy of man thereto has therefore also an aspect accruing to the individual and his own behavior and action. Thereby in his righteousness and adherence to the law he finds at the same time an affinitive relation to God, and has in general to connect the external positive or negative situation of his existence prosperity, pleasure, satisfaction, or grief, misfortune, oppression with his inner obedience to or stubbornness against the law, and therein accept well-being and reward or trial and punishment. Chapter 3. Conscious Symbolism of the Comparative Art Form. What has emerged from sublimity as distinct from strictly unconscious symbolizing consists on the one hand in the separation between the meaning, explicitly known in its inwardness, and the concrete appearance divided therefrom, on the other hand in the directly or indirectly emphasized non-correspondence of the two, wherein the meaning, as the universal, towers above individual reality and its particularity. In the imagination of pantheism, however, as in sublimity, the proper content, i.e. the universal substance of all things, could not become explicitly visualized without being related to created existence, even if that created existence were inadequate to its own essence. Yet this relation belonged to the substance itself, which in the negativity of its accidents gave proof of its wisdom, goodness, might, and justice. Consequently, in general at least, the relation of meaning and shape is here of a still essential and necessary kind, and the two linked sides have not yet become external to one another in the strict sense of the word external. But since this externality is present implicitly in symbolism, it must also be posited explicitly, and it emerges in the forms which we now have to consider in this final chapter on symbolic art. We can call them conscious symbolism, or, more precisely, the comparative form of art. By conscious symbolism, I mean, we are to understand that the meaning is not only explicitly known but is expressly posited as different from the external way in which it is represented. In that case, as in sublimity, the meaning, thus explicitly expressed, does not essentially appear in and as the meaning of the shape given to it in such a way. But the relation of the two to one another no longer remains, as it did at the preceding stage, a relation grounded purely in the meaning itself. On the contrary, it becomes a more or less accidental concatenation produced by the subjective activity of the poet, by the immersion of his spirit in an external existent, by his wit and his invention in general. In this activity he may then start at one time rather from something perceived, and out of. 379. his own resources imagine for it a cognate spiritual meaning. At another time he may take his starting point rather from an actual inner idea, or even from only a relatively inner one, in order to represent it by an image, or even merely to put one image in relation to another which has similar characteristics. From naive and unconscious symbolism, this kind of connection is thus distinguished at once by the fact that now the subject kens both the inner essence of the meanings he has adopted as the content of his work and also the nature of the external phenomena which he uses in a comparative way for their better illustration, and he puts the two together consciously and intentionally on account of their discovered similarity. But the difference between the present stage and the sublime is to be sought in the fact that, on the one hand, the separation and juxtaposition of meaning and its concrete shape is expressly emphasized in the work of art itself in a lesser or greater degree, while, on the other hand, the sublime relation altogether disappears. For what is taken as content is no longer the absolute itself but only some determinate and restricted meaning, and within its intended severance from its representation in an image a relation is set up which, involving a conscious comparison, does what unconscious symbolism aimed at in its own way. Yet, for the content here, the absolute, the one Lord, can no longer be taken as the meaning because, simply by the sundering of concrete existence from the concept or meaning and by the juxtaposition of the two, even if by way of comparison, finitude is at once established fact for the artistic consciousness in so far as that consciousness lays hold of this comparative form as the final and proper one. In sacred poetry, on the contrary, God alone gives meaning to all things which, compared with him, prove to be transient and null. But if the meaning is to find its like image and similitude in what is restricted in itself and finite, then it must itself be of a restricted kind, all the more so as, at the stage now occupying our attention, the image, of course external to its content and chosen by the poet only arbitrarily, is regarded precisely as relatively adequate on account of its similarities to the content. Therefore in the comparative form of art there remains of sublimity only the one trait that each image, instead of giving shape to the meaning and the topic in hand in a reality adequate to them, is to afford only an image and similitude of them. 382. I therefore this sort of symbolizing as a fundamental type of whole works of art remains a subordinate species. For the shape consists only in the description of an immediate perceptible existent or occurrence from which the meaning is to be expressly distinguished. But in works of art which are formed from one conception and in their configuration are one undivided whole, such comparison can assert itself, if at all, only incidentally as an adornment and accessory, as is the case, example in genuine products of classical and romantic art. If therefore we regard this whole stage as a unification of the two previous stages, in that it comprises both that separation between meaning and external reality, which was the basis of the sublime, and also a concrete phenomenons hinting at a related universal meaning, which we saw emerging in the symbol proper, still this unification is not a higher form of art at all but rather a clear but superficial mode of treatment which, limited in its content and more or less prosaic in its form, deserts the mysteriously fermenting depth of the symbol proper, and strays down from the height of sublimity into common consciousness. Now as concerns the more specific division of this sphere, the distinction involved in comparison presupposes the meaning by itself and relates to it, and in contrast with it, a sensuous or pictorial shape. In this situation it is almost always found that the meaning is taken as the chief thing and the configuration as a mere cloak and externality. Yet at the same time a further distinction appears, namely that now the one, now the other of the two sides is selected first and so a beginning is made from that. In this way either the configuration exists as an explicitly external, immediate, natural event or phenomenon, and then a universal meaning is produced from it, or the meaning is procured otherwise independently and only then is a configuration for it selected externally from somewhere or other. In this connection we may distinguish two chief stages. A. In the first the concrete phenomenon, whether drawn from nature or from human affairs, events, and actions, constitutes the starting point, but also the important and essential thing for the representation. It is selected indeed only on account of the more general meaning which it contains and alludes to, and it is only so far explained as the aim of illustrating this meaning in a related single situation or event demands, but the comparison between the 381 universal meaning and the individual case is a subjective activity, and it is not yet expressly revealed, and the whole representation will not be just an embellishment on a work independent without this adornment, but still appears with the pretension of serving on its own account as a whole. The kinds of thing that belong to this context are fable, parable, apology, proverb, and metamorphoses. b. At the second stage, on the other hand, the meaning is the first thing in the artist's mind, and its concrete illustration in an image is only something accessory and an accompaniment to it which in itself has no independence at all but appears as entirely subordinate to the meaning, so that now the subjective caprice of comparison, a caprice seeking precisely this and no other image, comes more clearly to light. This mode of representation cannot for the most part amount to independent works of art and must therefore content itself with annexing its forms, as purely incidental, to other artistic productions. As the chief kinds of thing at this stage, riddle, allegory, metaphor, image, and simile may be enumerated. c. Thirdly and lastly, we may by way of appendix make mention of didactic and descriptive poetry. For in these kinds of poetry there are explicitly made independent, a. the mere disclosure of the general nature of objects as the poet's mind grasps it in the clarity of his intelligence, and b. the depicting of its concrete appearance. Thus is developed the complete separation of the two sides whose unification and genuine mutual formation alone makes possible the production of genuine works of art. Now the separation of the two factors in the work of art implies that the different forms which have their place in this whole comparative sphere belong almost always solely to the art of speech, since poetry alone can express such a rendering of independence to both meaning and shape, while it is the task of the visual arts to exhibit in the outward shape as such its inner being. a. Comparisons originating from the external object. With the different kinds of poetry or prose to be allocated to this first stage of the comparative art form, we find ourselves every time in a perplexity, and we have great trouble if we undertake to arrange them in definite chief species. There are subordinate hybrid kinds, I mean, which do not characterize any purely necessary aspect of art. In general, therefore, it is the same in aesthetics as it is in the natural sciences with certain classes of animals or other natural phenomena. In both spheres the difficulty lies in the fact that it is the very concept of nature and art which partitions itself and posits its differentiations. As the differentiations of the concept, they are now the differentiations which are also truly adequate to the concept, and therefore conceivable, but hybrid transitional stages will not fit into these because they are just merely defective forms which leave one chief stage without being able to attain the following one. This is not the fault of the concept, one, and if we wish to take, as the basis of division and classification, such hybrids instead of the moments of the concept of the thing at issue, then what is precisely inadequate to the concept would be regarded as the adequate mode of its development. The true classification, however, may proceed only out of the true concept, and hybrid productions can only find their place where the proper explicitly stable forms begin to dissolve and pass over into others. This is the case here in relation to the symbolic form of art, as we have pursued it. But the kinds indicated belong to the prll, amhula, or the symbolic form of art because they are generally imperfect and therefore a mere search for true art. This search does contain the ingredients for a genuine mode of configuration, yet it views them only in their finitude, separation, and mere relation, and so it remains subordinate. Therefore when we speak here of fable, apology, parable, etc., we have not to discuss these kinds as if they belong to poetry as their art distinct alike from the visual arts and from music, but only in the relation which they have to the general forms of art. Their specific character can be elucidated only from this relation, and not from the essential nature of the proper species of poetic art, namely, epic, lyric, and dramatic. We will articulate these kinds of art with more precision by dealing first with fable, then with parable, apology, and proverb, and finally by considering metamorphoses. Since in this chapter we have always spoken so far only of the formal side of the relation between an expressed meaning and its shape, we have now to specify the content which proves fitting for this present mode of configuration. We have already seen that, in contrast to sublimity, at the present stage there is no longer any question of illustrating the absolute and one in its undivided might by way of the nullity and insignificance of created things. On the contrary, we are now at the stage of the finitude of consciousness and therefore of the finitude of content too. If conversely we turn our attention to the symbol strictly so-called, one aspect of which the comparative art form too was to adopt, then the inner element which, as we have already seen in Egyptian symbolism, appears over against the hitherto always immediate shape, i.e. the natural, is the spiritual. Now since that natural element is left and envisaged as independent, so the spiritual too is something determinate and finite, i.e. man and his finite aims, and the natural acquires a relationship, albeit a theoretical one, to these aims by providing signs and revelations with a bearing on man's will and interest. The phenomena of nature, storm, the flight of birds, character of the entrails, etc., are now therefore taken in a quite different sense from the one they have in the views of the Parsis, Indians, or Egyptians. For them the divine is made one with the natural in such a way that in nature man wanders to and fro in a world full of gods, and his own activity consists in producing this same identity in his work. The result then is that this activity, so far as it is appropriate to the being of the divine in nature, appears itself as a revelation and production of the divine in man. But when man is withdrawn into himself, and, divining his freedom, shuts himself into himself, he becomes an end in himself on his own account in his individuality, he acts, works, and labors according to his own will, he has a selfish life of his own and feels the essentiality of his aims in himself, and to them the natural has an external relation. Consequently nature disperses around him and serves him, so that, in regard to the divine, he does not win in nature a vision of the absolute, but treats nature only as a means whereby the gods afford recognition of themselves with a view to the best outcome of his ends. This is because they unveil their will to the human. 384-2. I spirit through the medium of nature and so let men elucidate their will. Here, that is to say, there is presupposed an identity of the absolute and the natural, in which human aims are the chief thing. But this sort of symbolism does not yet belong to art, it remains religious. For the Vates undertakes this interpretation of natural events only, in the main, for practical ends, in the interest whether of single individuals in relation to particular plans or of the entire people in respect of their common enterprises. Whereas poetry has to recognize and express even practical situations and relations in a more general theoretical form. But what must be taken into account in this context is a natural phenomenon, an occurrence, containing a particular relation or an issue, which can be taken as a symbol for a universal meaning drawn from the sphere of human activity and doings, for an ethical doctrine, for a prudential maxim, in other words for a meaning which has for its content a reflection on the way in which things go or should go in human affairs, i.e. in matters of the will. Here we no longer have the divine will revealing its inwardness to man by natural events and their religious interpretation. Instead there is an entirely commonplace course of natural occurrences. From its detailed representation there can be abstracted, in a way we can understand, an ethical maxim, a warning, a doctrine, a prudential rule, and it is presented for the sake of this reflection and displayed to contemplation. This is the setting which we may ascribe here to the fables of Aesop. Aesop's fables, that is to say, in their original form, are such an interpretation of a natural relation or occurrence between single natural things in general, especially between animals, whose activities spring from the same vital needs which move men as living beings. This relation or occurrence, taken in its more general characteristics, is therefore of such a kind that it can occur in the sphere of human life too, and only by its bearing on this does it acquire significance for man. In keeping with this definition, the genuine fable of Aesop is the representation of some situation or other in animate and inanimate nature, or of an event in the animal world not devised capriciously, as may be supposed, but taken as it actually is in the world and truly observed, and then it is so recounted that there may be drawn from it a general lesson related to human existence and more. 385. Particularly to its practical side, to prudence and morality in action. The first requirement is consequently to be sought in the fact that the specific case which is to supply the so-called moral shall not be merely fabricated, and especially that it shall not be fabricated in a way contradicting similar phenomena actually existent in nature. Secondly, and more particularly, the narrative must report the case not in its universality, which would make it typical of every happening in external reality, but according to its concrete individuality and as an actual event. This original form of the fable gives to it, thirdly and lastly, the maximum of naivete, because the aim of teaching and consequently the emphasis on general and useful meanings appears only as something arising later and not as what was intended from the beginning. Thus the most attractive of what are called Aesop's fables are those which correspond with the above definition and which relate actions, if you like to use that word, or relations and events which, a. have animal instinct as their basis, or, b. express some other natural relationship, or, c. in general, actually occur and are not merely put together by some capricious fancy. But thus it is then easily seen that the fabulato set attached to Aesop's fables in their present-day form one either makes the representation flat or frequently is out of place, so that often it is rather the opposite lesson that can be drawn, or many other better ones. A few examples may be cited here to illustrate this proper conception of Aesop's fables. For example, an oak and a reed stand before a stormy wind, the weak reed is only bent, the strong oak breaks. This is something which has occurred often enough in a violent storm. Interpreted morally, there is an unbending man of high station contrasted with a man of lower degree who in adverse circumstances can preserve himself by pliancy, while the other is destroyed by his stubbornness and haughtiness. A similar case is the fable, preserved by Phaedrus Z of the swallows. With other birds the swallows look on while a ploughman sows flax out of which the cord is woven for birds' naring. The swallows, with their foresight, fly away, the other birds are incredulous, they remain in their own nests without a care and are caught. Here too it is an actual natural phenomenon which is the basis. It is well known that in autumn swallows migrate to more southerly regions, and therefore are not there when birds are trapped. The like can be said about the fable of the bat, which is despised by day and at night time because it belongs neither to the one nor to the other. To such prosaic actual events a more general interpretation is given in relation to human affairs, just as even now some pious people can still draw from everything that happens an edifying and useful moral. Yet in this matter it is not necessary for the actual natural phenomenon to leap to the eyes every time. In the fable of the fox and the raven, one for instance, the actual fact is not to be recognized at a first glance, although it is not missing altogether, for it is the manner of ravens and crows to begin to caw when they see strange objects, men, or animals, moving before them. Similar natural circumstances underlie the fable of the briar which tears the wool off the passerby or wounds the fox that looks for protection in it, or the fable of the husbandman who warms a snake at his bosom, etc. Other incidents are represented which may also occur among animals. In the first fable of Aesop, example, the eagle devours the fox's cubs, later he snatches entrails from a sacrificial pyre and along with them a live coal, and then the coal burns the eagle's nest. The eaglets fall out and the fox eats them. Other fables, finally, contain traits drawn from ancient myths, like the fable and of the beetle, the eagle, and Zeus, where there is presented the circumstance of natural history Leave aside the question whether this is accurate or not that eagles and beetles lay their eggs at different times, but there is perceptible too what is obviously the traditional importance of the scarab, which yet appears here already drawn into the sphere of the comic, as has occurred still more in Aristophanes. A complete settlement of the question how many of these fables emanated from Aesop himself may be passed over here anyhow, because it is well known either that only a few of them, including, example this fable of the beetle and the eagle, can be shown to be Aesop's, or that antiquity has been conferred on them generally so that they can be regarded as Aesop's. Aesop himself is said to have been a misshapen humpback slave. His home is transferred to Phrygia, i.e. to the country where the transition is made from immediate symbolism and attachment to nature, to the country in which man begins to apprehend the spiritual and his own self. In this situation Aesop does not regard animals and nature in general, as the Indians and Egyptians do, as something lofty and divine on their own account. He treats them, on the contrary, with prosaic eyes as something where circumstances serve only to picture human action and suffering. But yet his notions are only witty, without any energy of spirit or depth of insight and substantive vision, without poetry and philosophy. His views and doctrines prove indeed to be ingenious and clever, but there remains only, as it were, a subtle investigation of trifles. Instead of creating free shapes out of a free spirit, this investigation only sees some other applicable side in purely given and available materials, the specific instincts and impulses of animals, petty daily events. This is because Aesop does not dare to recite his doctrines openly but can only make them understood hidden as it were in a riddle which at the same time is always being solved. In the slave, prose begins, and so this entire species is prosaic too. Nevertheless, almost all peoples and ages have run through these old stories and, however much any nation, generally acquainted with fables in its literature, may boast of possessing more fabulists, still their poems are mostly reproductions of these first notions, only translated into the taste of every age, and what these? 1. The beetle has an important part in his playpiece. Fabulists have added to the inherited stock of stories is left far behind by these originals. b. But we also find amongst Aesop's fables a number which in invention and execution are of great barrenness, but above all are told with the aim of teaching, so that animals or even gods are a mere cloak. Yet these fables are far from doing violence to the nature of animals, as has possibly been the case with modern writers, as e.g. with Pfeffel's one fables of one hamster which collected a stock in the autumn, a foresight neglected by another who therefore is to be reduced to beggary and hunger, or of a fox, bloodhound, and lynx, where the story is that they came before Jupiter with their one-sided talents, cunning, keen smell, and sharp sight, in order to acquire an equal distribution of their natural gifts. After they consented to judgment, the verdict is, the fox is made stupid, the bloodhound is no longer any use for hunting, the Argus lynx acquires a cataract. That a hamster puts by no produce, that these three other animals fall into an accidental or natural equal division of their qualities, is absolutely contrary to nature and therefore wearisome. Thus better than these fables is the one of the ant and the grasshopper, better than this again is the one of the stag with glorious antlers and thin shanks. With the sense of such fables in mind, we have after all become accustomed in fables as such so to represent the lesson as the first thing that the occurrence related is itself merely a cloak and therefore an event purely fabricated for the purpose of the lesson. But such cloaks, especially when the incident described cannot possibly have occurred in the life of real animals, i.e. in accordance with their natural character, are extremely wearisome inventions, meaning less than nothing. The ingenuity of a fable consists only in conferring on what already exists otherwise, and has a shape, a still more universal sense beyond what it has directly. Then further, presupposing that the essence of fable is only to be sought in the fact that animals act and speak instead of men, the question has been raised about what constitutes the attractive thing in this exchange. Yet nothing much attractive can lie in such clothing of men like animals, if it is supposed to be more than or different from something in a comedy played by apes and dogs, where on the contrary the contrast between the nature of animals as it appears on the stage and human action remains the sole interest apart from the spectacle of skillfulness in the training of the actors. Breidinger one therefore cites the wonderful as the proper attraction. But in the original fables the appearance of animals speaking is not set forth as something unusual and wonderful. For this reason Lessings thinks that the introduction of animals affords a great advantage for the intelligibility and abbreviation of the exposition owing to our acquaintance with the characteristics of animals, with the cunning of the fox, the magnanimity of the lion, the voracity and brutality of the wolf, so that instead of abstractions, like cunning, magnanimity, etc., a definite picture comes at once before our minds. Yet this advantage alters nothing essential in the trivial circumstance of the mere cloak, and, on the whole, there is just the disadvantage of bringing animals on the scene instead of men, because the animal form in that case always remains a mask which veils the meaning, so far as its intelligibility goes, quite as much as it explains it. The greatest fable of this kind, consequently, is the old story of Reynard the Foxjay, but this is not strictly a fable at all. See, as a third stage we may here append the following way of treating fable, but with it we are already beginning to go beyond the sphere of fable. The ingenuity of a fable lies generally in finding, amongst the manifold phenomena of nature, cases which can serve as a support for general reflections on human action and behavior, but in which animals and nature are not withdrawn from their own proper mode of existence. For the rest, however, the juxtaposition and relation of the so-called moral and the individual case remains only a matter of caprice and subjective wit, and is therefore in itself only a matter of joking. Now it is this aspect which appears explicitly at this third stage. The form of fable is adopted as a joke. In this vein Goethe has composed many charming and ingenious poems. In one, entitled Der Kleiefer the Barker, he writes, for example, as follows: we ride in all directions on pleasure and on business, but the barking dog always comes behind us and yelps with all his power. So the Pomeranian from our kennel constantly accompanies us, and the loud sound of his bark proves only that we are riding. 1. But it is inherent in this class that the natural shapes used are presented in their proper character, as in Aesop's fables, and in their action and doings develop for us human situations, passions, and traits of character which have the closest affinity with those of animals. Reynard, just mentioned, is of this kind, but it is rather something of a fairy tale than a fable in the strict sense. The background is provided by an age of disorder and lawlessness, of wickedness, weakness, baseness, force, and arrogance, of unbelief in religion, of only apparent rule and justice in secular matters, so that cunning, ingenuity, and selfishness carry off the victory over everything. This is the situation of the Middle Ages, developed as it was especially in Germany. Powerful vassals do show some respect to the king, but, at bottom, every one of them does what he likes, robs, murders, oppresses the weak, betrays the king, can gain the favors of the queen, so that the whole country keeps together but only just. This is the human background, but it consists here not at all in an abstract proposition, but in a totality of situations and characters, and, on account of its wickedness, it turns out to be appropriate for the animal nature in the form of which it is unfolded. Therefore there is nothing disturbing when we find the human subject matter quite openly transferred into the animal world, while the cloak does not appear, as might be thought, as a purely individual cognate case, but is released from this singularity and acquires a certain universality whereby it becomes clear to us that that's how things go generally in the world. Now the droll feature lies in this cloak itself. The joke and jest is mingled with the bitter seriousness of the thing, since it brings human meanness before our eyes in the most excellent way in animal meanness, and emphasizes even in the purely animal world a mass of the most entertaining traits and most appropriate stories, so that despite all harshness we have before us a joke, not bad and just intended, but one actual and seriously meant. 2. Parable, proverb, apology. A. Parable has with fable the general affinity that it takes up events drawn from the sphere of ordinary life but attributes to them. 1. The barking dog is a captious critic of some of Goethe's later work. 391. A deeper and more general meaning, with the aim of making this meaning intelligible and perceptible through this occurrence, an everyday one if considered by itself. But at the same time parable is distinct from fable by reason of the fact that it looks for such occurrences not in nature and the animal world, but in human action and doings as everyone has them familiarly before his eyes, and the chosen individual case that at first sight appears trivial in its particularity, it enlarges into something of a more general interest by hinting at a deeper meaning. Consequently, in respect of the content, the scope and solid importance of the meanings may be enlarged and deepened, while, in respect of form, the subjective activity of deliberate comparison and the presentation of a general lesson begin to come into appearance in a higher degree likewise. As a parable, still bound up with a purely practical aim, we can regard the means used by Cyrus in order to incite the Persians to revolt. Herodotus, I 126. He writes to the Persians to the effect that they are to betake themselves, equipped with sickles, to a specified place. There on the first day he made them set to with hard labor to make cultivable a field overgrown with thistles. But on the next day, after they had rested and bathed, he led them to a meadow and feasted them royally on meat and wine. Then when they had risen from the banquet, he asked them which day they had enjoyed most, yesterday or today. They all voted for today, which had brought them nothing but good, whereas the day just past had been one of toil and exertion. Thereupon Cyrus exclaimed, "If you will follow me, good days like today will be multiplied for you, but if you will follow me not, then prepare yourselves for innumerable labors like yesterday's." Of a related kind, though of the deepest interest and broadest universality in their meanings, are the parables that we find in the Gospels. The parable of the sower in all the synoptics, for example, is a story in itself trivial in content, and it is important only because of the comparison with the doctrine of the kingdom of heaven. In these parables the meaning throughout is a religious doctrine to which the human occurrences in which it is represented are related in much the same way as man and animal are related in Aesop's fables, where the former constitutes the meaning of the latter. 392-2. Of an equal breadth of content is the familiar story of Boccaccio, one which Lessing has used in Nathan for his parable of the three rings. Here too the story, taken independently, is entirely commonplace, but it points to a matter of the widest scope, the difference and the truth of the three religions, Jewish, Mohammedan, and Christian. Precisely the same is the case, to refer to the most recent publications in this sphere, with Goethe's parables. In The Cat Made into a Pasty, for example, a bold cook, to show himself a hunter too, went off, but shot a tomcat instead of a hare. Nevertheless he set the cat before the company, dressed with plenty of ingenious herbs. This is to be taken as a reference to Newton. The hash that the mathematician made of the science of physics is, to be sure, always something higher than a cat which a cook futilely substituted for a hare in a pasty. These parables of Goethe's, like his poems written in the manner of fables, often have a jocular tone through which he wrote his soul free from the annoyances of life. Proverbs. A middle stage within this sphere is formed by the proverb. Amplified, that is to say, proverbs may be changed now into fables, now into apologues. They adduce an individual case which is drawn for the most part from day-to-day human life, but which is then to be taken in a universal meaning. For example, one hand washes the other, i.e. one good turn deserves another. Or let everyone sweep the front of his own door, i.e. mind your own business, or and then the village will be clean. Who digs a grave for another falls into it himself, i.e. hoist with his own petard. Roast me a sausage and I will slake your thirst, i.e. one good turn deserves another. To this class there also belong the aphorisms of which Goethe, to mention him again, has made a number in recent times with infinite grace and often of great depth. These are not comparisons where the universal meaning and the concrete phenomenon appear outside one another and contrasted with one another. The former is immediately expressed with the latter. See, apology or moral fable. The apology, thirdly, may be regarded as a parable which does not use the individual case merely as a simile to illustrate a universal meaning, but in this cloak itself brings out and expresses the universal maxim, since the maxim is actually contained in the individual case which yet is recounted as only an individual example. Taken in this sense, Goethe's God and the Bayadere one is to be called an apology. We find here the Christian story of the repentant Magdalene cloaked in Indian modes of thinking. The Bayadere shows the same humility, the like strength of love and faith. God puts her to the proof, which she completely sustains, and now her exaltation and reconciliation follow. And the apology, the narrative may be so conducted that its conclusion provides the lesson itself without any mere comparison, as, example in The Treasure Seeker, work by day, guests at night, arduous weeks, joyful festivals, be thy future talisman. 3. Metamorphoses. The third class with which we have to deal, in contrast to fable, parable, proverb, and apology, is metamorphoses. They are indeed of a symbolic, mythological kind, but at the same time they expressly oppose the natural to the spiritual, since they give to a natural existent, a rock, animal, flower, spring, the meaning of being a degradation and a punishment of spiritual existence, e.g. of Philomelot, the Pierides, Narcissus, Arethusa, who through a false step, a passion, a crime, fall into infinite guilt or an endless grief, whereby the freedom of spiritual life is lost to them and they have become mere natural existence. Thus on the one hand the natural is not treated here purely externally and prosaically as a mere hill, spring, tree, etc., but there is given to it an import belonging to an action or event springing from the spirit. The rock is not just stone but Niobe who weeps for her children. On the other hand, this human deed is guilt of some sort, and the metamorphosis into a purely natural phenomenon is to be taken as a degradation of the spiritual. We must therefore clearly distinguish these metamorphoses of gods and human individuals into natural objects from unconscious symbolism proper. In Egypt, a. the divine is immediately intuited in the closed rich mysteriousness of the inwardness of animal life, and b. the symbol proper is a natural shape directly coincident with a wider cognate meaning, although this shape is not to constitute an actual adequate existence of the meaning, because unconscious symbolism is an outlook not yet liberated into a spiritual one, whether in form or content. The metamorphoses, on the contrary, make the essential distinction between the natural and the spiritual, and they form in this respect the transition from symbolic mythology to mythology strictly so-called mythology, i.e., if we so understand it, that it starts in its myths from a concrete natural existent, the sun, the sea, rivers, trees, fertility, or the earth, but then expressly segregates this purely natural element, for it extracts the inner content of the natural phenomenon and artistically individualizes it, as a spiritualized power, into gods with a human shape alike in mind and body. In this way Homer and Hesiod first gave the Greeks their mythology, one not as merely significant of the gods, not as an exposition of moral, physical, theological, or speculative doctrines, but as mythology pure and simple, the beginning of spiritual religion in a human configuration. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, apart from the quite modern treatment of the mythical, the most heterogeneous material is mixed up together. Apart from those metamorphoses which could be interpreted generally as just one mode of mythical representation, the specific viewpoint of this form is especially emphasized in those stories in which such figures, e.g. the wolf or the cat, as are usually taken to be symbolical or already even to be entirely mythical, appear transformed into metamorphoses, and what otherwise was united is brought into the opposition between meaning and shape and into the transition from one to the other. So, example, the Phrygian and Egyptian symbol of the wolf is so torn adrift in Greek mythology from its indwelling meaning that the meaning is referred to a previous existence, if not of the sun, then of a king, and the Vulpan existence is represented as a consequence of a deed in that human existence. Point 2. So too in the Song of the Pierides, the Egyptian one. This is derived from Herodotus, 2:53. This is a reference to Lycaon, king of Arcadia, who set human flesh before Zeus and was changed into a wolf. See a longer treatment of the story, below, pages 448-9. 395. Gods, the ram and the cat, are represented as animal shapes in which the mythical Greek gods, Zeus, Aphrodite, etc., have hidden in fear. But the Pierides themselves are punished for daring to enter the lists against the Muses with their singing and are changed into magpies. On the other hand, on account of the more precise character implicit in the content constituting their meaning, metamorphoses must all the same be distinguished from fable. In the fable the connection between the moral maxim and the natural event is a harmless one, association which does not present in the natural occurrence the importance of being merely natural in distinction from spirit, and so introduces this important distinction only into the meaning of the fable. Nevertheless, there are also single fables of Aesop which with slight alteration would become metamorphoses, as e.g. Fable 42:2 of the bat, the thorn, and the gull, their instincts are explained from misfortune in earlier undertakings. With this we have gone through this first sphere of the comparative art form, which starts from present reality and the concrete phenomenon, in order to go on from there to a further meaning illustrated therein. b. Comparisons which start from the meaning. If the separation of meaning and shape is the consciously presupposed form within which the relation of the two is to proceed, then, granted the independence of one side as well as of the other, a beginning can and must be made not only from what exists externally but just as much, conversely, from what is present internally, namely from general ideas, reflections, feelings, or maxims. For this inner element is, like the pictures of external things, something present to our minds and in its independence of the external originates with itself. Now if the meaning is in this way the starting point, then the expression, the reality, appears as the means, drawn from the concrete world for the sake of making the meaning, as the abstract content, definitely picturable, visible, and perceptible. But, as we saw earlier in the preamble to this chapter, both sides being mutually indifferent to one another, the connection into which both are brought is not one in which they belong to one another by absolute necessity. Therefore their bearing on one another, not lying objectively in the nature of the case, is something manufactured subjectively which no longer conceals this subjective character but makes it recognizable through the manner of the representation. The absolute shape has the connection of content and form, soul and body, as concrete and soulment, as the unification of both, grounded absolutely in the soul as in the body, in the content as in the form. Here, however, the separatedness of the two sides is the presupposition and therefore their association is, a purely subjective enlivenment of the meaning through a shape external to it and, b. an interpretation of a real existent equally subjective through its bearing on the other ideas, feelings, and thoughts of the spirit. Therefore, as it turns out, what especially appears in these forms is the subjective art of the poet as maker, and in complete works of art, especially in this aspect, what belongs to the meaning and its necessary configuration can be distinguished from what the poet has added as decoration and adornment. These easily recognizable additions, especially images, similes, allegories, and metaphors, are the things for which we can commonly hear him praise to the skies, and part of the praise is supposed to redound to the sharp eyes and astuteness, as it were, which have made him out and noticed his peculiar subjective inventions. Yet the forms that belong here, as has been said already, should only appear in genuine works of art as mere accessories, although we find in older books one on poetry that these incidental things in particular are treated as the very ingredients of poetic activity. But while at first the two sides which are to be connected are of course indifferent to one another, still, for the justification of the subjects relating and comparing, the shape must in its make-up include in a cognate way the same circumstances and properties. One Hegel probably has Aristotle's Poetics in mind, especially 1458 g. 397, which the meaning has in itself. This is because the apprehension of this similarity is the only basis for associating the meaning with precisely this specific shape and illustrating the former by the latter. Finally, since a beginning is not made from the concrete phenomenon from which something universal can be abstracted, but conversely from this universal itself which is to be mirrored in an image, it follows that the meaning can now shine out actually as the proper end and dominate the image which is its means of illustration. As the more detailed sequence in which we can discuss the particular kinds to be mentioned in this sphere, the following may be indicated. First, as the stage most related to the last one, we have to discuss the riddle. Secondly, allegory, in which it is especially the domination of the abstract meaning over the external shape that appears. Thirdly, comparison proper, namely metaphor, image, and simile. Riddle. The symbol, strictly so called, is inherently enigmatical because the external existent by means of which a universal meaning is to be brought to our contemplation still remains different from the meaning that it has to represent, and it is therefore open to doubt in what sense the shape has to be taken. but the riddle belongs to conscious symbolism, and it is distinguished at once from the symbol, strictly so called, by reason of the fact that the meaning is clearly and completely known to the inventor of the riddle, and the shape that veils it, through which the meaning is to be guessed, is therefore chosen deliberately for the semi-veiling. Symbols in the strict sense are, both before and after, unsolved problems, while the riddle is absolutely solved, so that Sancho Panza says quite rightly, after all, I would far rather be given the solution first and the riddle afterwards. 1. A. In inventing a riddle, that is to say, the first step from which a start is made is the known sense or meaning of it. B. But, secondly, individual traits of character and properties, drawn from the otherwise known external world and, as in nature and in externality generally, lying there scattered outside one another, are associated together in a disparate and therefore striking way. Therefore they lack a subject embracing them together as predicates into a unity, and their deliberate concatenation and connection one with another has as such absolutely no sense, although, on the other hand, they do all the same point to a unity in relation to which even the apparently most heterogeneous traits nevertheless acquire sense and meaning again. See, this unity, the subject of those scattered predicates, is precisely the simple idea, the word that solves the riddle, and the problem of the riddle is to discover or guess it out of this apparently confused disguise. The riddle in this respect is the conscious wit of symbolism, which puts to the test the wit of ingenuity and the flexibility in combining things, and its mode of representation is self-destructive because it leads to the guessing of the riddle. Riddle therefore belongs especially to the art of speech, though it may find a place in the visual arts too, in architecture, horticulture, and painting. Its appearance in history lies principally in the East, in the intervening and transitional period between more obtuse symbolism and more conscious wisdom and generalization. Whole peoples and periods have delighted in such problems. Even in the Middle Ages in Arabia and Scandinavia, and in the German poetry of the singing contests at the Wartburg, example, it plays a great part. In modern times it has sunk down more or less to conversation and mere witticisms and jokes in social gatherings. To the riddle we may append that infinitely wide field of witty and striking notions which are developed as plays on words, and epigrams in relation to some given situation, event, or topic. Here on the one side we have some indifferent object, on the other side a subjective notion which unexpectedly, with remarkable subtlety, emphasizes one aspect, one relation, which previously did not appear in the topic as it was, and sets the topic in a new light as a result of the new significance given to it. 2. Allegory, the opposite of the riddle, in this sphere which begins from the universality of the meaning, is allegory. It too does try to bring the specific qualities of a universal idea nearer to our vision through cognate qualities of sensuously concrete objects, yet it does so not. 399. By way of the semi-veiling and the enigmas of the riddle, but precisely with the converse aim of producing the most complete clarity, so that the external thing of which the allegory avails itself must be as transparent as possible for the meaning which is to appear in it. A. The first concern of allegory therefore consists in personifying, and therefore conceiving as a subject, general abstract situations or qualities belonging to both the human and the natural world, e.g. religion, love, justice, discord, glory, war, peace, spring, summer, autumn, winter, death, fame. But this subjectivity in neither its content nor its external shape is truly in itself a subject or individual, on the contrary, it remains the abstraction of a universal idea which acquires only the empty form of subjectivity and is to be called a subject only, as it were, in a grammatical sense. An allegorical being, however much it may be given a human shape, does not attain the concrete individuality of a Greek god or of a saint or of some other actual person, because, in order that there may be congruity between subjectivity and the abstract meaning which it has, the allegorical being must make subjectivity so hollow that all specific individuality vanishes from it. It is therefore rightly said of allegory that it is frosty and cold, and that, owing to the intellectual abstractness of its meanings, it is even in its invention rather an affair of the intellect than of concrete intuition and the heartfelt depth of imagination. Poets like Virgil are therefore especially concerned with allegorical beings, because they cannot create individual gods like the Homeric ones. But, secondly, the meanings of allegories are, in their abstractness, at the same time determinate, and they are recognizable only owing to this determinacy. The result is that now the expression of such particular characteristics does not lie immediately in the idea, which at first is only personified in general, and therefore it must enter on its own account alongside the subject as its explanatory predicates. This separation of subject and predicate, universal and particular, is the second aspect of frostiness in allegory. Now the illustration of the determinate qualities to be indicated is drawn from the expressions, effects, consequences which come into appearance through the meaning once it acquires reality in concrete existence, or from the instruments and means of which it avails itself in its actual realization. Battle and war, for example, are indicated by armed forces, side arms, cannon, drums. -402. Eye colors, seasons by flowers and fruits which flourish above all under the favorable influence of spring, summer, and autumn. Such things, again, may also have purely symbolical bearings, as justice is brought to our ken by scales and blindfolding, death by the hourglass and scythe. But since the meaning is the dominant thing in allegory and its closer illustration is subordinate to it just as abstractly as the meaning itself is a pure abstraction, the shape of such definite things acquires here only the value of a mere attribute. See, in this way allegory is in both aspects bleak, its general personification is empty, the specific externality is only a sign, meaningless if taken by itself, and the center, the idea personified which ought to have unified the multiplicity of attributes, does not have the force of a subjective unity shaping itself and relating itself to itself in its real existence, but becomes a purely abstract form, and its filling with such particular things, degraded to the position of attributes, remains for it something external. Consequently, allegory is not to be taken really seriously with the independence into which it personifies its abstractions and their indication, with the result that to what is independent absolutely the form of an allegorical being should properly not be given. The Dike of the Greeks, for example, is not to be called an allegory. She is universal necessity, eternal justice, the universal powerful person, the absolutely substantial basis of the relations of nature and spiritual life, and therefore herself the absolutely independent being whom individuals, gods as well as men, have to follow. F. von Schlegel, as was remarked above, has observed that every work of art must be an allegory. Yet this saying is true only if it is to mean nothing but that every work of art must contain a universal idea and an inherently true meaning. Whereas what we have here called allegory is a mode of representation subordinate in both form and content, only imperfectly corresponding to the essence of art. For every human event and imbroglio, every relationship, etc., has some sort of universality in itself which can also be extracted as universality, but such abstractions we have otherwise already in our minds, and with them in their prosaic universality and their external indication, to which alone allegory attains, art has nothing to do. Winckelmann too wrote an immature work on allegory, one in which 1 Versuch einer Allegorie, besonders für die Kunst, 1766. 401. He assembles a mass of allegories, but for the most part he confuses symbol and allegory. Amongst the particular arts within which allegorical representations occur, poetry is wrong in taking refuge in such media, whereas sculpture cannot in the main be managed without them. This is specially true of modern sculpture, which in many ways admits of being portraiture, and so, for the closer indication of the multiple relations in which the represented individual stands, must avail itself of allegorical figures. On Blücher's memorial, erected here in Berlin, we see the genius of fame and victory, but when it comes to the general treatment of the War of Liberation, the allegorical is avoided by a series of individual scenes, as, example, the departure of the army, its march, and its victorious return. But on the whole, in portrait statues, sculptors have been content to surround the simple statues with allegories and to multiply them. The ancients, on the other hand, rather availed themselves on sarcophagi, example of general mythological representations of sleep, death, etc. One allegory in general belongs less to ancient art than to the romantic art of the Middle Ages, even if as allegory it is not properly anything romantic. This frequent occurrence of allegorical treatment in the medieval epoch is to be explained in the following way. On the one side, the Middle Ages had for their content particular individuals with their subjective aims of love and honor, with their vows, pilgrimages, and adventures. The variety of these numerous individuals and events provides imagination with a wide scope for inventing and developing accidental and capricious collisions and their resolution. But, on the other side, over against the varied secular adventures, there stands the universal element in the relations and situations of life. This universal is not individualized into independent gods as it was with the ancients, and therefore it appears readily and naturally explicitly sundered in its universality alongside those particular personalities and their particular shapes and events. Now, if the artist has an idea of such universalities, and if he wishes to emphasize their universality as such and not to clothe them in the accidental form just described, there is nothing left to him but the allegorical manner of representation. This happens too in the religious sphere. Mary, Christ, the acts and fates of the apostles, the saints with their penances and martyrdoms are, it is true, here again quite definite individuals, but Christianity is equally concerned with universal spiritual things which cannot be embodied in the definite character of living and actual persons because they should be represented precisely as universal relationships like love, faith, and hope. In general, the truths and dogmas of Christianity are independently familiar as religious, and one chief interest even of poetry consists in this, that these doctrines shall appear as universal doctrines and that the truth shall be known and believed as universal truth. But in that case the concrete representation must remain subordinate and indeed external to the content, and allegory is the form which satisfies this need in the easiest and most appropriate way. In this sense Dante has much that is allegorical in his Divine Comedy. So there, example theology appears fused with the picture of his beloved, Beatrice. But this personification hovers, and this constitutes its beauty, between allegory proper and a transfiguration of his youthful beloved. He saw her for the first time when he was 9 years old, she seemed to him to be the daughter, not of a mortal man, but of God. His fiery Italian nature conceived a passion for her which was never again extinguished. When it had awakened in him the genius of poetry, then, after the early death of his dearest love had lost her for him, he put into the chief work of his life this marvelous memorial of, as it were, this inner subjective religion of his heart. 3. Metaphor, image, simile. After riddle and allegory, the third sphere is the figurative in general. The riddle still conceals the explicitly known meaning, and the chief thing was still clothing the meaning in related though heterogeneous and far-fetched ways. Allegory, on the other hand, made the clarity of the meaning so very much the sole dominating -403 and that personification and its attributes appear degraded into purely external signs. Now the figurative unites the clarity of the allegorical with the pleasantry of the riddle. The meaning clearly confronting our minds is illustrated in the shape of some cognate external expression, yet so that thereby no problems arise which have first to be deciphered. What does arise is a figurative expression through which the envisaged meaning shines in perfect clarity and at once makes plain what it is. A. Metaphor. The first point concerning metaphor is that it is to be taken as implicitly already a simile, because it expresses the meaning, clear in itself, in a similar and comparable phenomenon of concrete reality. But in comparison as such both the sense proper and the image are specifically separated from one another, while this cleavage, though present implicitly, is not yet posited, in metaphor. On this account Aristotle won distinguished comparison from metaphor long ago by pointing out that in the former an as is added, while it is missing in the latter. The metaphorical expression, that is, names only one side, the image, but in the connection in which the image is used, the meaning proper which is intended is so near the surface that it is immediately given at the same time, as it were without direct separation from the image. When, Example, we hear the springtime of these cheeks or a sea of tears. We are compelled to take this expression not literally but only as an image, the meaning of which the context expressly indicates to us. In symbol and allegory, the relation between the sense and the external shape is not so immediate and necessary. In the 9 flights of an Egyptian stair and 100 other things, it is only the initiated, the cognoscenti, the scholars who can find a symbolic meaning, and, conversely, they sniff out and find something mystical or symbolical where to look for it is unnecessary, because it is not there. This may have happened many a time with my dear friend Kreutzer, as well as with Neoplatonists and commentators on Dante. The range, the variety of form, of metaphor is infinite, yet its definition is simple. It is an entirely compressed and abbreviated comparison, in that it does not oppose image and meaning to one another but presents the image alone, the literal sense of the image. However, it extinguishes and it makes the actually intended meaning recognizable at once in the image through the context in which the image occurs, although this meaning is not expressly stated. But since the sense so figurated is clear only from the context, the meaning expressed in metaphor cannot claim the value of an independent artistic representation but only of an incidental one, so that metaphor therefore can arise in an even enhanced degree only as a mere external adornment of a work of art which itself is independent. Metaphor has its principal application in linguistic expressions, which in this connection we may treat under the following aspects. In the first place, every language already contains a mass of metaphors. They arise from the fact that a word which originally signifies only something sensuous is carried over into the spiritual sphere. Fassen, begriffen, and many words, to speak generally, which relate to knowing, have in respect of their literal meaning a purely sensuous content, which then is lost and exchanged for a spiritual meaning, the original sense being sensuous, the second spiritual. 1.3.3 But gradually the metaphorical element in the use of such a word disappears, and by custom the word changes from a metaphorical to a literal expression, because, owing to readiness to grasp in the image only the meaning, image and meaning are no longer distinguished, and the image directly affords only the abstract meaning itself instead of a concrete picture. If, for example, we are to take begriffen in a spiritual sense, then it does not occur to us at all to think of a perceptible grasping by the hand. In living languages the difference between actual metaphors and words already reduced by usage to literal expressions is easily established, whereas in dead languages this is difficult because mere etymology cannot decide the matter in the last resort. The question does not depend on the first origin of a word or on linguistic development generally. On the contrary, the question above all is whether a word which looks entirely pictorial, depictive, and illustrative has not already, in the life of the language, lost this its first sensuous meaning, and the memory of it, in the course of its use in a spiritual sense, and been endowed altogether with a spiritual meaning. Why, this being the case, the invention of new metaphors, expressly first constructed by poetic imagination, is necessary. A principal task of this invention consists, first, in transferring, in an illustrative way, the phenomena, activities, and situations of a higher sphere to the content of lower areas, and in representing meanings of this more subordinate kind in the shape and picture of the loftier ones. The organic example is inherently of higher worth than the inorganic, and to present death in the phenomenon of life enhances the expression. So Ferdowsi says long ago, the sharpness of my sfjjotd devours the lion's brain and drinks the dark blood of the stout-hearted one. In a more spiritualized degree a similar thing occurs if the natural and sensuous is imaged in the form of spiritual phenomena and therefore is elevated and ennobled. In this sense it is quite common for us to speak of laughing fields, angry flood, or to say with Calderon the waves sigh under the heavy burden of the ships. What is solely human is used here as an expression for the natural. Roman poets too use this sort of metaphor, as e.g. Virgil, Georgix, 3:132, says, cum graviter tunsus gemit area frugibus, when the threshing floor groans heavily under the threshing of the corn. Next, secondly, and conversely, something spiritual is also brought nearer to our vision through the picture of natural objects. Yet such illustrations may easily degenerate into preciousness, into far-fetched or playful conceits, if what is absolutely lifeless appears notwithstanding as personified, and such spiritual activities are ascribed to it in all seriousness. It is especially the Italians who have let themselves go in the like hocus-pocus. Even Shakespeare is not entirely free from this when, example in Richard II, 4:2, he makes the king say in taking leave of his spouse, "For why, the senseless brands will sympathize the heavy accent of thy moving tongue, and in compassion weep the fire out, and some will mourn in ashes, some coal black, for the deposing of a rightful king." Why, finally, as for the aim and interest of metaphor, a literal saying is in itself one intelligible expression, metaphor another. So, 1 Act v. Scene I in our text. Hegel gives a prose translation. 406-2. The question arises, why this double expression, or, what is the same thing, why metaphor, which is this duality in itself? The usual answer is that metaphors are used for the sake of a more lively poetic representation, and this vivacity is especially what Heine commends in metaphor. The liveliness consists in rendering things precise to the visual imagination, in providing a sensuous image to counteract the pure indefiniteness of the saying which is always general. Of course metaphor has a greater vivacity than ordinary literal expressions have, but true life must not be sought in metaphors whether separately or in an array of them. Their imagery may indeed incorporate something which happily introduces into the expression both a perceptible clarity and a higher definiteness, but, all the same, when every detailed feature is independently imaged, it makes the whole thing ponderous and suffocates it by the weight of individual detail. Therefore the sense and aim of metaphorical diction in general, as we have still to explain in more detail in dealing with simile, must be found in the need and power of spirit and heart, which are not content with the simple, customary, and plain, but place themselves above it in order to move on to something else, to linger over various things, and to join two things together into one. This conjunction has itself again more than one reason. CX first, the reason of reinforcement. Heart and passion, full and moved in themselves, on the one hand make this power manifest by sensuous exaggeration, on the other hand, they strive to express their own stormy passion and their grip on all sorts of ideas by correspondingly transferring them out into all sorts of cognate phenomena and by moving in images of the most varied kinds. In Calderon's Devotion at the Cross, example, Julia says, as she sees the newly slain corpse of her brother, Licerdo, and as her lover, Eusebio, his murderer, stands before her, glad would I close my eyes here before the innocent blood which cries for vengeance, pouring forth in purple flowers, would that thou mightest be forgiven by the tears that flow for thee, wounds our eyes, yes, mouths that know naught of lies, etc. Far more passionately still, Eusebio recoils from Julia's glance when she is finally ready to give herself to him, and he cries, flames spark from thine eyes, the breath of thy sigh is burning, every word is a volcano, every hair a flash of lightning, every 407 syllable is death, every one of thy caresses hell. Such a horror stirs in me from that crucifix upon thy breast, a wondrous symbol one. This is the movement of the heart which for what is immediately envisaged substitutes another picture, and with this search and discovery of ever new modes of expression for its passion can scarcely ever reach an end. FJJ, a second reason for metaphor lies in the fact that, when spirit is plunged by its inner emotion into the contemplation of cognate objects, at the same time it still wishes to free itself from their externality, because in the external it seeks itself and spiritualizes it, and now by shaping itself and its passion into something beautiful, it evinces its power to bring into representation its elevation above everything external. But even so, thirdly, the metaphorical expression may arise from the purely bacchanalian delight of fancy which cannot put before us either an object in its own appropriate shape or a meaning in its simple absence of imagery, but longs above all for a concrete intuition cognate with both. Or metaphor may arise from the wit of a subjective caprice which, to escape from the commonplace, surrenders to a piquant impulse, not satisfied until it has succeeded in finding related traits in the apparently most heterogeneous material and therefore, to our astonishment, combining things that are poles apart from one another. In this connection it may be remarked that it is not so much a prosaic and a poetic style as a classical and a modern style that are to be distinguished from one another by the preponderance of either literal or metaphorical expressions. Not only the Greek philosophers, like Plato and Aristotle, or great historians and orators, like Thucydides and Demosthenes, but also the great poets, Homer and Sophocles, on the whole stick almost always to literal expressions, although similes do also occur. Their plastic severity and solidity does not tolerate the sort of blending involved in metaphor or permit them to stray hither and thither away from the homogeneous material and the simple, self-contained, complete casts in order to gather up so-called flowers of expression here and there. But metaphor is always an interruption of the course of ideas and a constant dispersal of them, because it arouses and brings together images which do not immediately belong to the matter in hand and its meaning, and therefore draw the mind away from that to something akin and foreign to it. The Greeks were saved from an all too frequent use of metaphors, in prose by the infinite clarity and suppleness of their language, in poetry by their quiet and fully developed taste. On the other hand, it is particularly the East, especially the later Mohammedan poetry, which uses figurative expressions and indeed has them of necessity. The same is true of modern poetry also. Shakespeare, example, is very metaphorical in his diction. The Spaniards too, who have deviated into the most tasteless excess and agglomeration, love the florid style. Jean-Paul also, Goethe, in his uniformly clear vision, less. But Schiller, even in prose, is very rich in images and metaphors. In his case this arises rather from his effort so to express deep concepts as to bring them before our minds without pressing on to the strictly philosophical expression of thought. In his work, then, the inherently rational and speculative unity sees and finds its counterpart in the life of the present world. b. Image between metaphor on one side and simile on the other. We may place the image, for it has such a close affinity with metaphor that it is strictly only a metaphor in extenso, which therefore now acquires in turn a great resemblance to simile, but with this difference, namely that, in the image as such, the meaning is not explicitly separated out and contrasted with the concrete external object expressly compared with it. An image occurs especially when two phenomena or situations, more or less independent when taken by themselves, are unified, so that one situation affords the meaning which is to be made intelligible by the image of the other. In other words, the first thing here, the fundamental characteristic, is thus the independence, the separation, of the different spheres whence the meaning and its image are drawn, and what is common to them, properties, relations, etc., is not, as in the symbol, the undetermined universal and the substantial itself, but firmly determinate concrete existence on both the one side and the other. 1x, in this connection the image can have for its meaning 409. A whole series of situations, activities, productions, modes of existence, etc., and it can illustrate the meaning by a similar series drawn from an independent but cognate sphere, without putting the meaning as such in so many words into the image itself. Of this kind Goethe's poem Mahomet's Song is an example. The image is that of a spring, issuing from a rock, which in the freshness of youth hurls itself over the crags into the depths, enters the plain reinforced by bubbling springs and brooks, absorbs brother streams, gives a name to localities, sees cities growing below its feet, until, its heart bubbling over with joy, it carries all these glories, its brothers, its treasures, its children to the Creator who awaits it. Lt is only the title. That shows that what is happily represented in this spacious and brilliant image of a mighty stream is Mohammed's bold appearance, the quick dissemination of his doctrine, and the intended adoption of all people into the one faith. Of a similar kind are many of the Xenien of Goethe and Schiller. These are partly scornful, partly playful sayings addressed to authors and the public, e.g. in silence we pounded saltpetre, carbon and sulfur, drilled holes, now enjoy the firework. Some rose as shining balls and others exploded, many too we threw in play to delight the eye. Many of these epigrams were in fact rockets, and they have given annoyance to the endless delight of the better part of the public, which rejoiced when the mob of mediocre and bad authors, who had long made much of themselves and held the floor, were given a capital yin on the nab and a cold douche into the bargain. Yet in these last examples there already appears a second aspect to be emphasized in respect of images. The content, namely, is here a subject who acts, produces things, lives through situations, and now, not as subject but only in respect of what he does or affects or what meets him, is represented in an image. Whereas as subject, he is himself introduced without an image, and only his literal actions and affairs acquire the form of a metaphorical expression. Here too, as in the case of the image in general, the entire meaning is not severed from its cloak. On the contrary, the subject alone is revealed explicitly, while his determinate content at once acquires an imaged shape, and thus the subject is represented as if he himself brought into being the objects and actions in this their imaged existence. To the expressly named subject something metaphorical is ascribed. This mixture 410-2 of the literal and the metaphorical has often been blamed, but the grounds for this blame are weak. Why, in this kind of imagery the Orientals especially display great boldness, since they bind together and intertwine into one image existence entirely independent of one another. So Hafiz, for example, says once, "The course of the world is a bloody dagger, and the drops falling from it are crowns." One and elsewhere, the sun's sword pours out in the reddening dawn the blood of the night, over which it has won the victory. Similarly, no one like Hafiz has torn the veil from the cheeks of thought since the locks of the words betrothed were curled. The meaning of this image seems to be this: thought is the words betrothed, as Klopstock, example, calls the word the twin brother of thought, and since the time when this fiancé was adorned in words like curls, no one has been more skilled than Hafiz in making the thought so adorned appear clearly in its unveiled beauty. See, simile. From this last kind of imagery we can proceed directly to simile. For in it, since the subject of the image is named, there already begins the independent expression of the meaning without an image. Yet the difference lies in this, that whatever the image presents exclusively in the form of an image, even in its abstraction as a meaning which therefore appears alongside its image and is compared with it, can acquire for itself in the simile an independent mode of expression. Metaphor and image illustrate the meanings without expressing them, so that only the context in which metaphors and images occur makes known openly what their literal significance is supposed to be. In simile, on the contrary, both sides, image and meaning, are completely severed, if indeed with greater or lesser completeness, now of the image, now of the meaning. Each is presented by itself, and only then, in this separation, are they related to one another on account of the similarities and their content. In this respect the simile may be called a merely idle repetition, in that one and the same matter comes into the representation in a double form, indeed in a triple or quadruple form, and b an often wearisome superfluity, since the meaning is explicitly present already and needs no further mode of configuration to make it intelligible. The question therefore presses in the case of comparison more than it does in that of image and metaphor: what essential interest and aim is there in the use of single or multiplied similes? They are neither to be employed on account of mere vivacity, the common opinion, nor for the sake of greater clarity. On the contrary, similes all too often make a poem dull and ponderous, and a mere image or a metaphor can have just as much clarity without having its meaning set beside it in addition. The proper aim of the simile we must therefore find in the poet's subjective imagination. However clearly he makes himself aware of the subject matter which he intends to express, however far he has brought this subject home to his mind in its more abstract universality and has expressed it to himself in this universality, still he finds himself equally driven to seek a concrete shape for the subject and to make perceptible to himself in a sensuous appearance the meaning already before his mind. From this point of view, the simile, like the image and the metaphor, therefore expresses the boldness of the imagination which, having something confronting it, whether a single perceptible object, a specific situation, or a universal meaning works on it and evinces its power to bind together things lying poles apart and connected externally, and so to drag into our interest in one topic the most varied material, and, by the labor of the spirit, to chain to the given topic a world of heterogeneous phenomena. This power of imagination in inventing shapes and, by ingenious relations and connections, binding together the most diverse material is what in general lies at the root of simile. Now, first, the pleasure of comparing can be satisfied solely on its own account, with no aim of displaying anything in the splendor of images except the boldness of fancy. This is as it were the orgy of imagination's power, which especially in the Orientals and in the peace and dolce far niente of the South, delights in the wealth and brilliance of its images without any further aim, and it inveigles the listener into abandoning himself to the same dolce far niente. But often we are surprised by the wonderful power with which the poet launches out into the most variegated images and betrays a wit of combination which is more spirituel than a mere witticism. Even Calderon has many similes of this kind, especially for you too. When he sketches great and magnificent pageants and ceremonies, describes the beauty of chargers and their riders, or when in speaking of ships he calls them every time birds without pinions, fish without fins. J. But, secondly, looked at more closely, similes are a dwelling on one and the same topic which thereby is made the substantial center of a series of other ideas remote from it. Through their indication or portrayal the greater interest in the topic compared becomes objective. This dwelling on a topic may have several reasons. As the first reason we must cite the heart's absorption in the topic by which it is animated and which grips its depth so firmly that it cannot renounce an enduring interest in it. In this connection we can immediately emphasize once again an essential difference between Eastern and Western poetry, a difference that we had occasion to touch upon earlier in our treatment of pantheism. The Oriental in his absorption is less self-seeking, and he therefore neither sighs nor languishes. His aspiration remains a more objective joy in the topic of his comparisons and therefore is more contemplative. With a free heart he looks about him in order to see in everything surrounding him, in everything he knows and loves, an image of what his sense and spirit are preoccupied with and of what engrosses him to the full. Imagination, freed from all concentration on self alone, cured from all sickliness, is satisfied in the comparative presentation of the topic itself, especially when that topic, by a comparison with what is most brilliant and beautiful, is to be praised, extolled, and transfigured. The West, on the other hand, is more subjective, and in complaint and grief sighing more and longing more. This dwelling on one topic, secondly, is principally an interest of the feelings, particularly of love which rejoices in the object of its grief and pleasure, and, as it cannot free its inner being from these feelings, is now never tired of portraying their object anew over and over again. Lovers are especially rich in wishes, hopes, and changing fancies. Amongst such fancies we must include similes too. To these love in general has recourse all the more readily because the feeling occupies and permeates the whole soul and makes comparisons on its own account. What preoccupies love is e.g. a single beautiful feature, the mouth, the eye, the hair, of the beloved. Now the human spirit is active and disturbed, and joy, 13 and grief especially are not dead and at peace but restless and moved hither and thither in a way which yet brings all other material into relation with the one feeling which the heart makes the center of its world. Here the interest in comparing lies in the feeling itself which experience forces to realize that there are other objects in nature just as beautiful or as much the cause of pain. Consequently the feeling draws the whole of these objects into the circle of what it feels, compares them with that and thereby expands and universalizes it. But if the topic of the simile is something entirely singular and sensuous and is put into connection with similar sensuous phenomena, then comparisons of this sort, especially when they are multiplied, are due to only a very shallow reflection and a scarcely developed feeling. The result is that the variety which merely circulates in an external material readily seems to us to be dull and cannot be of much interest because it is devoid of spiritual reference. So, example it is said in chapter 4:6 of the Song of Solomon, "Behold, thou art fair, my love, Behold, thou art fair, thou hast dove's eyes within thy locks, thy hair is as a flock of goats, that appear from Mount Gilead. Thy teeth are like a flock of sheep that are even shorn, which came up from the washing, whereof every one bare twins, and none is barren among them. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, and thy speech is comely, thy temples are like a piece of a pomegranate within thy locks. Thy neck is like the tower of David builded for an armory, whereon there hang 1,000 bucklers, all shields of mighty men. Thy two breasts are like two young roes that are twins, which feed among the lilies. Until the day break, and the shadows flee away I will, etc. The same naivete is found in many of the poems called Ossians, as e.g. it is said, 1. Thou art as snow on the heather, thine hair like a mist on Cromla when it curls on the rock and shimmers before the gleam in the west, thine arms are like two pillars in the halls of the mighty Fingal. In a similar way, though rhetorically throughout, Ovid makes Polyphemus say, Thou art whiter, 0 Galatea, than the leaf of the snowy privet, more flowery than the meadows, taller than the high alder tree, more gleaming than glass, more playful than the tender kid, smoother than shells polished by ocean's endless chafing, more grateful than winter's suns and summer's shade, more glorious than the palm tree and more striking than the tall plane tree, Met 13 789-807, and so it goes on through all 19 hexameters, rhetorically fine, but, as the sketching of a scarcely interesting feeling, it is itself of slight interest. In Calder 6n2 there are numerous examples of this kind of comparison, although such dwelling on a topic is fitted rather for lyrical feeling, and it fetters the progress of a drama all too rigidly if it is not appropriately motivated in the nature of the case. So, example Don Juan in the complications of his fate describes at length the beauty of a veiled lady whom he has followed, and he says inter alia, although many a time through the dark barriers of that impenetrable veil there broke a hand of most splendid sheen, it was the princess of the lilies and the roses, and to it the snow's sheen did homage like a slave, a dark-skinned Mrican. It is a very different thing when a more deeply moved heart expresses itself in images and similes revealing inner and spiritual emotional connections, for then the heart either turns itself as it were into an external natural scene or makes such a scene the reflection of a spiritual matter. In this connection too many images and comparisons occur in the so-called Ossianic poems, although the sphere of the topics used here for similes is poor and usually restricted to clouds, mist, storm, tree, stream, spring, sun, thistle, grass, etc. Thus, example he says, delightful is thy presence 0 Fingal. It is like the sun on Cromla, when the hunter has bewailed its absence for a whole year long, and now catches sight of it between the clouds. One in another passage we read, did Ossian not hear a voice just now? Or is it the voice of the days that are past? Often there comes like the sunset into my soul the remembrance of times past. Similarly Ossian relates, pleasant are the words of the song, said Cuchulainn, and delightful are the stories of times past. They are like the quiet dew of the morning on the hill of the Rodir, when the sun shimmers faintly on its side and the lake lies motionless and blue in the vale. This dwelling on the same feelings and their similes is of such a kind in these poems that it expresses an old age weary and fatigued in mourning and memories of grief. In general a melancholy and weak feeling readily overflows into comparisons. What such a soul desires, what constitutes its interest, is far off and past, and so, in general, instead of regaining courage it is induced to immerse itself in something else. The many comparisons in Ossian therefore correspond as much to this subjective mood as to mainly melancholy ideas and the narrow sphere in which that mood is compelled to dwell. Conversely, however, in so far as passion, despite its unrest, concentrates itself on one object, it may toss to and fro in a variety of images and comparisons which are only conceits about one and the same object, and it does this in order to find in the surrounding external world a counterpart to its own inner being. Of this kind is, example Juliet's monologue in Romeo and Juliet when she turns to the night and cries out Act 3, Scene 2, Come night. Come Romeo. Come, thou day and night. For thou wilt lie upon the wings of night whiter than new snow upon a raven's back. Come, Gentle knight, come, loving, black-browed knight, give me my Romeo, and, when he shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine, that all the world will be in love with night, and pay no worship to the garish sun. JJFJ, contrasted with these similes, throughout almost lyrical, of a feeling immersing itself in what it feels, there are the epic similes which we find often in Homer, for example. Here the poet, dwelling in his comparison on one specific object, has, on the one hand, the interest of raising us over the as it were practical curiosity, expectation, hope, and fear which we cherish in respect of the issue of events connected with single situations and deeds of the heroes, raising us over the connection of cause, effect, and consequence, and riveting our attention on pictures which he sets before us like works of sculpture, peaceful and plastic, designed for theoretical consideration. This piece, this withdrawal from a purely practical interest in what he presents to our vision, gains its effect all the more if the object compared is drawn from another field. On the other hand, this dwelling on one topic in similes has the further sense of marking out a specific object as important. -416-2. As a result of this as it were double sketching, and not letting it just rustle away fleetingly with the stream of the song and its incidents. Thus Homer says, e.g., Iliad, XX 164-75, of Achilles who, inflamed with ardor for battle, stands up against Aeneas, he got up like a ravenous lion which men aimed to slay, the whole city assembled to this end, at first the lion, as if despising them, pranced about but when one of the youths, eager for the fray, hurls a lance at him, he then crouches yawning, foaming at the mouth, in his breast his strong heart groans, he lashes his sides and hips with his tail both left and right, and drives himself to battle. With glaring eyes he waits for battle whether he kills one of the men or perishes himself at the first onslaught. Thus Achilles is urged on by valor and high-hearted spirit to confront the haughty Aeneas. Similarly Homer says, Iliad, 430 ff, of Pallas when she averted the arrow which Pandarus had launched against Menelaus, she forgot him not and repelled the deadly arrow as a mother flicks a fly away from her son when he lies in sweet slumber. And further on, 141-6, when the arrow did nevertheless wound Menelaus, as when a woman from Lydia or Caria bedecks ivory with purple to make a bridle for a horse, but it stands in her room and many riders have wished to carry it away, yet it stands as a king's prize, two things, adornment for the horse, fame for the rider, so the blood of Menelaus flowed down his thighs. Why, a third reason for similes, contrasted with the mere riot of fancy as well as with self-deepening feeling or the imagination that dwells on important topics and compares them, is to be emphasized especially in reference to dramatic poetry. Drama has for its subject matter warring passions, activity, pathos, action, accomplishment of what is innerly willed. These it does not present at all, as epic does, in the form of past events, but brings the individuals themselves before us and makes them express their feelings as their own and accomplish their actions before our eyes, so that thus the poet does not intrude as a third person between actor and spectator. Now in this connection it looks as if dramatic poetry demands the maximum naturalness in the expression of passions, and as if their impetuousness in grief, terror, or joy cannot, on account of this naturalness, permit of similes. To make the individual agents, in the storm of feeling and in the struggle to act, say much in metaphors, images, or similes is to be regarded. 417. As throughout unnatural in the usual sense of the word, and therefore as disturbing. For by comparisons we are carried away from the present situation, and from the individuals who feel and act in it, into something external, foreign, and not immediately belonging to the situation itself, and thereby the tone of conversational interchange in particular meets with an obstructive and burdensome interruption. And after all in Germany, at the time when young spirits tried to free themselves from the shackles of the rhetorical taste of the French, they regarded the Spaniards, Italians, and French as mere craftsmen who put into the mouths of the dramatis personae their own subjective imagination, their wit, their conventional behavior and elegant eloquence, at the very moment when what he alone should have dominated was the most violent passion and its natural expression. In many dramas of that time, therefore, in accordance with this principle of naturalness, we find the shriek of feeling, exclamation marks and hyphens instead of a diction noble, elevated, rich in images, and full of similes. In a similar sense, even English critics have often criticized Shakespeare for the multiplied and variegated comparisons which he frequently gives to his characters in the supreme oppression of their grief, where the violence of feeling seems to provide the minimum of room for the peace of reflection inherent in every simile. Of course, the images and comparisons in Shakespeare are now and then awkward and multiplied, but, on the whole, an essential place and effect must be allowed even in drama for similes. While feeling dwells on one topic because it is sunk in its object and cannot free itself from it, in the practical sphere of action similes have the aim of showing that the individual has not merely immersed himself directly in his specific situation, feeling, or passion, but that as a high and noble being he is superior to them and can cut himself free from them. Passion restricts and chains the soul within, narrows it, and concentrates it within limits, and therefore makes it inarticulate, talking in single syllables, or raging and blustering in vagueness and extravagance. But greatness of mind, force of spirit, lifts itself above such restrictedness and, in beautiful and tranquil peace, hovers above the specific pathos by which it is moved. This liberation of soul is what similes express, in the first place quite formally. It is only a profound composedness and strength of soul which is able to objectify even its grief and its sorrows, to compare itself with something else, and therefore to 418 I contemplate itself theoretically in strange things confronting it, or in the most frightful mockery of itself to confront itself with even its own annihilation, as if it were an external existent, and yet to be able to remain still calm there and preserve its sang-froid. In epic, as we saw, it was the poet who through undwelling and graphic similes was intent upon communicating to his audience the contemplative calm which art requires. Whereas in drama it is the dramatis personae who appear as themselves the poets and artists, since they make their inner life an object to themselves, an object which they remain powerful enough to shape and form and thus to manifest to us the nobility of their disposition and the might of their mind. For here this absorption in something other and external is the liberation of the inner life from a purely practical interest or from the immediacy of feeling into free theoretical shapes, whereby that comparison for the sake of comparison, as we find it at the first stage, recurs in a deeper way because it can now come on the scene only as an overcoming of mere preoccupation with passion and as release from passion's power. In the course of this liberation the following chief points may be distinguished, of which Shakespeare in particular provides the most examples. X, when a heart is to meet with great misfortune whereby it is shaken to its depths, and the grief of this unavoidable fate is now actually present, then it would be the way of an ordinary man directly to scream out his horror, grief, and despair, and thereby to disburden himself. A stronger and nobler spirit suppresses his lamentation as such, imprisons his grief, and therefore in the deep feeling of his very suffering preserves freedom to occupy himself with some far-off idea and in this remote object to express his own fate to himself in an image. In that case the man surmounts his grief, he is not one with it in his entire self but is just as much distinct from it, and therefore he can linger in something else which as a cognate object is related to his feeling. So in Shakespeare's Henry IV when old Northumberland asks the messenger who came to tell him of Percy's death, "How doth my son and brother?" and gets no answer, he cries out in the composure of bitterest grief to Henry IV, Act I, Scene I, thou tremblest, and the whiteness in thy cheek is apter than thy tongue to tell thy errand. 419. Even such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woebegone, drew Priam's curtain in the dead of night, and would have told him half his Troy was burnt, but Priam found the fire ere he his tongue, and I my Percy's death ere thou reportest it. But when Richard II has to atone for the youthful frivolity of his days of happiness, it is especially he who has a heart that however much it secludes itself in its grief yet retains the force to set it steadily before itself in new comparisons. And this is precisely the touching and childlike aspect in Richard's grief, that he constantly expresses it to himself objectively in felicitous images and retains his suffering all the more profoundly in the play of the self-expression. When Henry demands the crown from him, example he replies 1. Here, cousin, seize the crown. On this side my hand, and on that side yours. Now is this golden crown like a deep well that owes 2 buckets, filling one another, the emptier ever dancing in the air, the other down, unseen and full of water. That bucket down and full of tears am I, drinking my griefs, whilst you mount up on high. FLFL. The other aspect in this context consists in the fact that a character who is already one with his interests, his grief, and his fate, tries by comparisons to free himself from this immediate unity and makes the liberation actual and obvious by showing that he is still capable of making similes. In Henry VIII, for example, Queen Catherine, forsaken by her spouse, cries out in the deepest sadness Act 3, Scene I. I am the most unhappy woman living. Shipwrecked upon a kingdom where no pity, no friends, no hope, no kindred weep for me. Almost no grave allowed me, like the lily that once was mistress of the field and flourished, I'll hang my head and perish. 1 Richard II, Act 4, Scene I. 4 When Henry demands the crown, read when he realizes that Henry must have the crown. 422. I. Still more splendidly Brutus in Julius Caesar says in his rage against Cassius, whom he had striven in vain to spur on Act 4, Scene 3, 0 Cassius. You are yoked with a lamb, that carries anger as the flint bears fire, who, much enforced, shows a hasty spark and straight is cold again. That Brutus can find in this context a transition to a simile proves by itself that he has repressed his anger and begun to make himself free from it. Shakespeare lifts especially his criminal characters above their evil passion by endowing them with a greatness of spirit alike in crime and in misfortune. Unlike the French, he does not leave them in the abstraction of always just saying to themselves that they intend to be criminals. On the contrary, he gives them this force of imagination which enables them to see themselves not just as themselves but as another shape strange to them. Macbeth, example when his hour has struck utters the famous words Macbeth Act V, Scene V, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. So too it is in Henry VIII with Cardinal Wolsey who, struck down from his greatness, exclaims at the end of his career, farewell, a long farewell to all my greatness. This is the state of man. Today he puts forth the tender leaves of hopes, tomorrow blossoms, and bears his blushing honors thick upon him. The third day comes a frost, a killing frost, and, when he thinks, good easy man, full surely his greatness is a ripening, nips his root, and then he falls, as I do. 1. Why, in this objectification and comparative expression there lies then at the same time the peace and inherent tranquility of character by which a man appeases himself in his grief and fall. 1 Act 111, Scene 2. For state Hegel substitutes fate, Schicksal. 411 So Cleopatra, after putting the deadly asp to her breast, says to Charmian Antony and Cleopatra Act V, Scene 2, Peace, peace. Dost thou not see my baby at my breast, that sucks the nurse asleep? As sweet as balm, as soft as air, as gentle. The bite of the snake relaxes her limbs so softly that death itself is deceived and regards itself as sleep. This image can itself be counted as an image for the gentle and tranquilizing nature of these comparisons. See disappearance of the symbolic form of art. Our interpretation of the symbolic form of art in general has been that in it a complete reciprocal interpenetration of meaning and expression could not be thoroughly established. In unconscious symbolism the incompatibility of content and form present there remained implicit, whereas in sublimity it appeared as an open incompatibility. in that both the absolute meaning, God, and its external reality, the world, were expressly represented in this negative relation. But, conversely, there was all the same dominant in all these forms the other aspect of the symbolic, namely the kinship between meaning and that external shape in which the meaning is brought into appearance, in original symbolism, which does not yet contrast the meaning with its concrete existence. The relationship is one in which the two sides exclude one another. It becomes an essential tie in sublimity which, in order to express God even in only an inadequate way, required natural phenomena, the events and deeds of God's people, and in the comparative form of art it becomes a subjective and therefore capricious bearing of the one on the other. But although this caprice is wholly there especially in metaphor, image, and simile, yet it is as it were even here hidden behind the kinship between the meaning and the image used to express it, since caprice embarks on comparison precisely on the basis of the similarity of both the things compared. The chief aspect of the comparison is not the external thing but precisely the relation, brought about by subjective activity, between inner feelings, intuitions, ideas, and their cognate configurations. Yet if it is not the concept of the thing itself but only caprice, 4zz2 I, which brings together the meaning and the artistic shape, then both are to be posited as wholly external to one another, so that their association is an unrelated attachment to one another and a mere adornment of one side by the other. Therefore, as an appendix, we have here to treat of those subordinate forms of art which proceed from such a complete diremption of the factors belonging to genuine art and, in this absence of relation, expose the self-destruction of the symbolic. Owing to the general standpoint of this stage, we have on the one side the meaning, cut and dried, explicitly defined but not given outward shape, so that for artistic purposes there is nothing left but to add to it a purely external and capricious adornment. On the other side, externality as such which, instead of being mediated into identity with its essential inner meaning, can be construed and described only as it becomes independent in contrast with this inner element and therefore only in the pure externality of its appearance. This difference between meaning and shape is the formal characteristic of didactic and descriptive poetry, a difference which only the art of poetry can maintain, at least in didactic poetry, because poetry alone can represent meanings in their abstract generality. But since the essence of art lies not in the dissociation but in the identification of meaning and shape, even at this stage what is conspicuous is not only their complete separation but equally a bearing of each side on the other. Once the character of the symbolic is transcended, however, this bearing can no longer be itself of a symbolic kind. It implies an attempt to cancel the proper character of the symbolic, namely the incompatibility and independence of form and content which all the previously considered forms were incapable of surmounting. But since the separation of the two sides which are to be united is presupposed here, this attempt must remain a mere ought, and the satisfaction of its demands is reserved for a more perfect form of art, the classical. We will now cast a brief glance at these final supplementary forms in order to gain a clearer transition to the classical art form. 1. Didactic poetry. The didactic poem arises when a meaning, even if forming a concrete and consistent whole, is apprehended on its own account as 423. Meaning and not given shape as such but only embellished externally with artistic adornment. Didactic poetry is not to be numbered amongst the proper forms of art. For in it we find, on the one hand, the content already cut and dried and developed explicitly as meaning in its therefore prosaic form, and, on the other hand, the artistic shape which yet can only be tacked onto the content in an entirely external way because the content has already been completely characterized prosaically for apprehension, and in its prosaic aspect, i.e. its universal abstract significance, and in no other aspect, the content is to be expressed for intellectual examination and reflection with the aim of instruction. Therefore, given this external relation between form and content, art can, in the didactic poem, concern itself with nothing but externals such as meter, for example, elevated diction, interspersed episodes, images, similes, subjoined explosions one of feeling, faster development, quicker transitions, etc. These do not penetrate the content as such, they stand beside it as an appendage in order by their relative vivacity to enliven the seriousness and dryness of the doctrine and to make life more agreeable. What has become prosaic in itself is not to be reshaped poetically, it can only be dressed up, just as horticulture, example, is for the most part just an external arrangement of a site already given by nature and not in itself beautiful, or as architecture by ornament and external decoration makes pleasant the utility of premises devoted to prosaic circumstances and affairs. In this way Greek philosophy, example, adopted in its beginnings the form of a didactic poem. Hesiod too may be cited as an example, although a really and properly prosaic treatment only makes its appearance in the main when the intellect with its reflections, inferences, classifications, etc., has mastered the topic and on that basis can teach pleasingly and elegantly. Lucretius in relation to the natural philosophy of Epicurus, Virgil with his agricultural instructions, afford examples of such a treatment which, despite all skillfulness, cannot attain a genuine free form of art. In Germany the didactic poem is now no longer popular, but apart from his earlier poem Les Jardins, ou l'art d'embellir les paysages, and his L'Homme de Champs, de Lille one has in this century presented the French with a didactic poem, a compendium of physics, in which magnetism, electricity, etc., are treated seriatim. 2. Descriptive poetry. The second form belonging to this context is the one opposed to the didactic. Its starting point is not drawn from a meaning explicitly cut and dried in consciousness but from the external as such, from natural surroundings, from buildings, etc., from seasons, times of the day, and their external shape. While in the didactic poem the content remains essentially in unshaped universality, here conversely the external material confronts us on its own account in its individuality and external appearance, not penetrated by spiritual meanings. This appearance is now on its side represented, sketched, and described in the way that we ordinarily see it. Such a sensuous content belongs entirely to only one side of true art, namely to the external existence which in art has the right of appearing solely as the reality of spirit, of individuality and its actions and events on the stage of a surrounding world, but not of appearing on its own account as mere externality cut adrift from spirit. 3. The ancient epigram. Consequently, as it turns out, the didactic and the descriptive cannot be retained in this one-sidedness whereby art would be entirely cancelled, and once more we see external reality brought into relation with what is grasped inwardly as meaning, and the abstract universal with its concrete appearance. In this regard we have already mentioned didactic poetry. It can seldom get along without sketching external situations and individual phenomena, without relating episodically mythological and other examples, etc. But, by this parallelism of the spiritual universal and the external individual, what is established, instead of a completely developed unification, is only an entirely incidental relation which, not to mention its complete failure to take in the total content and its entire artistic form, comprises only single aspects and traits of these. b. More of such a relativity is found to a great extent in the 1. I de Lille, I7J8 I8IJ. See Les Trois de la Nature, Paris, 1808. 425. Case of descriptive poetry, seeing that it accompanies its sketches with feelings which can be aroused by the look of a natural landscape, the change in the times of day, the natural divisions of the year, a forest-clad hill, a lake, or a murmuring burn, a churchyard, a friendly situated village, or a quiet cozy cottage. As in the didactic poem so too, therefore, in descriptive poetry episodes enter as enlivening decoration, especially the sketching of moving feelings, of sweet melancholy, example, or of trifling occurrences drawn from the circle of human life in its less significant spheres. But this connection between spiritual feeling and an external natural phenomenon may even here still be quite external. For the natural locality is presupposed as present on its own account as independent, a man enters it and feels this and that about it, but the external shape and the inner sentiment remain external to one another in the case of moonlight, woods, or valleys. In such a case I am not the interpreter or inspirer of nature, I feel on this occasion only an entire indefinite harmony between my inner being, excited by so, and the objective world confronting me. In the case of our German countrymen, this is by far the favorite form, namely, sketches of nature and, alongside them, whatever such natural scenes may suggest to an individual in the way of fine feelings and outpourings of heart. This is the general highway which anyone can travel. Even several of Klopstock's are tuned to this key. See, if therefore thirdly we ask for a deeper relation between the two sides in their presupposed separation, we can find it in the epigram of antiquity. A. The original essence oft epigram is expressed at once by its name, it is an inscription. Of course here too there stands a topic on one side and, on the other, something said about it, but in the oldest epigrams, of which Herodotus one has preserved a few, we do not get the sketch of an object in association with some sentiment or other, we have the thing itself in a double way, a. the external existent and, b. then its meaning and explanation. These are pressed together as an epigram with the most salient and most apposite touches. Yet even among the Greeks the later epigram has lost this original character and has proceeded more and more to take account of and to describe sketchy, ingenious, witty, agreeable, and touching notions about individual occurrences. 1 e.g. 7. 228, the inscriptions at Thermopylae. 426 2. I works of art, or persons, etc. These set forth not so much the topic itself as the author's clever relations to it. Fl. Now the less the topic itself enters as it were into the sort of representation, the more imperfect does the representation become as a result. In this connection passing mention may be made of more recent art forms. In Tieck's novels, example the matter in hand often consists of special works of art, or artists, or a specific art gallery or piece of music, and then some little story or other is tacked onto it. But these specific pictures which the reader has not seen, the music which he has not heard, the poet cannot make visible and audible, and the whole form when it turns on precisely these topics and the like remains in this respect defective. So too in longer romances whole arts and their most beautiful works have been taken as the proper subject matter, as Heinz I took music in his Hildegard von Hohenthal. Now if the whole work of art cannot represent its fundamental topic adequately, then in accordance with its basic character it retains an inadequate form. Why, the demand springing from the deficiencies that have been cited is simply this, that the external appearance and its meaning, the thing itself and its spiritual interpretation, must not, as was the case just now, be altogether separated from one another, neither should there remain as their unification a linkage which is symbolical or sublime and comparative. The genuine representation is to be sought, therefore, only where the thing itself through and in its external appearance affords the interpretation of its spiritual content, since the spiritual unfolds itself completely in its reality, and the corporeal and external is therefore nothing but the adequate explication of the spiritual and the inward itself. But in order to consider the perfect fulfillment of this task we must take leave of the symbolical art form, since the character of the symbolic consists precisely in the ever purely imperfect unification of the soul of the meaning with its corporeal shape. J.J.W., 1749–1803. H. von H., 1796. Section 2. Introduction. The classical type in general. The center of art is a unification, self-enclosed so as to be a free totality, a unification of the content with its entirely adequate shape. This reality, coinciding with the concept of the beautiful, towards which the symbolic form of art strove in vain, is first brought into appearance by classical art. We have therefore in our earlier treatment of the idea of the beautiful already settled in advance the general nature of the classical. The ideal provides the content and form of classical art which in this adequate mode of configuration achieves what true art is in its essential nature. But there contributed to this perfection all the particular factors, the development of which we took as the content of the foregoing section. For classical beauty has for its inner being the free independent meaning, i.e. not a meaning of this or that but what means be to tend itself and therefore intimates to tend itself. This is spirit, which in general makes itself into an object to itself. In this objectivity of itself it then has the form of externality which, as identical with its own inner being, is therefore on its side the meaning of its own self and, in knowing itself, it points to itself. We started, even in the case of the symbolic sphere, from the unity of meaning and its sensuous mode of appearance produced by art, but this unity was only immediate and therefore inadequate. For the proper content either remained the natural itself in its substance and abstract universality, for which reason, although the isolated natural existent was regarded as the actual determinate being of that universality, it could not represent that universality in a corresponding way, or else when what was purely inner and graspable by spirit alone was made the content, it thereby acquired an equally inadequate appearance in something foreign to itself, namely in something immediately individual and sensuous. In general, meaning and shape stood only in a relation of mere affinity and elusiveness, and however nearly they could be brought into connection in certain respects, they all the same. 824-9715 p. 4z82. 2 in other respects fell apart from one another. This primitive unity was therefore broken. For Indian conceptions the abstractly simple inner and ideal stands on one side, the varied reality of nature and finite human existence on the other, and imagination in the restlessness of its ardor rushed hither and thither from one to the other without being able to bring the ideal on its own account to pure absolute independence or really to fill it with the available and transformed material of appearance and therein represent it in peaceful unification. The confusion and grotesqueness in the mixture of elements striving against one another did likewise disappear again, but only to give place to an equally unsatisfying enigma which instead of solving the problem was only able to pose the task of solving it. For here too there was still absent that freedom and independence of the content which appears only through the inner's coming into consciousness as total in itself and therefore as overlapping the externality which at first is other than and strange to it. This independence in and by itself as the free absolute meaning is the self-consciousness which has the absolute for its content, spiritual subjectivity for its form. Contrasted with this self-determining, thinking, and willing power, everything else is only relatively and momentarily independent. The sensuous phenomena of nature, the sun, the sky, stars, plants, animals, stones, streams, the sea, have only an abstract relation to themselves, and in the steady process of nature are drawn into connection with other existence, so that only for finite perception can they count as independent. In them the true meaning of the absolute does not yet emerge. Nature, it is true, emerges, but only in itself externally. Its inner being is not apprehended by itself as inner, but is poured out into the diverse multiplicity of appearance and therefore is not independent. Only in spirit as the concrete free infinite relation to itself is the true absolute meaning really emergent and independent in its external existence. 1. On the way to this liberation of the meaning from the immediately sensuous and to its achievement of independence in itself, we met with the sublimity and sanctification produced by imagination. The absolutely meaningful, that is to say, is primarily the thinking, absolute, non-sensuous one, which, as the absolute, relates itself to itself, and in this relation posits the other, its creation, i.e. nature and externality in general, as the negative, with no stability in itself. It is the universal absolutely, envisaged as the objective power over the whole of existence, whether this one be brought to consciousness and representation in its expressly negative bias towards its creation or in its positive pantheistic immanence therein. But the double deficiency of this outlook consists for art, first, in the fact that this one and universal being which constitutes the fundamental meaning has so far neither reached closer determination and differentiation in itself nor, therefore, the individuality and personality proper in which it could be grasped as spirit and brought before contemplation in an external shape belonging and adequate to the spiritual content in its essential nature. The concrete idea of spirit, on the other hand, demands that spirit be determined and differentiated in itself, and, making itself objective to itself, shall gain in this duplication an external appearance which, although corporeal and present, yet remains wholly penetrated by spirit, and therefore, though taken by itself it expresses nothing, it reveals, as its inner being, spirit alone, whereof it is the expression and reality. On the part of the objective world there is, secondly, bound up with this abstraction of the undifferentiated absolute, the deficiency that now to the real appearance, as what is without inherent substantiality, is incapable of exhibiting the absolute in a concrete shape in a genuine way. As a contrast to those hymns and words of praise, triumphs of the abstract universal glorification of God, we have in this transition to a higher art form to recall what we likewise found in the East, the factor of negativity, i.e. change, grief, and the process through life and death. There it was inner differentiation which appeared, without the collection of differences into the unity and independence of subjectivity. But both sides, the inherently independent unity and its differentiation and definite inner repletion, afford only now in their concrete harmonized totality a genuinely free independence. In this connection we may mention incidentally alongside sublimity another view which likewise began to be developed in the East. Contrasted with the substantiality of the one God, there is 432. 2. An apprehension of the inner freedom, self-subsistence, and independence of the individual person in himself, so far as the East permitted a development in this direction. For a chief form of this outlook we must look to the Arabs, who in their deserts, on the infinite sea of their plains, in the clear sky above them, in such natural surroundings have counted only on their own courage and the bravery of their fists, as well as on the means of their self-preservation, namely the camel, the horse, the lance, and the sword. Here, in distinction from Indian feebleness and loss of self, and from the later Mohammedan pantheistic poetry, there arises the more inflexible independence of personal character, and objects too are allowed to possess their circumscribed and definitely fixed immediate reality. With these beginnings of the independence of individuality there are then bound up at the same time true friendship, hospitality, sublime generosity, but all the same an infinite thirst for revenge, an inextinguishable memory of a hatred which makes room and satisfaction for itself by pitiless passion and absolutely unfeeling cruelty. But what happens on this soil appears as human. Within the sphere of human affairs, there are deeds of revenge, relations of love, traits of self-sacrificing generosity from which the fantastic and wonderful have vanished, so that everything is presented fixedly and definitely in accordance with the necessary connection of things. A similar treatment of real objects as reduced to their fixed proportions and as coming into view in their free and not merely useful forcefulness we found earlier one in the case of the Hebrews. Firmer independence of character, and the fierceness of revenge and hatred, are characteristic of the Jewish people in its origin. Yet the difference appears at once that here even the most forceful natural formations are not depicted on their own account but rather on account of the power of God, in relation to which they immediately lose their independence, and even hate and persecution are not directed personally against individuals, but, in the service of God, against whole peoples in a national quest for revenge. For example, the later Psalms and, above all, the prophets can often wish and pray for the misfortune and downfall of other peoples, and they find their chief strength not infrequently in cursing and execrating. At these points of view just mentioned, the elements of true not in so many words, but see section I, ch. 2, b, the art of sublimity. 431. Beauty and art are of course present, but at first torn asunder from one another, scattered, and set, not in genuine identity, but only in a false relationship. Therefore it is impossible for the purely ideal and abstract unity of the divine to achieve a plainly adequate artistic appearance in the form of real individuality, while nature and human individuality in both inner and external aspects are either not filled with the absolute at all or at least not positively pervaded by it. This mutual externality of the meaning which is made the essential content and the specific appearance in which this meaning is to be represented appeared, thirdly and lastly, in the comparative activity of art. In it both sides have become perfectly independent, and the unity holding them together is only the invisible subjective activity that is making the comparison. but thereby precisely the deficiency of such an external relation was presented in a steadily intensified measure, and for genuine artistic representation was proved to be something negative, and therefore something to be superseded. If this cancellation is actually effected, then the meaning can no longer be the inherently abstract ideal but the inner self, determined in and through itself, which in this its concrete totality has equally in itself the other side, i.e. the form of a self-contained and specific appearance. In the external existent, as something of its own, it expresses and means itself alone. Independence of the classical as interpenetration of spirit and its shape in nature, this inherently free totality remaining equal to itself in its opposite which becomes its own self-determination, this inner life, which relates itself to itself in its object, is what is absolutely true, free, and independent, displaying in its existence nothing but itself. Now in the realm of art this content is not present in its infinite form, i.e. is not the thinking of itself, not the essential, the absolute, which becomes objective to itself in the form of ideal universality and makes itself explicit to itself, but is present only in immediate natural and sensuous existence. But in so far as the meaning is independent, it must in art produce its shape out of itself and have the principle of its externality in itself. It must therefore revert to the natural, but as dominant over the external which, as one side of the totality of the inner itself, exists no longer as purely natural objectivity but, without independence of its own. 432 2. Is only the expression of spirit. Thus in this interpenetration the natural shape and externality as a whole, transformed by spirit, directly acquires its meaning in itself and points no longer to the meaning as if that were something separated and different from the corporeal appearance. This is that identification of the spiritual and the natural which is adequate to the spirit and which does not rest in the neutralization of the two opposed sides but lifts the spiritual to the higher totality where it maintains itself in its opposite, posits the natural as ideal, and expresses itself in and on the natural. In this sort of unity the essential nature of the classical art form is grounded. Now here this identity of meaning and corporeality is to be conceived in more detail as follows. Within their completely accomplished unity no separation of the sides occurs and therefore the inner does not, as purely inner spirituality, withdraw into itself out of corporeal and concrete reality because in that way a difference between the two, contrasted with one another, could appear. Now since the objective and external, in which spirit becomes visible, is, in accordance with its nature, determinate and particularized throughout at the same time, it follows that the free spirit, which art causes to appear in a reality adequate to it, can in its shape in nature be only spiritual individuality equally determinate and inherently independent. Therefore humanity constitutes the center and content of true beauty and art, but as the content of art, as has been already explained in Part I, ch. 3, a1 in extenso in connection with the concept of the ideal, humanity must appear essentially determined as concrete individuality and its adequate external appearance which in its objectivity is purified from the defect of finitude. b. From this point of view it is obvious at once that the classical mode of representation cannot, by its very nature, be any longer of a symbolical kind, in the stricter sense of the word, even if here and there some symbolic ingredients have their part to play too. Greek mythology, example which, so far as art possesses itself of it, belongs to the classical ideal, is when viewed at its heart not of symbolical beauty but is shaped according to the genuine character of the ideal of art, although some traces of the symbolic still cling to it, as we shall see. But if we now ask about the specific shape which can enter into this unity with spirit without being a mere indication of its content. 433. It is clear from the determinate character of classical art, where content and form are meant to be adequate to one another, that even on the side of the shape there is a demand for totality and independence in itself. This is because the free independence of the whole, in which the fundamental characteristic of classical art consists, implies that each of the two sides, the spiritual content and its external appearance, shall be in itself a totality which is the essential nature of the whole. Only in this way, in other words, is each side implicitly identical with the other, and therefore their difference is reduced to a difference purely of form between two things that are one and the same, with the result that now the whole appears as free since the two sides are proved adequate to one another, the whole displaying itself in both of them and being one in both. The lack of this free duplication of itself within the same unity precisely carried with it in symbolic art absence of freedom in the content and therefore in the form too. Spirit was not clear to itself and therefore did not show its external reality to itself as its own, posited absolutely through and in spirit. Conversely, the shape was indeed intended to be meaningful, but the meaning lay there only partially, only on one side or another of it. Therefore, by being external to its inner meaning as well, the external existent primarily presented not the meaning it was meant to represent but only itself, and if it was to show that it was meant to hint at something further, it would have to be interpreted in a forced way. Now in this distortion it neither remained itself nor became the other, i.e. the meaning, but showed only an enigmatic connection and confusion of foreign material, or fell, as a purely ancillary decoration and external adornment, into the mere glorification of an absolute meaning of all things, until at last it had to succumb to a purely subjective caprice of comparison with a far-fetched and indifferent meaning. If this unfree relation is to be dissolved, the shape must have its meaning already in itself and indeed, more precisely, the meaning of spirit. This shape is essentially the human form because the external human form is alone capable of revealing the spiritual in a sensuous way. The human expression in face, eyes, posture, and air is material and in these is not what spirit is, but within this corporeality itself the human exterior is not only living and natural, as the animal is, but is the bodily presence which in itself mirrors the spirit. Through the eye we look into a man's soul, just as his 434 2. Spiritual character is expressed by his whole demeanor in general. If therefore the bodily presence belongs to spirit as its existence, spirit belongs to the body as the body's inner being and is not an inwardness foreign to the external shape, so that the material aspect neither has in itself, nor hints at, some other meaning. The human form does carry in itself much of the general animal type, but the whole difference between the human and the animal body consists solely in this, that the human body in its whole demeanor evinces itself as the dwelling place of spirit and indeed as the sole possible existence of spirit in nature. Therefore too spirit is immediately present for others in the body alone. But this is not the place to expound the necessity of this connection and the special correspondence of soul and body. Here we must presuppose this necessity. Of course in the human form there are dead and ugly things, i.e. determined by other influences and by dependence on them. While this is the case, it is precisely the business of art to expunge the difference between the spiritual and the purely natural, and to make the external bodily presence into a shape, beautiful, through and through developed and souled and spiritually living. It follows that in this mode of representation nothing symbolical remains in regard to the external shape, and every mere search, pressure, confusion, and distortion is cast away. For when the spirit has grasped itself as spirit, it is explicitly complete and clear, and so too its connection with the shape adequate to it on the external side is something absolutely complete and given, which does not first need to be brought into existence by way of a linkage produced by imagination in contrast to what is present. Neither is the classical art form a purely corporeally and superficially presented personification, since the whole spirit, so far as it is to constitute the content of the work of art, comes out into the bodily form and can identify itself with it perfectly. This is the point of view from which to consider the idea that art has imitated the human form. According to the usual view, however, this adoption and imitation seems accidental, whereas we must maintain that art, once developed to its maturity, must of necessity produce its representations in the form of man's external appearance because only therein does the spirit acquire its adequate existence in sensuous and natural material. 435. What we have said about the human body and its expression applies also to human feelings, impulses, deeds, events, and actions. This externality too is characterized in classical art not only as alive in the natural way but as spiritual, and the inner side is brought into an adequate identity with the outer. c. Now since classical art comprehends free spirituality as determinate individuality and envisages it directly in its bodily appearance, the charge of anthropomorphism has often been raised against it. In the case of the Greeks, example Xenophanes spoke against the mode of picturing the gods by saying that if lions had been sculptors they would have given their gods the shape of lions. One of a similar kind is the witty French saying, God made men in his own image, but man has returned the compliment by making God in the image of man. In relation to the following form of art, the Romantic, it is to be remarked in this connection that the content of the classical beauty of art is of course still defective, like the religion of art itself, but so little does the deficiency lie in the anthropomorphic as such that on the contrary it is steadily to be maintained that classical art is anthropomorphic enough for art, but not enough for higher religion. Christianity has pushed anthropomorphism much further, for, according to Christian doctrine, God is not an individual merely humanly shaped, but an actual single individual, wholly God and wholly an actual man, drawn into all the conditions of existence, and no merely humanly shaped ideal of beauty and art. If our idea of the absolute were only an idea of an abstract innerly undifferentiated being, then it is true that every sort of configuration vanishes, but for God to be spirit he must appear as man, as an individual subject, not as ideal humanity, but as actual progress into the temporal and complete externality of immediate and natural existence. The Christian view, that is to say, implies an endless movement and drive into an extreme opposition and into an inner reversion to absolute unity only by cancelling this separation. This moment of separation is that in which God becomes man, because, as an actual individual subject, he enters difference as opposed to both unity and substance as such. In this ordinary spatial and temporal existence he experiences the feeling, consciousness, and grief of disunion in order to come, through this opposition and likewise its dissolution, to infinite reconciliation. According to Christian 436-2 ideas, this transition lies in the nature of God himself. In fact, through this process, God is to be apprehended as absolute free spirituality, in which the factor of nature and immediate individuality is present indeed but must equally be transcended. Whereas in classical art while the sensuous is not killed and dead, it is also not resurrected from death to absolute spirit. Therefore classical art and its religion of beauty does not satisfy the depths of the spirit, however concrete it is in itself, it still remains abstract for spirit because it has as its element not that movement and that reconciliation of infinite subjectivity which has been achieved out of opposition, but instead only the untroubled harmony of determinate free individuality in its adequate existence, this peace in that real existence, this happiness, this satisfaction and greatness in itself. This eternal serenity and bliss which even in misfortune and grief do not lose their assured self-repose. The opposition, grounded in the absolute, classical art has not probed to its depths and reconciled. But, for this reason, classical art knows nothing of the aspect related to this opposition, namely, a. the obduracy of the subject in himself as abstract personality contrasted with the ethical and the absolute, as sin and evil, and, b. the withdrawal of subjective inwardness into itself, the distraction, the helplessness, the whole series, in short, of disunions which produce in their midst the ugly, the hateful, the repulsive, in both the sensuous and the spiritual spheres. Classical art does not pass beyond the pure ground of the genuine ideal. To Greek art as the actual existence of the classical ideal as regards the actualization of classical art in history, it is scarcely necessary to remark that we have to look for it in the Greeks. Classical beauty with its infinite range of content, material, and form is the gift vouchsafed to the Greek people, and we must honor this people for having produced art in its supreme vitality. The Greeks in their immediate real existence lived in the happy milieu of both self-conscious subjective freedom and the ethical substance. They did not persist on the one hand in the unfree Oriental unity which has a religious and political despotism as its consequence. This is because the subject, losing his self, is submerged in the one universal substance, or in some particular aspect of it, since he has no right and therefore no support in himself as a person. Nor, on the other hand, did the Greeks make the advance to that deepening of subjective life in which the individual subject separates himself from the whole and the universal in order to be independent in his own inner being, and only through a higher return into the inner totality of a purely spiritual world does he attain a reunification with the substantial and essential. On the contrary, in Greek ethical life the individual was independent and free in himself, though without cutting himself adrift from the universal interests present in the actual state and from the affirmative immanence of spiritual freedom in the temporal present. The universal element in ethical life, and the abstract freedom of the person in his inner and outer life, remain, in conformity with the principle of Greek life, in undisturbed harmony with one another, and at the time when this principle asserted itself in the actual present in still undamaged purity there was no question of an independence of the political sphere contrasted with a subjective morality distinct from it. The substance of political life was merged in individuals just as much as they sought this their own freedom only in pursuing the universal aims of the whole. The beautiful feeling, the sentiment and spirit, of this happy harmony pervades all productions in which Greek freedom has become conscious of itself and portrayed its essence to itself. Therefore the world view of the Greeks is precisely the milieu in which beauty begins its true life and builds its serene kingdom, the milieu of free vitality which is not only there naturally and immediately but is generated by spiritual vision and transfigured by art, the milieu of a development of reflection and at the same time of that absence of reflection which neither isolates the individual nor can bring back to positive unity and reconciliation his negativity, grief, and misfortune, a milieu which yet, like life in general, is at the same time only a transitional point, even if at this point it attains the summit of beauty and in the form of its plastic individuality is so rich and spiritually concrete that all notes harmonize with it, and, moreover, what for its outlook is the past still occurs as an accessory and a background, even if no longer as something absolute and unconditioned. In this sense even in its gods the Greek people has brought its spirit into its conscious perception, vision, and representation, and 138-2 has given them by art an existent embodiment which is perfectly adequate to the true content. On account of this correspondence which lies in the essence of Greek art and of Greek mythology too, art in Greece has become the supreme expression of the absolute, and Greek religion is the religion of art itself, while the later Romantic art, although it is art, yet points already to a higher form of consciousness than art can provide. 3. Position of the productive artist in classical art. Now up to this point, on the one hand we have established as the content of classical art inherently free individuality, and on the other hand we have required the like freedom for the form. This thus implies that the entire blending of both sides, however far it may be represented as an immediacy, still cannot be an original and so a natural unity. Clearly it must be an artificial link, forged by the subjective spirit. In so far as the form and content of classical art is freedom, it springs only from the freedom of the spirit which is clear to itself. It follows that the artist now acquires a position different from previous ones. His production, that is to say, is the free deed of the clear-headed man who equally knows what he wills and can accomplish what he wills, and who, in other words, neither is unclear about the meaning and the substantial content which he intends to shape outwardly for contemplation, nor in the execution of his work does he find himself hindered by any technical incapacity. If we take a closer look at this altered position of the artist, a. His freedom is clear in respect of the content because he has not had to seek it with the restless fermentation of the symbolic. Symbolic art remains involved in the labor of first producing its content and making it clear to itself, and this content is itself only the first that comes to hand, i.e. on one side, being or nature in its immediate form, on the other, the inner abstraction of the universal, the one, transformation, change, becoming, rising and setting again. But at the first step success is not to be achieved. Therefore the representations of symbolic art which were intended to be expositions of the content remain themselves only enigmas and problems, and they testify only to a wrestling for clarity and to the struggle of the spirit which continually invents without finding repose and peace. In contrast to this troubled quest, 439. The classical artist, the content must already be there, cut and dried, given, so that in its essential nature it is already determined for imagination as settled, as belief personal or national, or as a past event perpetuated by tales and tradition. Now the artist's relation to this objectively established material is freer because he does not enter himself into the process of its generation and parturition, nor does he remain caught in a pressure to obtain genuine meanings for art. On the contrary, an absolute content for art confronts him, he adopts it and freely reproduces it out of his own resources. The Greek artists obtained their material from the national religion in which what was taken over from the East by the Greeks had already begun to be reshaped. Phidias took his Zeus from Hall, and even the tragedians did not invent the fundamental material which they represented. Similarly, the Christian artists too, Dante and Raphael, only gave a shape to what was already present in the creeds and in religious ideas. In one way this is in a similar respect the case with the art of sublimity too, but with the difference that there the relation to the content as the one substance prevents subjectivity from coming into its rights and does not allow it any independent self-sufficiency. Conversely, the comparative art form does proceed from the choice of both the meanings and the images utilized, but this choice remains left to purely subjective caprice and lacks on its part over again the substantial individuality which constitutes the essential nature of classical art and therefore must also belong to the subject who is producing the work of art. But the more the artist has available confronting him an absolute and free content in national faith, myth, and other realities, all the more does he concentrate himself on the task of shaping the external artistic appearance in a way congruent to such content. Now in this matter symbolic art tosses about in 1,000 forms without being able to hit upon the plainly adequate one, with an imagination that runs riot without proportion and definition, it gropes around in order to adapt to the meaning sought the shapes that ever remain alien. Here too the classical artist, on the other hand, is self-sufficient and restrained. In classical art, in other words, the content is determinate and the free shape is determined by the content itself and it belongs to it absolutely, so that the artist seems only to execute what is already cut and dried on its own account in essence. While the symbolic artist therefore 442. 2 strives to imagine a shape for the meaning, or a meaning for the shape, the classical artist transmutes the meaning into the shape since he only frees the already available external appearances, as it were, from an accessory which does not belong to them. But in this activity, although the artist's mere caprice is excluded, he does not simply copy or adhere to one fixed type, but is at the same time creative for the whole. Art which must first seek and invent its true content pays little attention besides to the formal aspect, but where the development of form is made the essential interest and proper task, there with the progress of the representation the content too is unnoticeably and unostentatiously developed, just as in general we have hitherto seen form and content going steadily hand in hand in their advance to perfection. In this respect the classical artist works for a present world of religion, its given materials and mythological ideas he develops cheerfully in the free play of art. The same applies to the technical side of art. It too must be already cut and dried for the classical artist, the sensuous material in which the artist works must have already been rid of all brittleness and stubbornness and must immediately obey the artist's intentions, so that the content, conformably to the nature of the classical sphere, may shine free and unhindered even through this external corporeality. Classical art therefore requires a high degree of technical skill which has subdued the sensuous material to willing obedience. Such technical perfection, if it is to carry out everything required by the spirit and its conceptions, presupposes the complete development of every craftsmanship in art, and this is achieved especially within a static religion. In other words, a religious outlook, like the Egyptian example, first invents for itself specific external shapes, idols, colossal constructions whose type remains fixed, and now, by the established likeness of forms and figures, provides a considerable field for developing the steadily growing dexterity. This craftsmanship in the production of inferior and grotesque objects must have been there already before the genius of classical beauty transformed mechanical skill into technical perfection. For only when mechanical skill no longer puts any difficulty in the way on its own account can art go freely forward to the elaboration of form, and then the actual exercise of skill develops at the same time continually pari passu with the progress of content and form. 441. For division of the subject. So far as concerns the division of this subject, it is usual in a more general sense to call every perfect work of art classical, whatever character it may otherwise have, whether symbolic or romantic. In the sense of the perfection of art we too have of course used the word classical, but with this difference, that this perfection was to be grounded in the complete interpenetration of inner free individuality and the external existent in which and as which this individuality appears. It follows that we expressly distinguish the classical art form and its perfection from the symbolic and the romantic because their beauty in content and form is throughout of another kind. And if there have we anything to do here yet, in connection with classical art in the usual rather indefinite meaning of the word, with the particular kinds of art in which the classical ideal is displayed, e.g. sculpture, epic, definite kinds of lyric poetry, and specific forms of tragedy and comedy. Although these particular kinds of art bear the stamp of classical art, they come into consideration only in the third part of these lectures where the development of the individual arts and their species is discussed. What therefore we have before us here for more detailed treatment is classical art in the sense of the word that we have laid down, and as grounds for the division of the subject we can thus look only for the stages of development which proceed themselves from this conception of the classical ideal. The essential features of this development are the following. The first point to which we must direct our attention is this, that the classical art form is not to be regarded, like the symbolic, as the direct commencement or the beginning of art, but on the contrary as a result. For this reason we have in the first place developed it out of the course of symbolic modes of representation which are its presupposition. The chief point on which this advance turned was the concentration of the content into the clarity of inherently self-conscious individuality which cannot use for its expression either the mere natural shape, whether inorganic or animal, or personification and the human shape, compounded with the natural one, though badly. On the contrary, it achieves expression in the vitality of the human body that is completely pervaded by the breath of the spirit. Now just as the essence of freedom consists in being what it is through its own resources, so what 44z2 at first appeared as mere presuppositions and conditions of art's origin outside the classical sphere must fall into that sphere's own territory, so that the actual appearance of the true content and genuine shape may be produced by overcoming what is negative and inappropriate for the ideal. This process of formation through which classical beauty proper, alike in form and content, engenders itself out of itself is therefore our point of departure and what we have to treat in a first chapter. In the second chapter, on the other hand, we have reached through this process the true ideal of the classical art form. The center here is formed by the beautiful new artistic world of Greek gods which we must develop and settle alike in its spiritual individuality and the bodily form immediately bound up therewith. But, thirdly, the nature of classical art implies not only the growth of that art's beauty out of its own resources but, on the other hand, its dissolution too, which will conduct us on to a further sphere, i.e. to the romantic form of art. The gods and the human individuals of classical beauty arise but pass away again for the artistic consciousness which, a. turns against the relics of the natural aspect within which Greek art has precisely developed to the perfection of beauty, or, b. turns away out into a reality, bad, vulgar, godless, in order to bring to light its falsity and negativity. In this dissolution, the artistic activity of which we must take as the topic of the third chapter, there are separated the factors which were fused harmoniously into the immediacy of beauty and constituted the truly classical art. The inner then stands by itself on one side, the external existence separated therefrom on the other, and subjectivity, withdrawn into itself because in the previous shapes it can no longer find its adequate reality, has to be filled with the content of a new spiritual world of absolute freedom and infinity and look around for new forms of expression for this deeper content. Chapter I. The process of shaping the classical art form. One essential factor directly present in the essence of the free spirit is that of self-concentration, coming to self, being self-aware and being determinately present to self, even if, as was indicated earlier, this absorption in the realm of inwardness need not go so far as either to a subjective independence gained by a negative attitude to everything substantial in spirit and stable in nature, or to that absolute reconciliation which constitutes the freedom of truly infinite subjectivity. But with the freedom of spirit, whatever form it may take, there is bound up in general the cancellation of the purely natural qua spirit's opposite. The spirit must first withdraw into itself from nature, lift itself above it, and overcome it, before it can prevail in it without hindrance as in an element which cannot withstand it, and transform it into a positive existence of its own freedom. But if we ask about the more specific object which in classical art spirit transcends, thereby acquiring its independence, this object is not nature as such but a nature already itself permeated by spiritual meanings, that is to say, the symbolic form of art. This form made use of immediate natural configurations for the expression of the absolute, since its artistic consciousness either saw gods present in animals, etc., or struggled in vain and in a false way towards the true unity of the spiritual and the natural. It is by invalidating and transforming this false linkage that the ideal first produces itself as the ideal, and therefore has to develop within itself, as a factor belonging to itself, what is to be overcome. This enables us, in passing, to settle the question whether the Greeks adopted their religion from foreign peoples or not. We have seen already that subordinate stages are necessary as a presupposition of classical art in the nature of the case. So far as these actually appear and are separated in time, they are, in contrast to the higher form which is striving to extricate itself, something present from which the newly developing art proceeds even. 44-42. 2. If in the matter of Greek mythology this cannot be entirely proved by historical evidence. But the relation of the Greek spirit to these presuppositions is essentially a relation of formation and, first of all, of negative transformation. Were this not the case, the ideas and shapes presupposed must have remained the same. Herodotus does say, in the passage 253 quoted earlier, that Homer and Hesiod gave the Greeks their gods, but he also says expressly of individual gods, that this or that one is Egyptian, etc. Therefore poetical composition does not exclude the reception of material from elsewhere but only points to its essential transformation. For the Greeks already had mythological ideas before the period which Herodotus ascribes to these two earliest poets. Now if we ask further about the more detailed aspects of this necessary transformation of what does of course belong to the ideal, though in an unsuitable form at first, we find this transformation represented in a naive way as the content of mythology itself. The chief deed of the Greek gods is to engender and frame themselves out of the past belonging to the history of the origin and progress of their own race. Since the gods are supposed to exist as spiritual individuals in bodily shape, this involves that, on the one side, instead of contemplating its own essence in what is merely living and animal, the spirit regards the living being as unworthy of it, as its misfortune and its death, and, on the other side, overcomes the elemental in nature and its own confused representation therein. But conversely it is equally necessary for the ideal of the classical gods that they should not merely stand contrasted with nature and its elemental powers, like the individual spirit in its abstract finite self-sufficiency, but have the elements of universal natural life in themselves as, conformably with their own essence, a factor constituting the life of the spirit. Just as the gods are in themselves essentially universal and in this universality are purely specific individuals, so too their corporeal side must contain in itself the natural at the same time as an essential far-reaching natural force and an activity intertwined with the spiritual. From this point of view we may divide the process of shaping the classical art form in the following way. The first chief point concerns the degrading of the animal element and its removal from the sphere of free pure beauty. The second, more important, aspect concerns the elemental powers of nature, presented themselves at first as gods, only. Shaping the classical art form 445 through their conquest can the genuine race of gods achieve unquestioned dominion, This concerns the battle and war between the old and the new gods. But then, thirdly, this negative orientation all the same becomes affirmative again after the spirit has won its free right, and elemental nature constitutes a positive aspect of the gods, one permeated by individual spirituality, and the gods are now girt with the animal element, even if only as an attribute and external sign. From these points of view we will now try to emphasize, still briefly, the more specific traits which come under consideration here. The degradation of the animal. In the case of the Indians and Egyptians, and Asiatics in general, we see the animal kingdom, or at least specific kinds of animals, revered and regarded as sacred because in them the divine itself was supposed to be visibly present. Therefore the animal form is a chief ingredient of their artistic representations, even if it is used besides only as a symbol and in connection with human forms at a time before the human and only the human came into consciousness as what is alone true. The self-consciousness of spirit is what alone makes respect for the dark and dull inwardness of animal life disappear. This is already the case with the ancient Hebrews since they, as was already remarked above, regarded the whole of nature neither as a symbol nor as a presence of God, and they ascribed to external objects only that force and life which dwells in them in fact. Yet even in their case there is still, as it were accidentally, at least the remains of reverence for life as such, since Moses' example forbids the consumption of animal blood because life is in the blood. Genesis 9:4, Leviticus 7:11, Deuteronomy 12, ISFF. But man must strictly be allowed to eat what is available to him. Now the next step that we have to mention in connection with the transition to classical art consists in debasing the high dignity and position of the animal world and making this degradation itself into the content of religious ideas and artistic productions. In this matter there is a variety of topics out of which I will select only the following as an illustration. A. Animal sacrifices. Among the Greeks certain animals appear as preferred above others, e.g. the snake occurs in Homer, Iliad, 2:308, 12:208, as 446 2. 2. An especially popular genius in the case of sacrifices, and one kind of animal especially is sacrificed to one god, another kind to another. Further, the hare crossing the road is noticed, birds in flight either to right or left are watched, entrails are examined for prophetic indications. All this still implies a certain veneration of the animal, for the gods declare themselves in this way and speak to man by omens, but in essence all this is only single revelation, something superstitious. Of course, yet only purely momentary indications of the divine. Whereas what is important is the sacrifice of animals and the eating of the sacrifice. Among the Indians, on the contrary, the sacred animals were entirely preserved and cherished, while the Egyptians kept them from putrefaction even after their death. To the Greeks sacrifice counted as sacred. In sacrifice a man shows that he wishes to renounce the object consecrated to his gods and cancel the use of it by himself. Now here there is obvious a characteristic trait of the Greeks, namely that with them to slaughter for a sacrifice means at the same time to slaughter for a feast. Odyssey, 14.p4, XXIV 215, because they destined for the gods only one part of the animals and the inedible part at that, but the flesh they kept for themselves and had a grand feast. In Greece itself a myth has arisen from this. The ancient Greeks sacrificed to the gods with great solemnity, and the animals in their entirety were consumed by the sacrificial flames. Yet this great expense the poorer could not bear. Therefore Prometheus Hesiod, Theog, 521 ff. By asking Zeus tried to obtain from him a ruling that their necessary obligation was limited to sacrificing only one part of the animal, while they might keep the rest for their own use. He slaughtered 2 oxen, burnt the liver of both, but put all the bones into the skin of one of the animals and the flesh into the skin of the other, and then gave Zeus the choice. Zeus, deceived, chose the bones because they made up the bigger package and so left the flesh to men. Therefore when the flesh of the sacrificial animals was eaten, the remains, the portion of the gods, were burnt in the same fire. But Zeus deprived men of fire, because without it their flesh portion was useless to them. But this was little help to him. Prometheus purloined fire and in his joy flew back quicker than he went, and therefore, as the tale goes, men bringing good news run quickly even now. In this way the Greeks have directed their attention to every advance in human culture and reshaped it in myths and so preserved it in their minds. A similar example of a still further debasement of the animal world comes in here, namely the reminiscences of famous hunts ascribed to the heroes and continually commemorated with gratitude. In Greece the killing of animals which appear to be dangerous foes, e.g. the strangling of the Nemean lion by Hercules, his slaying of the Lernaean hydra, and his hunting of the Erymanthian boar, counts as something lofty whereby the heroes fought their way to the rank of gods, whereas the Indians punished with death, as a crime, the killing of certain animals. Of course in exploits of this kind further symbols play their part or lie at their basis, as in the case of Hercules the sun and its course, so that such heroic actions afford also an essential aspect for symbolical exegesis. Nevertheless these myths are taken at the same time in their plain meaning as beneficial hunts, and it was thus that they were understood by the Greeks. In a similar connection we must recall here some of Aesop's fables, especially the one mentioned earlier, one about the beetle. The beetle scarab, this old Egyptian symbol, in whose balls of dung the Egyptians, or the interpreters of their religious ideas, saw the ball of the world, occurs again in Aesop in relation to Zeus, and with the important point that the eagle does not respect Zeus's protection of the hare. Aristophanes, on the other hand, has degraded the beetle altogether into a joke. See Metamorphoses. Thirdly, the degradation of the animal world is directly expressed in the stories of the numerous metamorphoses which Ovid has painted for us in detail, charmingly, ingeniously, with fine traits of feeling and sentiment, but he has also put them together with much loquacity as purely mythological and childish plays and external events without their great inner dominating spirit, and without recognizing any deeper sense in them. But they do not lack such a deeper meaning, and we will therefore at this point make mention of it again. In great part the individual stories are baroque in their material and barbaric, not owing to the corruptness of a civilized environment but, as in the Nibelungenlied, owing to the corruptness of a state of nature still in the raw, up to Ovid's 13th book, subjects older than the Homeric stories. 1 See above, p. 386, note Z. f.48.2. 2 Intermingled besides with cosmogony and foreign elements drawn from Phoenician, Phrygian, and Egyptian symbolism are, to be sure, treated in a human way, yet the uncouth background has even so remained, while the metamorphoses related in tales which belong to a time later than the Trojan War, although they also contain material drawn from fabulous times, clash in a blundering way with the names of Ajax and Aeneas. Cn. In general we may consider metamorphoses as the opposite of the Egyptian contemplation and veneration of animals. Looked at from the ethical and spiritual side, metamorphoses entail essentially a negative tendency against nature, a tendency to make animals and inorganic forms into a presentation of the degradation of man, so that, i.e., while in the case of the Egyptians the gods of elemental nature were raised to animals and given life, here, on the other hand, as was noticed earlier in section I, ch. ill, a3, natural forms appear as a punishment for some slighter or more serious fault and monstrous crime, as the existence of something godless and miserable, and as a configuration of grief in which man can no longer hold his own. Therefore they are not to be interpreted as the transmigration of souls in the Egyptian sense, for that is a migration without guilt, and it is regarded on the contrary as an elevation when a man becomes a cow. On the whole, however, no matter how different the natural objects may be into which the spiritual is banished, this cycle of myths does not form a systematic whole. A few examples may clarify my points. Among the Egyptians the wolf plays a great part. Osiris, example, appears in the form of a wolf as a helpful protector of his son Horus in the latter's struggle against Typhon, and in a series of Egyptian coins he stands beside Horus. In general the association of the wolf with the sun god is extremely ancient. In the Metamorphoses of Ovid, on the other hand, the transformation of Lycaon into a wolf is represented as punishment for impiety against the gods. After the giants had been overcome and their bodies crushed, the story goes, Met, I 150 to 243, the earth, warmed by the blood of its sons, shed everywhere, animated the warm blood and, so that no trace of the savage stock might remain, brought forth a race of men. Yet this offspring too was contemptuous of the gods and eager for savage deeds and murder. Then Jupiter called the gods together to destroy this mortal race. He related how Lycaon had cunningly laid a trap for him, the lord of lightning and the gods, when the worthlessness of the time had reached his ear and he had descended from Olympus and reached Arcadia. I gave a sign, he says, that a god had drawn nigh and the people began to pray. But Lycaon first scoffed at these pious prayers and then cried out, I will make trial whether this be a god or a mortal, and the truth will admit of no doubt. Jupiter proceeds, he prepares to slay me in a heavy sleep at night. This way of investigating the truth fascinates him. And not yet content with this, he cut the throat of a Molossian hostage with his sword, and he cooked some of the only half-dead limbs and baked others on the fire and set them both before me as a meal. With avenging flame I laid his house in ashes. Terrified, he flies outside, and when he reaches the silent fields he howls all around and tries in vain to speak. With rage in his jaws, with avidity for the usual murder, he turns against the cattle and even now rejoices in their blood. His clothes have become hairs, his arms legs, he is a wolf and preserves traces of his former shape. The atrocity committed is of similar gravity in the story of Procne, who was changed into a swallow, Met. 440 to 676. When she stood well with her husband Tereus, she asked him to send her to see her sister or to let her sister come to her. He made haste to launch his ship into the sea and with sail and oar quickly reached the shore of the Piraeus. But scarcely does he set eyes on Philomela than he burns with passionate love for her. At their departure Pandion, her father, conjures him to protect her with a father's love and, as soon as may be, send her back to him, her the sweet comfort of his old age. But the journey is hardly over before the barbarian locks her up, pale, trembling, fearing the worst, asking with tears where her sister is. By force he makes her his concubine, a twin consort with her sister. Full of wrath and casting all shame aside, Philomela threatens to betray the deed herself. Then Tereus draws his sword, grabs her, ties her up, and cuts out her tongue, but he hypocritically tells his wife that her sister is dead. The wailing Procne tears her state robes from her shoulders and dons mourning clothes, prepares an empty tomb and bewails the fate of her sister, who is not thus to be bewailed. What does Philomela do? Imprisoned, deprived of speech and voice, she bethinks her of cunning. With purple threads she works into a white web the story of the crime, and sends the dress secretly to Procne. The 452. Wife reads her sister's pitiful communication. She says nothing and does not weep, but she lives entirely in the imagination of revenge. It was the time of the festival of Bacchus. Driven by the furies of grief, she forces her way to her sister, tears her out of her apartment and carries her off with her. Then in her own house, as she still doubts what horrible revenge she is to take on Tereus, Ides comes to his mother. With wild eyes she looks at him, how like his father he is. She says no more and accomplishes the melancholy deed. The sisters kill the boy and serve him at table to Tereus, who gulps down his own blood. Now he asks for his son, and Procne says to him, Thou carriest in thyself what thou askest for. And as he looks around and searches for where the boy is, and asks and calls again, Philomela brings the bloody head for him to see. Thereupon with an awful yell of anguish he shoves away the table, weeps, and calls himself his son's grave, and then pursues the daughters of Pandion with naked steel. But given feathers they float away thence, one to the wood Philomela, the nightingale the other to the roof Procne, the swallow, and Tereus too, made agile by his grief and eagerness for revenge, becomes a bird with a comb of feathers on the crown of his head and a disproportionately protuberant beak. The name of the bird is the hoopoe. Other metamorphoses, on the other hand, arise from less serious guilt. So Cycnus is changed into a swan, Daphne, the first love of Apollo, becomes a laurel, Met. I 451 to 567, Clydia heliotrope, Narcissus, who in his self-conceit despised girls, is in love with his reflection in a stream, 1 and Bibli, Ibid, 9 454 to 664, loved her brother Canus and, when he spurned her, was changed into a spring which even now still bears her name and flows beneath the dark ilex. However, we must not lose ourselves in further details, and therefore for the sake of the transition to the next point I will mention no more than the metamorphosis of the Pierides, who according to Ovid, Met. v 302, were the daughters of Pyrrhus and challenged the Muses to a contest. For us the only important thing is the difference between what the Pierides and what the Muses sang. The former celebrated the battles of the gods, Ibid. 319-31, and give false honor to the giants and disparage the deeds of the great gods, sent up from the bowels of the earth. Typhoeus one struck terror into heaven, all the gods fled thence until, worn out, they rest on Egyptian soil. But even here, the Pierides tell, Typhoeus arrives, and the high gods hide themselves in delusive shapes. Jupiter, the song says, was the leader of the herd Aram, whence even now the Libyan Ammon is figured with crumpled horns. Apollo becomes a raven, the scion of Semele Bacchus a goat, the sister of Phoebus Artemis a cat, Juno a snow-white cow, Venus is concealed in a fish and Mercury in the feathers of the ibis. Thus here the gods suffer ignominy because of their animal shape, and, even if they have not been transformed as punishment for a fault or a crime, still cowardice is cited as the reason for their own self-imposed transformation. On the other hand, Calliope, muse of epic poetry, hymns the good deeds and stories of Ceres. Ceres was the first, she says, Ibid. 341, to dig up the ground with the curved plowshare, the first to give fruits and fruitful nourishment to the earth, the first to give us laws, and, in short, we ourselves are the gift of Ceres. Her have I to praise, would I could only sing songs worthy of the goddess. The goddess indeed is worthy of songs. As she ended, the Pierida ascribed victory in the contest to themselves, but as they tried to speak, Ovid says, Ibid. 670, and with loud cries tried to brandish their insolent hands, they saw their nails become feathers, their arms bedecked with down, and each saw the other's mouth grown into a stiff beak, and while they want to bewail their lot they are carried away on outspread wings, and, screamers in the woods, they hover in the air as magpies. And to this day, Ovid adds, they still have their earlier readiness of tongue, their raucous chatter, and their huge delight in babbling. Thus it turns out that here again the metamorphosis is represented as punishment, and punishment indeed, as is the case with many of these stories, for impiety against the gods. 3. As for the further metamorphoses of men and gods into animals that are familiar to us from other sources, there is at their basis no direct transgression on the part of those transformed. Circe, example, had the power to bewitch men into animals, but in that case the animal condition appears as no more than a misfortune and a degradation which does not bring honor even to the person who works the transformation for selfish ends. Circe was only a subordinate and obscure goddess. Her power appears as mere magic, and when Ulysses takes measures to free his bewitched comrades, Mercury helps him. Odyssey, X. Of a similar kind are the numerous shapes which Zeus assumes, as when he changes himself into a bull on account of Europa, approaches Leda as a swan, and impregnates Danae as a shower of gold. His aim is always deception, and his intentions are not spiritual but natural and indecorous, and he is incited to them by the constantly well-founded jealousy of Juno. The idea of a universal procreative life of nature, which was the chief characteristic in many older mythologies, is here recast by fancy into single stories of the profligacy of the father of gods and men, but he achieves his exploits not in his own shape, for the most part not in human shape, but expressly in animal or some other natural shape. Why, finally, associated with these are the hybrid shapes of man and beast, which likewise are not excluded from Greek art, but the beast is assumed to be only something degrading and unspiritual. Amongst the Egyptians the goat, Mendes, was revered as god. Herodotus 246. According to Jablonski's view, Cf. Kreutzer, Symbolic, I, p. 477, in the sense of a procreative natural force, especially the sun, and with such abomination that even women, as Pindar indicates, one gave themselves to goats. With the Greeks, on the other hand, Pan is the one who arouses awe of the divine presence, and, later, in fauns, satyrs, Pans, the goat shape appears only in a subordinate way in the feet and, in the most beautiful of them, only, if at all, in pointed ears and tiny horns. The rest oft shape is that of the human form, the animal being thrust into the background as a trivial remnant. And yet the fauns did not count with the Greeks as high gods and spiritual powers, their character remained one of sensuous unbounded joviality. They were indeed represented also with a deeper expression as, e.g. the beautiful faun in Munich who holds the young Bacchus in his arms and looks on him with a laugh full of supreme love and affection. He is not meant to be the father of Bacchus, but only his foster father, and now there is ascribed to him that beautiful feeling of joy in the innocence of the child which, as Mary's maternal feeling for Christ, has been raised to such a lofty spiritual topic in romantic art. But with the Greeks this most charming love belongs to the subordinate sphere of fauns in order to indicate that its origin is derived from the animal and natural realm and that therefore it can be allotted to the sphere too. The centaurs also are similar hybrid formations in which likewise the natural aspect of sensuousness and concupiscence is predominantly presented, while the spiritual side is pressed into the background. Chiron, of course, though a centaur is of a nobler sort, a clever physician and the tutor of Achilles, but this instruction in his capacity as tutor to a child does not belong to the sphere of the divine as such but is related to human skill and cleverness. Thus in classical art the character of the animal form is altered in every respect. Here the animal form is used to indicate the evil, the bad, the trivial, the natural, and the unspiritual, whereas formerly it was the expression of the positive and the absolute. 2. The battle between the old gods and the new. The second stage, a higher one, of this debasement of the animal sphere consists in this, that since the genuine gods of classical art have for their inner character free self-consciousness as the self-reposing power of the individual spirit, they can also come into our view only as possessed of knowledge and will, i.e. as spiritual powers. In this way the human shape in which they are represented is not, as might be supposed, a mere form which is tacked onto their content purely externally by imagination, but is implied in the meaning, the content, the inner itself. But the divine in general is to be apprehended essentially as the unity of the spiritual and the natural, both of these belong to the absolute and, this being so, it is only the different ways in which this harmony is presented that make up the series of stages in the different art forms and religions. According to our Christian ideas, God is the creator and Lord of nature and the spiritual world and so is of 454-2. 2. Course exempt from immediate existence in nature, because only as withdrawal into himself, as spiritual and absolute self-independence, is he truly God, but the purely finite human spirit is bounded and restricted by its opposite, namely nature. This restriction, therefore, the human spirit in its existence only overcomes, and thereby raises itself to infinity, by grasping nature in thought through theoretical activity, and through practical activity bringing about a harmony between nature and the spiritual idea, reason, and the good. Now God is this infinite activity, in so far as dominion over nature is his prerogative, and, as this infinite activity, with its knowing and willing, he is explicit to himself. Conversely, as we saw, in the religions of strictly symbolic art the unity of the inner and the ideal with nature is an immediate linkage which therefore had nature as its chief characteristic both in content and form. Thus there were venerated as God's existence and life the sun, the Nile, the sea, the earth, the natural process of coming to be and passing away and of procreation and reproduction, the changing course of the universal life of nature. Yet these natural powers were already personified in symbolic art and thereby put in opposition to the spiritual. Now if, as the classical art form demands, the gods are to be spiritual individuals in harmony with nature, mere personification is insufficient for attaining this result. For if what is personified is a mere universal power and natural agency, personification remains entirely formal without penetrating into the content and cannot in that content bring in existence either the spiritual element or the individuality of that. Therefore the converse necessarily belongs to classical art, for we have just treated the animal world in its debasement, and so now the universal power of nature is degraded for its part, and the spiritual is contrasted with it as something higher. But in that case, instead of personification, it is subjectivity which constitutes the chief characteristic. Yet, on the other hand, in classical art the gods may not cease to be natural powers, because here God cannot yet come into representation as inherently and absolutely free spirituality. But nature can stand in the relation of a merely created and subservient creature to a Lord and Creator separated from it, only if God is envisaged either, as in the art of sublimity, as inherently abstract and purely ideal domination by the single substance, or, as in Christianity, as concrete spirit raised into the pure element of spiritual existence and personal independence, and shaping the classical art form 455 so to complete freedom. Neither of these alternatives corresponds with the outlook of classical art. Its God is not yet Lord of nature because he has not yet got absolute spirituality as his content and form. He is no longer Lord of nature because the sublime relation between human individuality and God-forsaken natural things has ceased and been modified into beauty in which both sides, the universal and the individual, the spiritual and the natural, are to be given their full rights unrestrictedly for artistic representation. That is to say, in the God of classical art the natural power remains contained, but as a natural power, not in the sense of universal all-embracing nature, but as the specific and therefore restricted agency of the sun, the sea, etc., or in short as a particular natural power which appears as a spiritual individual and has this spiritual individuality as its own essence. Now since, as we saw already at the start of this chapter, the classical ideal is not present immediately but can only appear through the process in which the negative side of spirit's shape is transcended, this transformation and upward development of the raw, ugly, wild, baroque, purely natural, or fantastic, which has its origin in earlier religious ideas and artistic insights, must be a chief interest in Greek mythology and therefore be portrayed in a specific group of particular meanings. If we now proceed to a closer consideration of this chief point, I must at once premise that we have no business here with an historical investigation of the variegated and manifold ideas of Greek mythology. What concerns us in this matter is only the essential factors in this upward development insofar as these prove to be universal factors in artistic configuration and its content, whereas the endless mass of particular myths, narrations, stories, and events related to a locality and a symbolism, which taken together maintain their right in the new gods also and occur incidentally in artistic images, but which are not strictly intrinsic to the central point which we are striving to reach along our route. All this is a breadth of material which we must leave aside here, and we can only refer to one or two features by way of example. On the whole we may compare this route, along which we are proceeding, with the course of the history of sculpture. For since sculpture places the gods in their genuine shape before sense perception, it forms the proper center of classical art, even if poetry complements it by describing gods and men in a way distinct from 456 to the self-reposing objectivity of sculpture, or by presenting the divine and human world in their very activity and movement. Now just as in sculpture the chief feature at its start is the transformation of the formless stone or block of wood fallen from heaven, 8 and 0710s, 1, as the great goddess 2 from Pessinus in Asia Minor still was when the Romans took it to Rome by a solemn embassy, into a human shape and figure, so we have to begin here too with the formless uncouth natural powers and only indicate the stages by which they rise to individual spirituality and contract into fixed shapes. In this connection we may distinguish three different aspects as the most important. The first that claims our attention is oracles, in which the knowledge and will of the gods is declared, still formlessly, through natural existence. The second chief point concerns the universal powers of nature as well as the abstractions of law etc., which lie at the base of the genuine spiritual individual gods as their birthplace and serve as the necessary presupposition of their origin and activity. These powers are the old gods in distinction from the new. Thirdly and lastly, the absolutely necessary advance to the ideal is exhibited in the fact that the originally superficial personifications of natural activities and the most abstract spiritual relationships are fought and suppressed as what is in itself subordinate and negative, and by this degradation independent spiritual individuality and its human form and action are enabled to acquire undisputed mastery. This transformation, which forms the proper center in the history of the origin of the Greek gods, is represented in Greek mythology both naively and explicitly in the battle between the old and the new gods, in the downfall of the Titans, and in the victory won by the divine race of Zeus. A. Oracles. Now first, there is no need to make any extended mention of oracles here. The essential point of importance rests only on the fact that in classical art natural phenomena are no longer venerated as such, in the way that the Parsis, example, worshipped naphtha springs or fire, nor do the gods remain inscrutable secret dumb enigmas, as was the case with the Egyptians. In classical art the gods, as themselves knowing and willing, declare their wisdom to men by way of natural phenomena. So the ancient Hellenes Pelasgi asked the oracle at Dodona, Herodotus, 252, whether they should adopt the names of the gods imported from the barbarians, and the oracle replied, use them. X. The signs through which the gods revealed themselves were for the most part quite simple. At Dodona the rustling and soughing of the sacred oak, the murmur of the spring, and the tone of the brazen vessel which resounded in the wind. So too at Delos the laurel rustled, and at Delphi too the wind on the brazen tripod was a decisive factor. But apart from such immediate natural sounds, man himself is also the voice of the oracle when he is stupefied and stimulated out of his alert and intelligent presence of mind into a natural state of enthusiasm, as, example, Pythia at Delphi, stupefied by vapors, spoke the oracular words, or in the cave of Trophonius the man who consulted the oracle had visions, and from their interpretation the answer was given him. 3. But there is still another aspect in the external signs. For in the oracles the god is indeed apprehended as the one who knows, and to Apollo, therefore, the god of knowledge, the most famous oracle, i.e. the one at Delphi, is dedicated, yet the form in which he declares his will remains something natural and completely vague, a natural voice or word sounds without any connection. In this obscurity of form the spiritual content is itself dark and therefore needs clarification and explanation. Why? The pronouncement of the god is submitted at first purely in the form of something natural. But although the explanation makes the inquirer aware of it in a spiritualized form, it nevertheless remains obscure and ambiguous. For in his knowing and willing the god is concrete universality, and his advice or command, revealed by the oracle, must be of the same kind. But the universal is not one-sided and abstract but, as concrete, contains both one side of the ambiguity and the other. Now since the man stands there as ignorant opposite the God who knows, he accepts the oracle ignorantly too, i.e. its concrete universality is not obvious to him, and when he decides to act in accordance with the ambiguous divine saying he can choose only one side of it, every action in 1. There is a description of this in Pausanias, 9. 39. 458 2. Two particular circumstances is always determinate, and decision must be in accordance with one side of the oracle and exclude the other. But scarcely has he acted and the deed been actually accomplished, a deed therefore which has become his own and for which he must answer, then collision occurs, he suddenly sees turned against him the other side which was also implicit in the oracle, and, against his knowledge and will, he is caught in the toils of that fate of his deed which the gods know though he did not. Conversely again, the gods are determinate powers, and their utterance, when it carries in itself this character of determinacy, as, example the command of Apollo which drove Orestes to revenge, produces collision too on account of this determinacy. Since the form assumed in the oracle by the inner knowledge of the god is the entirely indefinite externality or the abstract inwardness of the saying, and the content itself comprises, owing to its ambiguity, the possibility of discord, it follows that in classical art it is not sculpture but poetry, especially dramatic poetry, in which oracles constitute one aspect of the subject matter and become of importance. But in classical art they do acquire an essential place because in such art human individuality has not pressed on to the extreme of inwardness at which the subject draws the decision for his action purely from within himself. What we call conscience in our sense of the word has not yet found its place here. The Greek does often act from his own passion, good or bad, but the real pathos which should and does animate him comes from the gods whose content and might is the universal element in such a pathos, and the heroes are either immediately full of it or they consult the oracle when the gods are not present in person to command the act. b. The old gods in distinction from the new in the oracle. The content of what is declared lies in the knowing and willing of the gods, while the form of its external appearance is what is abstractly external and natural. Now, on the other hand, the natural with its universal powers and their agencies becomes the content out of which independent individuality has first to force its way, and it acquires for its first form only the formal and superficial personification of these powers. The repulse of these purely natural powers, the clash and opposition through which they are vanquished, is just the important point for which we have to. Shaping the classical art form 459. Thanks strictly classical art alone, and which on this account we will subject to a closer examination. A. The first point to notice in this connection is the fact that now we have not to do, as was the case in the world view of sublimity, or partly even in India, with an explicitly ready-made god, devoid of sensuous appearance, as the beginning of all things. On the contrary, the beginning is provided here by nature gods and primarily by the more universal powers of nature, Chaos the ancient, Tartarus, Erebus, all these wild subterranean beings, and further by Uranus, Gaia, the titanic Eros, Cronus, etc. Then from these there first arose the more definite powers, such as Helios, Oceanus, etc., which become the natural basis for the later spiritually individualized gods. Thus there here enters again a theogony and cosmogony invented by imagination and shaped out by art, but its first gods are viewed on the one hand as either still remaining of an indefinite kind or as being enlarged beyond all measure, and, on the other hand, as still carrying in themselves much that is symbolical. 3. As for the more definite difference within these titanic powers themselves, they are, x. First, powers of earth and the stars, without spiritual and ethical content, and therefore ungovernable, a raw and savage race, misshapen, like products of Indian or Egyptian fancy, gigantic and formless. With other sorts of natural individuals, e.g. like Brontes and Sturoops, the 100-handed giants Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, they stand under the dominion of Uranus first, then of Cronus, this chief titan, who obviously signifies time. He swallows all his children just as time annihilates everything it has brought to birth. This myth is not lacking in symbolical meaning. For natural life is in fact subjected to time and brings into existence only the ephemeral, just as e.g. the prehistoric age of a people, which is only a nation, a tribe, but does not form a state or pursue aims that are inherently stable, falls a victim to the unhistorical power of time. Only in law, ethical life, and the state is there present something solid which remains as the generations pass, just as the muse gives duration and consolidation to everything which as natural life and actual action is only ephemeral, and in the course of time has passed away. 2 of the Cyclopes, children of earth and sky, younger than the 3 giants. Q. 462. LL. FJJ. But further there belong to this group of the ancient gods not only natural powers as such but also the first forces that master the elements. Especially important is the earliest working on metal through the power of the still raw elemental nature itself, of air, water, or fire. We may cite here the Corybants, Telchins, demons of beneficent as well as of evil influence, Patisai, pygmies, dwarfs skilled in mining work, small men with fat bellies. One as an especially prominent transitional point, however, mention must be made of Prometheus. He is a titan of a special kind and his story deserves particular notice. With his brother Epimetheus he appears at first as a friend of the new gods, then he appears as a benefactor of men who otherwise have no concern with the relation between the new gods and the Titans. He brings fire to men and therefore the possibility of satisfying their needs, developing technical skills, etc., which yet are no longer something natural and therefore apparently stand in no closer connection with the Titans. For this act Zeus punishes Prometheus, until at last Hercules releases him from his agony. At a first glance there is nothing properly titanic in all these chief details, indeed we could find an illogicality there, in that Prometheus, like Ceres, is a benefactor of mankind and yet is reckoned amongst the old titanic powers. Yet on closer inspection the illogicality disappears at once, for a few passages from Plato, example give us a satisfactory explanation. For example, there is the myth in which the guest of young Socrates tells that in the time of Cronus there was an earth-born race of men and the god himself took care of the whole, but then an opposed revolution took place and the earth was left to itself so that now the beasts became wild, and the men whose nourishment and other requirements previously came to them immediately were left without counsel or aid. In this situation, it is said, Politicus, 274, fire was given to men by Prometheus, but the technical skills, va, by Hephaestus and Athene, his partner in craftsmanship. Here there is an express difference between fire and what is produced by skill in working on raw materials, and what is ascribed to Prometheus is only the gift of fire. At greater length Plato relates the myth of Prometheus in the Protagoras. There, 320-3, it is said, once upon a time there were gods but no mortal creatures. When the appointed time came for their birth, the gods formed them within the earth out of a mixture of earth and fire and the substances compounded of earth and fire. Then when the gods were ready to bring them to light, they charged Prometheus and Epimetheus with the task of equipping them and allotting suitable powers to each. But Epimetheus begs Prometheus to let him make the division himself. When I have made it, he said, you can review it. But Epimetheus stupidly used up all the powers on the animals, so that there was nothing left for human beings. So when Prometheus comes to review the scene, he sees the other living things wisely equipped with everything, but men he finds naked, unshod, without clothing or weapons. But already the appointed day had come on which it was necessary for man to come up out of the earth into daylight. Now being at a loss to find help for men, he stole from Hephaestus and Athene both their skill and fire also, for without fire it was impossible for anyone to possess or use the skill, and so he bestows them on men. Now in this way man acquired the necessary skill to keep himself alive, but he had no political wisdom, for this was still in the hands of Zeus, and Prometheus had no longer the right of entry to the citadel of Zeus around whom stood his frightening sentinels. But he goes stealthily into the dwelling shared by Hephaestus and Athene in which they practiced their art, and after stealing the art of working with fire from Hephaestus and the other, the art of weaving, from Athene, he gives these arts to men. And through this gift men had the means of life, f.u7 topia. Tov, but Prometheus, thanks to Epimetheus later, as is told, suffered punishment for theft. Plato then goes on in the immediately following passage to relate that men also lacked for their nurture the art of war against beasts, an art which is only one part of politics, therefore they collected together in cities, but there, for want of political skill, they injured one another and scattered again, so that Zeus was compelled to give them, with Hermes as his messenger, respect for others and a sense of justice. In these passages there is specifically emphasized the difference between a. the immediate aims of life, which are related to physical comfort and provision for the satisfaction of primary needs, and b. political organization which makes its aim the spiritual realm, i.e. ethics, law, property rights, freedom, and community. 462-2. This ethical and legal life Prometheus had not given to men, he only taught them the cunning to master things in nature and use them as a means to human satisfaction. Fire and the skills that make use of it are nothing ethical in themselves, and the art of weaving has nothing of the sort either. in the first instance they appear solely in the service of selfishness and private utility without having any bearing on the community of human existence and the public side of life. Because Prometheus was not in a position to impart anything more spiritual and ethical to men, he belongs to the Titans and not to the race of new gods. Hephaestus indeed has likewise got fire and the techniques associated with it as the element of his agency, and yet is a newer god, but Zeus hurled him down from Olympus and he has remained the god who limps. Neither, therefore, is it an illogicality when we find Ceres, who, like Prometheus, proved herself a benefactor of the human race, included amongst the new gods. For what Ceres taught was agriculture with which property is connected at once, and, later, marriage, ethics, and law. Now a third group of the ancient gods contains neither personified powers of nature as such in their savagery or cunning nor the primary power over the separate elements of nature in the service of man's lower needs, but is one that already borders on what is inherently ideal, universal, and spiritual. But nevertheless what is lacking to the powers to be included in this group is spiritual individuality and its adequate shape and appearance, so that now, more or less in relation to their agency, they retain a closer bearing on what is necessary and essential in nature. As examples we may refer to the idea of Nemesis, Dike, the Furies, the Eumenides, and the Fates. Here of course the categories of right and justice already obtrude, but instead of being grasped and given shape as the inherently spiritual and substantial element in ethical life, this necessary right either does not go beyond the most general abstraction or else affects the obscure right of the natural element within spiritual relationships, e.g. love of kindred and its right. This does not belong to the spirit which is conscious of itself in its clear freedom, and therefore it does not appear as a legal right but on the contrary in opposition thereto as the irreconcilable right of revenge. For further detail I will mention only a few ideas. Nemesis, for example, is the power to bring down the lofty, to hurl the all to. Shaping the classical art form 463 fortunate man from his height and so to restore equality. But the right of equality is the purely abstract and external right which does prove active in the sphere of spiritual situations and relationships, yet their ethical organization is not made into the content of justice on the basis of equality. Another important aspect lies in the fact that the old gods are assigned the right of family situations in so far as these rest on nature and therefore are opposed to the public law and right of the community. As the clearest example for this point we may cite the Eumenides of Aeschylus. The direful maidens the Furies or Eumenides pursue Orestes on account of his mother's murder which Apollo, the new god, ordered him to commit so that Agamemnon, her slain husband and king, might not remain unavenged. The whole drama is therefore molded into a battle between these divine powers which make their appearance against one another in person. On the one side we have the goddesses of revenge, but they are called here the beneficent, i.e. the Eumenides, and our usual idea of the Furies, into which we convert them, is crude and barbaric. For they have an essential right of persecution and therefore they are not just hateful, wild, and gruesome in the tortures they impose. Yet the right which they assert against Orestes is only the right of the family, rooted in blood relationship. The most intimate tie between son and mother which Orestes has snapped is the substance which the Furies defend. Apollo on the other side opposes to this natural ethical order, felt and grounded physically in blood relationship, the right of the spouse and prince whose deeper right has been transgressed. Prima facie this difference seems external because both parties are defending the ethical order within one and the same sphere, namely the family. Yet here the sterling imagination of Aeschylus, which on this account we must rate more and more highly, has laid bare a clash that is not superficial at all, but is throughout of an essential kind. The relation of children to parents, that is to say, rests on a natural unity, whereas the bond between husband and wife must be taken as a marriage which does not issue merely from purely natural love or from a natural and blood relationship, it springs on the contrary from an inclination which is known and therefore from the free ethical life of the self-conscious will. Thus however far marriage is also linked with love and feeling, it is still distinct from the natural feeling of love because, independently of that, it still 464-2. 2 recognizes definite known obligations even if love be dead. The conception and knowledge of the substantial character of married life is something later and deeper than the natural concord of son and mother, and it constitutes the beginning of the state as the realization of the free and rational will. In a similar way, the relation between prince and citizens implies the political connection of the same rights and laws, of self-conscious freedom and spiritual ends. This is the reason why the Eumenides, the old goddesses, are set on punishing Orestes, while Apollo defends clear conscious and self-conscious ethical life, the right of the spouse and prince, in that he rightly retorts to the Eumenides, were Clytemnestra's crime not avenged, truly would I be without honor and deem as not the pledges of Hera, goddess of marriage, and Zeus, Eumenides, 206-9. More interesting still, although entirely transferred into human feeling and action, the same clash appears in the Antigone, one of the most sublime and in every respect most excellent works of art of all time. Everything in this tragedy is logical. The public law of the state is set in conflict over against inner family love and duty to a brother. The woman, Antigone, has the family interest as her pathos. Creon, the man, has the welfare of the community as his. Polynices, at war with his native city, had fallen before the gates of Thebes, and Creon, the ruler, in a publicly proclaimed law threatened with death anyone who gave this enemy of the city the honor of burial. But this command, which concerned only the public will, Antigone could not accept. As sister, in the piety of her love for her brother, she fulfills the holy duty of burial. In doing so she appeals to the law of the gods, but the gods whom she worships are the underworld gods of Hades. Sophocles, Antigone, 451, F6 VOTKOTWVKCF.TW8EC, JVLJL1C7J, the inner gods of feeling, love, and kinship, not the daylight gods of free self-conscious national and political life. Why? The third point which we may emphasize in respect of the theogony envisaged by classical art concerns the difference between the old gods in relation to their power and the duration of their dominion. Here we have 3 aspects to notice. Books, the first of these is that the gods originate successively. According to Hesiod, after chaos came Gaia, Uranus, etc., then Cronus and his race, and finally Zeus with his. Now this series seems on the one hand to be a rise from the more abstract and shaping the classical art form 465 shapeless natural powers to a more concrete and already more determinate shaping of them, but, on the other hand, it appears as the beginning of the superiority of the spiritual over the natural. So, for example, Aeschylus in the Eumenides makes Pythia in the temple at Delphi begin with the words, "First with this prayer I put first in rank of the gods Gaia who first gave us oracles, and then Themis who as second after her mother had her seat of prophesying in this place eum. I4. Pausanias x5s. On the other hand, who likewise names Earth as the first giver of oracles at Delphi, says that Daphnis was then ordained by her to the prophetic office. In another series again, Pindar puts night first, then he gives the succession to Themis, then to Phoebe until he comes finally to Phoebus. It would be interesting to pursue these specific differences, but this is not the place for that. 3. Further, since the succession has all the same to be counted as an advance to more self-concentrated and richer gods, it appears also in the form of degrading the earlier and more abstract gods within the race of the old gods itself. Cronus, example, dethrones Uranus, and the later gods are substituted for them. Why? Therefore the negative relation of reformation which from the beginning we laid down as the essence of this first stage of the classical art form now becomes its proper center, and since personification is here the universal form in which the gods enter our ideas, and since the progressive movement of fancy presses the gods on towards human and spiritual individuality, even if this enters at first in an indefinite and formless shape, fancy brings to our vision the negative relation of the younger gods to the older as battle and war. But the essential advance is frqm nature to the spirit which is the true content and proper form for classical art. This advance, and the battles through which we see it being realized, belongs no longer exclusively to the group of the old gods but takes place in the war whereby the new gods establish their enduring dominion over the old. C. The conquest of the old gods. The opposition between nature and spirit is necessary absolutely. For the concept of the spirit, as a genuine totality, is, as we 1. This is a mistake. There is no such genealogy in Pindar, although Hegel cites it as Pindar's again in his Philosophy of Religion, Werke 12. 106. 466 2 saw earlier in dealing with the idea in Part I, implicitly only this, namely to divide itself as object in itself and subject in itself in order through this opposition to arise out of nature and then, as its conqueror and as the power over it, to be free and serene in contrast with it. This chief factor in the essence of spirit itself is therefore also a chief factor in the idea of itself which it gives to itself. Looked at historically or in reality, this transition is the progressive transformation of man in a state of nature into a system of established rights, i.e. to property, laws, constitution, political life. Looked at sub specie deorum et aeternitatis, this is the idea of the conquest of the natural powers by the spiritually individual gods. X. This battle presents an absolute catastrophe and is the essential deed of the gods whereby alone the chief difference between the old gods and the new becomes visible. For this reason we must not refer to the war, which discloses this difference, as if it were some myth with the same value as any other. On the contrary, we must regard it as the myth which marks the turning point and expresses the creation of the new gods. 1. The result of this violent strife among the gods is the overthrow of the Titans, the victory exclusively of the new gods who in their assured dominion have thereupon been endowed by imagination with qualities of all kinds. The Titans on the contrary were banished and had to dwell in the heart of the earth or, like Oceanus, linger on the dark edge of the bright and serene world, or endure otherwise all sorts of punishments. Prometheus, for example, is chained to a mountain in Scythia where the eagle insatiably devours his liver which ever grows afresh. Similarly Tantalus in the underworld is tormented by an endless unquenched thirst, and Sisyphus has always uselessly to trundle up anew the rock that continually rolls down again. Like the titanic powers of nature themselves, these punishments are the inherently measureless, the bad infinite, 1. The longing of the odd, the unsatiated craving of subjective natural desire which in its continual recurrence never attains the final peace of satisfaction. For the Greek correct sense of the divine, unlike the modern longing, did not regard egress into the boundless and the vague as what was supreme for men. The Greeks regarded it as a damnation and relegated it to Tartarus. Why, if we ask in general what from now on must fall into the background for classical art and can no longer be justified in counting as its final form and adequate content, then the first thing is the natural elements. Along with them everything murky, fantastic, unclear, every wild confusion of the natural with the spiritual, of meanings inherently substantial with casual externalities, is banished from the world of the new gods. In that world the creations of an unbounded imagination which have not yet absorbed the proportion observed by the spiritual find room no longer and must rightly flee the pure light of day. For you may dress up as much as you like the great Kaveri, 1. The Corybants, the representations of procreative force, etc., nevertheless conceptions like these in all their details, to say nothing of old Babo whom Goethe sets careering over the Blocksberg on a so 1, belong more or less to the twilight of consciousness. It is only the spiritual which presses on into the light. What does not manifest itself and make itself clearly self-explanatory is the non-spiritual which sinks back again into night and darkness. But the spiritual manifests itself and, by itself determining its outer form, purifies itself from the caprice of fancy, from overflowing configurations and other sorts of murky symbolical accessories. Similarly we now find human activity put into the background so far as it is restricted to merely natural needs and their satisfaction. The old right, Themis, Dike, Tc. By not being specified in laws deriving their origin from the self-conscious spirit, loses its unrestricted validity, and equally, but conversely, mere locality, although it still plays a part, is changed into the universal figures of the gods where it still remains as only a trace of the past. For just as in the Trojan War the Greeks fought and conquered as one people, so too the Homeric gods, with the battle against the Titans behind them, are an inherently fixed and determinate world of gods which thereafter at last became always more completely determinate and fixed through later poetic and plastic art. This invincible fixed relationship in the content of the Greek gods is alone the spirit, yet it is not the spirit in its abstract inwardness, but only as identical with its external adequate existence, just as in Plato. Soul and body, as brought into one nature and all of one piece in this solidity, is the divine and the eternal. 3. Affirmative retention of the negative features. Despite the victory of the new gods, however, the old ones now still remain in the classical art form, partly in their original form as considered up to this point, partly retained and venerated in a transformed shape. Only the restricted national god of the Jews can tolerate no other gods beside himself, because he is supposed to be the all qua the one, although on account of his determinate character he cannot surmount the restriction of being the God of his own people alone. For he displays his universality as Lord of heaven and earth, but strictly only on the strength of his creation of nature. For the rest, he is the God of Abraham, the God who led the children of Israel out of Egypt, issued laws from Sinai, gave the land of Canaan to the Jews, and through his narrow identification with the Jewish people is quite particularly only the God of this people, and therefore, to sum up, does not stand in positive harmony with nature, nor does he really appear as absolute spirit withdrawn from his determinacy and objective manifestation into his universality. This is why this harsh national God is so zealous, and why in his jealousy he commands his people to see in other gods only downright false idols. The Greeks, on the other hand, found their gods amongst all peoples and made foreign material their own. For the God of classical art has spiritual and bodily individuality and is therefore not the one and only God but a particular divinity which, like everything particular, has a group of particulars around it, or confronting it as its opposite, out of which it emerges and which can retain its own validity and value. This is the same as what happens with the particular spheres of nature. Although the plant kingdom is the truth of geological natural formations, and the animal again the higher truth of vegetation, still the mountains and thalassic one land persist as the ground for trees, shrubs, and flowers which in turn do not lose their existence alongside the animal kingdom. A. The mysteries. Now the first form in which we find the Greeks preserving the old gods is the mysteries. The Greek mysteries were not secret in the sense that the Greek people were not generally familiar with their subject matter. On the contrary, most Athenians and many strangers were amongst those initiated into the Eleusinian secrets, only they might not speak of what they had learned through the initiation. In our time especially, great trouble has been taken to research into the details of the sort of ideas contained in the mysteries and the sort of acts of divine worship entered upon at their celebration. Yet on the whole no great wisdom or profound knowledge seems to have been hidden in the mysteries. On the contrary, they only preserved old traditions, the basis of what was later transformed by genuine art, and therefore they had for their contents not the true, the higher, and the better, but the lower and the more trivial. This subject matter, regarded as holy, was not clearly expressed in the mysteries but was transmitted only in symbolical outlines. And in fact the character of the undisclosed and the unspoken belongs also to the old gods, to what was telluric, sidereal, and titanic, for only the spirit is the revealed and the self-revealing. In this respect the symbolical mode of expression constitutes the other side of the secrecy in the mysteries, because in the symbolical the meaning remains dark and contains something other than what the external, on which it is supposed to be represented, provides directly. So, example, the mysteries of Demeter and Bacchus one were spiritually interpreted and acquired therefore a deeper meaning, but this content could not clearly emerge from its form because the form remained external to it. For art, therefore, the mysteries are of trivial influence, for even if it be said of Aeschylus that he willfully betrayed something from the mysteries of Demeter, this only amounted to his having said that Artemis is the daughter of Ceres, i.e. Demeter Z, and this is a trivial piece of wisdom. B. Preservation of the old gods in artistic representation. Secondly, the worship and preservation of the old gods appears more clearly in artistic portrayal itself. At the previous stage, example, we spoke of Prometheus as the Titan who was punished. But all the same we find him freed again. For fire, which Prometheus brought down to men, and the eating of meat which he had taught them, are, like the earth and the sun, an essential feature in human existence, a necessary condition for the satisfaction of human needs, and so Prometheus too has his glory preserved. In the Oedipus Coloneus of Sophocles it is said, 1154 ff. The whole place is sacred, the holy Poseidon possesses it, and the fire-bringing Prometheus, the Titan, is there too. And the Scholiast on I-56 adds that in the Academy too Prometheus was worshipped, like Hephaestus, along with Athene, and a temple is shown in the grove of the goddess and an old pedestal at the entrance on which there is an image of Prometheus and of Hephaestus too, but Prometheus, as Lysimachidse adds, was represented as the first and the elder, holding a scepter in his hand, Hephaestus as younger and second, and the altar on the pedestal is common to both. As it turns out, according to the myth, Prometheus did not have to suffer his punishment forever but was released from his chains by Hercules. In the story of this liberation too some remarkable traits occur, viz., Prometheus is released from his agony because he tells Zeus of the danger threatening his rule from his 13th descendant. This descendant is Hercules, to whom Poseidon in the Birds of Aristophanes, LL 1645-8, says that he will do himself an injury if he joins a conspiracy for upsetting the rule of the gods, for if it succeeds, he will get nothing, whereas if Zeus remains in power then everything that Zeus leaves behind him at his death will surely be his. And in fact Hercules is the one man who was taken up to Olympus and became a god instead of a mortal man, and he is superior to Prometheus who remained a Titan. The overthrow of the old ruling families is also connected with Hercules and the name of the Heraclidae. The Heraclidae break the power of the old dynasties and royal houses in which a dominating self-will recognizes no law either for its own ends and its unruliness, or in relation to the inhabitants, and therefore perpetrates monstrous cruelties. Hercules himself, not as a free man but in the service of a ruler, conquers the barbarity of this savage will. In a similar way, to abide by examples already used, we may here refer to the Eumenides of Aeschylus once more. The conflict between Apollo and the Eumenides is to be settled by the verdict of the Areopagus. A court, human on the whole, at the head of which stands Athene herself as the concrete spirit of the people, is to resolve the conflict. The judges give equal votes for condemnation and acquittal, because they honor the Eumenides and Apollo equally, but the white stone of Athene decides the case for Apollo. The Eumenides lift their voices in indignation against this judgment of Athene, but she silences them because she promises them worship and altars in the famous grove at Colonus. What the Eumenides are to do for her people in return is, Eum. 11901 ff, defense against the evil arising from natural elements, earth, sky, sea, and winds, protection from unfruitfulness in the crops, from failure of the human seed. But Athene undertakes for herself in Athens the charge of warlike strife and sacred battles. One similarly Sophocles in his Antigone does not make Antigone alone suffer and die, on the contrary, we also see Creon punished by the grievous loss of his wife and his son Haemon, who both likewise perish owing to the death of Antigone. See, natural basis of the new gods. Thirdly and lastly, not only do the old gods preserve their place alongside the new ones but, what is more important, the natural basis remains in the new gods themselves and it enjoys an enduring veneration since, in conformity with the spiritual individuality of the classical ideal, it reverberates in them. For this reason people have often been deceived into interpreting the Greek gods in their human shape and form as mere allegories of the elements of nature. This they are not. For example, we hear people speaking often enough of Helios as the god of the sun, of Diana as the goddess of the moon, or of Poseidon as the god of the sea. Such separation, however, of the natural element, as content, from the humanly shaped personification, as form, as well as the external connection of the two, i.e. the mere dominion of God over things in nature, a notion to which the Old Testament has accustomed us, is quite inapplicable to Greek ideas, because nowhere in the Greeks do we find the expression o8 eos tophi /love, tfjs 8a.o.ac1, js etc. The God of the sun, of the sea, etc., while they would certainly have used this expression for this relation if it had been compatible with their outlook. Heliosis the sun as God. /j, but in this connection we must at the same time take good note of the fact that the Greeks did not in any way regard the natural as such as divine. On the contrary, they had the distinct idea that the natural is not the divine, and while sometimes this remains unexpressed in their description of what their gods are, sometimes it was expressly emphasized about them. Plutarch, example in his essay on Isis and Osiris, comes to speak of the different ways of interpreting the myths and the gods. Isis and Osiris belonged to the Egyptian outlook and had the elements of nature as their content to a greater extent than the corresponding Greek gods had. This is because they express only the longing and the struggle to advance out of the natural into the spiritual. Later one, they enjoyed great reverence in Rome and constituted one of the chief mysteries. Nevertheless, Plutarch Isis and Osiris 64 thinks it would be disgraceful to interpret them as sun, earth, or water. Everything that in the sun, earth, etc. is measureless and without order, is defective or superfluous, and this alone must be ascribed to the natural elements, and only the good and orderly is the work of Isis, while intellect, and yos, is the work of Osiris. As the substance of these gods, therefore, it is not the natural as such which is to be adduced, but the spiritual, the universal, and yos, intellect, conformity to law. In virtue of this insight into the spiritual nature of the gods, it turns out that the Greeks nevertheless distinguished the more determinate natural elements from the new gods. Of course we are accustomed to identify e.g. Helios and Selene sun and moon with Apollo and Diana, but in Homer they appear distinguished from one another. The same is true about Oceanus and Poseidon, and others. Why, but, thirdly, there remains in the new gods an echo of the powers of nature, the agency of which belongs to the spiritual individuality of the gods themselves. The ground of this positive linkage of the spiritual and the natural in the ideal of classical art we have already expounded earlier in the passage on the classical. In general, and therefore we may confine ourselves here to citing a few examples. Books, in Poseidon, as in Pontus and Oceanus, lies the might of the sea that streams round the earth, but his power and activity stretches further. He built Troy and was a safeguard of Athens. In general he was worshipped as the founder of cities, because the sea is the element for shipping, trade, and the bond between men. Similarly Apollo, the new god, is the light of knowledge, and the giver of oracles, and yet preserves a reminiscence of Helios as the natural light of the sun. Of course there is a dispute, e.g. between Voss and Kreutzer, whether Apollo is to betoken the sun or not, but in fact we may say that he is and is not the sun, because he does not remain restricted to this natural content but is elevated to meaning the spiritual. Indeed it must absolutely amaze us what an essential connection there is between knowledge and illumination, the light of spirit and of nature, in keeping with their fundamental character. Light, that is to say, as a natural element is that which manifests, without our seeing it itself, it makes illuminated and irradiated objects visible. By means of light everything becomes apprehensible by something else. The same character of manifestation is possessed by spirit, by knowing and cognizing, by the free light of consciousness. Apart from the variation of the spheres in which these two manifestations display their activity, the difference between them consists only in the fact that spirit reveals itself and remains by itself in what it gives to us or what is made for it, while the light of nature makes apprehensible not itself but, on the contrary, what is other than itself and external to itself, and in this relation it does go out of itself, but unlike spirit does not return into itself and therefore does not win the higher unity of being by itself in the other. Just as light and knowing have a close connection, so we find in Apollo too as a spiritual god the reminiscence once again of the light of the sun. So, example Homer in Iliad, I 9-10 ascribes the plague in the Grecian camp to Apollo, who here is treated as the agency of the sun in the heat of summer. Similarly, his death-dealing arrows undoubtedly have a symbolical connection with the sun's rays. It follows that in the external representation there must be more detailed external indications to determine in what meaning the god is principally to be taken. It is especially when we trace the historical origin of the new gods that, as Kreutzer above all has emphasized, we can recognize. 474 2. The natural element which the gods of the classical ideal preserve in themselves. So, example, in Jupiter there are indications of the sun, and the 12 labors of Hercules, for example his expedition in which he carried off the apples of the Hesperides, have likewise a relation to the sun and the 12 months. Fundamentally, Diana has the office of being the universal mother of nature, e.g. as Diana of the Ephesians, who hovers between the old and the new. She has, as her chief content, nature in general, procreation and nutrition, and this meaning is indicated even in her external form, in her breasts, etc. Whereas in the case of the Greek Artemis, the huntress, who kills beasts, this natural aspect recedes altogether into the background in her humanly beautiful maidenly form and independence, although the half-moon and the arrows still always recall Selene Selene, moon equals Diana equals Artemis. In a similar way, the more Aphrodite's origin is traced back to Asia, the more she becomes a natural or sensual power. When she comes over into Greece proper, she presents the spiritually more individual aspect of charm, grace, and love, an aspect yet in no way lacking a natural foundation. Ceres in the same way has natural productivity as her starting point, which then leads on to a spiritual content, the relations in which develop out of agriculture, property, etc. The Muses have the murmur of a spring as their natural basis, and Zeus himself is to be taken as a universal power of nature and is worshipped as the thunderer, although in Homer thunder is a sign of misfortune or approval, an omen, and therefore it acquires a relation to the spiritual and the human. Even Juno has a natural echo of the vault of heaven and the airy region where the gods wander, for it is said, example, that Zeus put Hercules to Juno's breast, and from the milk that was spilt the Milky Way was hurled into being. FLJ. Now, just as in the new gods the universal elements of nature are disparaged but yet retained, the same is true with the animal kingdom as such, which earlier we had to treat only in its degradation. At this point we can give a more positive position to the animal kingdom as well. Yet because the classical gods have been stripped of their symbolic mode of configuration, and now win for their content the spirit which is clear to itself, the symbolical 11u, honoring of animals must be lost in proportion as the animal shape is deprived of the right of mingling with the human in an inappropriate way. This shape therefore occurs as a merely indicative attribute and is placed alongside the human shape of the shaping the classical art form 475 gods. So we see the eagle beside Jupiter, the peacock beside Juno, the doves accompanying Venus, the dog-headed Anubis as the guard of the underworld, etc. Even if, therefore, something symbolical is still retained in the ideal figures of the spiritual gods, nevertheless it is not apparent in its original meaning, and the indication as such of nature, earlier constitutive of the essential content, remains in the background as only a relic and something particular and external which now here and there, on account of its accidental character, looks bizarre because the earlier meaning no longer dwells in it. Further, since the inner essence of these gods is the spiritual and the human, what is external about them now becomes a human accident and weakness. In this connection we may refer once again to the manifold love affairs of Jupiter. In their original symbolical meaning they are related, as we saw, to the universal activity of generation, to the life of nature. But since his marriage with Juno is to be regarded as his fixed substantial relationship, Jupiter's love affairs appear as faithlessness to his spouse, and so they have the shape of casual adventures and exchange their symbolical sense for the character of capriciously invented and morally lax stories. With this degradation of purely natural powers and the animal kingdom, as well as the abstract universality of spiritual relationships, and with the reacceptance of these within the higher independence of spiritual individuality permeated by and permeating nature, we have left behind us the proper presupposition of the essence of classical art, namely its necessary origin in history. This is so because along this route the ideal has by its own effort reached what it is in accordance with its concept. This conceptually adequate reality of the spiritual gods leads us to the proper ideals of the classical form of art which, contrasted with the old gods, now conquered, display what is immortal, for mortality in general lies in inadequacy between the concept and its existence. Chapter 2. The ideal of the classical form of art. What the proper essence of the ideal is we have seen already in our general treatment of the beauty of art. Here we must take it up in the special sense of the classical ideal, the concept of which is given to us already along with the concept of the classical form of art. For the classical ideal, our subject now, consists only in the fact that classical art actually attains and sets forth what constitutes its innermost concept and essence. At this point it lays hold of the spiritual as its content, in so far as the spiritual draws nature and its powers into its own sphere and so is represented otherwise than as pure inwardness or as dominion over nature, but for its form it adopts the human shape, deed, and action, through which the spiritual shines clearly in complete freedom, making the sensuous shape its own, not at all as an external thing merely symbolically significant but as a reality which is the adequate existence of spirit. The more specific division of this chapter may be laid down as follows. First, we have to consider the universal nature of the classical ideal which has the human for both its content and form and so works both sides in with one another that they come into the most complete correspondence with one another. Secondly, however, since here the human is entirely immersed in bodily shape and external appearance, it becomes shaped externally in a specific way to which only a specific content is adequate. Since as a result we have the ideal before us at the same time as particularity, there is presented to us a range of particular gods and powers over human existence. Thirdly, particularity does not rest in the abstraction of being only a single determinate type, the essential character of which would constitute the entire content and one-sided principle for artistic representation. On the contrary, it is all the same a totality of qualities in itself and that totality's unity and harmony is an ideal of 477 individual. Without this filling, particularity would be cold and empty and it would lose the vitality which the ideal can never lack in any circumstances. Keeping to these three aspects of universality, particularity, and single individuality, we will now study the ideal of classical art in more detail. 1. The ideal of classical art in general. Questions about the origin of the Greek gods. In so far as the gods afford the proper center for ideal representation, we have already touched upon, and we have seen that the gods belong to a tradition transformed by art. Only as a result of a double depreciation, on the one hand of the universal powers of nature and their personification, on the other of the animal kingdom and its symbolical meaning and shape, could this transformation occur in order that thereby the spiritual might be one as the true content, and the human mode of appearance as the true form. A. The ideal as originated by free artistic creation. Now since the classical ideal comes essentially into being only through such a transformation of what went before, the first aspect which we must bring out in this connection is this, that this ideal is generated by the spirit and therefore has originated in the most inward and personal being of poets and artists who have created it with clear and free deliberateness, consciously aiming at artistic production. But this creation seems to run counter to the fact that Greek mythology rests on older traditions and hints at something foreign and oriental. Although Herodotus, example in the passage already cited above, says that Homer and Hesiod made their gods for the Greeks, he elsewhere brings the same Greek gods into close connection with the Egyptian, etc. For in Book 2:49 he expressly tells that Melampus brought the name of Dionysus to the Hellenes from Egypt and introduced the phallus and the whole sacrificial festival, with one difference, however, because Herodotus thinks that Melampus learned the worship of Dionysus not directly from Egypt but from Cadmus the Tyrian and the Phoenicians who came with Cadmus to Boeotia. In recent times these contradictory assertions have become of interest especially in connection with Kreutzer's researches. he tries to discover in Homer, example old mysteries and all the sources which converged. 478 2. 2 in Greece, Asiatic, Pelasgic, Dodonian, Thracian, Samothracian, Phrygian, Indian, Buddhistic, Phoenician, Egyptian, Orphic, along with an endless number of domestic traditions associated with specific localities and other details. It is true that at a first glance there is a contradiction between these varied traditional origins and the view that those poets gave names and a shape to the gods. But both tradition and original creation can be wholly united. Tradition comes first, the starting point which provides ingredients but does not yet bring with them the proper content and the genuine form for the gods. This content those poets took from their own spirit and found the true form for it in the course of their free transformation of this material, and they have therefore become in fact the creators of the mythology at which we marvel in Greek art. Nevertheless, on the other hand, the Homeric gods are not for this reason, as might be supposed, a purely subjective invention or a purely artificial production. On the contrary, they have their root in the spirit and faith of the Greek people and its national religious foundations. They are the absolute forces and powers, the supreme height of Greek imagination, the center of the beautiful in general, granted to the poet by the muses themselves. Now in this free creation the artist acquires a position quite different from the one he has in the East. 1. The Indian poets and sages also have material there for them as their starting point, natural elements, sky, animals, rivers, etc., or the pure abstraction of the formless and empty Brahma, but their inspiration is a destruction of the inward life of subjectivity. The subject, i.e. the artist, is given the hard task of working on what is external to him 8 elf and, owing to the intemperance of his imagination which lacks any firm and absolute direction, he cannot create really freely and beautifully, but must continue to produce in an unruly way and range around in his material. He is like a builder who has no clear ground, ancient debris of half-ruined walls, mounds, projecting rocks obstruct him, quite apart from the particular ends which are to dictate the construction of his building, and he can achieve nothing but a wild, unharmonious, fantastic structure. What he produces is not the work of his own imagination freely creating out of his own spiritual resources. Conversely, Hebrew poets give us revelations which the Lord bade them speak, so that here again the creative force is an unconscious inspiration, separate and distinct from the individuality and productive spirit of the artist, just as in sublimity generally what comes before contemplation and consciousness is the abstract and the eternal related essentially to something other than and external to itself. In classical art, on the contrary, the artists and poets are of course also prophets and teachers who proclaim and reveal to man what is absolute and divine, but, first, the content of their gods is not nature as purely external to the human spirit, or the abstraction of the one divinity, in which case nothing would be left to them but a superficial formation or a shapeless inwardness. Instead, their content is drawn from the human spirit and human existence, and therefore is the human breast's very own, a content with which man can freely associate himself as with himself, since what he produces is the most beautiful manifestation of himself. Secondly, the artists are also makers, fashioners of this material and content into a shape freely self-dependent. Accordingly the Greek artists evince themselves as genuinely creative poets. All the varied foreign ingredients they have brought into the melting pot, yet they have not made a brew out of them like what comes from a witch's cauldron. On the contrary, in the pure fire of the deeper spirit they have consumed everything murky, natural, impure, foreign, and extravagant. They have burnt all this together and made the shape appear purified, with only faint traces of the material out of which it has been formed. Their business in this connection consisted partly in stripping away the formless, symbolic, ugly, and misshapen things which confronted them in the material of the tradition, partly in emphasizing the properly spiritual which they had to individualize and for which they had to seek or invent the corresponding external appearance. Here for the first time it is the human shape and the form of human actions and events, no longer used as mere personification, which, as we saw, enters necessarily as the one adequate reality. These forms too the artist finds in the real world, but nevertheless he has to extinguish the accidental and inappropriate element in them before they can be proved adequate to the spiritual content of man which, seized in its essence, comes to serve as the representation of the eternal powers and gods. This is the free, spiritual, and not merely arbitrary production of the artist. Why, now, thirdly, since the gods do not merely stand aloof by 4802 to themselves but are also active within the concrete reality of nature and human affairs, the business of the poets is directed to recognizing the presence and agency of the gods in this relation to human matters, to interpreting the particular aspect of natural occurrences and human deeds and destinies wherein the divine powers appear as involved, and therefore to sharing the business of the priest and the prophet. At the standpoint of our modern prosaic reflection we explain natural phenomena in accordance with universal laws and forces, the actions of men by their inner intentions and self-conscious aims, but the Greek poets looked for the divine everywhere, and since they shaped human activities into actions of the gods, they create by this interpretation only the different aspects under which the gods exercise their power. For a mass of such interpretations is afforded by a mass of actions in which one god or another reveals what he is. If we open the Homeric poems, example we find there scarcely any important event which is not more clearly elucidated as proceeding from the will or actual aid of the gods. These interpretations are the product of the insight, the self-wrought faith, the intuition of the poets, since Homer after all often expresses them in his own name, and only occasionally puts them into the mouth of his characters, the priests, or the heroes. For example, right at the beginning of the Iliad, I 9-12, he has accounted for the plague in the Greek camp by the indignation of Apollo at Agamemnon's refusal to release Chryses to her father Chryses, and then later, 94-100, makes Colchis announce the same interpretation to the Greeks. In a similar way, in the last book of the Odyssey, XXIV 41-63, when Hermes has conducted the souls of the suitors to the Asphodel meadows and there they find Achilles and the other heroes who fought before Troy, and when finally Agamemnon too approaches them, Homer tells how Agamemnon sketches the death of Achilles. All day the Greeks had fought and only when Zeus separated the combatants did they bear the noble corpse to the ships with many tears, wash it and anoint it. Then there burst forth on the sea a divine uproar, and the terrified Achaeans were ready to flock to their hollow ships, had they not been kept back by a man learned in ancient and many things, Nestor, whose counsel earlier had seemed the best. He explains the phenomenon to them by saying, the mother Thetis yonder comes forth from the sea with the immortal sea nymphs in order to meet with her dead son. At this saying the ideal of 481 great-hearted Achaeans lost their fear. Now, that is, they knew where they were, this was something human, the mother, mourning, meets her son, and it was only what they themselves were that struck their eye and ear. Achilles is her son, she herself is full of grief. And so after all Agamemnon, turning to Achilles, continues his sketch with a description of the universal grief, but around thee, he says, stand the daughters of the father of the sea, lamenting and clad in ambrosial garments, the muses too, all 9, wailed by turns in beautiful song and then indeed no Argives were seen without tears, so moved were they by the clear-toned song. But above all in this connection another divine appearance in the Odyssey has every time fascinated and preoccupied me. In his wanderings amongst the Phaeacians, Odysseus was taunted by Euryalus on the occasion of the games because he had declined to take part in the competition for discus throwing. Aroused, he answered with black looks and harsh words. Then he stands up, grasps the quoit that is bigger and heavier than all the others, and flings it far over the mark. One of the Phaeacians marks the place and calls to him, even a blind man can see the stone, it does not lie mingled with the others but far beyond them, in this competition thou hast nothing to fear, no Phaeacian will reach or surpass thy throw. So he spake, but the much-enduring divine Odysseus was delighted, 8-159-200, to see in the contest a well-disposed friend. This word, the friendly nod of a Phaeacian, Homer attributes to the friendly appearance of Athene in the shape of the Phaeacian. b. the new gods of the classical ideal. Now the further question arises, what are the products of this classical mode of artistic activity, of what sort are the new gods of Greek art? OC, the most general and at the same time the most perfect idea of their nature is afforded by their concentrated individuality. Their individuality has pulled itself together out of the variety of appendages, single actions, and events into the one focus of its simple unity with itself. X. What impresses us about these gods is in the first place the spiritual substantial individuality which, withdrawn into itself out of the motley show of the particularity of need and the unrest of the finite with its variety of purposes, rests secure on its own. 4 SA 2. To universality as on an eternal and clear foundation. Only thereby do the gods appear as the eternal powers whose untroubled dominion comes into view, not in the sphere of the particular, entangled with something other than and external to them, but in their own unalterability and intrinsic worth. Foot J. Conversely, however, they are not by any means the pure abstraction of spiritual universalities and therefore so-called universal ideals. On the contrary, because they are individuals they appear as an ideal which has existence and therefore determinacy in itself, and which, i.e. as spirit, has character. Without character no individuality comes on the scene. In this respect, as has already been expounded on pages 471-5, even the spiritual gods have as their basis a specific natural power with which a specific ethical substance is fused and which assigns to each god a limited sphere for his more exclusive activity. The manifold aspects and traits which enter on account of this particularity constitute, when reduced to simple unity, the character of the gods. Yet neither, in the true ideal, may this determinacy terminate in a sharp restriction to one-sidedness of character but must equally appear as drawn back again into the universality of the divine. In this way, since each god bears in himself the determinate attribute of being a divine and therewith universal individual, he is partly a determinate character and partly all in all, and he hovers in the very middle between pure universality and equally abstract particularity. This gives to the genuine ideal figure of classical art infinite security and peace, untroubled bliss and untrammeled freedom. J. Now further, by being beauty in classical art, the inherently determinate divine character appears not only spiritually but also externally in its bodily form, i.e. in a shape visible to the eye as well as to the spirit. CX, since this beauty has for its content not only a spiritual personification of the natural and the animal but the spiritual itself in its adequate existence, it may only incidentally assume the symbolical form and what is related to the purely natural, its proper expression is the external shape peculiar to spirit, and to spirit alone, in so far as what lies within spirit brings itself into existence in that shape and permeates it completely. FJ, on the other hand, classical beauty must not be called sublime. For what alone has the look of the sublime is the ideal of 483 abstract universal which never coincides with itself in anything determinate, on the contrary, its attitude to the particular in general, and therefore to every embodiment also, is purely negative. But classical beauty carries spiritual individuality right into the midst of what is at the same time its natural existence and unfolds the inner only in the medium of external appearance. On this account, however, the external shape, like the spirit which fashions an existence for itself there, must be freed from every accident of external determinacy, from every dependence on nature, and from morbidity. It must be withdrawn from all finitude, everything transient, all preoccupation with what is purely sensuous, its determinacy, closely allied with the determinate spiritual character of the god, must be purified and elevated into a free harmony with the universal forms of the human shape. Only flawless externality, from which every trait of weakness and relativity has been obliterated and every tiny spot of capricious particularity extinguished, corresponds to the spiritual inwardness which is to immerse itself in it and therein attain an embodiment. But while the gods are at the same time reflected back from their determinacy of character into universality, there must be displayed at the same time in their appearance the self-subsistence of spirit as well as its self-repose and self-security in its opposite. Therefore in the concrete individuality of the gods as it is conceived in the properly classical ideal we see all the same this nobility and this loftiness of spirit in which, despite spirit's entire absorption in the bodily and sensuous shape, there is revealed to us its distance from all the deficiency of the finite. Pure inwardness and abstract liberation from every kind of determinacy would lead to sublimity, but since the classical ideal issues in an existence which is only its own, i.e. the existence of spirit itself, the sublimity of the ideal too is fused into beauty and has passed over into it, as it were immediately. For the shapes of the gods this necessitates the expression of loftiness, of classical beautiful sublimity. An immortal seriousness, an unchangeable peace is enthroned on the brow of the gods and is suffused over their whole shape. FJ, in their beauty these gods appear therefore raised above their own corporeality, and thus there arises a divergence between their blessed loftiness, which is a spiritual inwardness, and their beauty, which is external and corporeal. The spirit appears entirely immersed in its external form and yet at the same time immersed. 484 2 thence into itself. It is like the wandering of an immortal god amongst mortal men. In this connection the Greek gods produce an impression, despite all difference, similar to that made on me by Rock's one bust of Goethe when I first saw it. You too have seen it, this lofty brow, this powerful commanding nose, the free eye, the round chin, the affable and well-formed lips, the intelligent placing of the head with a glance sideways and a little upwards, and at the same time the whole fullness of sensitive friendly humanity, and in addition these finished muscles of the forehead and face, expressive of the feelings and passions, and, in all the vitality of the bust, the peace, stillness, and majesty of an elderly man, and now along with this the leanness of the lips which retreat into a toothless mouth, the looseness of the neck and cheeks whereby the bridge of the nose appears still greater and the sides of the forehead till higher the power of this fixed shape which at bottom suggests immutability especially, looks, in its loosely hanging mantle, like the raised head and the shape of the Oriental in his wide turban but loose outer garments and shuffling slippers. It is the firm, powerful, and timeless spirit which, in the mask of encircling mortality, is on the point of letting this veil fall away and still lets it just hang freely around itself. In a similar way the gods too, in virtue of this lofty freedom and spiritual peace, appear as raised above their body so that they feel their shape, their limbs, as if they were a superfluous appendage, amidst all the beauty and perfection of their figures. And yet the whole shape is vitally ensouled, identical with spiritual being, without any division, without that separation between what is inherently fixed and the weaker parts, the spirit neither escaping the body nor emergent from it, but both one solid whole out of which the inwardness of the spirit quietly peeps solely in the wonderful certainty of itself. Why, but since the above-mentioned divergence is present, yet without appearing as a difference and separation between inner spirituality and its external shape, the negative inherent in it is on this account immanent in this undivided whole and expressed therein itself. Within the loftiness of the spirit this is the breath and air of A. F. Hickson which gifted men have felt in the ancient pictures. 1 C. D. Rock, I 777-1857. There are several copies of this bust. Hegel probably refers to the bronze one in Berlin, 1822. Ideal of 485 of the gods even in their consummate beauty and loveliness. The repose of divine serenity may not be particularized into joy, pleasure, and contentment, and the peace of the eternal must not sink into the laughter of self-satisfaction and comfortable enjoyment. Contentment is the feeling of correspondence between our individual self and the condition of our specific situation, whether that be given to us or brought about by us. Napoleon, for example, has never more thoroughly expressed his contentment than when he had achieved some success by which the whole world showed itself discontented. For contentment is only the approval of my own being, acting, and doing, and the extreme of this approval can be recognized in that philistine feeling to which every successful man must rise. But this feeling and its expression is not the expression of the plastic eternal gods. Free perfect beauty cannot be satisfied in compliance with a specific finite existence. On the contrary, although its individuality, whether of spirit or shape, is characteristic and specific in itself, it still coincides with itself only as being at once free universality and self-reposing spirituality. This universality is what in the case of the Greek gods some have proposed to accuse of frigidity. However, they are cold only for our modern fervor in the sphere of the finite. Regarded by themselves, they have warmth and life. The blissful peace mirrored in their body is essentially an abstraction from the particular, an indifference to the transient, a sacrifice of the external, a renunciation neither sorrowful nor painful, yet all the same a renunciation of the earthly and evanescent, just as their spiritual serenity in its depth looks far away beyond death, the grave, loss, and time. And, precisely because it is deep, contains the negative in itself. But the more that seriousness and spiritual freedom appear in the shapes of the gods, so much the more can we feel a contrast between, a. this loftiness and, b. determinacy and bodily form. The blessed gods mourn as it were over their blessedness or their bodily form. We read in their faces the fate that awaits them, and its development, as the actual emergence of that contradiction between loftiness and particularity, between spirituality and sensuous existence, drags classical art itself to its ruin. C. The sort of external representation of. Thirdly, we now ask about the sort of external portrayal adequate to that concept of the classical ideal which we have just 486 to expounded. The essential points in this matter have already been expounded in more detail in connection with our consideration of the ideal in general. Here therefore we need say no more than that in the strictly classical ideal the spiritual individuality of the gods is not apprehended its bearing on something else, nor is it brought, through its particularization, into conflict and battle. On the contrary, it appears before us in its eternal self-repose and in the sorrow of the divine peace. The specific character of the gods is therefore not manifested by way of its provoking the gods to particular feelings and passions or compelling them to carry out specific aims. On the contrary, they are brought back out of every collision and complication, indeed out of every relation to what is finite and inherently discordant, into pure absorption in themselves. This most austere repose, not rigid, cold, and dead, but sensitive and immutable, is the highest and most adequate form of portrayal for the classical gods. On this account, if they enter into specific situations, then these may not be circumstances or actions which give an opening to conflicts, but such as, being harmless in themselves, leave the harmlessness of the gods also untouched. Amongst the particular arts, therefore, sculpture is above all adapted to represent the classical ideal in its simple unity with itself, in which what is to come into appearance is universal divinity rather than particular character. It is especially the older, more austere, sculpture which adheres to this aspect of the ideal, and only later does sculpture proceed to an increased dramatic liveliness of situations and characters. Poetry, on the other hand, makes the odes act, which means relating themselves negatively to an existent, and thereby introduces them to battle and strife also. When the repose of plastic art remains within the sphere that is uniquely that art's own, it can express that feature of the spirit which is its negative relation to particulars, only in that seriousness of mourning which we have already indicated above in more detail. 2. The group of particular gods. As individuality made visible, portrayed in immediate existence, and therefore specific and particular, the Godhead necessarily becomes a plurality of shapes. Polytheism is absolutely essential to the principle of classical art, and it would be a foolish undertaking to propose to shape in plastic beauty the one God of sublimity and ideal of 487 pantheism, or of that absolute religion one which apprehends God as spiritual and purely inner personality, or to suppose that, in the case of the Jews, Mohammedans, or Christians, their original outlook could have produced the classical forms for the content of their religious faith, as happened in the case of the Greeks. A plurality of individual gods. In this plurality the universe of the divine at this stage bursts asunder into a group of particular gods, each of which is an independent individual and contrasted with the others. But these individuals are not of such a kind as to be taken merely as allegories of universal qualities, e.g. Apollo as god of knowledge, Zeus of dominion. On the contrary, Zeus is knowledge just as much, and Apollo in the Eumenides, as we saw, also protects Orestes, the son, the king's son, whom he himself had stimulated to vengeance. The group of Greek gods is a plurality of individuals in which each single god, even if endowed with the specific character of a particular person, is still a comprehensive totality, containing also in itself the attribute of another god. For every shape, as divine, is always also the whole. For this reason alone do the Greek individual gods have a wealth of characteristics, and although their blessedness consists in their universal and spiritual self-repose and in their abstraction from the direct bent towards finitude and towards the dispersive manifold of things and relations, still they have all the same the power to evince themselves as active and effective in various ways. They are neither the abstract particular nor the abstract universal, but the universal which is the source of the particular. b. Lack of a systematic arrangement. But on account of this kind of individuality, Greek polytheism cannot form a systematically organized totality in itself. At a first glance it seems imperative to demand of divine Olympus that the many gods assembled there must in their ensemble, if the particularization of that ensemble is to have truth and its content to be classical, also express in themselves the totality of the idea, exhaust the whole range of the necessary powers of nature and spirit, and be construed from that angle, i.e. be demonstrable as necessary. But in that case this demand would at once have to be accompanied by a limitation, because those powers of the heart and the absolute spiritual inner life in general, which only become effective in later and higher religion, remained excluded from the sphere of the classical gods, so that, for this reason, the scope of the content whose particular aspects could be brought before contemplation in Greek mythology was already diminished. But, this apart, on the one hand the inherently manifold character of individuality necessarily entails contingency in determining here, the forms of particular gods, and therefore determining them is not susceptible of the strict arrangement characteristic of the differences within the concept, because this contingency precludes the gods from being immobilized in the abstraction of a single determinacy. On the other hand, universality, the element in which the individual gods have their blessed existence, cancels fixed particularity, and the loftiness of the eternal powers rises serenely over the cold seriousness of the finite. In default of this inconsistency, the divine shapes would be implicated in the finite by their restrictedness. c. Fundamental character of the group of the gods. However far, therefore, the chief powers of the world, i.e. of the totality of nature and spirit, are portrayed in Greek mythology, this ensemble still cannot come on the scene as a systematic whole, because the gods possess both universal divinity and also individuality. Otherwise, instead of being individual characters, the gods would be more like allegorical beings, and instead of being divine individuals would in the end become restricted abstract characters. Therefore, if we consider more closely the group of the Greek divinities, i.e. the group of the so-called chief gods in their simple fundamental character as it appears consolidated by sculpture in a portrayal which is most universal and yet sensuously concrete, we do find the essential differences and their totality settled, but in particulars they are also always confused again, and the rigor of the execution is tempered to an inconsistency between beauty and individuality. Thus Zeus has in his hands dominion over gods and men, yet without thereby essentially jeopardizing the free independence of the other gods. He is the supreme god, but his power does not absorb the power of the others. He has a connection with the sky, with thunder and lightning, and with the generative life of ideal of 489 nature, but still more, and more properly, he is the power over the state and the legal order of things. He is too the obligatoriness of contracts, oaths, and hospitality, and in short he is the bond of the substance of human, practical, and ethical life, and the might of knowing and the spirit. His brothers turn for dominion outward to the sea and beneath to the underworld. Apollo appears as the god of knowledge, as the expression and beautiful presentation of the interests of the spirit, as the teacher of the muses. Know thyself is the inscription on his temple at Delphi, a command which does not relate at all to the weaknesses and deficiencies of the spirit but to its essence and to art and every genuine consciousness. Cunning and eloquence, mediation in general as it appears in those subordinate spheres which, although mixed with immoral elements, are yet within the scope of the perfect spirit, all these are a chief territory of Hermes, who also conducts the souls of the dead to the underworld. Power over war is a chief trait of Ares. Hephaestus proves himself skilled in work in technical arts. And the enthusiasm which still carries in itself an element of the natural, the enthusing natural power of wine, as well as the games, dramatic productions, etc. are assigned to Dionysus. The female divinities run through a similar series of characteristics. In Juno the ethical bond of wedlock is a principal characteristic. Ceres has taught and propagated agriculture and therefore endowed man with both the aspects inherent in agriculture: first, provision for the growth of the natural products which satisfy man's most immediate needs, but, secondly, the spiritual element in property, wedlock, law, the beginnings of civilization and an ethical order. So too Athene is moderation, prudence, legality, the might of wisdom, technical skill, and bravery, and in her intelligent and warlike maidenhood embraces the concrete spirit of the people, the free proper substantial spirit of the city of Athens, and displays it objectively as a ruling might to be reverenced as divine. Diana, i.e. Artemis, on the other hand, entirely different from Diana of the Ephesians, has the inflexible independence of maidenly modesty as her essential trait of character. She loves the chase and is in general not the quietly pensive but the austere maiden with aspirations only beyond. Aphrodite, with the seductive amour, who out of the old Titanic Eros has become a boy, points to the human emotion of affection, sexual love, etc. This is the sort of content possessed by the spiritually shaped. 492. Two individual gods. As for their external portrayal, we may here again mention sculpture as the art which proceeds even to this particularization of the gods. Yet if it expresses individuality in its more specific determinacy, it already passes beyond its original austere loftiness, although it does even then unify the variety and wealth of individuality into one determinacy, into what we call character, and it fixes this character, in its simpler clarity, for sense perception, i.e. fixes it in divine shapes as what is externally most completely and finally determinate. For the imagination of the gods in respect of their external and real existence always remains vague, even if, as poetry, it develops the subject matter into a mass of stories, utterances, and events connected with the gods. Therefore sculpture is on the one hand more ideal, while on the other hand it individualizes the character of the gods into an entirely specific human form and perfects the anthropomorphism of the classical ideal. As this presentation of the ideal in that externality which yet is entirely adequate to the inner essential content, the sculptures of the Greeks are the ideals in and for themselves, the independent eternal shapes, the center of plastic classical beauty, the type of which remains the basis even when these shapes enter into specific actions and appear involved in particular events. 3. The individuality of the gods seriatim, but individuality and its portrayal cannot be content with the ever still more or less abstract particularity of character. The star is exhausted by its simple law and brings this law into appearance. A few specific traits characterize the configuration of the world of rocks, but already in the nature of plants there arises an infinite copiousness of the most diversified forms, transitions, hybrids, and anomalies. Animal organisms display a still greater range of difference and of interaction with the surroundings to which they are related, and if, finally, we rise to the spiritual and its appearance, we find a still infinitely wider many-sidedness of inner and outer existence. Now since the classical ideal does not abide by the individuality that reposes in itself but has to set it in motion, bring it into relation with an opposite and show itself effective thereon, the character of the gods too does not stop at inherently substantial determinacy but enters into further particularizations. This self-revealing movement into external existence and the mutability bound up with it provide only the more obvious traits for the